Chapter 1. The Order to Relocate Marineford. 10 years later, Marineford. The sun cast its shimmering light upon the surface of the sea, while the salty breeze carried the scent of brine. By the dock, a contingent of soldiers busily unloaded cargo onto a warship where a young man clad in a pristine white naval uniform observed the scene in silence. Nearby, Smoker, with his bare chest exposed, glared sulkily at his cigar, unable to conceal the fury that flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the warship before him. How could someone as formidable as he be assigned to the East Blue, a desolate wasteland where not even a chicken could lay an egg? He envisioned himself as a man destined to navigate the Grand Line, a man meant to become the king of the Navy. Joel! A gentle call came from behind. Turning around, Joel beheld a female officer with long, striking legs approaching gracefully. The magnificent sword, Kinpyra, at her waist sparkled dazzlingly in the bright sunlight, drawing attention to its equally radiant owner. Sister Guion, Joel greeted her with a nod. Following Guion was a rather unremarkable figure, Tashigi, trailing behind like a lackey with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. I've heard you're being promoted to Vice Admiral. Congratulations in advance from your younger brother, Joel said, his expression devoid of emotion. Tashigi coughed lightly. Joel turned to add, and congratulations to Uncle Kaji as well. Uncle? Tashigi's jaw dropped in astonishment, causing his cigarette to fall. Guion chuckled, covering her mouth. You have quite the sweet tongue, but that's still uncertain. However, when you return from the East Blue, he'll treat you to a celebratory drink. The sea breeze stirred Guion's white justice cloak, causing Tashigi to struggle with the fluttering hearts in his eyes. Joel, however, remained unperturbed, replying coolly, what formidable figures could possibly emerge from a place like the East Blue? Guion smiled. The Pirate King Roger hailed from the East Blue, and Grandpa Garp is also from there. Besides, aren't you also from the East Blue? Joel's expression faltered at her words. Enough of that. I have a treasure for you, Guion said mysteriously. Casting a glance at Tashigi, who was grinning broadly, he quickly produced an exquisite small box. Joel opened it to reveal a pair of gloves, nothing particularly special at first glance, except for the fact that they were embedded with sea stone. Guion smiled. Indeed, it is sea stone. In case you encounter a devil fruit user, it will come in handy, especially against those with Logia powers. You must be cautious, as you cannot use hockey. Joel solemnly accepted the gloves and bowed. Thank you, sister. Guion helped him straighten his already tidy naval uniform. Be careful during your transfer to the East Blue. Without Teacher Zephyr around, if you encounter formidable pirates, do remember to seek assistance from headquarters. She leaned closer to Joel, whispering, Sister will come to rescue you aboard a warship. Tashigi, fuming beside them, felt the urge to lash out, but instead, he enthusiastically embraced Smoker, who wore an equally displeased expression. Joel maintained his stoic demeanor, nonchalantly stating, the East Blue? What kind of powerful characters could possibly emerge from such a place? Guion laughed. The Pirate King Roger came from the East Blue, and so did Grandpa Garp. Besides, you're from the East Blue as well, aren't you? Joel's face fell momentarily. All right, I have something special to give you, Guion said, her tone mysterious. Glancing at Tashigi again, who was beaming, she motioned for him to present a beautifully crafted small box. Joel opened it, revealing a pair of gloves that appeared ordinary at first, but upon closer inspection, they were adorned with sea stone. Guion confirmed with a smile. Yes, it's sea stone. In the event you encounter a devil fruit user, this will be invaluable, particularly against those with Logia abilities, as you cannot use hockey. Joel solemnly accepted the gloves and bowed. Thank you, sister. Guion straightened his uniform. Remember, if you face a pirate you cannot defeat, run. Don't be reckless. She recalled an earlier training exercise where they encountered a pirate with a bounty of 30 million despite being outmatched. He had stubbornly insisted on fighting, nearly losing his life. Joel scoffed. The ones who should be running are those weaklings from the East Blue. He'll defeat any pirate I encounter. His face was filled with fierce determination. He remains unchanged. Over the past decade, Joel had gained a reputation in the training camp for his relentless dedication, rising the earliest and retiring the latest, with his days consumed by training, eating, and sleeping. At merely 17, he had already achieved the rank of lieutenant commander and mastered the Marine 6 styles, a remarkable feat in naval history. Influenced by certain individuals, yet his skills were widely acknowledged. The only issue was that whenever the topic of pirates arose, his face would contort with rage, reflecting a deep-seated animosity. Vice Admiral Tsuru, witnessing this, hoped Guion could help him temper this rage, otherwise he would struggle to progress further, as she did not wish for this rising star of the Navy to be extinguished prematurely. Regrettably, after several years, there had been no change. Joel remained the same Joel. Hey kid, it's time to set off, Smoker called out, turning his back. Understood, exhibitionist. Joel retorted, turning to Guillaume, sister, and leaving now. Guillaume nodded. Joel hesitated for a moment, then quietly asked, Sister, may I hug you one last time? Guillaume paused. Taken aback, this was not the sort of thing Joel would typically say. Had he mixed up a script? However, upon seeing his shy demeanor, she smiled, of course. Taking a deep breath, Joel embraced Guillaume tightly, whispering softly in her ear, Thank you, Sister Guillaume. Tashigi, witnessing the scene of the goddess being embraced by the immature boy, felt her heart shatter, nearly on the brink of tears. Joel released Guillaume, saying, Please thank Vice Admiral Tsuru and Teacher Zephyr for me. With that, he turned and departed. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a man clad in a red suit observed the dock from a distance, while a rather sleazy older man behind him remarked sarcastically, Oh, are you reluctant to see him go? The man turned to regard him, and the sleazy figure feigned surrender. I was wrong. After bidding farewell to Joel, Guillaume pushed open the door to Admiral Sengoku's office, where Marine Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admirals Garp and Tsuru were seated. Garp, carefree as ever, indulged in pastries, and upon seeing Guillaume enter, he boisterously laughed. Little Guillaume, would you like some? Guillaume waved her hand and took a seat beside Vice Admiral Tsuru. Has that boy left? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired. Guillaume nodded. Garp lamented, What a pity he left without learning the secrets of my iron fist of love. Sengoku remarked, I truly do not understand what you all see in that boy. He is intelligent, Vice Admiral Tsuru stated. He is courageous, Garp added. He is quite adorable, Guillaume chuckled. Yet he is violent and ruthless. Sengoku's impression of Joel was decidedly unfavorable. But he has never indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, Guillaume defended. There is a fundamental difference from that individual. Guillaume, Vice Admiral Tsuru cautioned. As the naval vessel traversed the calm waters of the doldrums, Joel felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Where were the legendary Sea Kings? As he scanned the horizon, he noticed Smoker observing him closely and could not help but ask, What are you looking for? Joel replied earnestly, Didn't they say Sea Kings appear in the doldrums? Where are they? Smoker, with a cigar in mouth, replied, This ship is embedded with sea stone ordinary Sea Kings would never approach. Joel sighed, what a shame. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He dashed to the cabin and retrieved a fishing rod, settling at the bow to assume the role of a fisherman. What are you doing? Smoker inquired. Fishing for Sea Kings, Joel responded. Smoker's cheek twitched. Fishing for Sea Kings? How naive yet endearing. After fishing for a while with no bites, Joel reclined back, his eyes dull. How boring. It would be great if a ship full of pirates showed up right now. Smoker pondered for a moment before turning to Tashigi, who was situated behind him. Prepare for battle. Someone's prophetic words were notoriously accurate during a training exercise. They had caused no small amount of trouble for him. Fortunately, he graduated early, leaving his classmates to bear the brunt of the turmoil. Tashigi nodded vacantly in response. Sure enough, a sail appeared on the horizon. Hey, the ones you were hoping for have arrived. At the mention, Joel immediately perked up, his gaze fixed intently on the distant sail. However, upon seeing the two characters emblazoned on it, he despondently said, Let's steer clear. What? Steer clear? Is that something a butcher of the sea would say? Joel added, That's the ship of the warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock. She's not a good person. Suit yourself. Smoker waved him off, retreating into the cabin. Clearly, he was aware of Hancock's eccentric temper. Given her status as a warlord of the sea, it would be wise to avoid confrontation. I got a bite. Joel exclaimed excitedly as he felt the tug on his fishing line. He yanked hard, bringing up a small, wide-eyed fish, its big eyes blinking up at him. What is this? Suddenly, a powerful sonic wave knocked Joel's naval hat askew. A massive Sea King burst forth from the depths, declaring its dominion over the seas before the insignificant Joel. Wow, Joel gasped, realizing the reality of the animated tales. There truly existed fish of such colossal size. Lady Snake Princess, it appears the Marines are in a bit of trouble, Hancock observed, following her subordinate's indication. She spotted the gigantic Sea King poised to swallow the naval vessel whole. In an instant, a figure leaped high from the naval ship, loudly proclaiming something about the Iron Fist of Love, an utterly embarrassing name for a technique. The Marine's fist struck the Sea King squarely on the head, prompting tears to stream down the creature's face as it felt overwhelmed with affection, its swelling face forming heart-shaped lumps. Having received a blow from the Iron Fist of Love, the Sea King retreated back into the depths, yet Joel stubbornly followed, diving into the water. Hancock, witnessing this, thought the Marines had lost their minds diving into the sea to fight a Sea King. Wasn't that akin to a long-lived old man hanging himself, seeking to end his own life? With a resounding splash, a sea king leapt from the depths of the ocean. Atop its head was a stack of bags, and upon one of those bags stood a figure, the very naval officer from moments ago. "Look at me surfing, you exhibitionist!" Joel shouted exuberantly. Smoker, who had rushed out from the warship, was left in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. Was this truly the same Joel, the one whose countenance bore the weight of 1,000 lifeless days? Was this the same Joel, who was stern and grim, solely focused on vanquishing pirates? Smoker felt his worldview shatter. The persona of Joel had been irrevocably tarnished. The Empress observed with a gentle smile, this little naval officer had some flair. As she disembarked, all aboard erupted into cheers. Lady Snake Princess is so beautiful. Eventually, when Joel had had his fill of merriment and returned to the warship, the Sea King sank into the depths, weeping, seeking to return to its mother to lament its encounter with a formidable villain that had so cruelly bullied it. Smoker scrutinized Joel, noticing he had reverted to his perennial icy demeanor, causing him to question if he had merely imagined the earlier spectacle. What had he truly witnessed? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, convinced he had seen nothing at all. Watching Joel stride into the cabin, Smoker's lips curled into a smile. This reassignment had become rather intriguing. Chapter 2. The Aura of Death. The alarm at the Rogtown Naval Base reverberated through the air, causing passers-by to halt in their tracks. A few days prior, an impressive contingent of naval officers had arrived, promptly apprehending all pirates on the island. At the dock, waves of pirates had been slaughtered, including the former colonel of Rogtown, who was taken down on the spot for harboring pirates and accepting bribes. The severed heads of several notorious pirates now hung from the dock, sending a clear message throughout the East Blue. Rogtown, the gateway to the Grand Line, would no longer welcome the likes of pirates. Quickly, a naval lieutenant urged everyone at the dock to hasten their movements. Nearby, Joel approached slowly, holding a newly issued bounty poster, Hound Paimai Buyer. The bounty stood at 10 million berries. Unlike the pirates recently captured in Rogtown, this marked the arrival of a pirate with a significant bounty. Joel smiled, softly. A female pirate, albeit not of commendable quality. Gazing at the portrait of the rotund woman on the bounty poster, one thought resonated within him: kill. The lieutenant, noticing Joel's approach, broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling slightly. He saluted. "Report, Major, the 1st and 2nd battle fleets of Rogtown are fully assembled." Joel nodded, gazing at the naval flag fluttering in the wind, declaring, "Set sail, and let us take lives." The lieutenant swallowed hard, declaring loudly, "Yes, sir." Observing the lieutenant's slight quivers, Joel raised an eyebrow in curiosity, running a hand over his smooth chin. "Am I truly that fearsome?" On board the warship, another lieutenant reported, "Sir, we have located the target, the Hound Pirates, currently near Seymour-Ziji Village." Seymour-Ziji Village? Joel pondered for a moment, recalling a certain eminent figure residing there, as a bespectacled smile surfaced in his memory. A smile crept across his lips. Excellent. With a loud boom, a cannonball shattered the tranquility of Seymour-Ziji Village. Gung Siro, roused from slumber, discovered the children in the dojo curiously gazing into the distance, where cannon fire erupted, igniting the sea in flames. Gung Siro maintained his gentle smile, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding afar. Damn those Navy scoundrels, launching a midnight ambush, how shameless. A corpulent woman aboard the Hound pirate ship shouted in her nightgown, "Counterattack." In stark contrast to the opulent Navy vessels, the Hound pirate's ship appeared pitifully decrepit. The crew could muster only a single antiquated cannon at the bow, which let loose a thunderous boom, targeting Rogtown's 2nd naval ship. Joel weighed the cannonball in his hand, smirking. He hurled the cannonball, and with a resounding clash, 2 cannonballs met midair, exploding in a dazzling display of sparks. He could not allow their ship to be struck while the cost of repairs was trivial. Being unable to set sail would be disastrous. Rogtown couldn't rival the Navy headquarters' wealth, which boasted a multitude of warships. Charge forward, gather the harvest. As the Hound pirate's ship began to sink under the relentless bombardment from the 2 Navy vessels, Joel issued his final orders. The warship edged closer when suddenly, a massive form leapt into the air. Under the moonlight, Joel beheld a creature with the body of a man and the head of a dog, launching a punch toward him. A dog-headed man? No, a man-head dog. Joel's expression turned grave. It was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. But what kind of dog was this? A hound? Suddenly, a vision of a handsome dog flashed through his mind, and thinking of its big eyes made Joel chuckle. The soldiers on the ship, witnessing their commanding officer laugh in such a dire moment, couldn't help but marvel he was indeed a formidable figure, unfazed in the face of calamity. They muttered to one another, "Commander, you're incredible." Joel met the punch with one of his own, immediately feeling a jolt in his right arm as they both staggered back. Pai Mai Byers stood at the bow of the sinking ship, her eyes fixed on Joel. In the moonlight, she could see that the young man she had just fought was merely 17 or 18 years old, yet he was undeniably handsome. If only she could. Feeling the sudden shift in her opponent's gaze, Joel shivered, goosebumps prickling his skin. Unable to endure Pai Mai Byers' predatory stare, he took a step back, activating the shave technique, and instantly appeared before her, delivering a punch, the love-repelling fist. So fast, Pai Mai Byers thought, startled this young man was no mere pretty face, she needed to be cautious. In a panic, she countered with a punch, and with a resounding crash, both felt a jolt of pain in their arms. Pai Mai Byers swept her leg toward him, but Joel immediately shifted his weight, transforming into iron. Pai Mai Byers' kick struck him, and she felt as though she had kicked solid steel. The pain was excruciating. Her expression changed in an instant. Simultaneously, Joel gathered energy in his left hand and pointed, finger gun, aiming directly at Pai Mai Byers' head. Let's see if I don't crush your dog head. A rush of energy shot from the back of Pai Mai Byers' head, followed by a spurt of blood as her eyes glazed over, and she fell into the sea. The remaining crew watched Joel, standing in the moonlight like a harbinger of death, his gaze strikingly terrifying. The lieutenant shouted, "All troops retreat." Ah! Joel's roar pierced the air like a banshee's wail, and he swung a fist at the pirate ship. Boom! The towering waves erupted, and the pirate vessel splintered into countless pieces. Gung Siro, who had been preparing to return to his quarters for rest, turned suddenly upon hearing the ghastly wail. His smile gradually faded as he fixed his gaze intently on the figure illuminated by the moonlight. After vanquishing the pirates, Joel experienced a refreshing clarity sweep through his mind. He soon regained his composure and, stepping lightly as if gliding upon the moonlit path, returned to the warship. He cast a glance at the captain, whose face was etched with fear, and said in a calm tone, "Tidy the battlefield. Then the entire fleet shall dock at Seymour ZG village. Remember, do not disturb the locals, or I shall sever his dog-ass head." The captain, summoning his courage, replied, "Yes, sir." Amidst the collective dread of the naval soldiers, the sun gradually ascended in the east, warming the frigid sea. Joel pushed open the door to find the captain. His eyes ringed with fatigue, trembling as he sat on the deck. Curiously, Joel inquired, "What troubles you?" Realizing that Joel's gaze was clear and that all was well, the captain wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "I have been keeping watch for you, my lord." Joel nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It is time for you to rest." His smile, though, was more disconcerting than a frown. At that moment, the captain longed to retreat into the comforting embrace of his warm bed, for the outside world was far too daunting. The sounds of laughter echoed from the dojo, where the children had risen to practice their swordsmanship. Their innocent voices rang through the village. Joel then commanded, "All troops, stand down. Those with nothing to do should head into the village and assist the villagers until my return." With that, he vanished from the ship, gliding away like a wisp of moonlight. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief at Joel's departure. For who could have imagined that the greatest peril in their maritime pursuit of pirates was not the ruthless marauders themselves, but rather their own seemingly invincible commander? The memory of that day in Rog Town, when Joel had been consumed by fury, sent a chill down the spines of the soldiers. Joel entered the dojo, where the children seemed oblivious to the presence of this stranger, continuing their practice with unwavering discipline. Gung Siling sat quietly on his knees within the dojo, a smile gracing his face as he observed Joel. Joel took a seat opposite Gung Siling without any reservation, saying, "It appears you anticipated my arrival, sir." Gazing at the composed swordsman before him, he raised his teacup, inwardly exclaiming his admiration for such a remarkable figure. Gung Silang adjusted his spectacles and replied with a smile, "I cannot say I did." Joel spat out his tea, exclaiming, "What? What did you say?" He then inquired, "Why did you set out 2 cups of tea?" To which Gung Silang replied, "A friend of mine just visited." Joel gazed at the teacup in his hand, wondering if he was sipping someone else's saliva. He hadn't actually consumed any tea. "That's a relief," he remarked. After taking a sip, he grimaced at the unpleasant taste, realizing why his friend had abstained. "What brings you to me?" asked Gung Siro. Joel set down his teacup and remarked, "No, I merely wish to see what kind of person Zoro's master is." Kayashiro, taken aback, inquired, "Are you acquainted with Zoro?" "Not at all," Joel chuckled. The two sat in silence for a while, until Kayashiro gently said, "You harbor secrets in your heart." Since when did Kayashiro become a fortune teller? Joel probed cautiously, "Is my fate clouded?" Kayashiro replied, "I heard the wail you let out last night." "Last night? What transpired?" Joel asked, perplexed. "Indeed, after you vanquished that pirate, you emitted a ghostly howl, followed by an astonishing display of strength that shattered the pirate ship with a single blow." Joel tilted his head in contemplation for a considerable time, then shook it gently. Unable to recall, he inquired, "Master, is there still hope for me?" "Master?" What an unusual form of address. Gung Sailang paused momentarily, then produced a dagger. Placing it before Joel, "This is my cherished blade, and I now bestow it upon you. This dagger possesses the power to suppress all malevolent forces." Joel cast a nonchalant glance, remarking, "You are merely a formidable sword, yet you were taken away by Zoro. How absurd." "And the legendary sword, Wad Ikamanji." Joel was astonished, wondering how it could be the legendary Wad Ikamanji. What then of the swords wielded by Zoro? If memory serves, those two mismatched blades were severed afterwards. Does this mean all three have now met a similar fate? A swordsman without a sword. Gung Shiro chuckled. "Ah, you recognize this blade." He lifted the Wad Ikamanji and continued. "Though this sword is one of the famed great blades, its design is remarkably simple and unadorned. Your ability to identify it suggests a true connoisseur of blades. It was originally intended as a gift for Zoro, but he adamantly refused it. Therefore, I bestow it upon you now." Joel scrutinized Gung Sailang from head to toe. A man who bestows gifts upon others, especially such a substantial one, must surely harbor ulterior motives. Noticing the wariness etched across Joel's face, Gung Sailang chuckled. "How about this? You can temporarily keep this sword with you, and should you encounter Zoro, kindly take me to him." In Gung Sailang's perspective, the vastness of the ocean rendered the likelihood of these two crossing paths nearly negligible. Little did he know, Joel was well aware of Zoro's whereabouts. "Very well," Joel acquiesced. Gung Sailang nodded, adding, "As a token of gratitude, allow me to present you with this half-complete sword technique." Joel took a glance and saw heaven. This title appeared to be a formidable sword technique. He planned to present it to Sister Gion for her insight. Kung Shiro chuckled and said, "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Joel picked up the sword manual, along with the wakizashi, and stood up, bowing deeply to Gung Shiro before turning to leave. After Joel departed, another individual took his place, wrapped tightly in a deep green coat. Gazing at the half-empty cup of tea left by Joel, the person nonchalantly took a sip and remarked with a smile, "Such a proud little Navy officer." Chapter 3. Buggy's treasure map. With the gift bestowed upon him by Gung Shiro, Joel commenced his journey back. Sitting on the deck, he meticulously examined the sword manual gifted by Gung Shiro, which seemed to contain merely the most rudimentary sword techniques and exceedingly mundane combinations, truly unworthy of such a formidable title. Pondering thoughtfully, Joel stroked his chin and concluded, I must be misinterpreting its use." Thus, he turned the manual upside down and scrutinized it for an extended period, yet discerned nothing of significance. After a moment of reflection, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Fetch me a basin of water." Perhaps the manual employed some special ink that would reveal its secrets upon contact with water. A soldier brought forth a basin of clean water, and Joel sprinkled a few drops onto the book, yet nothing transpired. Could it be that fire is required? He mused, rushing to the ship's kitchen. However, his efforts proved futile once more. Resigning to the enigma, Joel cast the book aside and grasped the wakizashi, reputed to suppress the malevolent energy within him. As he held the hilt, a refreshing current surged from his right hand into his mind, leaving him invigorated. Upon releasing it, the sensation gradually faded. But upon grasping it again, the current re-emerged. "Oh, how marvelous!" he exclaimed, observing from a distance. The soldiers began to question if their commander was experiencing another episode and wondered if they should maintain their distance. With a flourish, Joel drew the treasured blade and, following the techniques taught by the Gion school, wielded it with a sense of whimsical ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman. Alarmed, he quickly dismissed this impractical thought, humorously acknowledging that his slender frame was hardly sufficient to withstand a single strike from the likes of Hawkeye. "Commander, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Should we sink it?" An officer reported urgently. "Do not disturb me while I am preoccupied with this blade." Joel waved dismissively, unconcerned. "Sink it." Meanwhile, Buggy, reveling in his newly acquired treasure map, suddenly heard Moji shout, "Look, look, look." Turning around, Buggy was immediately struck with terror as he beheld a sky filled with cannonballs hurtling toward them. In a frenzy, he shouted, "Help! Help!" as he scrambled for safety. After Joel completed his research on the way of the Tao, he stood aboard the ship, eager to discern which unfortunate little treasure had found itself in such dire straits. With a gleeful smile, Joel peered into the mist, and lo and behold, was that not Buggy's pirate ship? "Cease fire, quickly cease fire," Buggy cried, huddled in a corner of his vessel, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Why must I be so unfortunate? Can we not stop this?" he lamented. Suddenly, the cannon fire indeed came to a halt. Machi exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, Captain Buggy, the naval bombardment has truly ceased." "Ceased?" Buggy cautiously poked his head out, only to see two warships approaching, with a naval officer clad in a major's uniform standing upon the deck. A major? Buggy's confidence surged once more. He had anticipated the arrival of a formidable adversary. "Since you have abandoned your bombardment, prepare to experience the might of the great Buggy." Ah! The thought of swiftly vanquishing a naval major and seizing two warships, then uncovering the treasure depicted on the treasure map, leading him to the pinnacle of life, and eventually establishing the Buggy circus filled him with elation. Life is truly splendid. Wait, something feels amiss. As he observed the naval major springing high into the air, Buggy recalled a serious matter. How could an ordinary East Blue Naval Major command 2 warships? Buggy, greetings. Came a ghostly salutation from the sky. Buggy looked up, suddenly chortling. Just a little brat. Witness the might of the great Buggy. Shattered. Clown-s flying knives. Joel clenched his fists, a smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear beside Buggy. Surprised? A haunting voice whispered into Buggy's ear, sending a chill down his spine. The Iron Fist of Love. Such an embarrassing name. With a powerful punch, Buggy felt an overwhelming force, and he was sent hurtling backward. Magia wielded a whip, while Kabeji brandished a long blade. Rushing forward, fearing a misstep that could lead to fatality, Joel drew his sword, the Wadakamanji, and with a swift stroke, a brilliant light cascaded down, severing Kabeji's sword in two and slicing through Magia's whip as well. Leaky, who intended to launch a surprise attack from behind, now appeared as docile as a charming kitten. Shattered Pancake. Buggy vowed to defend his captain's honor with all his might and deliver a lethal blow. Joel delivered a kick, pinning Buggy's form beneath his foot. With a swift motion, Joel approached Buggy, now diminished in stature, and delivered another kick. Buggy once again soared through the air, crashing into the sea below. The crew of the Buggy pirates, witnessing this, clung to the railings in tears, with Leaky weeping the most bitterly over his captain. Why were they merely watching instead of rescuing him? As Buggy choked on seawater, on the verge of sinking, Joel could no longer bear to watch. He forcefully kicked Kabeji into the sea, urging him to save their captain. Upon hearing this, Kabeji snapped to attention, hastily retrieving the still warm Buggy from the water. Joel, with his hands in his pockets, strolled over, observing that despite being utterly exhausted, Buggy's left hand remained tightly clenched. Joel leaned down and jested, "Oh, Bucky. Is this your newly acquired treasure map?" "No, no, no," Bucky exclaimed in a fluster, attempting to conceal the treasure map behind him. It was his lifeline, and no one was permitted to touch it. "Humph. You won't even let me take a glance? Do you truly believe you can find the treasure? After searching for so long, you haven't discovered a single hair. Well, if you're not going to show it to me, that's fine." Joel waved his hand. And 2 warships surrounded them, as the Navy surged onto the pirate ship. "Then perhaps you can peruse it slowly in the prison at Rogertown." Bucky was instantly terrified and began to weep anew. He produced the treasure map, forcing a smile that was more akin to suffering, and said, "If I give it to you, will you release us?" "Let us see," Joel replied, picking up the treasure map and unfolding it. "The Eternal City of Direndake." You managed to read it just like that? This is in English." Bucky stared at Joel in disbelief, trembling as he asked, "Do you actually understand what it says?" Joel cast a glance at him, recognizing the words inscribed. "You are a great fool." After uttering this, he disdainfully tossed the treasure map at Buck's feet, exhibiting an air of indifference. Yet, within, his emotions roiled like turbulent seas. How could this be? How could this happen? At this moment, Joel's mind was a chaotic tempest, and his subconscious urged him to obliterate the treasure map. Joel embraced Buggy and inquired, "Buggy, after all this time searching for treasure, have you ever discovered any?" Buggy pondered for a moment, his expression one of despondency, and replied, "No." Upon hearing this, Joel tore the treasure map into pieces and tossed it into the air, declaring, "Wasting time on such meaningless pursuits is futile. Why not join me in the Navy instead? Let us feast heartily and drink deeply together." "What? The Navy?" Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Joel. "What nonsense is this? I am a pirate. How could I possibly become a Navy officer?" He quickly reconsidered, realizing that having once been a crew member of the Pirate King, returning home would be difficult to justify. Joel's words struck fear into Buggy's very soul. "Why you? How do you know?" Buggy stammered, feeling that fate had conspired against him today. "What should I do with you?" Joel laughed, though it was a hollow sound. "Do not kill me, please. I will give you all my treasures." Buggy pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. "Killing you would still leave me with your bounty. Your head is worth at least 15 million berries." Upon hearing this, Buggy burst into tears. News of Buggy being a legendary pirate reached Machi, who exclaimed, "Captain Buggy, fear not. You are a legendary pirate. Together we shall vanquish this nefarious navy and reclaim the glory of your days as a crew member of the Pirate King." "Be quiet," Buggy roared in response. "What do you know?" The crew, intimidated by his outburst, fell silent. Joel's eyes flickered as he said, "Assist me in a certain task, and I shall release you." "What task?" Bucky inquired. Joel leaned in and whispered softly into his ear. Bucky nodded in response, affirming, "No problem, no problem. But where am I supposed to find him?" "It's fine, you will encounter him," came the reply. "Is that feasible?" Bucky inquired. All right, he readily agreed. "May I ask why we are apprehending him? Does he hold a grudge against you?" "That is information you need not concern yourself with. Simply follow my orders," was the response. Bucky nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. "That is for the best, for if you were to hide away in the farthest corners of the earth, I would still pursue you." After Joel finished speaking, he turned and commanded, "Set course for home." "My lord, will you not take his life?" Joel chuckled lightly and turned to leave. Bucky, wiping away tears, watched the demon depart, clutching the torn treasure map, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. My lifeblood, gone. "No one is to speak of today's events," Joel commanded sternly, causing the naval soldiers to tremble in fear. After issuing this decree, he returned to his quarters and promptly retrieved a map of the East Sea. The treasure map depicted 4 islands, marked as Lion Town, Southland, Stoneland, and Gold City. Joel leaned over the map, locating these 4 place names in different positions and then connecting them, with the intersection falling in a blank area. This was the location indicated on the treasure map, the Eternal City of Durandark. Joel wiped away the traces on the map and then sat quietly on the bed, pondering the absurdity of traversing into a world reminiscent of a pirate king. Now, in this pirate realm, a city bearing an English name had emerged. After a long while, Joel lifted his gaze, staring out at the azure expanse of the sea, without the aid of a devil fruit and relying solely on his physical prowess. How far could he truly go? Others who traverse such worlds came equipped with systems and inherent advantages, while he was left with a father of uncertain fate. A mother who perished in the frigid embrace of a winter night, in a decade of merciless training. Joel gritted his teeth and resolved to take action. If he could not become a formidable force, he would inevitably perish in this merciless world where the strong prey upon the weak. Guion could not always safeguard him. The likelihood of being dispatched to the Grand Line upon his return from the East Blue was high. As a participant in the Navy headquarters' decade-long strategy, he was determined to become a cornerstone of the future Navy, poised to be heralded as a rising star in the battle against the age of extremes. The adversaries he would face were no trifling foes, and the Grand Line was far removed from the serene tranquility of the East Blue. There, one would encounter beasts that devour the unwary. Chapter 4. The Eternal Kingdom. Durandal tap, tap, tap. Joel pushed open the door to Smoker's office and stepped inside. Smoker, cigar in mouth, lifted his gaze to meet Joel's. Despite having arrived in Lowtown several days prior, he still appeared sullen. With his Logia-type devil fruit powers, he ought to be navigating the Grand Line rather than languishing in this unfortunate East Blue. Even a reassignment to one of the other 3 seas would be preferable. Why? Of all places, did it have to be the East Blue? Smoker, Joel began. Just as Joel was about to continue, he was interrupted by Tashigi, who rushed over. Her eyes fixated on the sword hanging at Joel's waist. Is that the great sword Wadikamanji? Joel gazed at her eager expression and removed the treasured sword, presenting it before her. Indeed, it was the renowned Daikatenij Ichik, a masterpiece of the swordsmith Hditt. Dasky joyfully accepted the blade and excitedly stepped aside to examine it. Why do you also wield a sword? Smog inquired, as he recalled Joel as a brutal figure who relished in the visceral nature of combat. Joel curled his lips and muttered, "This was given to me by a swordmaster from the village of Seymour Ziji, claiming it can suppress the malevolent energy within me." Exhibitionist. Do you truly believe I am one of those men possessed by such energy? Smoker recalled the chilling red eyes and the spine-tingling howl that Joel emitted after slaying pirates. And he nodded earnestly. Indeed, the situation is rather grave. Che, Joel rolled his eyes, stepping closer. I never imagined you would buy into such nonsense. I merely wear this sword at my waist for its flair. Exhibitionist, we are the future of the new century. We must have faith in science. Smoker turned away, uninterested in debating such trivialities, and inquired, what brings you to me? Oh, I intend to take a leave of absence, probably for about a month. Just wanted to inform you. Joel forced a friendly smile. Pa, Smoker spat out the remnants of his cigarette, lighting another with an air of authority. And where might you be off to? Joel plopped down onto the nearby sofa, crossing his legs, and I mused that rather than languishing at home awaiting the pirates' arrival, I might as well venture out to confront them one by one. Observing the fervent Joel before me, Smoker remarked, aren't you weary day after day? Have you considered the soldiers beneath you? They do not possess your boundless energy. They have just returned and require rest. Joel replied, therefore, in the spirit of understanding them, and in pursuit of the noble mission to eradicate piracy, I shall venture out to sea alone. Absolutely not. Smoker resolutely objected. If something were to happen to you while you're out there alone, I would be slaughtered by Major General Guion upon your return. Joel rose from his seat, withdrawing the Wado Ikamanji from Dasky's grasp, and gazed at her discontented, pouting visage as he made his way outside. At the threshold, he remarked, in truth, I did not seek your consent. I merely wished to inform you, lest you find yourself searching for me and longing. Smoker, upon hearing this, slammed his palm upon the table and exclaimed, damn it, bring me the snail. Complying, Smoker sat down heavily, contemplating whether to report this matter to Major Guion. He reached for the snail, but then reconsidered. Setting sail was the aspiration of every man. None wished to be tethered by a nagging presence at home during such a time. After selecting a small warship and provisioning it with supplies, Joel set sail, consulting the map to locate Durandark, situated northeast of Rogue Town, almost at the heart of the East Sea. Captain, that individual has set sail, reported a pirate to his captain from a distance near Rogue Town. Moreover, he is alone. The captain, filled with excitement, leapt from his seat, exclaiming, ha! Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you dare to intrude upon hell. Quickly, contact the other pirate captains. This time, I, Bearromp, shall deliver justice and rid the world of evil. Meanwhile, a naval major had also embarked alone, followed closely by a pirate ship, thus introducing a third party into this chase. All right, I understand, he said, picking up the snail. Hello, Chief. That individual has set sail, heading into the unknown. Pursued by a pirate crew. Understood. You are to depart immediately and keep close to him. Assist him if necessary. Yes, sir. 10 days later. Joel perched atop the mast of the warship, observing that the single pirate ship tailing him had multiplied to 7. With a scoff, he remarked, so 7 ships have gathered. Can I summon the dragon now? Casting a glance at the pirate flags flying from the vessels, he noted they were a ragtag bunch. Inferior even to Buggy in terms of combat prowess. As anticipated, upon the arrival of the 7th pirate ship, the pirates accelerated, preparing to encircle Joel's warship. Captain, those 7 pirate ships have begun to pursue the naval officer. Very well, increase speed and charge ahead. Joel had long since deactivated the battleship's power system, otherwise those decrepit vessels would have been cast away without a trace, unworthy even of trailing in his wake. 7 pirate ships surrounded Joel's warship, and the formidable Bearplank stood at the bow, bellowing with laughter, "Navy brat, surrender at once." Haha. Observing the audacious pirates, Joel shook his head in disbelief. Why do these insignificant fools feel the need to flaunt their bravado? You are no Luffy, so spare me your theatrics. However, Joel soon noticed another ship approaching behind the 7 pirate vessels. A frown creased his brow as he scrutinized the figure at the helm. This individual was no ordinary foe. Perhaps sensing the shift in Joel's demeanor, the person called out with a grin, "Fear not, Navy, we are not allied with these pirates. We come to assist you." Assist me? I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. You reek of mischief, old man. Meanwhile, Bearplank finally noticed the larger ship behind him and broke into a cold sweat. Have we been ensnared in a trap? Cunning and treacherous Navy, bah. Well then. Thank you very much, Bearplank sneered, his eyes glinting with malice as he pointed at Joel. If you have the guts, come down for a one-on-one duel. What is the point of ganging up on the few? Very well, I shall indulge you, Joel retorted, calling out to the ship behind him. My friend, would you care to witness my performance? Please. With a flick of his thumbs, Joel unsheathed the blade, Wad Ikamanji. He leaped into the air, grasping the sword with his right hand, and unleashed the technique, Heavenly Flying Dragon, Flame. The sword's energy coalesced, manifesting as a cerulean dragon that roared downward. Bearplank, clutching his curved dagger, faced the descending dragon with trepidation. With a resounding crash, the sword cleaved downwards, piercing through the pirate ship, leaving a gaping hole. While Bearplank vanished from sight, Joel landed back on the mast, the Wad Ikamanji gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Captain! Captain! The members of the Bear Pirate crew gazed at the gaping hole, only to discover Bearplank with a massive wound in his chest. Lying at the bottom of the ship, uncertain of his fate, Joel opened his eyes, and a crimson aura began to envelop him, seemingly exuding faintly. Who else could it be? The wails of the damned echoed in every ear. The other 6 captains exchanged glances, their hearts filled with terror. One of the captains declared, I will not fight any longer. I am leaving. Leaving? The performance has yet to commence, and you wish to depart? Joel's voice penetrated the captain's ears like the tolling of a hellish bell. In a chaotic flash, Red Sword light erupted, instantly dismembering the captain. Blood splattered upon the faces of the crew, flesh flying in wild abandon. A demon! A demon! The crew cried out in horror. The remaining 5 captains, realizing escape was futile, grasped their weapons and charged toward Joel. Observing from the sidelines, the leader of a third party drew his sword. But Joel's ominous voice resonated in his ears. Stay your hand. I shall handle this. Heaven, Joel proclaimed. Heaven? That does not align with your usual demeanor. The man mused silently. A great shockwave erupted. The sword technique of Wado Ikamanji unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, and with a single stroke, the red sword aura devoured the 5 charging captains. Blood sprayed forth as their lifeless bodies fell into the sea, attracting countless carnivorous fish. Sin Bao Jin sheathed his sword, the ghostly aura in his eyes dissipating. Joel turned to the third-party leader and said, The rest is in your hands. With that, he set sail away from the scene. The man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, watching as the warship receded into the distance. On board, Joel caressed the half of the Heaven Scroll gifted by Gung Shirlang. Through days of intensive study and the reconfiguration of techniques, he had comprehended 3 sword techniques, Flying Dragon, Flame, Great Shockwave, and Lion Song, all of which were part of Zoro's one-sword style. It appeared that Zoro had also mastered these techniques, likely through Gung Shirlang's silent guidance. Furthermore, the Wado Ikamanji indeed possessed the ability to suppress malevolent energy, preserving a fragment of his remaining consciousness. However, with each use, the malevolent energy within him grew increasingly formidable, and it was conceivable that one day he might be consumed entirely, transforming into a sword-wielding fiend driven solely by bloodlust. That voyage should never have occurred. Alas! Joel let out a long sigh. As the days gradually passed, he finally arrived in this maritime region after 7 days of the warship's relentless advance. Standing on the deck, he gazed ahead, enveloped by a vast shroud of ominous black mist. According to the records from Rogue Town, none who ventured within had ever returned. Only the occasional haunting melodies could be heard echoing from the periphery. Joel ignited the lantern and steered the boat into the darkness, where visibility plummeted instantaneously. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should there be an obstruction ahead, it could result in a fate akin to that of the Titanic. Thus, Joel wielded his sword, cleaving through the inky blackness, yet beyond the fissure lay only more obscurity. Gradually, a sense of dizziness enveloped him. Could the gas be toxic? Overcome by waves of nausea, Joel succumbed and retched upon the deck, his vomit swirling grotesquely in the viscous substance. In that moment of clarity, he realized he had encountered a whirlpool. Indeed, the vessel began to spin with increasing ferocity, its speed escalating alarmingly. Desperately, Joel grasped the oil lamp and ascended into the air with a swift leap. He beheld the warship, a mere flicker of light, spiraling into the maw of the whirlpool. A gust of wind whipped past his ears, and he heard a cry reminiscent of an eagle. Suddenly, something clamped onto his waist, turning with the lantern. He was met with a pair of eyes that glinted like those of a demon. The wind held past him, blood seeping from his wound. He could not allow this to continue. Gritting his teeth, Joel drew his sword, the blade clashing against an unseen foe with a sound akin to steel meeting steel. A ghastly wail escaped as he felt the surge of blood erupt from his body, plummeting rapidly downward. Moonstep. Joel endeavored to control his descent. Yet he ultimately crashed heavily to the ground. As he touched the earth, a surge of joy enveloped him. It was solid ground. My child, welcome to the eternal kingdom of Duranark. Chapter 5, The Lost Glory. Joel turned his gaze towards the sound, and in the darkness, he could discern only a pair of eerie blue eyes. Suddenly, clusters of ethereal blue flames erupted around him, casting a faint light upon the space. It was then that Joel clearly beheld the entity before him. A mass of black mist drifted like a phantom in the air, wielding a scythe of flame with ghostly blue fire, resembling the legendary Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper? The Grim Reaper. Run. The harbinger of death swung the scythe menacingly towards Joel. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, and the sparks from the metal's friction against the darkness were particularly striking. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to parry the unexpected blow. The chilling laughter of the Grim Reaper pierced through the silence. Joel unleashed a sword strike, the blade's energy roaring forth. Yet, to his astonishment, the Grim Reaper was cleaved in two. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he tore his shirt and wrapped it around his waist, realizing that without proper bandaging, he would bleed to death. It cannot be this weak. There must be trickery afoot. A shiver ran down Joel's spine. The Grim Reaper's mocking laughter echoed once more. And upon glancing around, he saw more figures of death emerging from the surrounding darkness, brandishing identical black scythes and possessing the same eerie blue eyes. Indeed, the Grim Reapers lunged at him with a roar, prompting Joel to activate his supernatural powers, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword energy that ravaged the air. The black figures fell before him, yet they multiplied exponentially, sending a chill of dread coursing through Joel. This cannot continue. I shall be drained of life. The sword energy swirled, clearing a path as Joel hastily bolted away. The multitude of Grim Reapers did not pursue, but instead coalesced into a singular, colossal figure, its scythe immensely formidable. The scornful voice rang out, "You may run, but you cannot escape the reach of my great scythe." The scythe swung forth, cleaving the black mist and hurtling towards Joel. He dodged nimbly, narrowly evading the tremendous strike, yet the force of the scythe's wind grazed his exposed skin, causing blood to drip onto the ground with a hissing sound. Ignoring the pain, he pressed on, running relentlessly until he finally shed the dark Grim Reapers. Breathless, he sank to the ground, reflecting on the day's harrowing events, needing a moment to regain his composure. Suddenly, a wave of intense nausea washed over him. Something was amiss. I have reached solid ground, yet my mind began to dull. Joel noticed his skin wrinkling and hastily employed his sword as a mirror, revealing a visage aged beyond his years. The air is toxic. Panic surged as he rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings. Ahead, a faint glimmer of light beckoned him. Leaning on his sword, he trudged towards it. The outline of a dilapidated temple, reminiscent of Greek architecture, began to take shape in Joel's mind. With a cry, he expelled a mouthful of dark blood onto the temple steps, which evaporated instantly. The temple swayed before him, inducing a wave of dizziness, and he collapsed at the entrance. As he touched the sacred light within, black mist poured forth from his right hand, and soon, its skin grew rosy and smooth. A surge of hope ignited within him. Gritting his teeth, Joel pushed himself towards the temple's interior. Time slipped away in a dreamlike state, and when Joel next opened his eyes, the prolonged darkness rendered him momentarily blinded by the brilliant holy light. Am I still alive? Overjoyed, he examined his body, noting the restored youthful glow of his skin. He then drew his sword once more to check his handsome face. After all, possessing such charm was essential for winning hearts and ensuring lineage. Relieved, he clutched his chest, grateful that otherwise, Sister Guillaume would have been heartbroken. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the temple's interior, where a magnificent statue stood at the center, radiating golden holy light that dispelled the encroaching darkness. The statue brandished a great halberd in its right hand, while its left hand extended in a gesture of blessing towards its kneeling subjects. The golden armor gleamed resplendently, and the red cape billowed dramatically in the wind, surrounded by a display of various weapons embedded in the ground. Joel stepped forward and bowed deeply before the statue, then retreated. However, unlike the opulence of the front hall, the rear sanctuary was in ruins, dominated by a massive, withered tree. The fallen tree had crushed the temple's back hall, leaving debris scattered everywhere. Outside, dark miasma relentlessly surged toward the temple, only to be repelled by the statue's holy light. The two forces clashed and intertwined, creating a stark contrast at the intersection of the dilapidated rear hall. Gazing at the empty temple, which housed only the solitary statue, and then casting his eyes towards the encroaching darkness, Joel sighed deeply and plunged into the abyss. He lifted the oil lamp, still flickering with a faint glow, and set forth on this dark road. As he took a step forward, he felt the ground vanish beneath him, causing him to instinctively push back with his left foot and retreat into the temple. Was that a cliff ahead? Joel picked up a piece of debris and tossed it into the void, only to be met with a distant splash too deep. What should he do? With a quick glance, Joel noticed the colossal tree lying beside him. He leaped onto the tree and prodded it with a piece of wood, curious to determine if it had rotted away. Strangely, this wood, which should have decayed, felt as solid as steel. Oddities abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. Joel treaded upon the colossal timber, and at once, a peculiar phenomenon transpired. Ethereal blue characters began to shimmer upon the wood. Suddenly, a melodic voice wafted towards him from the distance, evoking memories of a mythological tale in which a siren lured unsuspecting travelers to their doom. Surely, he mused, he would not fall prey to such treachery. Cautiously, he advanced, and before him loomed an even grander temple, vastly larger than the previous one, albeit in a state of disrepair. As he stepped into the temple, a golden radiance surged forth, enveloping him with an overwhelming sense of grandeur, majesty, and sanctity. The crimson tendrils at the periphery of his vision began to dissipate. Entering the hall, he beheld a magnificent golden tree flourishing at its center. Flanking the divine tree were 4 angels in servitude, with the first angel on the left being a female figure adorned with 6 wings, a golden halo crowning her head, and wielding a golden sword. The first angel on the right, a male counterpart, similarly bore 6 wings, a halo above him, and brandished a long spear. The second left-winged angel cradled a sacred tome, while the second right-winged angel held a harp close to her bosom. Along the temple's walls, magnificent murals captured his gaze. Joel stepped forward to observe closely. The first mural depicted the 4 great archangels descending upon a dark ancient city, bestowing their protection upon its inhabitants. The human king, heeding the archangel's decree, commenced the assembly of a formidable army, led by the angel on the right, who initiated the campaign against the darkness. Countless demons within that darkness were vanquished by this army. Many soldiers left grievously injured. The angel on the left, cradling a sacred tome, showered healing light upon the wounded. The angel on the right played a harp, uplifting the troops' spirits and purifying souls tainted by darkness. The angel on the far left wielded a sword, meting out judgment upon captured demons. Some were executed on the spot, while others were transformed. This invincible army liberated many enslaved city-states. However, when the old king fell in battle, the army disbanded. At that moment, a young boy emerged, radiating the brilliance of the sun. He wielded a sword to quell internal strife and led the people back to his birthplace, Durindak. In ancient Durindak stood a celestial tree, towering towards the heavens, adorned with wondrous fruits that not only tantalized the taste buds but also bestowed immense power upon humanity. With the tree's blessings, Durindak remained the sole sanctuary untouched by the shackles of darkness. The boy, accompanied by a coalition of human forces, traversed the shadows and established a nation around this divine tree, where he was hailed as the emperor of the coalition. As more individuals gained extraordinary powers, the emperor formed a unique army to combat the darkness, ultimately driving it away. The world was restored to light, and the coalition's 8 leaders were crowned as the 8 kings, guardians of the realm. These sovereigns were known as the Holy King, the Sky King, the Sea King, the Fire King, the Nature King, the Wind King, the Thunder King, and the War King, each presiding over a temple built in honor of these 8 rulers surrounding the divine tree. Upon the completion of their mission, the 4 archangels vanished from existence. The emperor erected a sanctuary above the divine tree, enshrining the golden forms of the tree and the archangels. The emperor and his lineage were granted eternal life by the tree, enabling them to reign over Durindak for generations. The mural abruptly concluded at this juncture. Joel approached the golden form of the tree and bowed deeply, noticing a sword embedded before him. The hilt was a deep azure. The golden guard adorned with intricate purple patterns, and a diamond-shaped red gem was set upon it. The upper half of the blade was intricately patterned, forming a unique blood groove. The center gleamed golden, while the edge was a soft gold. The tip rested upon a purple stone inscribed with the sword's name, Kali Beret, and the phrase "Only the king can take the sword from the stone." Could this be the very sword of the emperor depicted in the mural? Exclaiming in disbelief, Joel bowed again and grasped the hilt, immediately feeling a surge of sacred power coursing through him. He pulled with all his might, and the sword remained immovable. Frustrated, Joel placed the oil lamp down and gripped the sword with both hands, exerting every ounce of strength he had, but it would not budge. After countless attempts, he sat down heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Why is it so stubborn?" His gaze fell once more on the inscription, "Only the king can take the sword from the stone." Did it imply that I am unworthy as I am not a king? He pouted, imagining how easily Luffy would have drawn it. A typical trope of a transmigrator bested by a child of destiny. Do you desire this sword so fervently? A sudden voice echoed behind him. Chapter 6. The Holy Sword, Kali Beret. Indeed. Joel's response reverberated in the empty sanctuary, suddenly recalling that everyone here was supposed to be dead. Instantly alarmed, he leaped up, turning to find a girl clad in a pure white princess gown standing before him. In that fleeting moment, her visage etched itself into the deepest recesses of his mind. Beneath her golden crown cascaded silvery hair, her skin as fair as cream, and her golden eyes shone with clarity, though her cherry lips and slender waist were enchanting. They paled in comparison to her regal presence. In this golden hall, the first encounter felt like a fateful meeting. Joel opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for charming words, his mind consumed with a single thought. He would marry no one but her. Oblivious to how a living being could exist in such a desolate place, the princess glided past him, her gentle fragrance enveloping him, calming his restless heart. A serene tranquility washed over him, unshakable even by the passage of a millennium. The princess approached the sword, speaking softly. Its name is Kali Beret. My father's sword from his conquests. As she reminisced, the blade began to emanate a soft, prismatic glow. My father was the greatest hero of his era, leading his people out of darkness to establish this royal city of Durandak. He was revered as the eternal emperor, and the people vowed to follow him through generations, pledging their loyalty. The divine tree granted him the power of immortality, enabling him to truly govern this realm for eternity. But how did it come to this? Joel inquired. The princess continued her reflection. However, my father, in his goodness, believed that with peace established, an army was no longer necessary, and thus he disbanded the invincible force, appointing 8 leaders as lords to manage the world. Yet, the hearts of men are not so easily satisfied. Once they tasted power, they sought eternal life, especially knowing that such power indeed existed. Are you suggesting there was a rebellion? The princess disregarded Joel's question, lost in her thoughts. As they witnessed their bodies aging, their desperation grew, pleading with the divine tree for immortality, yet it turned a deaf ear. However, some promised them eternal life, but only if they would overthrow the rule of Durandak and destroy the tree that had sheltered them all their lives. She gazed at the golden form of the tree, her hand gently caressing it. The allure of immortality was too enticing. They consented. They began plotting the destruction of Durandak. Their leader was none other than the holy King Hotep, whom my father had appointed as the foremost among the 8 lords. He secretly surrounded Durandak with 20 armies, approaching alone to seek an audience. My father prepared a grand feast in the palace beneath the tree, awaiting his most beloved general, swearing allegiance to share the realm. At this point, the princess's serene demeanor faltered, her hands covering her mouth as tears cascaded down, falling onto the royal sword. The blade emitted a mournful hum. My father was so joyous that day, but that man, whom I had called uncle for decades, struck the tree with a dark sword gifted by the shadows. Though this act alone would not have inflicted irreparable harm, the princess's tears flowed freely. Joel yearned to console her, yet hesitated, fearing his grimy hands would tarnish her pristine gown. Do not speak of it anymore, he urged gently. With a swipe of her tears, the princess continued. But that was the seal that contained the darkness of this world. Beneath the divine tree lay the dark god, the dragon Nidhogg. The dragon seized the opportunity through the crack, breaking the seal and assaulting the tree. The father, mother, and elder brother set forth to confront the foe, ultimately succumbing to the alliance of the malevolent dragon and those wretched beings. In a final act of valor, the trio sacrificed their lives, inflicting grievous wounds upon the dragon. Hotep, leading 20 battalions, laid waste to Durandal, and in turn, received the gift of immortality from the dragon. I survived under the protection of the 4 archangel statues. Upon finishing her tale, the princess embraced her knees and wept, evoking memories of his own mother and Joel, who could not help but shed a few tears. Observing the sorrowful princess, he steeled his resolve. With boldness, he would take her home. With trembling hands, he drew closer and embraced her, as she wept openly against his chest, her sobs reverberating within the golden hall. As Joel embraced the beautiful maiden, Smoker was in a state of frantic anxiety. He had received reports that 7 pirate ships had allied to attack a small warship. Upon hearing this, Smoker dismissed the thought, believing that no pirate in the East Blue could possibly pose a threat to Joel. However, Joel's phone was inexplicably unreachable, and the dispatched warships reported they could not locate him. Smoker paced back and forth, his gaze fixated on the snail phone resting on the table. Trembling with fear, he dialed Major Guillaume's number. Hello, is this Major Guillaume? Guillaume, seated in Admiral Tsuru's office, was enjoying afternoon tea with Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral St. Goku, who had brought sweets. Suddenly, the snail phone rang, its pink exterior resembling that of a rabbit. Guillaume picked up the phone and said, "This is Guillaume. Who is this?" "Oh, Smoker. What do you want? Is that rascal Joel in trouble again?" Guillaume took a delightful sip of her tea, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Smoker, filled with trepidation, stammered, well, Major Joel has suddenly gone missing." "Missing?" Guillaume exclaimed angrily. "Smoker, you better explain yourself clearly, or I'll come over and skin you alive." Guillaume's furious outburst left Garp, who who was munching on rice crackers, wide-eyed and sniffling in disbelief. While Sengoku crunched his donut in shock, shaking his head at the trouble Joel always seemed to cause. Admiral Tsuru cleared her throat, reminding Gion to maintain her composure. Smoker hastily recounted the situation, and upon hearing it, Gion replied, "Smoker, this isn't your fault. I'll personally deal with that rascal later." Yes, absolutely. Smoker nodded vigorously, hanging up the phone with a sigh of relief. How could a woman so furious today actually be reasonable? Gion relayed the situation to Sengoku and the others. Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment and remarked, "All members of the 7 pirate ships are deceased. Most wounds inflicted by gunfire. This is likely not the work of Joel, as he prefers to communicate with his fists." Garp chuckled, "My love's iron fist." Admiral Tsuru shot a glare at Garp, who instinctively shrank back under her gaze. This indicates a third party was present during the incident. The key lies with this third party. In the East Blue, it is nearly impossible for anyone to harm Joel, unless they are pirates returning from the Grand Line or part of some hidden force. She cast a pointed glance at Garp, the implication clear. Investigate if any pirate crews have recently returned from the Grand Line to the East Blue. As for you, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from going to the East Blue. No, I shall go. Meanwhile, the carefree Joel was enveloped in bliss, holding the goddess close. The princess leaned against his shoulder as they sat on the ground, listening to the wind outside the sanctuary. After a prolonged silence, Joel broke the stillness, asking, "Your Highness, are the fruits of the divine tree akin to devil fruits?" Devil fruits? What are those? Joel gestured, describing a fruit that bestows extraordinary abilities upon individuals, such as the power to conjure fire or ice. It bore peculiar patterns and was notoriously unpalatable. Observing Joel's whimsical expression, the princess chuckled softly, exclaiming, "That is the sacred fruit, which grows upon the divine tree. Contrary to your assertion, it is not only edible but quite delicious." Delicious? Surely. The refined tastes of nobility are beyond the comprehension of a simple rustic like myself. Noticing Joel's hesitation, the princess retorted with irritation, "What are you thinking? The sacred fruit is presently unappetizing due to 3 curses placed upon it when the divine tree was uprooted. The first curse renders the fruit distasteful. The second prohibits one from returning to the sea after consumption. The third causes the second fruit to explode. These measures were designed to prevent Hotep from consuming all the fruits, thereby ensuring that future generations could hold him accountable. Furthermore, do not address me as princess. Simply call me Haitai." "Haitai," Joel nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Haitai." Haitai pushed Joel aside and rose to her feet. Joel sighed inwardly at the lost opportunity and stood up alongside her. Haitai, glancing around at the curious Joel, inquired, "When I entered, I noticed you were attempting to draw that sword. Are you particularly eager to possess it?" Joel nodded and said, "Indeed. I came here in search of treasure. Returning empty-handed would be futile." Shimi caressed the sword and remarked, "This is my father's prized blade. I wouldn't be opposed to giving it to you." "Really?" Joel exclaimed with delight. "However, I have a condition." Joel, sensing disappointment, inquired, "What condition could it possibly be?" "It must be something exceedingly difficult to fulfill. I want you to stay here with me forever," Shimi stated earnestly. "I mean it." Gazing at Shimi's breathtaking beauty, Joel's heart fluttered. The two exchanged lingering glances. And at last, Joel replied, "I must decline," though he yearned to spend eternity with the enchanting woman before him. He was acutely aware of his unfulfilled dreams beyond this place. He had yet to instill the core socialist values of the pirate world and had not completed his mission. He could not squander his life here. Moreover, he worried that she would come to regard him with disdain. "So you truly refuse?" Shimi questioned, her voice tinged with disappointment. Having risked his life to arrive here, the man before her was clearly not one to indulge in mere romantic entanglements. "Will I have to continue my solitude here? Why don't you step outside?" Joel asked. "Isn't that a rather foolish question? Did you not encounter the poisonous miasma left by the dragon upon your entrance?" "I did." Joel nodded. "That miasma affects the stronger individuals more severely. Of course, those lacking strength perish instantly. I cannot pass through it." "Oh, are you implying that I am weak?" "I meant no such implication." Joel rolled his eyes, and it was better left unsaid. "Moreover, your speech is peculiar. It seems that the language of Durand Arc has fallen out of use in the outside world. Who could I possibly communicate with upon my exit? They would certainly criticize my poor English. In the presence of the capable, I feel an invisible weight of discouragement. I harbor no ulterior motives." Once again, after a moment of contemplation, Joel solemnly declared, "Haitai, rest assured, I shall return. Once I have grown sufficiently strong, when I can take you with me, I will come back. At that time, I will surely lead you out." "Is that truly the case? But can you truly surpass me in strength? Can you rival Hotep? Can you outmatch Nidhogg? You might take a gamble." Joel flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, and his voice resonated throughout the temple. Haitai chuckled softly, "Very well. My expectations are modest. I simply hope you can return every once in a while to share tales of the outside world with me." As for the promise of rescuing her, Haitai merely smiled it off. Such a thing was inconceivable. Joel cheerfully said, "No problem. Take it." Haitai responded with delight. However, Joel remained motionless, prompting Haitai to curiously inquire, "What's the matter?" Joel's face flushed crimson, unable to draw the sword. With a soft chuckle, Shidi turned, her right hand gripping the hilt, effortlessly drawing the blade from its stone sheath. The ease of it left Joel beside her in utter disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary king? Chapter 7. A token of affection, Shidi extended her flawless, jade-like arm, presenting the king's sword, Caliban, to Joel. It is said that a true divine sword chooses its master. If the sword and the swordsman are not fated to be, the swordsman may find himself unable to wield it. I wonder if I am destined to be one of those rejected by the sword. Joel gently squeezed his hands and solemnly received the calibra. The moment the sword was in his grasp, time seemed to stand still. Countless fragments flooded his mind. The image of the emperor wielding a sword against the demon vividly played before him, each motion of the blade, its draw, its arc, and its retraction, clear as day. Suddenly, the calibra emitted a resonant hum, enveloping Joel in a radiant white light. Hisai, astonished by the spectacle before him, recalled his earlier struggle to draw the calibra. How was it that Joel could succeed now? He gazed thoughtfully at the cracks in the stone, pondering that perhaps his own weakness was the issue, not a lack of worthiness, but a shortfall in strength. Amused by this realization, Hisai covered his mouth with a soft laugh. The white aura of the calibra swirled around Joel like a multitude of white dragons entwining his form. The images of the Emperor's battles against darkness faded completely from his mind, replaced by a series of meticulously recorded sword techniques. Hisai observed Joel, now bathed in the sword energy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Perhaps this child, whom she had not dared to expect much from, might indeed surprise her. Yet, the journey of a protagonist is rarely straightforward. Suddenly, the four angelic statues behind Hisai radiated a brilliant golden light. The intense holy glow transforming the sanctuary into what appeared to be a miniature sun, dazzling and resplendent. Hisai recalled the last time such a phenomenon occurred was during the cataclysmic battle when the statues had unleashed their powerful light to drive away the holy King Hotep. Each of the angelic statues released a beam of golden light into Joel's body, illuminating his previously chaotic mental realm. Joel found himself surrounded by four towering angelic figures. Amidst the convergence of holy light, tears of joy streamed down Joel's face. His long-awaited boon had finally arrived. Although he lacked a flashy, ostentatious system, he was now under divine protection. Pirates, your father has returned. The images of the four angels battling demons played out in his mind, culminating in the holy light weaving grand sword forms. Overwhelmed, Joel felt tears of gratitude swell. He had finally waited for this moment. Armed with the Emperor's techniques, oh no, his father-in-law's techniques, and the sword forms of the four angels, he mused that perhaps it was time for you, Hawkeye, to concede your title as the world's greatest swordsman. As the white and golden lights gradually receded into Joel's being, the sanctuary returned to a tranquil state. Joel opened his eyes. His once azure iris is now shining like a brilliant sun. Hisai, noticing Joel's transformation into someone with golden eyes akin to her own, joyfully inquired, how do you feel? Joel feigned profundity, and after a prolonged moment, he spoke. Shidi leaned in closer, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity. What profound thoughts might this child possess? After a moment of contemplation, Joel finally uttered, I'm hungry. At the same time, his stomach echoed his sentiment with a soft protest. Hisai couldn't help but chuckle, her large, expressive eyes causing Joel to break into a silly grin as well. Come on, Hisai urged, pulling Joel towards the back hall. Upon arriving, Joel was utterly astonished by what lay before him. Could it be that the illustrious princess of Durandark was adept at farming? You possess such a skill? Hisai, gathering vegetables from the earth, smiled at Joel and replied, in Durandark, from the emperor to the common folk, everyone knows how to cultivate the land. My father often works alongside the people in the fields, and I certainly follow suit. But there is no sunlight here. How can plants photosynthesize? Hisai mischievously pointed to the statue ahead and winked playfully. Joel took the vegetables, his mind completely overwhelmed. The sheer volume of information he had absorbed today was rather substantial. How come you don't know? Shidi inquired, shifting the topic of conversation. Joel gazed upon the angelic visage of his companion, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. Yet within her resided a princess of mischief. With a playful smile, she declared, I shall prepare the meal. Then you shall cook, he replied. Though I must inform you there are no seasonings here. Hisai approached, guiding Joel towards her makeshift kitchen. Are you a devil? How can we dine without condiments? Shall we boil everything in plain water? As Joel surveyed the barren kitchen, a sense of despair washed over him. What other means do we have? Hisai inquired. Very well. It seems Westerners, particularly the English, are not well versed in culinary arts. You begin cooking. I shall fetch you a garment, as it is rather indecent to remain bare-chested. Hisai said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Wait a moment, Joel called out, halting Hisai in her tracks. She turned her large eyes towards him, and he stammered. How do we kindle a fire? Hisai, visibly annoyed, retorted, did you not learn the four great angelic swords? With that, she stormed away in a huff. Do return soon, Joel called after her. Watching Hisai's retreating figure, he found himself grinning foolishly. This sensation was indeed quite delightful. He then began to contemplate the four great angelic swords she had mentioned, the leftmost, the judgment angel Gabriel, wielding control over water. capable of condensing fresh water from the air or extracting it from the sea. The second, the guardian angel Raphael, master of wind and healing, providing protection, the rightmost. The battle angel Michael, who commanded fire, perfect for igniting flames for cooking, and the second from the right, the watcher angel Uriel, who commanded earth, skilled in melodies, and tasked with the oversight of demons. Joel meticulously contemplated the sword illustrations of Gabriel and Michael. Suddenly, he unleashed a strike, and crimson flames erupted within the hearth, while the moisture in the air coalesced and flowed into a vessel. In the end, Joel nodded in satisfaction, though he pondered whether the four archangels would take his actions amiss. Shortly thereafter, Haitai returned to the small kitchen, cradling a set of garments and Caliban's scabbard. Upon entering, she was greeted by a rich aroma of vegetables and remarked, "Not bad at all." Joel raised an eyebrow and scooped a spoonful of vegetable soup to taste its saltiness. Alas, it was indeed rather bland without salt. "Let me try," he said. Haitai darted in front of Joel, took the spoon, and sipped a mouthful. Then, seemingly conjuring a pinch of white salt from thin air, she sprinkled it into the soup, took another taste, and exclaimed with a smile, "Delicious." Once again, he had been tricked. Curiously, Joel inquired, "Where did the salt come from?" Haitai turned to face him, her smile radiant like a blooming flower, and replied, "Beneath this temple lies the grand palace of my father, the emperor." Seeing the innocent pout on Joel's face, Haitai reassured him, all right, I won't tease you next time." "Is that even possible, you little imp?" As if recalling something, Haitai removed a chain adorned with a cross from her alabaster neck. Unlike an ordinary cross, its four ends spread outward. She draped it around Joel's neck, saying, "This was given to me by the archangel Raphael. It has the power to ward off malevolence, and it will aid you against the poison of the malevolent dragon you have encountered. Also, this is my family's crest. You must cherish it. Do you understand?" Joel feigned calmness on the outside, yet his heart was a tempest of emotions. Was this a token of their bond? Shiti emerged from Joel's embrace, retrieved a gown, and said, "This is my royal brother's attire. I made a few alterations. Do try it on." Her proficiency with needle and thread was truly admirable, and Joel felt tears welling up. As he donned the black gown, his entire demeanor elevated to a new echelon, prompting Shiti to nod in approval. Time slipped away while they indulged in each other's company, and though reluctant, Joel had to leave Durandark. He was unsure how long it had been, but it must have been about 7 or 8 days. At this moment, Joel had initially grasped the 4 great angel swords, and Shiti escorted him to the Temple of the War King on the western edge of Durandark. Leaning against Joel's chest, Shiti whispered, "The Temple of the War King is currently your only passage in and out of Durandark. You must enter from here in the future. Also, if one day the Caribbeer emanates 6-colored light, do not return until you have attained the 9-colored light." Her tears dampened Joel's shoulder as he embraced her, assuring, "I will take you away. Trust me." After speaking, he released Shiti and prepared to depart with a bamboo raft crafted from the remnants of the sacred tree. Just then, he heard her call, "Wait." He turned to find Shiti leaning in to place a gentle kiss on his left cheek. "Now go." Joel nodded with satisfaction and turned to merge into the shadows. As he stepped into the seaside restaurant Baratai, a mysterious object struck the ground behind him, creating a substantial crater. Joel glanced back in surprise. "Sir, please come inside." Although Joel arrived on a simple bamboo raft, seemingly a man of modest means, his appearance transformed as he boarded the ship. The waiter hesitated upon seeing the garment he wore, which exuded an air of distinction, rendering him akin to a noble prince. Given this, the waiter invited him into the restaurant, reasoning that if necessary, the attire could serve as collateral. As Joel settled into his seat, Sanji approached, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and inquired, "Well, would you like to eat?" "Anything will suffice, as long as it fills me up," Joel replied. Sanji, displaying a visage of indifference, departed. At that moment, 2 more individuals entered, sparking a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. "Isn't that Captain Hobody?" "Hobody? That name rings a bell." Hobody took a sip of red wine, indulging in pretentious remarks before ultimately arriving at a rather ostentatious conclusion. "This wine is XXXXX. Sanji grasped his hand, placing a spoon into it, remarking, "No, the soup will get cold." With that, he turned and walked away. Joel sputtered his drink, nearly choking on it, as the scene unfolded before him, strikingly reminiscent of something he had witnessed before. Could it be that the individual who had just entered was indeed Luffy? What an astonishing coincidence. "Waiter," Joel called, swirling his glass of red wine in anticipation of the unfolding drama. "Are you truly serving soup infested with worms to your patrons? I have no expertise in entomology." Amidst the laughter and ridicule from the crowd, the furious Hoppity smashed the dining table, leading to a rather cordial greeting from Sanji. Having had enough, Joel rose and approached, stating, "Is that quite enough?" Sanji paused, perplexed by the guest before him, ceasing his greeting. Hoppity, upon recognizing Joel's devilish visage, was immediately overcome with emotion. Crawling to Joel's side, "Major Joel, I am Captain Hoppity from the Naval Headquarters. Do you remember me? You once offered me guidance at the Naval Academy. You must help your subordinates seek revenge." "A major from the Naval Headquarters? The onlookers, unaccustomed to such stature, were taken aback. Only Sanji glared at Joel, questioning, "Are you truly going to assist him in avenging himself?" "Sanji," Zeph admonished, intervening. Zeph approached, acknowledging that a major from the naval headquarters, especially one so young, was not someone they could afford to offend. He turned to Joel with an apology, saying, "I beg your pardon, Sanji has acted rashly." Upon hearing this, Joel chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing." He then cast a glance at Hobody, adding, "What a disgrace. Shouldn't you be on your way? Do you require an invitation to join me for a meal?" At these words, Hobody hurriedly departed, neglecting even his female companion. "Serve the guests," Zep instructed Sanji, who, visibly displeased, strode away. "By the way, boss, is Luffy working for you?" Joel inquired. Zep replied, "Yes, he's currently in the kitchen." Joel chuckled. "I shall compensate for the damages incurred. Let him join me for a meal, with an ample portion of meat." As he gazed at Zeph's retreating figure, a smile graced Joel's lips. "Luffy, our long-awaited encounter is finally upon us." Chapter 8. The Sword, the Swordsman, the Great Swordsman. On this day, with a gentle breeze and the sun shining just right, Sanji was outside feeding Jean, while Joel was inside catering to Luffy's appetite. Although he had witnessed Luffy's prodigious appetite numerous times in the anime, nothing could prepare Joel for the reality before him. Is this truly a human? Is he an ordinary being? How can he consume so much? Luffy licked his plate clean and gazed hopefully at the dazed Joel. Joel snapped back to reality. "Chef, please bring out the dishes." Before the meat could even make its way to the table, Luffy eagerly snatched it up, prompting Zeph to ask in astonishment, "Is this your friend?" Joel hurriedly waved his hands, vehemently denying, No, you misunderstand. How could I possibly know this person?" New patrons entered the restaurant. 1, 2, 3, a woman and 2 men. Upon their entrance, they immediately spotted Luffy indulging in a feast. The fierce-looking woman was instantly enraged and charged towards Luffy with an incredible speed that defied normal human capabilities. The sonic waves from Luffy's were sent Japu's mustache swaying wildly. Joel covered his face, quickly rising to his feet, and urged Japu, "Boss, let's settle the bill. Settle the bill." Nami. At that moment, Luffy snapped out of his food-induced stupor and turned around with a look of delight. "Nami, I've met a kind-hearted person who treated me to a meal." Luffy boasted about the large chicken leg in his hand. Someone is treating Luffy to a meal? They must have money. Nami's eyes instantly transformed into symbols of currency. "Who? Where?" "Well, it's him," Luffy said, pointing at Joel, who was preparing to make a discreet exit. The trio immediately turned their gazes towards him. "Hi there." Joel greeted awkwardly. Nami quickly noticed Joel's exquisite princess attire, clearly of high value, while Usopp's attention was drawn to Joel's extraordinary golden pupils. Zoro's gaze was fixated on the 2 swords at Joel's waist, particularly a sword that bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Wadakamanji. Accompanied by an intimidating aura of swordsmanship, he was undoubtedly a formidable swordsman. Nami leaned in closer and asked, "Handsome, who are you?" Joel gently cleared his throat and stated, "I am Luringia. I must take my leave now." "Wait a moment." Zoro's voice halted Joel's departure. The other 3 cast a glance at Zoro, wondering if he intended to issue a challenge. Indeed, Zoro unsheathed his tattered 3 swords, pointing them at Joel, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zep coughed lightly and addressed Zoro. "This gentleman is Major Joel from the Navy headquarters. He hopes you will refrain from reckless actions and attacking the Navy. Furthermore, if you must fight, do not do so aboard my ship. Just moments ago, a Navy lieutenant named Hobody caused a ruckus, and now a pirate wishes to challenge a Navy major. Have you forgotten to consult the calendar for auspicious days?" "In the name of the swordsman," Zoro proclaimed. Luffy stepped in front of Joel, asking, "What are you planning to do? This person just treated you to a meal. He is a good man." Usopp and Nami, upon hearing Major Joel's name, turned pale. For they were not oblivious to the world around them, nor were they solely focused on adventure. Major Joel was currently a formidable figure in the East Sea, having eradicated all pirates in Logtown upon his arrival and displaying their heads on the flagpole at the dock. It was unfathomable to them why Zoro would challenge such a ruthless killer. "Interesting," Joel smirked. "So this must be Zoro." He pushed past Luffy and declared, "I accept your challenge." "Joel?" Luffy turned, caught in a dilemma. "He is my companion." Joel chuckled and said, "It's nothing serious, merely a friendly sparring match among swordsmen. Just a gentle exchange. You may step aside and enjoy your meal." "All right." Luffy nodded and moved to the side to partake in the food. Joel slowly drew out the katana, gently speaking, "So you're Zoro, are you? Today, I shall stand in for Kaishiro to see if you have made any progress." "Kaishiro." Zoro pushed aside his sudden surprise. How could this naval officer recognize his master? That truly is a katana, yet how did it come to rest at his waist? "Make your move," Joel said, pointing his sword at Zoro. He understood a profound truth. In a duel between swordsmen, it is often the one who strikes first that meets defeat. Thus, he refrained from initiating the attack. 3-sword style, demon slash. Zoro, wielding 2 swords while balancing another in his mouth, presented a rather comical sight. Joel slowly wielded his sword, pondering the essence of the moment. What mattered most? It was the art of pretense, presenting himself as a master. Heavenly Lion, Song of Songs. For once, Joel announced the name of his technique, ensuring Zoro heard it clearly. How could this be? Observing the astonishment and doubt reflected in Zoro's eyes, Joel felt a surge of satisfaction. Now came the moment of reckoning. A test of his decade-long swordsmanship. Could he sever Zoro's 3 broken blades with a single stroke? The ethereal white sword aura of the Wado Ikemonji obscured everyone's vision. As the brilliance faded, Joel gradually sheathed the Wado Ikemonji, steadying his hand and ensuring the sheathing was elegant. With the return of the blade to its scabbard, Zoro's 3 swords shattered in response, the fabric of his shirt tearing open, revealing a shallow crimson line across his chest. This was but a minor lesson. Had he faced someone else, the consequences would not have been so trivial. Joel endeavored to steady his voice, infusing it with depth. Zoro trembled as he gazed at the broken blades. Zoro, Joel called out, prompting Zoro to look his way. The sunlight streaming from outside illuminated Joel's face, rendering him akin to an extraordinary master. Your journey in swordsmanship is still lengthy, if you cannot even defeat a mere East Blue lieutenant. How can you aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman? Press on. Joel unsheathed his sword, the Wado Ikemonji, and tossed it backward, its scabbard embedding itself in the floor. Standing tall before Zoro. This is a gift from Mr. Yasuhiro, he proclaimed. I have brought it to you, and remember not to forget Mr. Yasuhiro's teachings. Zoro, upon hearing this, gazed intently at Joel, awaiting his further words. Do not forget Kuina's dream. The atmosphere was grave and silent, with all present listening attentively to the exchange between the 2 swordsmen. Suddenly, the mood shifted dramatically as Sanji swaggered in, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Spotting Nami nearby, he inexplicably produced a rose from nowhere and knelt on one knee, declaring, Miss, your beauty has profoundly moved me. Please accept this rose of love. Nami, startled by the sudden appearance of this rogue, turned pale, while Zepp kicked Sanji to the ground, exclaiming, It's bad enough that your cooking is atrocious. Can't you keep your eyes to yourself when there are women around? As Joel turned to leave, the sunlight was suddenly obscured, casting shadows that gradually enveloped everyone aboard the ship. It was the formidable pirate fleet approaching, sending chills down the spines of all present. That was none other than the tyrant of the East Sea, the maritime commander, Click. The crew aboard the vessel was paralyzed with fear. Click? Was he not the unfortunate pirate whose ship was cleaved in 2 by Hawkeye's sword? Upon seeing Joel standing resolutely at the doorway, unyielding in the face of danger, they clung to him as if he were a lifeline, pleading desperately, Please, Major, save us. Yet, the Major stood alone, while Click commanded an army of 5,000. What should we do? What to do? Joel slowly stepped outside, only to find Click standing at the bow of the ship, his gaze as frigid as that reserved for a corpse. Are you obstructing my path? How amusing. You seem to be more adept at pretense than I am. Joel observed the tattered pirate flag, a remnant of Click's hasty retreat from the Grand Line, now returned to the East Sea, posturing as if he were a lord. Has no one taught you the virtues of humility and kindness? You, the infamous Click with a bounty of 17 million? Joel scoffed. Click glared darkly at Joel, seething with rage. You seek your own demise. He retorted. Is it not enough that you fled in terror from the Grand Line, only to now masquerade as some grand figure? Joel unleashed a torrent of taunts. Seek death if you must. Click shouted in fury. Yelling louder will not enhance your strength. In an instant, Click transformed, brandishing his firearm and unleashing a barrage towards Baratai. Oh no, Click has truly lost his temper. We are all doomed. The bystanders shrieked in panic. Joel raised his right hand, and with a mere gesture, a radiant burst of golden holy light erupted, revealing a colossal angelic apparition behind him, his guardian angel, Raphael. The bullets were halted by the shimmering golden barrier, while Click stood in bewilderment, gazing at the vanished projectiles and the magnificent angelic figure before him. Joel slowly drew the legendary sword Caliban, a white blade shimmering with a crimson aura, revealing the visage of the Archangel Michael. The golden radiance of Michael intertwined between the 2 ships, pulsating with energy. Click swallowed hard, realizing he had inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary. The golden light illuminated Baratia, casting a glow upon the faces of the previously panicked crowd, who now expressed their relief. Affirming the Navy's reliability, Zoro gazed in awe at the astonishing spectacle, murmuring, Is this the strength of a great swordsman? Luffy exclaimed, I want him to join our crew. You fool. Nami exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent Luffy sprawling. He's a Navy officer. Ah, is this the power of showmanship? Suddenly, Joel's peripheral vision caught sight of a pirate ship approaching slowly, its prominent cross signifying its captain, the warlord of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. Mihawk lifted his massive black blade knight, with a swirling aura of sword energy. No, Mihawk intends to claim my bounty, Joel thought, unleashing a strike, the Archangel Michael's war horn. The sword energy soared like a battle cry, while on the small ship, Mihawk retaliated with a slash of his own. The 2 sword energies collided, racing toward Click's pirate vessel, one from the bow and the other from the stern. In an instant, the colossal ship was cleaved in 2. The shockwave of the explosion consuming the entire vessel, splinters scattering in the air as Click was hurled skyward, only to crash into the remnants of his ship. Has he finally made his move? Mihawk had been observing, waiting for the right moment to strike. Unable to contain himself any longer, he unleashed a sword strike. Watching Joel on Baratia, he commanded his small boat to drift closer. As a gentle breeze blew, Joel snapped back to reality from his earlier stupor of having his bounty stolen by Mihawk, his heart racing as he noticed the approaching figure. Before Baratia, Mihawk regarded Joel and stated, "Joel Calibur Mihawk, sword named Black Blade Knight. Oh dear, what are you doing? Are you here to bully me? Someone, help. A high-level player has come to the beginner's village to wreak havoc." Joel lamented, regretting his earlier bravado, fearing he would now suffer for Zoro's ambitions. Mihawk, isn't he the warlord of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman? Upon hearing Mihawk's name, the previously terrified crowd rushed to their windows to witness the legendary figure. While Zoro could not resist stepping out to behold the might of the world's greatest swordsman. Feeling Zoro's eager gaze, Joel mustered his courage and declared, "Navy Headquarters Major, Joel. My sword's name is Caliban. Just a mere major?" Mihawk contemplated, considering that challenging such a lowly rank could tarnish his reputation. "I see your swordsmanship is unique. I wish to test your skills, but be aware, I will not go all out." After a moment's deliberation, Mihawk issued his challenge. How familiar those words sounded. Joel, in his mind, was poking at a small statue of Mihawk with his tiny sword, thinking, "How dare you bully me? What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" Mihawk inquired. Joel found himself in a predicament, yet he chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "How could it be? To engage with the world's greatest swordsman is the aspiration of every swordsman. Today, let me ascertain the extent of our disparity." After fervently delivering his valedictory words, Joel stepped forward, and the battle angel Michael reemerged, wielding the archangel's sword. Michael of the War Horn. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck him. Why did I draw my sword first? Hawkeye observed as a golden flame cavalry surged forth, the sound of hooves resonating through the air. With a heavy heart, Hawkeye unleashed a devastating strike, the sword's aura wreaking havoc. Under the might of his blow, the army was rendered non-existent, and as golden light dispersed, Joel emerged, delivering a strike of his own. The clash of Calibur and the black blade of night reverberated through the air, with sword energies raging, sending waves crashing several meters high. Onlookers could only hear the incessant clashing of the two blades and the shimmering light that burst forth from their encounter. As the waves subsided, the two had exchanged numerous blows, and Hawkeye had come to understand Joel's strength, while Joel felt Hawkeye's prowess was unfathomable. Indeed, he was the world's premier swordsman. Hawkeye's formidable presence coalesced as he executed a powerful horizontal sweep with the black blade of night, a torrent of black sword energy slicing through the air. Joel positioned Calibur before him, invoking the archangel sword, Raphael of divine protection. The sacred light of Raphael enveloped Joel, the surging golden radiance swirling around his attire, while the cross at his chest soared forth to accompany his strike. Hawkeye, catching sight of the soaring cross from the corner of his eye, felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively retracted his sword technique by half. An explosive force collided with Joel's protective shield, shattering it and sending him reeling, blood erupting from his mouth as he was thrown backward. "Cease this at once," roared a furious voice that echoed across the expanse. Chapter 9. The young are defeated. The old arrived. The sea breeze billowed the justice cloak of the Navy as a golden light descended upon Joel, who felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. A delightful fragrance infiltrated his mind, revitalizing his nearly incapacitated thoughts, which had been on the brink of collapse from Hawkeye's assault. This enchanting scent belonged to Sister Guion. "Are you all right?" Guion smiled gently at the small Joel nestled in her arms. Joel nodded, indicating that he was fine and very much alive. Chiyuan gently lowered him onto Balatia, then stepped forward with a graceful moonwalk, drawing forth the radiant golden Kambira, its brilliant light illuminating the vast sky. What is Kambira? One might wonder. Surely, Joel, with his knowledge, would not be in the dark. It is a divine general under the Buddha of medicine, king of Lapis Lazuli. And who is this king of Lapis Lazuli? The concluding passage of Journey to the West states, the masses join their palms in reverence, chanting, "Namo to the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, Namo to the Buddha of medicine, king of Lapis Lazuli, Namo to Shakyamuni Buddha, Namo to the Buddhas of the past, present, and future, Namo to the pure and joyful Buddha." This venerable figure holds the second rank in Buddhism, even above Shakyamuni. He is the medicine Buddha, capable of liberating countless sentient beings, the master of the pure Lapis Lazuli world in the East. Wait a moment. It seems that Granny Crane's washing fruit can also purify the evil within one's heart. No wonder Granny Crane shares such a close bond with Sister Chiyuan, affectionately calling her sister. What about referring to the esteemed General Crane as Granny? Perhaps sister would be more fitting? Moreover, Kambira is also hailed as Japan's guardian deity of the seas. The extent of its power is indeed formidable, as the golden light of the Buddha cleaved through the air. Mihawk's keen eyes caught sight of the overwhelming radiance, his expression growing solemn as he tightened his grip on the black blade, night, gathering sword energy upon it. "Mihawk, what worth is it to bully a mere 17-year-old child? I seek to learn from you, the world's greatest swordsman." Chiyuan's voice resonated through the expanse of Buddha's light. I am willing to accompany you. Mihawk finally took the matter seriously. A sense of panic surged within Joel as he urgently urged Zephyr to hasten the ship's departure. Without delay, he grasped Zephyr's hand and dashed towards the helm. The Baratai had not yet retreated far when the world's strongest slash, wielded by Hawkeye, descended upon them. The golden radiance of Gion's Kinjur clashed with the dark blade of Hawkeye's knight, resulting in a spectacular collision of sword energies. Golden and black sword auras intertwined, merging into a luminous orb of white and bluish-white energy, which was abruptly compressed into a dazzling glass-like sphere. How beautiful! Luffy exclaimed in admiration. Beautiful, Usopp gasped, his face pallid with terror, his body convulsing uncontrollably as if seized by an unseen force. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, realizing the extent of his own ignorance. The realm of the great swordsman felt infinitely distant. He silently vowed to double his efforts, promising himself that one day he would triumph over that naval lieutenant and these two formidable swordmasters. As the bluish-white energy orb reached its zenith of compression, beams of light erupted from its core, one narrowly grazing Usopp's head and piercing through the Baratai. The shock sent Usopp into a fit, frothing at the mouth and collapsing into unconsciousness. Finally, the bluish-white orb detonated, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that ravaged the sea. We're doomed. Nami shut her eyes tightly. Gion and Hawkeye, engaged in this contest of skill, sought to avoid harm. Each redirected their sword energies, one ascending and the other descending. Upon returning to the deck, Joel beheld a towering pillar of light piercing the heavens, the sky aglow with a golden hue, a solemn radiance illuminating the scene. The ocean surface was vaporized into a vast hemispherical vacuum by the menacing black sword aura, which pierced the waters like a hellish force, an abyss without end. The dissipating sword energies tousled Joel's long black hair, leaving him in awe of the might of these great swordsmen. As tranquility returned to the world, Gion leaped back to Joel's side, while Hawkeye stood upon his small vessel. They exchanged glances until Hawkeye finally spoke. May I inquire your esteemed name? Gion replied. Rear Admiral Gion of the Navy headquarters. Hawkeye sheathed his black blade, stating, Mihawk shall seek your counsel again in the future. This contest is far from over. Yet, being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he refrained from directly confronting such a promising Rear Admiral, knowing that pressuring him unduly would not bode well. There would be a time when the Rear Admiral would grow stronger, and that encounter would then prove intriguing. Moreover, the Navy needed to maintain a fade of respect. With that, he piloted his small boat away. Gion's sister, Joel could not restrain himself. Did you not just receive a promotion to Vice Admiral? Gion retracted her Kinjur and delivered a swift punch to his head, her fury palpable. Is it not because of you, you rascal, running around and going missing, that I had to come here and delay my promotion ceremony? As if not yet satisfied, Gion struck Joel again, her love-infused punches nearly overwhelming him despite his enhanced physique from the 4 Angels modifications. Joel cradled his head in his hands, tears glistening in his eyes, murmuring, it hurts. Upon hearing this, Gion resumed her usual gentle demeanor, affectionately patting Joel's small head. Will you run around recklessly again next time? I won't dare, he replied. Gion nodded. Sensing a change in her brother, he appeared to have become more human. Gazing into his eyes, which had shifted from azure to a golden hue, she thought to herself, this seems quite delightful. A blissful smile graced Gion's face. Meanwhile, Sanji, captivated by Gion's long legs and stunning figure, momentarily forgot about the formidable female swordsman from earlier. He produced a rose, seemingly the one he had intended to present to Nami but had not done so. For the powerful and beautiful lady, Sanji began. But before he could finish, Joel swiftly kicked him indoors, exclaiming, how dare you pursue my sister? Gion stifled a laugh at this moment. Joel resembled a typical 17 or 18-year-old. After tidying up Baratai, the banquet commenced. The guests gathered around a grand table, and the members of the Creek Pirates, who had been apprehended by the Navy, were confined aboard a naval warship. Remarkably, Creek had survived the onslaught from Joel and Hawkeye due to his formidable armor. Yet he would spend the rest of his days languishing in the depths of Impel Down. Meat, meat, meat. Luffy incessantly clamored for food. Sanji presented an array of exquisite dishes, serving them with a dreamy gaze before Nami. Thank you, Sanji-kun, she expressed her gratitude, causing Sanji to feel like the luckiest man in the world. He then brought a dish to Gion, casting a wary glance at Joel, and, acting the gentleman, placed it down before hastily retreating. Let me introduce you, Joel said, pointing at Luffy. This is Luffy, the grandson of Admiral Garp. Really? Gion exclaimed in astonishment. The grandson of the heroic Admiral Garp had chosen the path of a pirate. Luffy, does Vice Admiral Garp know you are a pirate? Gion inquired. Vice Admiral. Nami and Zoro were taken aback. If a naval lieutenant was so formidable, how powerful must a Vice Admiral be? Unbeknownst to them, Gion was not an ordinary Vice Admiral. Nor was Garp an average Vice Admiral. Luffy nodded. He knows. Then why does he allow you to be a pirate? Gion asked. He doesn't allow it. But I am going to become the Pirate King, Luffy proclaimed once more, his signature declaration echoing through the air. Gion chuckled. Ambitious, very ambitious. What prompted your sudden desire to become a pirate? Joel interjected. It was Shanks who lured him away. And the old man was so furious that he nearly led the crew to the New World to confront him. Shanks. Guion was once again taken aback. The guide of this little brat was none other than the formidable Emperor, Shanks. Ah, do you know Shanks? Luffy inquired with delight. How could the Navy not recognize a pirate, especially one as renowned as Shanks, the Emperor? Joel chuckled. Emperor? What does that mean? Luffy questioned. Indeed. It was likely that in Luffy's mind, Shanks was still that ordinary pirate who had inexplicably lost an arm to a giant fish at sea. Joel began to disseminate knowledge, explaining that the Grand Line is divided into two segments, with the latter known as the New World, ruled by 4 sea emperors, the mightiest man in the world, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, the strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts, and Shanks, the red-haired. I had no idea Shanks was so formidable, Luffy exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, Joel added, moreover, Shanks is the only one among the 4 emperors who does not rely on a devil fruit, and he is also a master swordsman. Zoro, who had been drinking nearby, perked up at this. Shanks is a good friend of the world's greatest swordsman, Joel continued. Isn't that akin to my bond with Zoro? Luffy chuckled. As the banquet came to a close, Gion prepared to return to the Marine headquarters, repeatedly reminding Joel not to wander off. There aren't many formidable figures in the East Blue, but those who are truly impressive should be treated with caution, he advised. Joel nodded repeatedly, then deliberately tested Gion with his Caribou Ray. The Caribou Ray emitted 6 colors, white, red, pink, orange, yellow, and green, in Gion's hands. Based on Gion's current prowess as a top vice admiral, the 6 colors indicated the level of a top vice admiral, while the 7-colored radiance of Haitai symbolized the 7 warlords of the sea. This included the likes of the Empress, Jinbei, Bartholomew Kuma, and even Don Quixote da Flamingo. The thought of teasing a warlord of the sea on a daily basis made his heart race uncontrollably. Further speculation led him to conclude that the 8-colored light represented the candidate for admiral, namely Gion after the War of the Best, while the 9-colored light signified the rank of admiral. Haitai had promised him that he must reach the level of 9 colors before he could rescue her, which meant he had to attain the rank of admiral, the pinnacle of naval power. It would take at least 2 or 3 decades to reach such a realm. The realization that he might not see Haitai until he ascended from top vice admiral to admiral filled Joel with sorrow, causing his nose to slightly tingle. Noticing Joel's despondency, Gion mistook it for his reluctance to part with her and offered words of comfort. It's all right. In a few years, once you attain the rank of colonel, you will be able to return to the Navy headquarters. By the way, I will commend you upon my return. Having defeated the clique pirates and exchanged a few blows with Mihawk should surely earn you a promotion to lieutenant commander. Joel wiped away his tears and said, Sister Gion, I assure you that I will return within a month. Please inform those rascals that upon my return, I expect to meet them at the Navy headquarters, and they should clean their necks in anticipation of my arrival. Very well, Gion replied. After seeing Gion off, Joel prepared to return to Rogue Town, and before departing, he whispered to Nami, Once I return, I will lead the troops to bring down Arlong. With Nami in a state of shock, Joel leapt onto the bamboo raft and departed. Observing Nami, who stood frozen in place, Luffy inquired with concern, Nami, what's wrong? Did Joel say something? Nami, her expression a blend of emotions, shook her head. It's nothing. Chapter 10. A dialogue between men at the Rogue Town dock. Naval vessels continuously set sail for their return journey. Shortly after the returning Navy ships docked, the logistics personnel began unloading supplies onto the ships, while the soldiers aboard, after a brief respite, prepared to venture out to sea once more. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, sat aside observing the bustling Navy, lost in his thoughts. What is that? A sailor exclaimed as they spotted an unusual vessel on the horizon. Smoker turned his gaze in that direction. It appeared to be a bamboo raft. Who would be audacious enough to navigate the seas on such a flimsy craft? The raft sped toward Rogue Town at an alarming pace, and Smoker's expression darkened. The speed was uncanny, indicating that the occupant was certainly no ordinary individual. As the raft drew closer, Smoker recognized a familiar figure wielding a sword to paddle. It's Major Joel. His subordinate, Tashigi, exclaimed with delight. I see, Smoker replied, his demeanor unfriendly. So this rascal has finally returned? It took me quite a while to track him down, only to have him face Gion's reprimand. It would be utterly unforgivable not to collect a bit of interest for my troubles. All units on alert. Smoker commanded, rising to his feet. The soldiers looked at him in bewilderment. What is the alert for? ISNT that Major Joel, the very one you've been searching for? Point all cannons at that scoundrel Joel. Smoker ordered. Major? Tashigi questioned, puzzled by the command. Though the directive was peculiar, the soldiers complied, positioning all naval cannons and port defenses to bear upon the approaching Joel. Cannons at the ready. Joel gazed at the nearby town of Rog with a palpable sense of displeasure. How dare that exhibitionist Smoker run to Sister Kyoko to tarnish my reputation? Upon returning, I shall demand some interest. I shall not bear the surname Joel if I do not. He hastened towards the port of Rog, having spotted the exhibitionist at the dock. Suddenly, Joel noticed that every cannon on the warship in the harbor was aimed directly at him. Meow meow meow? It must be Smoker, thought Joel. His teeth clenched in fury. If I cannot withstand Hawkeye's blade, can I not withstand a mere few cannons? Fire! Commanded Smoker. Fire! Echoed the soldiers. Boom boom boom. All the cannons discharged simultaneously, a relentless barrage of cannonballs blotting out the sun. Perhaps that is a bit excessive, Joel mused with a smirk. However, a warrior should be viewed with renewed respect after a mere 3 days. He was no longer the Joel who had departed from Rock. Now he stood as Joel, the bearer of the King's sword. Humph! I am a king. How could I possibly be intimidated by such trivial cannonballs? Divine protection of the Archangel Raphael? A colossal angelic silhouette materialized behind Joel, a golden energy shield enveloping him. The cannonballs struck the shield in vain, failing to pose any threat to Joel whatsoever. He's grown stronger again, Smoker observed, watching the magnificent angel rise from the sea, silently lamenting how swiftly this individual progressed. Dashki gazed in awe at the resplendent angel bathed in golden light. As the raft came to a halt, Joel stepped onto the dock, the King's sword in hand, striding purposefully toward Smoker. Smoker, I considered you a brother, yet you dared to run to Sister Kyoko to betray me? Joel exclaimed, his anger palpable. Isn't it you? You scoundrel, who has wandered off to some godforsaken place. Smoker retorted, his cigar bobbing in his mouth, his anger manifesting in a cloud of smoke. The two glared at one another, a confrontation imminent. The naval soldiers at the dock sensed the brewing tension and began to discreetly retreat. Hey, Major Joel? What of that sword? What sword? Joel turned to see Dashki, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the caliban in his hand. Your sword actually glows. At this moment, the caliban in Joel's hand emitted a dazzling white and red light. Based on his own assessment, he believed his strength was approximately on par with that of a brigadier general, closely matching the formidable Smoker, who wielded the powers of the smoke smock fruit. This surge in power ignited within Joel a desire to test his abilities and verify his assumptions upon encountering Smoker. However, the elemental transformation of a Logia-type devil fruit indeed posed a significant challenge, especially now that he had opted to wield a sword. Suddenly, Dashki became somewhat bashful. Do you want the sword? Here, take it. Joel tossed the sword to Dashki, who eagerly received the caliban, intent on thoroughly examining this extraordinary blade that was not recorded in any sword catalog. Yet, once the caliban was in Dashki's hands, the radiant white and red light immediately faded, transforming it into an unremarkable sword. Dashki felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering whether she was unworthy of wielding such a magnificent weapon. Joel, after handing Caribou to Dashki, struck with his fist, either the size of a sandbag or adorned with sea stone-embedded love gloves. The blow connected with Smoker's ethereal form, igniting his fury. How dare you hit me? You little brat. Smoker retaliated with a punch. Thus, they exchanged blows on the dock, each determined to assert their dominance. Smoker, let us see if you dare accuse me again, Joel proclaimed. Today, you shall learn what it means to be a senior. Very well. Let this be a dialogue between men, whoever flinches is the coward, Smoker taunted, mocking the youth who had yet to grow a proper beard but dared to call himself a man. Meanwhile, the nearby Navy personnel, sensing the brewing storm, hastily made their escape, leaving only Dashki, clutching Caribou and weeping at the spectacle. The scene was undeniably bizarre. The following day, rumors circulated in Rogue Town, claiming that Colonel Smoker and Major Joel had clashed in broad daylight over Dashki. Report, Colonel Smoker, Major Joel, an officer announced as he pushed open the door. Smoker and Joel, both bandaged and seated in the bar, turned to face him, causing the officer to break into a cold sweat. What is it? Smoker inquired. Colonel, we have investigated the allegations regarding Colonel Mouse of Division 16 colluding with the Dragon Pirates to oppress the citizens, and we have now gathered the facts. Joel took a sip of an unknown, yet distinctly unpleasant drink and examined it closely. The captain handed over a document, stating, after our investigation, this matter has come to light. Smog raised his glass, pondered for a moment, and then set it down again, wondering how it could possibly taste so dreadful that he felt inclined to smash the bar to pieces. After Joel reviewed the document, he handed it to Smoker, furrowing his brow as he took a sip of his drink. Exhibitionist, what are your thoughts? Should we contact headquarters? Smoker's expression grew increasingly grim as he gazed at the document. He slammed it on the table and exclaimed, this wretched rat, a disgrace to the Navy. He then stood up, his face stern. You stay here and drink. I shall return to inform headquarters. With that, he made his swift exit. Joel grimaced as he downed the remaining wine in one gulp, exclaiming, Boss, why is your wine so awful? Upon returning to Smog's office, he discovered that the arrest warrant from headquarters had already been issued. So soon? Joel inquired. Smog let out a cold laugh, remarking, who could blame you for having connections? It's beneficial to have influential friends in high places. Joel's background is so profound that it leaves Smog astonished. Joel chuckled, let us split our forces. I shall go and grill fish while you capture the mice. As you wish. The familiar alarm resounded once more over Rogue Town, as a large contingent of the Navy assembled at the docks. The Navy of Rogue Town is fully mobilized, announced the captain to Smoker and his companion. I shall take the first fleet to Dragon Amusement Park to apprehend Arlong, while you lead the remainder to capture the mice at Division 16, proposed Joel. Very well. Smoker hesitated at first, but reconsidered, knowing that should the mice align with Division 16, the situation could become rather complicated, necessitating a larger force. Set sail. The Navy departed the docks in grand formation. As the naval vessels neared the vicinity of Cocoa Village, they were soon detected by members of the Dragon Pirates. The Navy? Pondered a cadre of the Dragon Pirates, confusion etched upon their faces. Is it those from Division 16? No, it is not. Send someone to keep watch. And then dispatch another to retrieve the captain. Understood. The warships were intercepted not far from Dragon Park by members of the Dragon Pirates. A fishman shouted. Which division do you belong to? What is your purpose here? Joel stood at the bow of the ship and said, We are the garrison of Rogue Town, and your leader, Aaron, has invited me here for a conversation. She glanced at his subordinates and inquired, Is that true? Has our boss expanded his business to Rogue Town? The fishman shook his head and replied, I am not certain, but I have heard that a formidable navy has arrived in Rogue Town. Having slain all the naval officers on the island, their heads displayed at the dock. Upon hearing this, she sensed an ominous presence and responded, Please, esteemed officer, do not rush. Our leader is currently away. Would you kindly wait for a while? Joel exclaimed with fury, What audacity your leader possesses to summon us, yet remain absent. Are you proceeding with business in Rogue Town or not? Perhaps we should invite them in first and then notify the boss. If they truly are business partners sent by the boss, we cannot afford to chase them away, especially since they possess a single warship known as Moo Moo. Gio, understanding the gravity of the situation, acknowledged, Indeed, this is Rogue Town. If the boss secures a deal here, it would grant control over the entire East Sea and the vital route to the Grand Line. He shouted, Sir, do not be angry. Our leader is on his way back. Please come in for some tea. Open the door. The gates of Evil Dragon Park slowly creaked open, and suddenly, a gigantic manatee burst forth from the sea. The soldiers were struck with terror, bewildered by the sheer size of the creature. Calm down. The lieutenant commanded, Set sail. The warship gradually entered Evil Dragon Park. Prepare. The lieutenant declared. What are we preparing for? G was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized, shouting, Hurry, attack. Before he could finish, the warship unleashed its full firepower, engulfing the park in a torrent of flames. Moo Moo, infuriated, charged directly at the warship, vowing to sink it. With a clang, Calibra was drawn, and a colossal angelic apparition manifested on the ship. The fishmen were momentarily awestruck, only to be mercilessly obliterated by cannon fire. The Archangel sword, Michael, the Horn of War, loomed over the chaos. Moo Moo witnessed a squadron of golden cavalry riding through flames. And in the midst of the clashing blades, he felt his blood pouring uncontrollably, leading to a haze of consciousness as he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the Archangel's sword laid waste to Evil Dragon Park, cleaving the cadre member Gio in half, blood splattering everywhere. Charge! The lieutenant initiated the final assault. As soldiers armed with rifles and swords surged into the burning Evil Dragon Park. Chapter 11. Nami's oranges are ripe, the blazing inferno illuminated Joel's cheeks. As countless fishmen scrambled in panic throughout their paradise, their faces etched with various expressions of terror. Arrest them all. The lieutenant bellowed. Not a single one shall escape. Yes. The Navy rushed into Evil Dragon Park, capturing the notorious pirates. Where else could Arlong be if not in the park? Kokoyashi Village. The name sprang to Joel's mind, prompting the thought that perhaps Nami had returned to Kokoyashi Village, leaving Luffy's crew behind. Target, Kokoyashi Village. Yes. In Kokoyashi Village, Nami knelt on the ground in tears, comforted by Nojiko, having just discovered that her hidden treasures had been seized by the Navy. Damn it. I was so close to accumulating 100 million berries. I could have bought back Kokoyashi Village and restored everyone's freedom. How could the Navy come to confiscate my belongings now? Oh no. Officer Aegean rushed over. Nami. Arlong is here. What? Arlong, along with a gang of fishmen, rampaged through Kokoyashi Village, immediately ordering his subordinates to beat up anyone who displeased him. Haha. Arlong's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the village. Nami. Arlong called. I'm here to collect that 100 million berries. He stormed into Nami's orange grove, tossing Aegean aside. Grinning at Nami. Nami, have you prepared that 100 million berries? I'm here to collect my debt. Upon seeing the fishmen who had appeared just to collect a debt, Nami's heart raced with realization. This foul creature must have directed the Navy to seize her possessions, only to come here to extort her. Nami, once you pay that 100 million berries, you, your sister, and everyone in the village will be free, I promise. Arlong chuckled. Furious, Nami retorted, Arlong, did you instruct the Navy to rob me? Haha. Nami, what are you talking about? Why would I instruct the Navy to take my own things? Surely, you can produce that 100 million berries? Arlong's smug grin revealed no hint of remorse. You think you can escape my grasp? You are sorely mistaken. Arlong, Nami shouted. Don't worry, just return and obediently serve as my subordinate, and I can guarantee Kokoyashi Village will be safe. You won't have to run around aimlessly anymore. What do you say? Impossible. Nami seethed. Arlong, just wait. The Navy will be here to take care of you soon. Arlong's arrogance swelled further. The Navy? You expect that useless bunch to assist you? That's laughable. Seize her, he commanded, and the fishmen moved to apprehend Nami. No, I won't let you take Nami. Ajian rushed forward to push back the fishmen. Seeking death? Arlong stepped forward, gripping Ajian by the neck. Ajian struggled against Arlong's arm, but appeared feeble and pale. Nami, if you don't leave now, he might lose his life, Arlong threatened. Suddenly, Nami stood up, her expression cold. Fine, I'll go with you if you let him go. Ha. If you had said that sooner, we could have avoided all this. Arlong carelessly tossed Ajian aside like trash, leading Nami away from the orange grove. He turned back with a smile. Sister, take good care of this orange grove for me. Arlong's triumphant laughter echoed once more through Kokoyashi village. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, an officer reported, Report, Major. We have just discovered that many pirate crews are returning to the East Sea from the Grand Line, with more following closely behind. The Major, displeased, replied, What is it with this trivial news? The officer cautiously reminded, Major Joel is in the East Sea. Why didn't you say so sooner? The Major slammed the table. Give me detailed information immediately. I need to report to Vice Admiral Guillaume. Yes. Arlong, reveling in his triumph, strolled down the main street of Kokoyashi village with Nami in tow, while the villagers looked on with concern. A fishman approached Arlong and whispered something, leaving Arlong bewildered. Suddenly, Ajian dashed back, positioning himself in front of Arlong. I won't let you take Nami. Arlong's expression darkened. You old fool, are you tired of living? He raised his foot and kicked Ajian away, declaring, Today, I shall rid myself of this troublesome old man. With that, he seized a knife and hurled it towards Ajian. Nami's scream pierced the ears of all present, yet none dared to intervene or save Ajian and Nami. Joel, where are you? Didn't you promise to eliminate Arlong? Who was crying so sorrowfully? A flash of sword light struck, deflecting the knife aimed at Ajian. Joel swiftly caught Ajian to prevent him from falling, ensuring Nami wouldn't hold a grudge against him. The knife spun a few times before embedding itself in the ground before Arlong. My dear Nami, why did you sneak back here alone instead of staying with Luffy? That is an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. Joel advanced step by step toward Arlong. Joel, brother. Nami exclaimed with joy. Who are you? Arlong barked. Major of the Navy headquarters, stationed in Rogtown, Joel, he replied with a smile. Arlong laughed. Stationed in Rogtown? This place falls under the jurisdiction of the 16th Division. You are overstepping your bounds. Joel cleared his ear and said, The 16th Division? Ah, you mean that despicable rat. I forgot to mention, the headquarters has issued an arrest warrant, and our Colonel Smoker has already gone to the 16th Division to apprehend him. By now, you should have captured that rodent. Do I need to explain myself to you? No one at Navy headquarters would dare speak to me in such a manner. Who do you think you are? Just because you are Jinbei's subordinate. Jinbei? You actually know Jinbei? Don't even mention that traitorous fishman. Arlong exclaimed angrily. Traitorous fishman? If he hadn't become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you would probably still be rotting away in Impel Down's maximum security prison. But fear not. This time I will personally deliver you to the great prison. Oh no, a scum like you deserves nothing less than hell. Just you alone? Spare me your grandiloquence. Arlong scoffed, brandishing his large cleaver. Of course, I am not alone. With that, he raised his hand, and the entire First Fleet of the Navy charged forward. However, to kill you, I alone suffice. Stop your prattling, Arlong shouted, swinging down his cleaver. Joel gazed upon the bounty of 20 million berries affixed to the head of his target, lamenting the fact that he was not a pirate hunter, thus unable to claim the reward. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his Calabre sword, unleashing twin arcs of scarlet and ivory sword energy that surged forth like dragons, roaring towards Arlong. Before my divine dragon, you are not but a mere insect. The 2 colossal dragons swept past, and Arlong collapsed, blood pouring from his wounds onto the soil of Kokasia. Joel, gripping Calabre, advanced further, casting his gaze upon Hachi and Crocus. Will you not surrender? The pair exchanged a glance, and Hachi brandished 6 blades, charging at Joel with the prowess of fishman karate. Alas, it was futile. The twin streams of sword energy swiftly engulfed the 2 overconfident fishmen. Joel approached Nami, tucking away his caribou, and with a gentlemanly gesture, he produced a handkerchief to gently wipe away her tears. Despite being a grown woman, she wept like a child. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nami suddenly embraced Joel, sobbing openly. Joel, feeling awkward, raised his empty hands in a gesture of innocence. Yet, who had the time to concern themselves with the 2 of them? Navy soldiers arrived to apprehend the remaining fishmen. Aiken stood nearby, contemplatively observing the tightly entwined pair. Do not cry any longer. Let us return and check on your sister, he urged. Joel arrived at Nami's orange grove with the Navy, and upon seeing the large contingent of sailors, Nokigao initially thought that the 16th Division had returned. However, when she spotted Nami and Ajian safely before her, she joyfully embraced Nami, and the 2 sisters wept in relief, having survived their ordeal. Joel, with a tinge of envy, remarked on their strong bond, contrasting it with his own comrades who, upon seeing each other, behaved like sworn enemies, brawling aggressively. How disgraceful. I, Joel, am ashamed to associate with such uncouth individuals. Everyone, please take a seat, Nami cheerfully invited. Thank you all for your hard work. We shall treat you to some oranges. Nokigao presented a magnificent orange to the lieutenant, who appeared flustered and looked to Joel for guidance. Seizing a large orange from Nami's hands, Joel peeled it open and jested, "If someone offers you an orange, just accept it without hesitation. Must you be so bashful? Show a bit of masculinity." The lieutenant, blushing, chuckled as he accepted the orange from Nokigao, eliciting another smile from her, which made his cheeks redden even more. The Navy settled on the ground of the orange grove, savoring the sweet and tangy fruit while playfully engaging with one another. Although the soldiers tasked with escorting the prisoners to the warship bore the brunt of the labor. Sitting beside Joel, Nami peeled an orange and remarked, "Joel, I never realized how kind the Navy could be." Joel, while savoring an orange, remarked, "In the Navy, there are certainly nefarious individuals, just as among pirates. There exist virtuous souls. Nonetheless, the majority of the Navy embodies justice, while most pirates lean towards malevolence. Luffy stands as an exception, as does the 16th Division." "Luffy?" Nami interjected, sensing Joel's evident admiration for him, as she handed him a peeled orange. Joel replied, "Indeed, he is a pirate with dreams and a sense of responsibility. If he were to ascend as the Pirate King, the seas would experience a greater tranquility. This is also the reason I refrain from capturing Luffy. I need him to become the Pirate King, to disrupt the current hierarchy of pirates. He possesses both the capability and the necessary lineage." "Lineage?" Nami inquired. "Does Luffy's background hold substantial strength? Aside from his grandfather, who was a Marine Vice Admiral, aren't there also admirals and a fleet admiral within the Navy?" Joel chuckled, remarking that Vice Admiral Carp is no ordinary Vice Admiral. His continual refusal to ascend to the rank of Admiral is the reason he remains a Vice Admiral. He is a hero of the Navy, a living legend. No one within the Navy dares to regard him as merely a typical Vice Admiral. As for Admiral Sengoku, he is a close friend of Carp, both having served in the Navy during the same era. Together with my mentor, Zifa, they theoretically represent the three great admirals of the previous generation. Your mentor is an admiral? Nami's eyes began to sparkle with admiration. Joel coughed lightly, noting that many of the current three admirals and numerous naval officers were students of Admiral Zephyr. Since his retirement, he has been dedicated to nurturing new recruits for the Navy, which is indeed impressive. Nami praised him. "Is that so? I share your sentiments," Joel said with a cheeky laugh. "What are your plans now?" Nami pondered for a moment before replying, "Originally, I intended to remain in Kokoyashi village to tend to my orange grove, but now I wish to join the Navy and sail alongside you to confront pirates." Joel was taken aback by the remark. "You no longer wish to sail with Luffy? Do you truly believe that the foolhardy Luffy, the direction-only challenged Zoro, and the incessantly boastful Usopp could navigate the treacherous waters of the Grand Line? As for the Navy confronting pirates, what skills do you possess, my dear Nami?" Joel inquired. Nami replied, "My knowledge of navigation is quite extensive. I could serve as your navigator." Joel shook his head, stating that the Navy was not lacking navigators. Nami, brimming with determination, retorted that none of them were as exceptional as she. "But is there somewhere that is lacking?" she inquired eagerly. "Luffy is in need." Joel laughed. "Why do you always side with him?" "I refuse to go," Nami huffed, turning her head away. Joel earnestly stated, "Nami, please assist me by returning to the Thousand Sunny and becoming Luffy's navigator. Help him achieve his dream of becoming the Pirate King. For he is the most crucial element in my grand scheme." "What scheme?" Nami inquired. Joel leaned close to Nami and whispered softly, causing her expression to change dramatically. "Can you do it?" Nami nodded earnestly, replying, "I can." Chapter 12. Young man, I perceive an extraordinary potential within you. "Oh, magnificent nature, how resplendent you are. Oh, vast ocean, how boundless you seem. Oh, great me, how remarkably handsome and grand I am." "Enough," Smoker bellowed. "What madness has seized you this early in the morning?" Countless droplets of saliva splattered onto Joel's face as Smoker, with a scowl, settled into a sunlit lounge chair. Since departing from the Navy headquarters, this individual had taken a turn for the bizarre. Indeed, people can change, but this transformation was occurring at an alarming pace, leaving him utterly unprepared, especially after that 3-month absence which had rendered him increasingly flamboyant. Day by day, he rambled incoherently, audaciously calling it poetry. A lunatic. A brute. Who does he think he is? Unable to even recognize a simple character, yet acting as if he were something grand. Joel wiped the spittle from his face, unable to resist the urge to cautiously inhale the scent. Ugh, how foul. Observing Smoker with a cigar perpetually clenched between his teeth, he understood the unpleasantness all too well. Why could he not restrain his hands? Such folly. Smoker glared at Joel, the smoke curling languidly before him. "You're merely envious of me," Joel retorted with a hint of pride, his hands trembling as he clutched today's newspaper. "Look at the front page. Does an ordinary person enjoy such treatment?" The newspaper had been presented to him early that morning by Tashigi, who remarked that it was inappropriate for Major Joel to be relegated to the status of colonel in the headlines. He flipped through the pages repeatedly, nearly tearing the paper in his frustration as he failed to locate himself. Tashigi pointed to the backdrop of Vice Admiral Gion battling Hawkeye, exclaiming, "Look, Colonel Joel is right here." The headline read, "Fearless Navy youth faces the 7 warlords. Hawkeye boldly unsheathes his blade, regrettably defeated." Vice Admiral Guion engages in a celestial clash with Hawkeye, the outcome uncertain, yet Hawkeye retreats. What, pray tell, was there to celebrate? Just as he stepped outside to bask in the sunlight, he spotted a certain fool grinning foolishly while clutching the newspaper. To his utter dismay, this imbecile began to spew nonsense, proclaiming poetry and creativity. You were beaten, and yet you remained so joyful? Smoker scoffed derisively. Humph, Joel rolled his eyes. And what of it? There is a saying from my hometown, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Although I was severely beaten last time, indeed, had it not been for Sister Guion's intervention, I might not have survived. I am but 17 years old. 17. Joel incessantly emphasized to Smoker that he was merely 17 years of age, almost implying that Smoker was an old man. This provocation stirred a desire within Smoker to retaliate, however. The current Joel was no longer the vulnerable boy he could easily overpower. One must seize the opportunity to discipline a younger sibling while they are still impressionable. Presently, I can only exchange a few techniques under the tutelage of Mihawk, but what about 10 years hence? Or 20? There will come a day when I shall surpass Mihawk and ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world. Joel spoke passionately to the azure sky. Young people are always dreamers. Smoker countered, how many have aspired since childhood to surpass Roger and Whitebeard? Yet, Roger remains the one and only pirate king. And Whitebeard continues to be the strongest man in the world. Joel, undeterred, retorted, one must have dreams. What if they come true? Without dreams, what distinguishes one from a salted fish? Suit yourself, Smoker replied languidly, reclining in his chair, allowing the sun to bathe his face. Dream as you wish. Just don't disturb my rest. With that, he closed his eyes, slipping into a mode of indolence. How disheartening, scoffed Joel as he turned to leave. Upon opening his eyes, Smoker glanced at a newspaper, then discarded his cigar, covering his face with the paper. Dreams, young one. Just avoid causing me any trouble, and all will be well. Fortunately, the pirates in the East Sea have been largely dealt with. Now, even if someone wishes to stir up trouble, they will find it quite impossible. Reflecting on this, Smoker's spirits lifted considerably, and the lingering taste of smoke in his mouth felt as sweet as honey. Sleep beckoned. Bored and restless, Joel ventured to the docks with the intention of pilfering some oranges from Nami S. Grove, followed by a cup of tea at Yasako S. and perhaps teasing Haitai at Durandal. He had yet to recite his newly penned poem to her. Passing by a weapon shop, he casually glanced inside. Zaro? Zaro? Joel's eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed Zaro. Had Luffy and his crew arrived in Loguetown? How had they managed to come in? Had the station troops been defeated? It had only been a few days. Surely, Nami must have arrived as well. Otherwise, how could Zoro afford to buy a sword? Colonel Joel, Dasky greeted him with a bow, holding a sword in her arms. Buying a sword? Joel inquired. Repairing it, Dasky replied, her face contorted in dismay, as her blade had sustained damage during training. I see. No worries. When we return to headquarters, I'll procure a fine sword from the pirates of the Grand Line for you, Joel assured her. That's unnecessary. Though she uttered those words, her eyes betrayed her eagerness. I shall take my leave, Joel said, waving his hand as he departed. Take care, Colonel. Dasky bowed again. Stumbling along, Joel finally arrived at the docks. The soldiers, upon seeing his arrival, swiftly prepared a small naval vessel. Colonel, your ship is ready, they announced. Very well, Joel nodded, stepping aboard, where he found someone waiting for him, the individual who had assisted him in dealing with the pirates that had pursued him previously. Upon seeing Joel, the person smiled and said, Colonel, my master requests your presence. Joel squinted and inquired, who is your master? The man chuckled and replied, you will naturally come to know in due time, rest assured. We harbor no ill intentions. Joel grasped his sword, asserting that they lacked the capability. Following the man through a maze of twists and turns, Joel eventually arrived at a secluded cabin. A faint smile graced his lips as he began to suspect the man's identity. Indeed, upon entering the cabin, he found a man draped in a dark green cloak awaiting him. The man turned, speaking softly. Ah, the proud little Navy, we meet again. At Marine headquarters. Marine Colonel hurriedly finished his lunch before knocking on Admiral Sengoku's office, armed with the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. Upon entering, the colonel nervously swallowed. He had just come from Gion's office, where he learned from her aide that the Vice Admiral had gone to see Sengoku, prompting him to chase after her. As he opened the door, he found half of the Navy's high-ranking officials present, causing his legs to tremble slightly. What is it? Sengoku inquired. The colonel presented the documents in his hand, reporting, Sir, we have detected a considerable number of pirate crews returning to the East Sea over the past 10 days, most of whom are originally from the East Sea. Is that all? Sengoku questioned, appearing skeptical. It seems that the East Sea has not seen any notable pirate crews in recent years, considering it is known as the weakest sea. The colonel, drenched in cold sweat, felt increasingly anxious. In the secluded cabin of Loguetown, the man appeared to be quite familiar with Joel. Do we know each other, old man? Joel asked as he found a chair to sit on. I have seen you at Jingshire's place, the man replied, taking a seat across from Joel. Joel pondered for a moment, realizing why Mr. Gong had set out 2 cups of tea, It was apparent that one was meant for you. Indeed. You have sipped from my cup. Uncle, what is it that you wish to convey? The man hesitated briefly before inquiring, what are your thoughts on Luffy? Joel pondered for a moment, considering that the future Pirate King was indeed a commendable young man. The individual, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, a commendable young man indeed. What are your thoughts on pirates? They must be eradicated. A flicker of malice crossed Joel's eyes. Then why not eliminate Luffy? The individual inquired with curiosity. Joel shook his head. Whether a traveler could surpass a child of the plain remained debatable. More importantly, my dear uncle, how could you allow Luffy to become a pirate while secretly aiding him? What are your thoughts on this? I believe our perspectives align closely. Do you know what I think? The man chuckled. What does a 17-year-old kid know? Joel gazed intently into his eyes and said, you wish to overthrow the reign of the celestial dragons. A gentle breeze rustled the garments of both men, revealing the dragon scale tattoo beneath the emerald cloak of the other. As the wind intensified, Joel's naval uniform fluttered dramatically. Dolag fixed his gaze upon Joel and remarked, indeed. You are extraordinary. Thank you for the compliment. Joel replied with a smile. Do you believe success is attainable? The wind ceased, and their attire settled into tranquility. Joel chuckled. Does it concern me? I haven't even joined the Revolutionary Army yet, Uncle Dolag. Dolag gazed at the 17-year-old lad before him and remarked, why do you not adhere to the script? The author has provided me with a narrative where I intimidate you, and you promptly submit. Young man, I perceive that you possess remarkable potential. So, do you desire to join the Revolutionary Army? Dolag smiled. Joel reclined in his chair, chuckling. What position do I hold in the Revolutionary Army, Uncle? Dorag responded with a smile. You are the deputy commander of the Eastern Army. Am I partnered with Bello Betty? Joel laughed. Dorag's eyes brimmed with astonishment. How could this young lad possess such knowledge? Yet, he maintained an outward calm, inquiring, are you willing? Betty is quite a beauty. You know. Joel looked curiously at Dorag and whispered, does Betty know about this? With a chuckle, Dorag responded with a voice that belied his imposing figure. I will tell her. She seems quite interested in you. No. I am already taken, Joel quickly countered. Don't stir up trouble for me. Is it Nami? Dorag laughed. It seems your investigation lacks thoroughness, old man. Your intelligence operatives are not very competent, Joel mocked. Is that so? Dorag handed over a document. With your impressive intelligence, are you aware of this? The Vice Admiral watched the Colonel and smiled. No need to be anxious, continue. Carp laughed heartily. You still care about that kid Joel. I wonder what good fortune he accumulated in his past life. The Colonel continued, as of now. A total of 15 pirate crews have returned to the East Blue, of which 5 crews have bounties exceeding 50 million berries. Is that all these worthless scoundrels? Joel scoffed. Dorag smiled. Take a look at the second page. The second page? What the hell? Joel exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the document in his hands. Is this for real? Dorag shrugged, saying, I don't know. I just came to confirm this with you. Joel tucked the stack of documents into his pocket and cleared his throat. Uncle, what position do you think I could attain if I remained in the Navy? Admiral. Dragon replied without hesitation. Shouldn't it be Marshal? It would be quite challenging to achieve the rank of Marshal. Sengoku is not fond of the hawkish Sakazuki. If he were to step down, he would likely recommend the dovish Kazan instead. The next Marshal will undoubtedly be from the dovish faction as well. Your hawkish tendencies are currently disfavored by the upper echelons of the Navy, Dragon remarked with a confident smile, adding with a hint of sarcasm. Unless Sakazuki manages to become Marshal, ha ha ha. Observing Dragon's demeanor, as if orchestrating a grand strategy from afar, Joel mused silently, Uncle, you might not truly comprehend the implications of the Paramount War. However, even the rank of Admiral surpasses your position as the Deputy Commander of the Northern Army by leaps and bounds. And I once have to engage in tedious negotiations with the Gorosei. Why would I not pursue this? Joel chuckled. Without our assistance, your extermination is inevitable. What else there to discuss regarding the rank of Admiral? Dragon laughed. Joel shook his head. Uncle, do you truly believe that the Navy headquarters is unaware? Would they permit pirates to assault the stronghold of the East Blue? Even if the headquarters does not come to my rescue, can they stop Sister Guion from coming to my aid? If Sister Guion arrives, will Vice Admiral Kaki not follow? Furthermore, would the old man Carp allow pirates to wreak havoc in the East Blue? The Major replied, the bounties are as follows. The Wagner pirates with a bounty of 53,000 berries. The Bullhorn pirates at 56 million. The Amona pirates at 60 million. The Bates pirates at 73 million. And the Tobin pirates at 80 million. Is that all? Guion dragged her head down. Each pirate crew name pierced her heart heavily, inducing a headache, indeed, a true headache. Oh, my younger brother, last time I went easy on him. That is all. The Major responded. Is it possible that Vice Admiral Guion finds this insufficient? Truly an extraordinary Vice Admiral. Dismissed, Guion said weakly. Yes, sir. The Major saluted and departed. The four sat in silence, and Sengoku slammed the table. It's that little brat again. This infuriates me. How many casualties will arise from so many pirate crews flooding into the East Blue? I believe we must deploy troops to support Rogue Town immediately. Who will go? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired. I shall go, Guion volunteered. I will rectify the trouble caused by Joel. Ha ha, Carp chuckled. I haven't had the chance to stretch my legs in quite some time. Vice Admiral Tsuru added, then it shall be Gion, Kaki, and Carp who will go together. Should we consult with Sakazuki? Consult for what? That would only waste time, Gion retorted in discontent. Very well, Sengoku stated. This time, Carp will lead Gion and Kaki. That little brat is indeed troublesome. Sengoku sulked on the sofa. That child is quite cunning. Dorag internally scoffed. What do you intend to do? Dorag asked. I've heard you have a Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff named Sabo? Joel inquired. Do you wish to become the Chief of Staff? Dorag asked, his expression unchanging. Not at all. Joel laughed. You. Joel rose to his feet, gently patting Dorag on the shoulder, and remarked with a smile, Uncle. I am hardly acquainted with the Revolutionary Army. Matters such as these cannot be rushed. With that, Joel strode away from the cabin. Dorag stood, watching him depart. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth, finding the situation rather intriguing. Chapter 13. Smog. Surprised? The waves crashed against the docks of Rogue Town. The briny scent of the sea permeating the streets. Joel hurried towards the base when suddenly the phone bug, Buruburubaru, sprang to life, and without needing to guess. He knew it was his sister from the Shige Garden. Joel cautiously picked up the phone and tentatively spoke, hello? To his surprise, instead of the anticipated fierce rebuke, he was met with a weary sigh. 15 pirate crews are gathering outside Logtown, preparing to launch an assault. Among them are 5 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. Please, take care of yourself and ensure the safety of the townsfolk. Prepare the defenses promptly. The available forces are currently en route to Logtown. Additionally, I, along with Kaji and Old Man Garp, are on our way. Hold on until we arrive. Joel listened to Gion's concern, feeling a surge of emotion within him. Sister, did you forget to take your medicine today? Must you insist on being scolded? Gion replied in a calm tone, you have grown up. There are many responsibilities you must learn to shoulder on your own. The path of the Navy is fraught with danger, and I cannot protect you for a lifetime. Do you understand? I understand, sister, Joel responded, his nose slightly tinged with sadness. In this world, apart from his deceased mother, Gion was the one who cared for him the most. He first met Gion during a training camp when teacher Zephyr invited her to elucidate the essence of swordsmanship. At that time, Gion was already a renowned rear admiral in the Navy, her talent in swordsmanship acknowledged as unparalleled, basking in the glory of her reputation. Yet, fate is truly remarkable. An utterly ordinary person like him managed to capture her attention simply by posing a few minor questions. Subsequently, each time Gion visited the training camp, she would personally instruct him in the art of swordsmanship, and as time passed, a deep bond of familiarity and affection blossomed between them. This elder sister figure appeared in his childhood memories just when he needed maternal love the most. Although she was exceedingly strict during sword training, so much so that even Shibuya Kaki kept his distance, she was incredibly gentle in daily life, with exceptions for mistakes. Gion recognized his potential, and soon, even Admiral Crane, Admiral Carp, and Sengoku became aware of his existence. Admiral Crane and Admiral Carp visited the training camp to see this so-called problem child through Gion's eyes. Admiral Carp even imparted his martial arts techniques to Joel, trying to warm his heart with his signature iron fist of love, which resulted in countless bruises but taught him profound lessons in combat. Despite being subjected to relentless training by the three, Joel found an inexplicable joy in it, a strange feeling he had never experienced before, which captivated him. Thus, he earned the nickname Masochist within the training camp. Under the tutelage of these three, Joel, with the aptitude of an ordinary person, managed to secure the second position in the training camp through sheer effort. However, he could not surpass the first place, a bug of a natural element type, which rendered him unable to land a hit. Each encounter left him on the receiving end of punishment. After a long pause, Gion on the other end of the line advised, hold on, I will be there soon. Joel hurriedly returned to the base, at which point the headquarters orders had already arrived. Dashki, clutching documents, was making her way to the balcony when she spotted Joel and saluted, saying, Colonel Joel. Joel intercepted her, saying, hand it over. I shall speak with Smog. Very well. Joel arrived at the balcony with documents in hand, while Smoker was still here enjoying his leisure. He took a seat beside him, and sensing Joel's presence, Smoker casually inquired, what brings you here? Joel gazed at the vast sea, reflecting, life has become rather monotonous. Smoker lowered his newspaper to look at him, wondering if this little rascal was about to concoct yet another scheme. However, upon further contemplation, he thought it might be harmless to indulge him, for the East Blue had already been sufficiently stirred by his antics. With that thought, Smoker reclined comfortably. Smoker, you are being utterly despondent, Joel exclaimed passionately. We are the Navy, the embodiment of justice. We must eradicate evil and safeguard the peace of the East Blue. Smoker cast a sidelong glance at him, bemused by the boy's misplaced fervor. In response to the increasingly formidable pirate forces, we must continuously enhance our strength and transcend our limits, Joel proclaimed with fervor, gesticulating animatedly. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker sat up and inquired, have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Joel spat out a mouthful of blood. Am I really that kind of person? Not at all. That's correct, Smoker retorted. You are exactly that. This is a misunderstanding on your part. I have discovered that our misapprehensions run quite deep. Joel stated earnestly, we need to have a fireside chat. to illuminate and clarify the various misunderstandings between us. Enough of this. Just speak your mind. Smoker replied, clearly uninterested in engaging in a lengthy conversation and casting a disdainful glance in Joel's direction. Joel handed the document to Smoker, stating that it had come from headquarters. Smoker received the document with a puzzled expression. It indicated that 15 pirate crews had returned from the Grand Line to the East Sea and were gathering outside Lowtown, urging Lowtown to prepare for their arrival. The audacity of those who dared to target Lowtown was tantamount to seeking death. Smoker scoffed as he glanced at the list of pirate crews on the first page. Remarking contemptuously, these scoundrels managed to escape from the East Sea into the Grand Line before I arrived, and now they have the gall to return for their demise? Indeed. Joel concurred, nodding in agreement. Let us show them the might of our navy this time. Smoker nodded in approval and proceeded to examine the second page. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up in shock. There were 5 pirate crews with bounties exceeding 50 million berries, the highest being a staggering 80 million. The crew with the most manpower boasted an astounding 2,000 members. How could the meager garrison in Lowtown possibly contend with this alliance of 15 pirate crews? Even the most wretched of scoundrels could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. How could there be so many? Smoker calculated roughly. The combined forces of the 15 pirate crews approached nearly 10,000. The lowest bounty among them was still an impressive 22 million berries. Joel nodded with a smile, exclaiming, "Surprise." Smoker cast a cold glance at Joel, who quickly waved his hand, stating, "I have no idea what has transpired. This group of pirates has gone mad, daring to directly assault the naval base." "Humph." Smoker retorted angrily, "These pirates are becoming increasingly audacious. This time, we shall ensure they do not return." "Dasky." "Yes." Dasky hurried over. "Immediately summon all officers of lieutenant rank and above to the conference room." Smoker commanded. "Understood." Dasky responded, hastily departing. "Meetings are the bane of my existence," thought Joel as he leaped off the balcony, vanishing from Smoker's sight. What a joke. I must quickly locate Luffy before something goes awry. The easiest to find would be Nami. After a brief stroll through the commercial street of Rog Town, Joel spotted Nami in a shop, examining clothing and posing in front of a mirror. "This one seems quite nice," Nami remarked, admiring her reflection with satisfaction. "Indeed, I share your sentiment," Joel replied. "Brother Joel?" Nami exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him in the mirror. "Where is Luffy?" Joel inquired. Nami's expression fell. "What? You come looking for Luffy right away? We haven't seen each other in ages." Joel led Nami out of the shop, saying, "I have serious matters to discuss with him. Please do not cause a ruckus." "All right." Nami acquiesced, guiding Joel to a bar where Luffy was voraciously devouring food. Zoro leaned against the wall sipping his drink. Usopp was tinkering with his slingshot, and Sanji was experimenting with new dishes. Upon Joel's entrance, Zoro instinctively grasped his newly acquired Sandai Katetsu tightly. The bar was bustling with pirates aside from Luffy and his crew, and the owner, upon spotting Joel, was instantly struck with fear, scrambling over to him, exclaiming, "Lord Joel, I assure you it was not intentional, it was merely..." Joel raised his hand to interrupt his boss's impending lengthy discourse. Upon hearing the arrival of Joel, known as the Butcher of the Seas, the pirates were visibly shaken. Only Luffy, with his innocent demeanor, turned around to blink at Joel for an extended moment. After replenishing himself with a substantial amount of food, he finally recalled that this man, clad in a naval uniform, was the kind soul who had treated them to a meal at Bartai. "Oh, Brother Joel," Luffy exclaimed with delight. This declaration sent shivers down the spines of the pirates, their hearts racing in terror. "Oh my goodness, what are you doing, little one? You, a pirate, are calling a naval officer brother? If he takes offense, we shall all face dire consequences." Joel opened his mouth, and the pirates awaited their judgment with bated breath. The boss collected the money and ushered them out. The Straw Hat crew remained behind. A wave of relief washed over the pirates. Fortunately, they had consulted the almanac before venturing out today and encountered a benefactor who shielded them from calamity. Hastily, they retrieved their coins and departed, vowing to return home to safeguard their wives and children, lest they stray outside. Joel's words echoed in their ears. Indeed, indeed. The pirates fled the tavern without daring to look back. Joel settled onto the sofa as Nami obediently took her place beside him. "Boss, bring me a mug of malt liquor, and then you can be on your way. Do not let me know of your presence. The bar is closed for today, understood?" "Yes," the boss replied, serving a glass of malt liquor before wiping his brow and hastily retreating. "Everyone, I have an important announcement. For the next 10 to 15 days, you shall be unable to leave Rogue Town." "Why?" Nami inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Because there are 15 pirate crews returning from the Grand Line, uniting to attack Rogue Town. The Navy has already commenced a blockade of the town," Joel elucidated. 15? 15 crews? Usopp cried, overwhelmed with fear. "Do you need our assistance?" Zoro suggested, brandishing his newly acquired 3 swords, his confidence swelling. "Not necessary. 5 of those crews have bounties exceeding 50 million berries. This conflict surpasses what Rogue Town can manage. The headquarters has already dispatched reinforcements," Joel informed them. "Is it that renowned swordsman from last time? Is it that stunning beauty from last time?" Zoro and Sanji asked in unison. Hearing this, Joel's hands clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Sanji recoiled slightly, realizing that drawing attention to someone's sister in front of her brother might not be the wisest choice, chuckling nervously. 50 million? Luffy exclaimed, astonished. Then Brother Joel is in grave danger. I must assist. Joel hurriedly waved his hand and said, please, let's not. If a group of pirates emerges from the naval base, I will surely be scolded to death by headquarters. I am here to ensure you find a safe place to hide. Do not involve yourselves in this battle. Absolutely not. No way, Luffy exclaimed. Joel is about to unleash a formidable weapon, he added. Indeed. Your grandfather is on the list of reinforcements, Joel smiled. Huh? Upon hearing that his grandfather was coming, Luffy immediately panicked. If his grandfather discovered that he had ventured into piracy, he would likely face severe repercussions. Luffy frantically ran around, thinking, what should I do? What should I do? Usopp, filled with curiosity, inquired, is Luffy's grandfather really that frightening? Joel chuckled. If your grandfather wishes for you to join the Navy, but instead you become a pirate and ultimately get caught by him, what do you think he would do? Usopp's mind conjured an image of himself being launched from a gigantic slingshot by his grandfather, only to be retrieved and launched again, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Joel rose to his feet and, having spoken at length, addressed Nami, instructing her to keep a watchful eye on them, warning that any errant behavior would result in the forfeiture of their allowances. Understood, replied Miss Nami, the CFO, with a flourish. With that, Joel pushed the door open and stepped outside. The street, once bustling with activity, was now filled with people hastily retreating to their homes. Countless faces, etched with panic, hurried past Joel, their inner turmoil palpable, as the echoes of their fears reverberated in his mind. Joel grasped the hilt of Wang Jian's sword, advancing through the panicked crowd. Chapter 14. Positions. Everyone on the streets, naval officers clad in white uniforms began directing civilians to evacuate the coastal areas and gather in the heart of Rog Town Square, to shield them from the cannon fire of the pirate ships. A woman clung to Joel's leg, weeping. Colonel Joel, please ensure the pirates are driven from Rock Town. I may perish, but my child is only 5 years old. Behind her, an adorable young boy gazed up at Joel with wide, blinking eyes. Joel gently ruffled his hair and asked, are you afraid? The boy shook his head and, in a squeaky voice, replied, Uncle, I am not afraid. Good. Once we have dealt with the pirates, I shall take you for the finest ice cream. The boy's eyes brightened, and he nodded enthusiastically. And remember, next time, call me brother. Countless residents of Rog Town began to gather around Joel, encircling him as the order maintained by the naval soldiers swiftly crumbled. Joel intercepted an officer who was about to lose his temper. At this moment, the public needed reassurance. They needed his words. Within the confines of a nearby room, Dorag observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, arms crossed, eager to see how Joel would respond. Joel silently approached the platform where Roger stood, leaping gracefully to its summit. Countless townsfolk below fixed their eyes upon him as Joel began to speak. I trust you are all aware of the peril we face. The crowd involuntarily swallowed as they recalled the naval announcement. As the gateway from the East China Sea to the Grand Line, they had encountered pirates before and had clashed with them, yet the magnitude of this assault on a naval base was unprecedented. Outside, 15 pirate crews were amassing, intent on assaulting Rock Town. Witnessing Colonel Joel's composure, the public's anxiety began to ease slightly. 1,000 pirates advancing upon us. Truth be told, I too harbor doubts, Joel chuckled. This only heightened the crowd's unease, with some whispering about the Navy's incompetence, suggesting it would be better to return home to sell sweet potatoes. Indeed, we have contemplated retreat. The crowd erupted in uproar, incredulous that the leadership of Rog Town might abandon them before a single blow had been struck. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances at their colonel, questioning his sanity. Hey, Joel grinned. The garrison of Rog Town comprises merely 900 men. Facing 10,000 is tantamount to a death sentence. Even if they were to fill the bay with corpses, how could I, as an officer, leave my soldiers to their unnecessary demise? Gradually, the crowd began to settle. Many among them had children serving as soldiers in Rog Town or other naval divisions. Just as the colonel had stated, this unwinnable conflict ought not to be labeled a war but rather a massacre. Soldiers, Joel bellowed. You are on the brink of death. Are you afraid? The naval soldiers lowered their heads, glancing at one another with shame. Indeed, they were afraid. In a battle devoid of hope, their spirits waned. There is nothing to fear. Joel reassured them with a smile. The pirates have encircled Rog Town. Their intent is to slaughter us to declare war on justice. They seek to convey that this is no longer an era of peace. We have entered what they boast as the age of exploration, the so-called pirate era. Retreat signifies death, but should you advance, perhaps some among you may witness the sun rise again tomorrow. Look at your fellow townsfolk beside you. Do you recall the vows you took upon joining the Navy? They may well be our family, or the families of our comrades, toiling each day to provide for our needs. In times of comfort, we remember them. Now that war has arrived, they remember us. Joel bellowed. What shall we do? Repel the pirates, protect our families, and then enjoy some ice cream. The young lad piped up in a high-pitched voice. His innocent declaration elicited a wave of laughter. The sergeant lifted the boy and echoed, repel the pirates, protect our families. 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 The fervent roars of over 100 soldiers resonated throughout the square of Rocktown. Joel chuckled, "My fellow townsfolk, do you see? This is our naval force. While it may not be formidable and lacks overwhelming strength, they will stand their ground until the very last moment, steadfastly positioned before you all." The crowd clenched their fists, gazing expectantly at the sailors, who, in turn, held their heads high, meeting Joel's gaze from the platform. "When I first arrived on this island, pirates roamed freely, plundering the merchants' goods at will. Thus, I pledged before the naval flag that I would not return to headquarters until every last pirate of the East Sea was vanquished." The crowd stared at Joel in disbelief. How could anyone willingly resign themselves to the confines of the modest East Sea, when so many officials sought wealth and power? In the past 6 months, I have traversed the seas, battling relentlessly. As of now, nearly every pirate of note in the East Sea has been eradicated. But you clearly went off chasing after women. At that moment, fate played a cruel jest upon us, as 15 notorious pirates from the Grand Line returned to the East Sea, intent on disrupting the peace and order we had fought to establish. They wish to enslave us once more to their piratical whims. Can we allow this? Two starkly contrasting realities presented themselves in the minds of the populace. The memories of being robbed by pirates just 6 months prior sent shivers down their spines. With the arrival of Colonel Joel, the pirates had been largely purged, and one could now walk the streets without the fear of losing their life for no reason. No. The crowd erupted in anger. Joel chuckled. "There is no need for such solemnity. I, Joel, hereby vow that as long as I draw breath, no pirate shall conquer Krogtown." The soldiers and citizens erupted into applause as Joel stood upon the elevated platform, his figure gradually enveloped in a divine radiance. This was the effect of the legacy bestowed by the 4 great angels. A sincere and transparent heart is the most resplendent aspect of these celestial beings. To the eyes of the populace, this scene appeared almost divine. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, Joel vanished from the platform. Henceforth, this execution site of Roger would be graced with an additional layer of sacred brilliance. As Joel returned to the base, he observed a multitude of warships at the port, their sails indicating reinforcements from various bases in the East Sea. The conference room was abuzz with activity. As the officers who had come to provide support engaged in animated discussions, there was still time. The encirclement was not yet complete. Upon seeing Joel enter, the officers promptly rose to salute him. Although Joel held the rank of lieutenant colonel, he was surpassed only by Smoker, who was also from the headquarters, making his position quite significant among the officers of the naval headquarters. Joel gazed intently at the map of Rogtown affixed to the wall, contemplating its layout. Rogtown comprised 2 peninsulas of varying sizes. The larger one housed the town itself, while the smaller one was home to the naval base. Shortly thereafter, Smoker entered, a cigar clamped between his teeth, prompting the officers to salute once more. "You're here," Joel remarked, having already heard of Smoker's reception of his impassioned speech delivered in the town square. "Indeed," Joel nodded in affirmation. Smoker took his seat at the head of the table and declared in a grave tone, "Let the meeting commence." The first agenda item was the report from each division regarding their support status. After the representatives from the various divisions presented their updates, it was concluded that the local forces from the East China Sea amounted to a total of 5,000 troops. This swiftly addressed the pressing issue of manpower, however. The combat effectiveness of the division's soldiers was hardly superior to that of a robust young man, armed simply with a knife or a gun. Many had never witnessed bloodshed nor faced a pirate in battle. These individuals could handle firearms while sheltered within the stronghold. But once thrust into hand-to-hand combat against the ruthless pirates of the Grand Line, they would be woefully inadequate. The disparity in resolve between the two sides was stark. Once melee combat commenced, it would be the 900 station troops of Rogtown who would take center stage. The second segment of the meeting revolved around troop deployment. However, uncertainty loomed regarding which direction the pirates would choose to assault Rogtown. In theory, if the opposing forces, significantly outnumbering the defenders, were to breach the fortified naval base, Rogtown would likely struggle to mount any subsequent resistance. Yet, given that the attackers were from a coalition of 15 pirate factions, the complex interplay of their interests would likely prevent many from willingly becoming fodder for the assault. Thus, it was anticipated that they would initiate landings on the less fortified larger peninsula, minimizing casualties. However, should they penetrate further, urban combat would ensue, which would negate the advantage of their numerical superiority. "Joel, what is your perspective?" Smoker inquired. Joel rose to his feet and remarked, "The defenses of the large island are feeble and susceptible to landing, yet urban warfare proves disadvantageous for the opposing large formations. The small island boasts robust defenses and is heavily guarded, making it difficult to conquer. However, once taken, the large island, stripped of its command nexus and strategic resources, would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Nevertheless, considering the adversary comprises an alliance of 15 pirate crews, I believe they will fully exploit their numerical superiority and individual combat capabilities. While 5 formidable pirate crews, each worth 50 million berries, assault the naval base, the 10 smaller crews, unwilling to act as mere fodder, will launch attacks on the relatively vulnerable large island from 10 distinct directions. Their primary dilemma lies in the absence of coordinated communication. My strategy is to expedite the process. The Navy continuously relocates the residents from the periphery of the large island towards the center, They must carry only their most treasured possessions and refrain from taking too much. Ah, madam, please take less. There isn't ample space for all that. Joel spoke. First, evacuate the residents from the outer 7 layers of the island. Establish a runway at the port to intercept the invading pirate crews. Eliminate as many as possible while ensuring the soldiers' safety. Second, place explosives and flammable materials in the homes of the outer 5 layers to lure the enemy deeper. We must accept defeat but not victory. Once the enemy enters the encirclement of bombs and fire, ignite all explosives. Simultaneously, set up checkpoints on the 6th layer to conduct guerrilla warfare and engage in a desperate battle on the 7th layer. My troops will strike at the enemy's lower forces, leaving the final confrontation to the garrison at Rogue Town. Lieutenant. The lieutenant stood up resolutely. Sir, is this feasible? Joel inquired. The lieutenant replied, unless I perish. These pirates will never set foot in the 8th layer. Very well, take your seat. At this moment, a lieutenant colonel from a division questioned. But what about the possessions of those innocent civilians? Joel gazed at the noble figure before him, pondering the weight of life and the significance of wealth. The lieutenant colonel offered an awkward smile. In truth, the situation on Deo Island was manageable, yet the real concern lay with the smaller island, where 5 notorious pirate crews, each boasting bounties exceeding 50 million berries, resided. Plans were set in motion to gather seawater, with the intent of drowning the formidable devil fruit users among the adversaries upon their landing. Smoker cast a glance at him, revealing his own status as a devil fruit user. I shall engage them in battle within the seawater. Once it is depleted, you will replenish it, he declared. Smoker nodded in agreement. Is that the extent of our strategy, or is there anything further to add? The officers shook their heads, indicating that there were no additional contributions. At this moment, Joel let out a sorrowful laugh and said, Ladies and gentlemen, I shall bury explosives beneath this base. Should we lose or hold, I will expend my final strength to detonate them. The officers, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear. We shall each take our positions. We shall each take our positions. In the end, everyone expressed the hope that in the next life, they would once again see each other in the Navy. Chapter 15. War. War. As Joel traversed the bustling streets of Rogue Town, he endeavored to soothe the anxieties of its residents. On a whimsical impulse, he established several small gambling houses, promising that those who lost would wash the Navy's laundry, while those fortunate enough to win would receive rewards. Some members of the Navy organized festivities, allowing everyone to indulge in song and dance, temporarily alleviating the tension that had gripped them. For a fleeting moment, revelry reigned, with even those who chose not to partake joining in the merriment. The unfortunate soul who lost the most bore the brunt of their jests. After inspecting the 7 layers of defensive measures, Joel wheeled an ice cream cart to the square, distributing treats to the children nestled within. Observing the joyous laughter of the little boys and girls, he decided to indulge in a taste himself. Suddenly, a tremor shook Rogue Town, causing the ice cream in Joel's hand to topple. The once jubilant crowd erupted in gasps of alarm. The Pirate Alliance is attacking the island. Do not panic. We are well prepared, Joel reassured the populace with a smile before turning to the captain and instructing, maintain order. The island quaked once more. Joel hastened towards the naval base, where fierce combat had already commenced. The pirate ship unleashed a relentless barrage of cannon fire, overwhelming the base's artillery, which seemed unable to withstand the onslaught. How could the pirates' firepower be so formidable? Joel pondered, recalling that their artillery had typically been rather subpar. This time, however, it surpassed that of the naval garrison. Smoker, with 3 cigars clamped between his teeth, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his expression. Yet, his voice resonated with an ominous depth. The Amona pirates, numbering 2,000, are a crew meticulously organized along military lines. Their leader, Amona, was a former naval commander who, after the unprovoked massacre of 500 civilians, was stripped of his rank. Upon learning of this, he fled across the seas and ultimately became a pirate. His fleet comprises 50 ships, 50 warships, each a replica of naval vessels, yet armed with even more potent firepower. With a thunderous roar, a new wave of assault commenced, the sky becoming a tapestry of cannonballs. Following a preliminary reconnaissance, the Pirate Alliance had gained a comprehensive understanding of the naval force's artillery configuration, marking the official commencement of their offensive. Smoker gazed intently at the incoming shells. Should they strike, the casualties would be catastrophic. He unleashed a powerful blow, a white fist, a colossal hand of smoke that soared skyward, detonating the cannonballs like a dazzling display of fireworks across the horizon. Suddenly, the telephone bug rang, reporting to Colonel Smoker that the island was simultaneously under attack by 10 pirate crews, engaged in a fierce artillery duel. Smoker glanced at Joel, confirming that everything was unfolding as anticipated, precisely according to plan. Yes, sir, he affirmed. Joel raised the telescope to his eyes, observing a man clad in a dark green military uniform, standing beneath a white skull emblem. He casually held a cigar in his mouth while toying with a pistol, indifferently gazing at the barrage of cannon fire above him. 5 formidable pirate alliances advanced steadily towards the garrison, undeterred by the naval artillery. Countless injured soldiers were being carried away, while fresh troops were dispatched to the artillery positions. This cannot continue, Joel declared, gripping the hilt of his sword and stepping forward. What do you intend to do? Smoker inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. If this persists, the enemy will soon reach the base, Joel responded resolutely. Conserve your strength for the 5 pirate captains, Smoker retorted, leaning against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, as shells exploded nearby, seemingly unfazed. Joel glanced between Smoker and the wounded, gritting his teeth, and executed a moonwalk step forward. Smoker opened his eyes, watching Joel depart, shaking his head. In war, casualties are inevitable. Can you not accept this? You are still too young, having just emerged from the training camp. The knowledge from the books has yet to fully transform into your capabilities. Raise the cannons, elevate the artillery for the first wave. Strike fiercely at the junction of their first and second waves to impede the advance of the latter. Smoker commanded loudly. Understood. The cannon muzzles were raised. And with a thunderous roar, a new barrage of shells soared above Joel's head, targeting the advancing second wave. Joel gazed at the artillery shells soaring overhead and instantly comprehended Smoker's intentions. He needed to act swiftly and decisively to dismantle the first echelon with utmost haste. The blade of his sword, Caliban, unsheathed with a resounding clang, emitted twin beams of light, one white and the other red, intertwining like a dragon emerging from the depths. Standing at the bow of his ship, felt the sea breeze stir his dark green cloak, upon which a colossal skull insignia appeared ominously, casting an aura of terror. He chuckled to a companion nearby. Oh my, it seems another monster has emerged from the navy. His expression then turned stern, alas, still a mere child. Let me teach you what true combat entails. Archangel Sword Michael, Horn of War. The clarion call of the charge resounded. And golden holy light coalesced into a battalion of fiery cavalry, charging forth toward the first echelon. Among raised his left hand, and a multitude of guns aimed at Joel. A gunshot rang out, followed by a cacophony of rapid-fire shots. Countless bullets rained down upon Joel like a torrential downpour. In response, a vibrant golden light enveloped him as the ethereal figure of the archangel materialized behind him, a colossal angelic statue, gazing down upon each member of a monk's pirate crew. Archangel Sword Raphael, Divine Protection. A golden sphere encased him. The barrage of bullets struck the energy shield, causing ripples to dance across its surface, yet none penetrated its sanctity. In an instant, the golden cavalry reached the pirates, and a massive black cannon was raised, firing a shot that collided with the advancing cavalry, resulting in a tremendous explosion that seared the nearby pirates, their screams echoing in the air. Among felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He had underestimated his opponent. Moonwalk. Among stepped into the void, using the shave technique to appear beside Joel in an instant, aiming his gun at Joel's forehead. Joel sensed a peculiar tingling at his left temple, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. He tilted his head slightly, allowing the bullet to whiz past him, and immediately retaliated with a swift strike of his sword. The clash of Caliban and a monk's curved blade resonated, the force of their meeting sending the pirates reeling across the deck. A swordsman. In that singular moment, Joel discerned the extent of a monk's prowess. This individual thrived on numbers and superior equipment, not a true martial artist, merely an ordinary Navy brigadier. Great swordsman. Among sensed that this young man had already stepped into the realm of great swordsmen, an opponent he could not easily contend with. Among forcefully pushed himself back toward his pirate ship. Joel executed the moonwalk, landing atop the adjacent pirate vessel, with a single sweep of his sword. The red and white beams cleaved through the deck beneath him, causing the ship to start its slow descent into the depths. Joel gracefully descended onto the elevated stern of the ship, wielding the Caliban in his hand, where crimson and white sword energies continuously swirled around him. A hint of pink sword aura seemed to emanate from the blade, intertwining with the red and white energies in a mesmerizing dance. Change formation, fire. Amunj commanded. The 49 pirate ships staggered in succession, revealing their broadside cannons. After adjusting their aim, a thunderous cacophony erupted as they unleashed their firepower. In Joel's mind, an angelic figure, bearing a lute and harp, materialized, radiating divine light. With a circular motion, Joel unleashed a sword strike, creating a tricolored sword energy that formed a resplendent ring. Archangel Uriel. Gate of Hell. Joel leaped high into the air, and a beam of golden light surged skyward from the circular portal, resembling a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens. Shells crashed against the luminous barrier, devoured one by one. The gates of hell, open. With a flourish of his sword, King Joel transformed the light beam into a celestial key, unlocking the very gates of the abyss. The column erupted in concentric rings of light, rippling outward like gentle waves. The shells morphed into crimson flames, surging towards Amonga's fleet of pirate ships. Regroup, regroup, Amona commanded. In that critical moment, he made a calculated decision to sacrifice his ships for the safety of his crew, using the vessels in front to shield those behind from the terrifying inferno. While he retreated towards the distant ships, Smoker stood on the port, witnessing the towering beam erupting into vast rings of flames, consuming Amonga's pirate fleet and the lives of his soldiers, the skull flag turning to ash amidst the fiery chaos. In the blink of an eye, 29 out of 49 warships had been engulfed. Excellent, Smoker exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the wall beside him. Suddenly, a tremor shook Rog Town, where flames erupted skyward, shattering countless panes of glass, and the outer buildings began to collapse. It appeared that the 10 pirate crews over there had fallen into a trap. Colonel Smoker, Lieutenant Joel. A voice exclaimed excitedly over the transponder snail. Report, sirs. That group of pirates has been ensnared. Before my eyes lies a sea of flames. Accompanied by the cries of the pirates. Smoker involuntarily shouted, do not let your guard down. Be wary of a counterattack from the remaining pirates. Yes, Colonel. Joel stood atop the mast of a ship poised to ignite in flames, his headband torn asunder, and his disheveled hair danced wildly in the wind. The cross upon his chest fluttered, radiating a dazzling golden light, while the crimson hue in the center of his golden pupils drew the eye with an unsettling allure. Change formation. Amonat commanded. The remaining 20 warships cleared 2 maritime thoroughfares. It's all in your hands now, Amonat declared. No problem, came the reply. 2 fresh pirate flags appeared within Joel's line of sight. One displayed a skull adorned with formidable ram's horns, while the other showcased sides replacing the original bones. The Bullhorn Pirates, with a bounty of 56 million berries, led by Captain Boone, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the abilities of the Bull fruit. The Wag Pirates, boasting a bounty of 53 million berries and 200 members, were helmed by Captain Wag, a Paramecia-type devil fruit user wielding the scythe fruit. Leave the rest to us. Ha ha ha, Wag chuckled darkly. Both fleets shot forth like arrows loosed from a manga's bow, racing towards Rogue Town. Rushing towards the port under the cover of the Amonat pirates. Cease fire. Smoker shouted. The shield troops advanced, with musketeers positioned behind, ready to shoot. While the swordsmen and axe-wielders took their places at the rear, prepared for close combat. The Navy swiftly adapted their strategy to engage in the imminent melee. As the 2 pirate crews surged past Joel, akin to ravenous wolves lunging at the Navy base in Rogue Town, Joel raised his head. His voice heavy and ominous resonating in the ears of both captains. Did I grant you passage? His blood-red eyes, glimmering in the sunlight, exuded a mesmerizing yet terrifying aura. Chapter 16. The main event begins with the dock drawing near. Wag licked his cracked lips and let out a sinister chuckle. His right hand morphed into a black scythe, which he admired with pride, eagerly anticipating the slaughter of Navy soldiers. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. Previously, they had been the ones fleeing from the Navy. But now, they could finally turn the tables and hunt the Navy instead. Boone, observing Wag brandishing his weapon, was unwilling to be outdone. Suddenly, his body expanded, tearing through his outer garments as a pair of curved bull horns emerged from his forehead. Draped in a red cloak and a piece of red fabric around his lower half. Did I grant you passage? A ghostly voice echoed in their ears. Startled, they turned to see a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on them, sending shivers deep into their souls. What manner of creature is this? Having witnessed the earlier display of immense, divine power from the young Navy officer, they now faced an apparition that seemed to have clawed its way from the depths of hell. I am inquiring of you. Joel's tone warped gradually, becoming indistinct. The 2 exchanged glances. Theoretically, they were not meant to confront him, as their task was merely to secure the bridge to the dock, with the Bates and Tobin pirate crews backing them up. However, if they did not address this threat, they might find themselves unable to approach the dock. For this individual possessed terrifying destructive capabilities. They had witnessed the sinking of 30 ships from the Amonat pirates firsthand, and their own combined fleet amounted to a mere 11 vessels, insufficient to withstand such power. Let us do this. The 2 shared a knowing glance. Their objective was to stall long enough for their fleet to reach the dock, and then the real festivities could commence. Boone was the first to strike. Exhaling forcefully as his powerful legs propelled him forward, shattering the deck beneath him as he threw a punch at Joel. The black scythe sliced through the air, resembling a dark ray of light aimed at Joel's waist, creating an encirclement with Boone's assault. TCH, Joel scoffed, his blood-red eyes filled with disdain. No amount of shouting would augment their strength. A crimson aura surged from his arm into Caliban as 4 sword energies coalesced. With a swift motion, he executed an upward strike. The sea erupted, a colossal water vortex spiraling skyward. A devil fruit user of water abilities? Merely 2 landlubbers, he mused. As Boone saw the torrent of water bearing down upon him, dread filled his heart. Should he come into contact with that vast expanse, he would lose his combat effectiveness entirely. In an instant, Joel vanished, reappearing at Wag's side with astonishing speed, his tone unperturbed. Paramecia-type scythe fruit? A waste of potential. Caliban met Wag's scythe, the metallic clash igniting sparks as their weapons collided, the force of Joel's strike cleaving through. With a swift turn, he unleashed Heavenly Lioness Song. The sword spun, and amidst the glimmering light, a lion seemed to manifest, striking with a flurry of vibrant sword energies that crashed into Wag's scythe. In that instant, it felt as Joel turned, his blood-red eyes casting 2 crimson beams in the dimming light of the impending sunset. Karabori unleashed 4 types of sword energy, sweeping towards Wag with a quarter-circle arc aimed directly at his head. Wag, gazing helplessly at the approaching perfect arc, realized he could not react in time to defend himself. He stood frozen, watching the sword descend upon him, as visions of blood splattering filled his mind. A melancholic sigh echoed in his thoughts. The captain, witnessing the pirates flooding into the alley, was exhilarated to see the explosives buried on both sides detonate, engulfing the black oil in an instantaneous explosion. He slammed his fist against the wall, creating a large dent, and winced in pain as he withdrew his hand, shaking it vigorously. The once fearsome pirates were swiftly reduced to charred remains by the raging fire, their screams resonating like a beautiful melody in his ears, momentarily dulling his own pain. God, how can this be happening? He exclaimed, recalling how just moments ago they had boasted of slicing him to pieces. He faced the inferno, defiantly challenging, "Come on. If you dare, I stand right here." Suddenly, a bullet pierced through the captain's hat, and he was drenched in cold sweat. On the other side of the fire, pirates were gathering, their ship's cannons taking aim and unleashing a barrage of cannon fire into the alley. The captain's face turned pale as he shouted, "Take cover, quickly." Cannonballs arced beautifully through the sky, crashing towards the interior. Dark clouds began to swirl ominously over Rogtown, and a clap of thunder struck down. Explosions erupting in the air. The captain looked up, astonished by the uncanny timing. Could it be that fortune is on my side today? Just moments ago, a bullet had grazed his head without causing harm, and now thunder struck, disabling the incoming cannonballs. This was indeed fortuitous. A fierce wind began to rise, strangely blowing from within Rogtown. Strong gusts emanated from the square, reviving the flames and redirecting them outward. The pirates at the alley's entrance beheld a massive inferno charging at them like a ferocious beast, and in an instant, every pirate at the alley's mouth was reduced to blackened corpses. Fire! The pirates shouted, but misfortune struck as torrential rain poured down, drenching their ancient cannons. A cannon fired, but the barrel exploded, sending scorching shrapnel into the bodies of the pirates, mercilessly claiming their lives. In terror, they screamed, bewildered by the sudden storm that had descended upon them. "Nice," the captain shouted, a phrase learned from Colonel Joel, signifying something extraordinary. "Nice," echoed the station troops in Rogtown. Dorag, concealed beneath a dark green cloak, smiled as he observed the once thriving pirate force of 8,000 dwindle to a mere 1,000 remnants after the unexpected events. Though he was at odds with the world government, he recognized the innocence of the common folk, the guilt of the pirates, and the necessity of justice in eradicating evil. Kill. The desperate pirates, still dazed, brandished their swords and attempted to charge into the alley. With newfound confidence after the earlier chaos, the captain rallied his troops, declaring, "Brothers, fortune is on our side today. The heavens are aiding us in dealing with these scoundrels. Only a handful of defeated soldiers remain. Charge forth and slay them," leading a contingent of Navy soldiers. The captain initiated a counterattack against the pirates, each alley filled with 90 soldiers from Rogtown leading 300 from the East Sea to confront the remaining pirates. The previously defensive Navy soldiers surged forward, causing the once terrifying pirate alliance to lose their courage, fleeing in panic back to their ships. As the wind surged, the pirates hurried to set sail and escape this dreadful place. Dorag observed from atop a building, determined that they would not escape so easily. With a casual wave of his hand, the wind's direction shifted abruptly, locking the pirate ships in place at the shore, immobilized. "Brothers, the wind has changed. Those scoundrels cannot flee now. Charge!" the captain exclaimed. Countless Navy soldiers in white surged onto the pirate vessels, mercilessly dispatching the remaining pirates. Dorag smiled, vanishing from the skies above Rogtown. "Brothers, return to base," the captain commanded. A black dagger struck Joel's blade, causing a violent explosion of energy that sent Wag flying, only to be pulled back by a shadowy figure. Joel landed on the mast of a ship heading towards the dock. Under the dimming sunlight, he discerned the figure's face. The left side was white, the right black, adorned in an exaggerated clown costume, reminiscent of a grotesque jester. The figure, playing with a throwing knife, gazed at Joel with keen interest. The dark aura surrounding the blade served as a reminder that the battle had commenced. And this adversary was no mere trivial foe. 73 million berries, circus baits, the figure greeted warmly as he tossed Wag back onto the ship. At that moment, another figure leapt forth, kicking the nearly fallen Boone back onto the vessel. In the sunset's fading light, Joel recognized the white, exaggerated mask beneath the black cloak, adorned with peculiar spiral patterns on its cheeks. 80 million berries, puzzled Tobin, the figure addressed Joel. "I wish to play a game with you." The two figures flanked Joel, observing him from atop the mast. The sunset bathed the sea in hues of crimson, the pirate alliance's ships finally reaching the Navy base's dock, prompting a surge of Navy soldiers to rush to the scene. Under the fading light, Smoker stood ready with over 1,000 remaining soldiers. A clap of thunder resonated as Joel noticed the gathering storm clouds above the island, signaling that Dorag had made his move, ensuring the demise of the pirates on the other side. Amunj, observing through binoculars, noted the slaughter of the 10 pirate alliances. Snorting in disdain, "Useless, over 7,000 cannot conquer a small island." He then led the remaining 20 warships towards the island, fully confident that the 1,000 Navy soldiers would be no match for the 4 remaining pirate alliances. He preferred the slaughter of civilians, as there were many innocents on the island. Laughter echoed triumphantly through the skies. Chapter 17. Bloodstained hell unleashed. In the midst of Amunj's triumphant laughter, the brutal melee commenced. The Wag pirate crew and the Horn pirate crew charged forward, shields raised against the Navy's gunfire, drawing nearer with each fallen comrade. The 2 pirate crews closed in on the Navy formation. "Firearms, retreat," Smoker commanded, as the soldiers wielding guns fell back, leaving the shield bearers with spears poised to strike at the advancing pirates. Does this truly work? To mitigate the disparity in strength, Joel had trained the Navy soldiers from the East Sea in a simple formation over the past few days, known as the Macedonian Phalanx. Charge, the Navy soldiers called, tightly clustering together to maintain their formation as they pressed forward. The gunmen above rained down fire upon the advancing pirates, creating immense pressure as the formation was pushed back. The soldiers quickly regrouped, forming semicircles of 50, continuing their advance. The Navy, armed with swords and blades, deftly maneuvered through the ranks, executing swift strikes against the scattered enemy troops that dared to breach their formation. In an instant, the pirates found themselves overwhelmed and unable to lift their heads. Excellent. Let the battle rage on. Smoker, in his excitement, let his cigar fall to the ground. This young man, Joel, possessed remarkable skills. Who could he have learned such techniques from? Alas, these methods are effective only on land and bear little utility at sea. Boone observed the Navy employing such peculiar tactics and promptly leaped into the formation. The spear thrust against Boone proved utterly ineffective. With a mere wave of his hand, he scattered one formation after another. White punch. Smoker roared, conjuring a colossal fist composed of dense white smoke that struck Boone down with tremendous force. Humph. The Navy, utilizing the Macedonian Phalanx, was initially thriving. But the situation transformed entirely when the Bates pirates and the Tobin pirates made landfall. The pirates, leveraging their formidable strength, skillfully navigated through the cumbersome formations. Under the relentless assault from the combined forces of the Bates pirates and the Tobin pirates, the phalanx began to crumble, signaling the onset of chaos. How infuriating. Smoker clenched his fist and joined the fray, facing off against the officers of the Bates and Tobin pirates, along with Boone, as 5 formidable foes encircled him. Die. White punch. As the smoke dissipated, Smoker launched his assault against the 5 notorious pirates, whose fists shimmered with a faint black hue as they retaliated against him. With a swift stroke, Joel unleashed a crescent of sword energy directed towards Bates. Bates, seemingly indifferent, casually hurled a flying dagger, which collided with Joel's strike with a resounding impact. Do take note, I am also present, he said. Unbeknownst to them, Tobin had stealthily approached Joel, wielding a massive sawtooth blade shrouded in dark, intimidating aura, and swung down with tremendous force. Joel hastily countered, but the overwhelming power sent him crashing against the mast, splintering it into fragments, before plummeting into the depths of the sea. Ah, the little one lacks strength, how feeble, Bates remarked with a mocking tone. Curse you. Joel's furious roar echoed from beneath the waves as a brilliant golden sword energy cleaved the ship in two, surging directly towards Bates. In response, Bates drew his longsword from his back and retaliated with a powerful slash, causing 2 waves of sword energy to explode forth. Hey, why are you hitting me when he attacked you? Bates exclaimed in anger. Joel surged forth from the sea, a colossal angelic silhouette unfurling behind him. As he struck down upon Tobin's mighty chainsaw with his sword, the clash of their blades sent waves of energy cascading outward. It is because you are hideous. Joel gritted through clenched teeth. You dare insult my appearance? Bates fumed, and sensed that this young man would have the audacity to call him ugly. Does being handsome make you special, you fool? With that, he unsheathed his second blade. Joel and Tobin engaged in a fierce contest of strength, both gritting their teeth in fury, their muscles quivering with intensity. One bore a gaze as cold as ice, while the other remained unperturbed, breathing not a whisper. Suddenly, Bates lunged from the right, brandishing 2 knives, exclaiming, no matter how loud you shout, it won't make you stronger, little brother. Oh, but it will, Joel retorted. For I am the protagonist. A torrent of pink sword energy erupted from Calibra, heralding the entry of the 3rd sword light of the King's sword into the fray. Tobin sensed a terrifying force emanating from the great saw blade as Joel exerted a powerful push, sending Tobin hurtling backward. Heavenly Lion Song. As King Joel wielded his sword, the tricolor sword light, intermingled with a ghostly aura, coalesced into a majestic lion. With a swift motion, he countered Bates' surprise attack, the clash of their powers resonating through the air. Bates felt as though he were facing a lion in full ferocity, instantly engulfed by a whirlwind of crimson, scarlet, pink, white, gold, and black light, which enveloped them both, forming a colossal, multicolored sphere in the sky. The sudden arrival of the Tobin pirates and the Bates pirates shattered the balance, as the pirates mercilessly slaughtered the naval soldiers, vibrant lives extinguished on the ruthless battlefield. The ground soaked in red blood, as the pirates trampled over it, advancing deeper into the fray. Smoker, witnessing his soldiers fall before him, let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed across the battlefield. In a mere moment of distraction, Logan, a cadre of the Tobin pirates, seized the opportunity. With a punch empowered by his hockey, he struck Smoker in the abdomen, sending him reeling backward, blood spewing forth. Why did his fist feel so feeble? Why could he not muster more strength? Why? Smoker's heart cried out in anguish. Logan, seizing the moment, leaped in for another blow, this time targeting Smoker's chest, driving him into the ground. A naval colonel? Pathetically weak. With a foot imbued with hockey, he aimed for Smoker's head, declaring the end for the Navy. Just then, a lieutenant arrived just in time, firing a shot at Logan. Raising his left arm, Logan deflected the bullet with his hockey. Smoker took this chance to retaliate, landing a punch in a most inappropriate area. Logan's expression shifted instantly. Agony etched across his face as he collapsed, clutching his groin, prompting the other four to rush in. Seeing Smoker unharmed, the lieutenant exhaled with relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. A piercing scream from Dasky reached his ears as Wag's scythe knocked Dasky's Shiyu aside. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he swung his weapon at her. No. Just as Smoker prepared to intervene, the cadre quartet closed in. The lieutenant, witnessing this, erupted in fury. Chafe. The Naval Six techniques that Joel had taught him were finally put to use in this critical moment. The lieutenant shoved Dasky aside just as the scythe descended, crimson blood erupting. In the air, a right arm flew high, twirling before plummeting to the ground before Dasky. The lieutenant, upon realizing his arm had been severed, was initially bewildered by the absence of pain. But the next moment, excruciating agony surged through his mind. Oh, it hurt. I was wrong. It truly hurts. The lieutenant collapsed into a pool of blood, clutching his wound. Ha! Wag roared with delight at having severed yet another arm. Tobin returned to assist Bates, swinging a massive black saw blade down. Divine protection of the Archangel Raphael. A golden shield erupted into existence as the saw blade struck it. With a single blow, the golden barrier shattered, while Bates summoned his strength, sending Joel crashing to the ground like a meteor. A tremendous impact created a vast crater. Was it not painful? Dasky gazed dazedly at the descending Joel, while the lieutenant momentarily forgot his own agony. What was this? Did fate truly intervene to punish the wicked? Joel felt a soft sensation beneath him. Turning over, he discovered Wager trapped beneath his weight, her small hands trembling beneath her nose as she sighed. Unforeseen calamities had befallen them, and he found himself devoid of breath. Smoker had been sent flying by the combined efforts of 4 adversaries, landing beside Dasky. What a coincidence. You exhibitionist, you've been thrown here as well. Joel coughed out blood. Get lost. Smoker bellowed, his voice laced with anger. Tobin and Bates, accompanied by their subordinates, slowly approached the 4 who lay on the ground. Dear customers, was the performance satisfactory? Bates inquired, dabbing at his immaculate white gloves, which bore no traces of blood. The game is over. Tobin's voice, muffled by his mask, revealed no hint of emotion. As the moon began to rise, casting its luminous glow, among, buoyant with confidence, directed his 20 warships towards Rogetown Island. Ha ha ha, on this dark and stormy night, a perfect time for chaos. Let us see which little darling shall receive my favor tonight. Gazing at the nearby Rogetown, Amon commanded, fire. Let them know I have arrived. The cannonballs thundered towards Rogetown. And Amon fancied he could hear the despairing cries of the populace. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a tremendous ocean current surged upward, intercepting all the cannonballs. What is happening? Amon exclaimed, bewildered. Dorag lowered his right hand, intrigued. Could it be that the naval headquarters has arrived? Water heart. Ocean current supplex. A voice echoed, instilling a sense of unknown terror within Amon. An immense current erupted from the depths, piercing through the remaining 20 ships of Amon's fleet. Impossible. No way. In the distance, a colossal pirate ship approached slowly, its red sun flag fluttering conspicuously in the moonlight. 7 warlords, Jinbei. Capture them. Jinbei commanded, as the fishmen leaped into the sea. Retrieving the fallen members of Amon's pirate crew, Joel coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise to his feet. I cannot perish yet. Haitai awaits my return to marry her. There are still pirates I have yet to vanquish. My brilliance has yet to illuminate these waters. Bates chuckled, at this rate. Even if we spare your life, you will not survive for many days. He continuously tossed the dagger in his hand back and forth. Joel chuckled and said, let me teach you one last thing. Villains perish due to their verbosity. With that, he tore the cross from around his neck and tossed it beside the captain, whose wounds began to heal under the radiance of holy light. In an instant, Joel's crimson pupils consumed his entire eyes, his nails elongated uncontrollably, and a malevolent aura emanated from his body, enveloping him in a shroud of dark energy. Amidst Dasky's terror, Joel vanished from sight. Not good. Be careful. Bates finally realized the gravity of the situation. Joel's silhouette reappeared at the heart of the battlefield, his claws reaping the lives of pirates. Blood from the fallen pooled around him, flowing into Joel's being. Under the moonlight, the blood spiraled into Joel, causing his skin to become smooth and radiant. Tobin and Bates exchanged a glance, both understanding the urgency, and charged towards Joel from either side. In Joel's mind, their assault was anticipated. With a flick of his right hand, a ghostly claw struck, leaving 5 crimson marks in the night sky. The red claw pierced through Bates' chest, with Bates' blood being absorbed into Joel's right arm. Every move Tobin made was etched into Joel's consciousness, rendering him unable to land a blow. Observation hockey, Tobin thought to himself. Realizing the peril, and attempted to flee. Alas, it was too late. After draining Bates, black blood began to seep from Joel's body, intensifying the metallic scent of blood in the air. Not having escaped far, Tobin was seized from behind, his chest pierced by Joel's grasp. Seeing this, Smoker retrieved a transponder snail, dialing Guillaume's number, shouting, Joel has transformed into a demon. It's a full moon tonight. Joel has turned into a demon. As the moonlight shimmered, Joel indulged in Tobin's blood. Chapter 19. Assemble. The Supernova's naval headquarters, Marineford. A lieutenant colonel knocked on the marshal's office door, holding a stack of documents. Approaching, he reported, reporting to Marshal Sengoku. Vice Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Zephyr. All 10 students from the 30th Elite Training Camp have sent their responses. They are en route back to headquarters, with 6 students from the North Sea and West Sea set to arrive 3 days ahead. Sengoku accepted the documents, nodding, understood. You may leave. Yes. The lieutenant colonel saluted and exited the office. Sengoku perused the stack of files for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. The 10 students from this elite training camp are exceptionally formidable. After Vice Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Zephyr reviewed the documents, Sengoku added, "This is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Zephyr." Zephyr humbly replied, "Not at all. It is their own hard work." Despite his words, the smile on his face was undeniable. Had he not needed to maintain his image, he would have laughed heartily. In his 31 years of teaching, he had never encountered a cohort as outstanding as the 30th Elite Training Camp. They have all grown, Vice Admiral Tsuru reminisced, 10 years ago. They were merely a group of crying children. Now they are all colonels in the naval headquarters. Sengoku nodded. I never anticipated the elite training program to be this successful. It seems we could establish an elite training camp for every cohort moving forward, ensuring a constant influx of talent into the Navy. Vice Admiral Tsuru rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the list. Such individuals are not easily found. She produced Joel's photograph and continued, aside from him, the other 9 were meticulously selected by the Navy from around the world. Zephyr picked up Joel's photograph, chuckling, you must admit, that kid brought back by Akainu is quite impressive. Without him, the strength of the elite training camp would have diminished considerably. Sengoku, hearing this, felt a wave of frustration. He was well aware of Joel's notorious antics in the training camp, perpetually seeking brawls, transforming 10 previously docile children into aggressive troublemakers. The worst part was that this boy had taken other members, who were only 13 or 14, out to sea under the pretense of gaining experience in real combat. Fortunately, it was discovered by Rear Admiral Mongoose on his patrol. Otherwise, who knows what kind of calamity could have ensued. Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked. He certainly knows how to stir trouble. Just the other day, 15 pirate alliances attacked Logue Town. Thankfully, Jinbe arrived in time, or the civilians there would have suffered. Zephyr, defending Joel, produced a newspaper from 5 days prior, the front page emblazoned with Joel's photograph. Behind him loomed a golden angelic apparition, surrounded by white, red, and gold hues, wielding a sword that obliterated 29 pirate ships during the confrontation with the Amongo pirate crew. The headline read in bold black letters, Supernova from Naval Headquarters. Guardian of the People, Angel's Sword, Colonel Joel. Ha ha ha. Zephyr could no longer contain his laughter. Look how magnificent he appears. Ha ha ha, Guardian of the People. We have never been bestowed such a title. Sengoku replied, that's merely the press trying to curry favor with Akainu. It was said that when Joel departed, the entire populace of Logue Town came to bid him farewell. Vice Admiral Tsuru mused, at just 17, what an extraordinary achievement. Akainu truly has an eye for talent. It is said he rarely smiled upon seeing this newspaper, even going to boast to Paul Usolino. Sengoku's stern visage softened. Although both Joel and Akainu shared a bloodthirsty demeanor towards pirates, thankfully, this lad's attitude towards civilians differed from Akainu's. Guion had said that since Joel's mysterious disappearance, he returned transformed, exhibiting a newfound humanity. Vice Admiral Tsuru recalled, this is indeed a good sign. We will rely on these youngsters in the future. Excessive cruelty is unacceptable. Indeed, we are growing old, Sengoku lamented. Golden sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the list before them. 3 days later, 3 massive naval ships slowly sailed into the port of Marineford, soon followed by 3 more warships. Atop the mast sat a man, the sea breeze billowing his white justice cloak adorned with golden cuffs, and a string of white jade beads hung around his neck. He looked back and laughed heartily. The lads from the North Sea are back. Peering through a telescope, he spotted a stunning beauty standing at the bow of the middle ship. Her pink hair dancing in the wind, her statuesque figure draped in a loose black robe intricately embroidered with golden threads, topped with a navy justice cloak with black cuffs. Well, the man exclaimed excitedly, it's Sister Ilyavina. She is even more beautiful after a year. I must greet her. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a colossal golden palm strike towards Ilyavina. Ilyavina met the oncoming giant palm with a charming smile, gently saying, Sheenie, long time no see. Raising her right hand, she delicately pointed in midair, causing a torrent of water to surge, colliding with the palm strike, shattering the seawater and creating a rainbow bridge under the sunlight. On the dock, Zephyr chuckled, and they're already fighting upon their return. These kids never let us have a moment of peace. The soldiers behind Zephyr gazed at the immense palm strike and the spiraling waters, whispering, could those two be the 6th-ranked Danton Sheenie and the 3rd-ranked Marinda Ilyavina from the elite training camp? How dare you bully our big sister from the North Sea? Sheenie, you've got some nerve. A tall, muscular man with fiery red hair emerged from Ilyavina's ship, his sleeves also red. Let us see how much progress you've made in the past year. Isn't that Brother Tira? Sheenie gazed at the towering figure of the man, who stood twice his height, and chuckled. Tira, the berserker ranked 5th in the elite training camp? Exclaimed the naval soldier as he reported. Tira, wielding a massive nodachi in his right hand, shouted excitedly, Sheenie, take the slash. With a vigorous swing, he unleashed a crescent-shaped shockwave aimed directly at Sheeny, who was seated atop the mast. Wow, such formidable strength, Sheeny remarked with an impish grin. Just as the shockwave approached him, a blade of energy surged from the left, resulting in a tremendous explosion that nearly sent him tumbling from the mast. Frustrated, Sheeny shouted towards the far left ship, Gawain, could you be a tad quicker next time? I almost got sliced. Gawain leaped onto the mast, revealing a dazzling smile. Ah, my apologies, he chuckled. The 7th-ranked great swordsman, Galahad Gawain, the naval soldier announced with enthusiasm. On the ship to the left of Ilyavina, a muscular man brandishing a pair of steel hammers made his way to the bow, grinning. Skinny fellow, it's been ages. My hammers have missed you. Wow, the 8th-ranked mace wielder, Magni Chuton, the soldier exclaimed. Chuton leaped high and struck the sea with his hammer, sending a geyser of water surging like a sword towards Gawain. With a flick of his golden hair, Gawain twirled his sword, which shimmered with blue light. All right. It's been a year since we last met. Let us not resort to fighting right away. A gentle female voice resonated from the ship between Gawain and Sheeny. The sound of a lute burst forth, the sound waves dispelling Chuton's fierce assault, revealing a rainbow as the water receded. Gawain, upon hearing the lute, sheathed his sword and bowed towards the central ship. Yes, my beautiful elder sister, Frederica went in. The hearts of the naval soldiers raced. Wow, is that the 4th-ranked musician? Frederica Wenyen, the most cultured beauty of the naval headquarters. Where is she? Sheeny turned towards Marineford and shouted, Teacher Zephyr, we're back. His voice echoed throughout Marineford. Zephyr felt a lump in his throat, tears streaming down his face. It's good to have you back. Ein, listening to Sheeny's proclamation, reflected on the earlier exchanges among the group. So, these are the superstars emerging from the elite training camp? As 6 warships entered the bay, the 6 individuals gracefully floated to Zephyr, bowing respectfully, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr helped them to their feet, smiling. Look at my good kids. All grown up and now colonels. Splendid. Sheeny grinned. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. No, it's your own hard work, Zephyr replied. Now follow me. Today, I'll treat you all. And we won't leave until we're thoroughly drunk. Upon hearing about the drinks, Tira and Chuton's eyes sparkled, and Gawain lifted his head, recalling the punishments he received from Zephyr for sneaking drinks in the training camp. Time has passed so swiftly. Sheeny inquired with a smile, Teacher, is Sister Meglin back? He cracked his knuckles as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Ilyavina turned her gaze towards Zephyr. Tira and Chuton exchanged knowing glances, while Gawain gripped the hilt of his sword, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Zephyr placed his left hand on Sheeny's shoulder, laughing. Not yet. Are you feeling adventurous again? Do you dare challenge the Son of Wind? Sheeny scratched his head and chuckled. No ulterior motives. It's just been too long since we last met. And I wanted to strengthen our bond, hee. Hearing that the Son of Wind had not returned, the 5 felt a tinge of disappointment. What about our second brother, Joel? Ilyavina asked with a smile. Right, has the butcher returned? Tira inquired eagerly. Zephyr chuckled. He just fought against an alliance of 15 pirate groups in the East Sea, sustained some injuries, and won't be back for a while. Sheeny stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that our second brother has weakened? Then who would take his place? What are you saying, 6th brother? Ilyavina laughed even more brightly. Ah, Sheeny feigned ignorance. I meant our second brother might be on his way to becoming the eldest, and of course, 3rd sister. You might just become the 2nd sister this time, hee. Tira thumped his chest boisterously. Sister, it's fine if our second brother isn't back. We'll enhance our bond later. Sheeny smirked. Tira, you'll have to yield your position as 5th brother now that I'm back. Blow. Keep blowing. Let us have a competition tomorrow. Tira taunted. All right, father-son contest. 5th brother, take down 6th brother. Chuton egged on. Amidst their banter, the 6 followed Zephyr into Marineford, their playful voices echoing in the distance. In the office of Sengoku, the wind rustled the list that read, 31st Naval Academy Elite Training Camp. 1. Son of Wind, Errol's Meglin, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, possessing the win-win fruit of the natural type. 2. Sword of Angels, Calantrail Joel, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, a great swordsman. 3. Demon Spirit, Miss Landa Ilyavina, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, possessing the magic fruit of the superhuman type. 4. Musician, Frederica Wenyen, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, possessing the soundwave fruit of the superhuman type. 5. Berserker, Basaka Tira, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, possessing the ancient saber-toothed tiger fruit of the Zoan type. 6. Zen Master, Sheeny, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, possessing the Buddha light fruit of the superhuman type. 7. Great Swordsman, Galahad Gawain, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, a great swordsman. 8. Mace Wielder, Magni Chuton, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, dual hammer warrior. 9. Hunter, Masanagan Simon, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, sniper. 10. Mechanic, Tesla Newman, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, mechanic. The Naval Headquarters was soon to bustle with activity once more. Sengoku gazed out at the 6 reunited figures, sighing deeply. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 20, Father-Son Contest. The next day, the sun rose from the eastern sea, casting its warm glow upon the Naval Headquarters of Marineford. The morning air was refreshingly crisp, with humid breezes wafting through the windows, stirring the blankets of the Navy personnel still lost in slumber. The melodious strumming of a lute resonated throughout Marineford, awakening the still dreaming officers. Kazara stretched lazily, glancing at the shimmering sea outside, and remarked in a slow drawl, "Ah, Frederica Wenyin, such beautiful music. This life is truly wonderful." Wenyin sat on the balcony, plucking the strings of her lute, the soothing melodies flowing like a gentle stream. Ilyavina leaned nearby, her cheeks slightly flushed and still inebriated, quietly listening to the enchanting sounds. Her heart enveloped in tranquility. Inside the room, Zephyr and his 4 students were sprawled in disarray, with Tira's massive frame occupying half the space. Sheeny lay atop his belly, retching noisily, the foul odor of vomit permeating the air. Gawain, gradually waking to the sound of Wenyin's lute, propped his head on his hand, his handsome face showing signs of discomfort as he frowned. Shudan lay with his head on the table, remnants of food squashed beneath him, seemingly lost in an indescribable sensation. Zephyr wobbled to his feet, still somewhat disoriented, and announced, "I'll be leaving first." Anne hurried forward to assist him, guiding him away from this tumultuous scene. She had never seen her teacher in such a state. These people, especially those 2 oafs, could really drink. The one with the prayer beads, who had been bouncing around, was thought to be tough, but he was the first to fall, truly pathetic. While he slept, he mumbled incoherently about wanting to punch butchers and kick madwomen. After a tune, Wenyin stood up and left the room, saying she would prepare some hangover soup for them. Ilyavina's eyes lit up at the mention. Wenyin's cooking was the best, and she quickly called out, "Sister, I want it sweet." "Understood, my little bunny who loves sugar, just like Joel." Moments later, Wenyin returned with 5 bowls of hangover soup, with Chioduin's being the S version and Tila's the SBAUS version. The others in the room had already awakened. Tila and Chioduin leaned against the wall, still dazed, while Sheeny rested on Tila's lap, even more confused. Ilyavina summoned water elements to cleanse everyone of their impurities, using wind elements to dry them off. To prevent anyone from catching a chill, she even started a fire to warm the air, creating a fully automated cleaning and drying system. "Here, drink some hangover soup." Upon hearing that Wenyin had prepared food, the 4 immediately snapped out of their drunken stupor and hurried to grab their portions. Sheeny clung to Tila's SBAUS bowl, insisting that since he had drunk the most last night, he deserved the larger bowl. Tila retorted angrily, "Fine, we'll both drink it. Whoever can't finish it is the sun." Sheeny quickly let go, apologizing for having taken the wrong one. He gulped it down in one go, a peculiar taste surged back up his throat, and he felt utterly unwell. "Sister Wenyin, are you trying to murder me? This tastes horrible. I feel sick." Wenyin shrugged, "Blame me. This is the intended effect. I told you not to drink so much." 2 little demons appeared behind Wenyin, brandishing tridents and threatening Sheeny. Meanwhile, Ilyavina took small sips of her specially made happiness-flavored hangover soup, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Sister is still the best to me, unlike these smelly men." Sheeny glanced at Tila's SBAUS version of the soup, filled with sympathy for him, relieved he hadn't snatched it earlier. Under Wenyin's caring gaze, Tila pinched his nose and forced himself to down the soup, which tasted like dishwater. Seeing Tila's bravado, Chioduin also followed suit, pinching his nose and swallowing it down. As the concoction mixed with the remnants of alcohol in his stomach, a refreshing sensation surged into his mind, proving 4th sister right. However, he nearly vomited. Yet, looking at Wenyin's gentle eyes, he swallowed it back down. Gawain stood up, swaying slightly as he announced, "I'm going to take a shower, grab something to eat, and then head to the training ground to wait for your father-son match." Chioduin slapped his muddled head, exclaiming, "Oh right, you 2 still have your father-son match to face." "Hey." Chioduin got up to follow Gawain out, saying, "I'll go get some drinks and watch." Ilyavina playfully tugged at Wenyin's arm, suggesting, "Sister, let us make some pastries and brew a pot of tea to enjoy while watching." Ilyavina's idea of making pastries meant Wenyin would do the serious work while she sneakily stole bites, boasting that she was there to help. "Sounds great." Wenyin slung her long zither over her back. The 2 linked arms and left the room, leaving only Sheeny and Tila, who stared at each other. Sheeny said, "Make sure to clean up well when you go back, especially your neck." He tossed his hair and exited the room. "Humph. Later, you'll be calling me Dad." Their father-son match quickly spread throughout Marineford, with many Navy officers intrigued by the rumored strongest generation from the Naval Academy, eager to see if they lived up to the legend. The training ground was packed with Navy officers eager to witness the event. Chioduin stumbled through the crowd, holding a massive wine gourd, drinking as he went, only to fall flat on his face. Is this really the so-called strongest generation? The Navy officers pointed at the slumbering Chioduin beside the ring, questioning his prowess. "Looks like he is just a bit bigger and has more muscles, whereas the strength." "Oh, they just don't know. In our town, those who can hide are the real experts." Ilyavina flew into the crowd carrying 2 food boxes, setting out Wenyin's pastries on the podium. There were various fruit tarts, sorbet, tiramisu, macarons, and Wenyin's specialty osmanthus cake, all incredibly tempting. Gawain rushed to the podium, reaching for a piece of osmanthus cake, only for Ilyavina to swat his hand away, displeased. "What are you doing?" "Trying to steal." Gawain pouted, feeling slighted. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched a piece of osmanthus cake while Ilyavina was distracted. quickly stuffing it into his mouth before she could chase after him. You want to get any later? Ilyavina huffed. Gao, beaming, approached her. Ilyavina, dear sister. Call me third sister. He chuckled dryly. Third sister, when Yan's cooking skills just keep improving, I couldn't resist. I won't listen. Ilyavina arranged the pastries, tossing a playful jab at Gao. Isn't it just a piece of osmanthus cake? When Yin arrived with a pot of hot tea, gently inviting, Gao, you should join us. Gao smiled brightly. Although he had often visited Wen Yin for food and drink during his time in the West Sea, since Wen Yan's arrival, she had not made osmanthus cake. This was partly because the West Sea lacked the necessary plants, and it was rumored, just rumored, that Joel had taught Wen Yin this recipe. So she only made it when he was around, later adding Ilyavina to the mix. Gao, hearing this, felt as if he were listening to a myth. How could that be? Joel, that butcher, making pastries? He'd probably just end up blowing up the kitchen. However, the osmanthus flowers in the academy were indeed cultivated by him, filling the training camp with their unique fragrance every September. During this time, Wen Yin would gather some to make osmanthus cake and brew osmanthus honey, leaving them utterly craving it. Another year of blooming flowers had arrived, and they returned to headquarters at this time. Soon, amidst everyone's anticipation, Sheeny and Tila finally arrived, both clad in sharp outfits. Gao looked at Tila and asked, Third sister, has Tila made any progress in the North Sea this past year? Ilyavina regained her noble demeanor, knowing she only acted like a sweet little sister in front of Wen Yin. In front of the other six, she was their third sister, regal and aloof. She contemplated. Tila has faced many pirate crews in the North Sea this year and ventured alone to the extreme cold of the north for training. His strength is far beyond what it was a year ago. And Sheeny? Gao recalled, Sheeny has changed tremendously this year. During the graduation assessment, we were nearly on par. Under Ilyavina's watchful gaze, Gao continued, unfazed, however, through continuous battles with pirates. Sheeny has become increasingly adept at utilizing his Buddha light fruit power, developing it further. With the experience passed down from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he has made remarkable progress, leaving me far behind. At this moment, Wen Yin interjected, in fact, his strength now surpasses mine. Upon finishing his words, he cast a glance at Ilyavina, the meaning clear without utterance. Ilyavina, brimming with confidence, replied with a smile, then Tila is in peril. But fear not, I have not been idle this past year. That brat Sheeny will still have to call me third sister. If second brother doesn't unleash his transformation, he might even have to address me as second sister this time. As the trio engaged in discussion, the father-son duel officially commenced. Right from the start, Sheeny launched a golden palm strike. Soaring into the air, he unleashed a powerful blow, a technique named the Buddha's palm by Joel. Truly, second brother's naming is nothing short of magnificent. A pure golden hand descended upon Tila, who merely chuckled and stood his ground. The strike landed, creating a shallow imprint on the rocky arena. Sheeny, your strength is insufficient even for a mere scratch. Dare to exert more force? Tila initiated the verbal sparring. The soldiers watching gasped in awe at Tila's extraordinary resilience, harder than stone itself. No rush. It was merely a greeting. Now it's my turn, Tila declared, transforming in an instant, donning a striped pelt upon his back, his fangs elongating. A tiger's roar resounding throughout the battlefield. Here I come, watch out. With a powerful leap, he executed a strike akin to a saber-toothed tiger, appearing before Sheeny in an instant. The bewildered naval officers barely registered the occurrence as Tila swung his great blade, unleashing a tempest of force that sent hats flying from the heads of those in the front row. Such ferocity. Sheeny observed the might of Tila's strike with trepidation. Unwilling to confront the blow with his own body, he feared that a single blow would render him bedridden for the remainder of his days. Waiting for Wen Yin to feed him, golden Buddha light radiated from him as he donned prayer beads, channeling strength into his hands. Buddha's light, steel fist. The golden aura collided with Tila's massive blade, resulting in a tremendous explosion of energy that sent the first 3 rows of spectators tumbling, their minds clouded, blinded by a golden glare, and some fell victim to the shockwave, spitting blood and being dragged away for medical attention. The remaining audience, terrified, recoiled in haste. Gao, witnessing the devastating blow, glanced at the muscular figure sprawled beside the arena and sighed. Only Chiodun's great hammer could withstand such a blow head-on. Ilyavina added. In the North Sea, these two often spar. Once, after a night of revelry on a small island, they fought and ended up sinking the island without inflicting any injuries on each other. Tila, now fervently engaged in battle, bellowed, ha ha ha, bring it on. Chapter 21. Buddha's light fruit versus saber-toothed tiger fruit. The two were thrust apart by their energies. Tila crashed into the arena, causing a deep depression, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Sheeny performed several flips in the air, stabilizing himself. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The force of Tila's strike was indeed overwhelming. Tila rose, brushing off the dust, his tiger's roar echoing throughout the arena. Come again. Take this. Mighty Tiger's Grand Slash. Tila leaped, delivering a ferocious strike with his great blade, the phantom of a fierce tiger charging toward Sheeny. No way, I can't take this head on. Sheeny removed his prayer beads, spinning them in front of him, crossing his hands. Buddha's light, wishful convergence. The Buddha's light surged, transforming Shini into a figure resembling a benevolent deity descended upon the mortal realm. Goodness, Gawain remarked, teasingly. That sorrowful image is completely at odds with Shini's usual playful demeanor. It strikes a dissonant chord. Wenyan stifled a giggle, recalling Shini's usual antics. Indeed, he appears like a different person. Perhaps a comedic fruit suits him best. A swastika appeared amidst the prayer beads, from which a beam of Buddha's light burst forth. Tila swung his blade downwards, cleaving through the light, laughing. Shini, your frivolous Buddha light is not impressive at all. Not done yet. Shini surged forth from the Buddha's light. Buddha's light, Arhat's great elephant. With his right hand aglow with golden light, he struck Tila with a punch. Caught off guard by the mockery, Tila hastily raised his great blade to block Shini's blow. The impact resonated like a bell tolling. Tila was propelled into the center of the arena. The stone platform shattered into fragments, scattering debris in all directions. Run! The naval soldiers shouted, fleeing in panic. Ilyavina attempted to shield herself from the debris. But Wenyan was quicker, her jade hand gliding across the zither, unleashing a wave of sound that pulverized the flying stones into dust. Ilyavina smiled, sister. Your power has ascended to new heights. Wenyan replied, everyone is progressing. I cannot lag behind. Ilyavina clung to Wenyan's arm, playfully asserting, how could that be? Sister is the strongest. If Joel saw how powerful you have become, he would surely be delighted. Wenyan stuffed a piece of osmanthus cake into Ilyavina's mouth, chiding. What nonsense. Focus on your food. A melody erupted, awakening the fleeing soldiers, alerting them that the danger had passed. They turned to see the debris had been reduced to powder. Truly, the strongest generation, each of them is remarkably formidable. The naval soldiers marveled. Tila leaped from the pit. Laughing, Shini, your strikes are ruthless. I've bled from the blows. Watch my blade. Tila, unscathed, appeared before Shini, swinging his great blade with renewed vigor. What the Shini gasped. Astonished by Tila's resilience. How is it that I feel no damage? Buddha's light, Arhat's alms bowl. Shini summoned the Buddha's light, delivering a punch with a golden alms bowl descending towards Tila. What is this? Tila exclaimed, bewildered. Why are your techniques so bizarre? You simply do not understand. You big oaf. Shini retorted. Ah, spit. Tila shouted, behold my mighty tiger, frenzied cuts. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with his massive blade. The shimmering blade cutting through the alms bowl. Haha, you fell for my trick, big oaf. Huh? How did cutting through your technique lead to me being deceived? Tila pondered. Convinced, Shini felt humiliated and was deliberately playing along. Buddha's light, Arhat's tower. A 7-tiered pagoda descended upon Tila. Boom. Tila was again sent back into his familiar pit. In the air, golden Buddha light danced around. Shini clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring, forgive me, forgive me. Ilyavina chuckled. Those who show off seldom meet favorable ends. No sooner had she spoken than a tiger's roar shattered the pagoda. The strongest of the Zoan-type devil fruit users possess remarkable resilience. Mighty tiger, heavy fist. Tila abandoned his great blade, darting to Shini's side and delivering a powerful punch. Shini hurriedly raised his hands to defend. Boom. Tila's fist struck, sending Shini hurtling into the earth. The ground shook, rippling like waves. Ilyavina rose, her right hand raised, summoning a yellow magic circle. An invisible wall of air appeared, redirecting the upheaving earth skyward, layer upon layer stacking to form a circular coliseum in an instant. Gawain, astonished, exclaimed, Third sister, you can control the earth? Oh no. The earth element? A year prior, when they parted, Ilyavina could only manipulate fire and water elements. The primary offensive means remained solely fire attacks, yet astonishingly. After just a year, new elemental manipulations have been mastered. Thus, vast water elements can be summoned over the sea, while earth elements can be commanded on land, rendering every locale a battlefield under one's control. The sound of a collapsed earthen wall echoed, debris scattering everywhere. Not just that, Ilyavina remarked with a smile. Not just that? Gawain seemed to realize something. Could it be that the gust of wind in the room this morning was not a natural occurrence? Was it conjured by this woman before him? Controlling the wind is indeed the forte of his elder sister, and now there exists another wind manipulator. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be nothing short of spectacular. He could hardly wait to witness the clash of the three once his sister returns. At this thought, Gawain shivered. It seemed he had progressed the slowest during this visit, while the others had all transformed into prodigies. Is Shini all right? Gawain inquired. Not yet. Wenyan replied lightly, possessing the clearest understanding of Shini's capabilities. In the deep pit, a golden Buddhist light erupted after a brief pause, blinding Tira momentarily. As Shini unleashed yet another trick. Since you are the saber-toothed tiger, allow me to demonstrate my technique. Shini's voice resonated from within the pit. Buddha light, Arhat subduing the tiger. A howling emerged from the depths, and Shini burst forth like a ferocious tiger charging at Tira, who was equally a tiger. The golden light encircled him, swirling as a massive golden lotus bloomed within the pit. Door of the tiger. Behold, the fierce tiger, battle chariot. Tira charged forth, akin to an iron war chariot, colliding with Shini's golden tiger light. Upon impact, one half of the training ground shimmered with golden brilliance, the statues of deities standing solemn, while the other half was engulfed in a tempest, dust and stones swirling chaotically. The powerful forces released waves that rippled outward, Trees in the distance bent low as if battered by a fierce gale, their leaves stripped away. Two streams of energy erupted, forming a golden storm that whirled debris and leaves. Ilyavina, Wen Yin, and Gawain exchanged glances, quickly taking flight to form a triangular formation. Striving to contain the tempest within the arena, Ilyavina placed her delicate fingers before her chest, unfolding a magical array, with red, blue, green, and yellow guarding the four corners. As a massive magical shield unfolded, Wen Yin sat on the ground, plucking his lute, the melodies transforming into blades and spears that defended their position. Gawain drew his sword, raising it before him, as blue sword energy swirled to counter the oncoming storm. Run! The naval soldiers fled in disarray, while the officers struggled to maintain order. Cold sweat trickling down their brows as they beheld the swirling tempest, swallowing hard. This is bad. The arena has been destroyed. Hurry! Soldiers emerging from the arena shouted to their comrades outside. Oh no, the training ground has been wrecked. Run! The soldiers outside called to the academy students. A commotion erupted within the academy, and instructors promptly organized the students for evacuation. Admiral Sengoku was in his office, addressing official documents, when suddenly an officer burst in, exclaiming, Admiral Sengoku, it's terrible. Berserker Tira and Monk Shini are sparring on the training ground, demolishing the entire naval academy. With a thud, Sengoku slammed his fist on the table. What a mess upon my return. Where is Zephyr? Where is he? I don't know. The chief instructor Zephyr is absent from the academy. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This can't be. How could they possess the strength to demolish the entire naval academy? Even if Meglin and Joel were to fight, they wouldn't have the power to do so. Sengoku inquired, did you witness this with your own eyes? No, it was the soldiers outside who cried out, the officer realized. Drenched in cold sweat, 3 people can create a tiger, and words can distort reality. Sengoku glared at him. Next time, ascertain the facts before reporting. Yes, the officer replied. Feeling the urge to flee, Sengoku rubbed his forehead, exasperated by these reckless youngsters. They must be dispatched to the Grand Line quickly, lest they cause chaos at headquarters day after day. As the storm gradually subsided, debris fell from the sky. A massive pit appeared before the trio, who approached it. Within the pit, Tira lay unconscious while Shini stood motionless before him. Shini, are you all right? Wen Yin inquired with concern. After a long pause, Shini finally spoke. Call. Call? The 3 were taken aback, and Wen Yin asked, call for a doctor? Shini grinned. Call Dad, call Daddy. With that, he laughed and plopped down onto the ground, exhausted. From today onward, I am the 5th brother, he declared. Indeed, you shall be the 5th brother from now on. Wen Yin replied with a smile. Ouch, this hurts. Chiyu Dun, awakening from the storm, exclaimed as shallow cuts marred his body. Which inconsiderate soul dared to ambush me? I'll smash you with a hammer. Chiyu Dun leaped up, glancing around. The scene was one of devastation, with debris strewn about. The arena had vanished, leaving behind numerous pits. Spotting Ilyavina and the others not far away, Chiyu Dun jogged over. You're awake. Wen Yin greeted. Yes, Chiyu Dun nodded foolishly, suddenly noticing Shini lying in the pit. He exclaimed, oh dear, isn't that my beloved 6th brother? What happened? Shini, lacking the strength to chastise this fool, merely rolled his eyes. Chiyu Dun then saw Tira, unconscious nearby, gazing incredulously at Shini and cautiously ventured, 5th brother? The first apology letter of 2019, as I prepare for my operations research exam the day after tomorrow. I am deeply remorseful to inform all readers that I am unable to update today. I will find a way to update tomorrow. Lastly, I wish everyone a happy new year. Chapter 22, Sister. The Wind Child appears the alarm of Marineford blared, yet the Navy personnel seemed oblivious, each engrossed in their tasks, only pointing at the group by the dock. This familiar scene mirrored nearly identically to 3 days prior, as Chief Instructor Zephyr awaited the return of his most formidable generation of students at the harbor. However, today's arrivals were extraordinary. 2 fleets would return to Marineford, one reassigned to the South Sea and the other to the East Sea. There was no need to mention the mechanical Tesla Newman and the Hunter Maschine Gon Simon, as they too were part of the elite training camp's strongest generation. The spotlight, however, was on the second ranked of this elite generation, the Sword of Angels, Kyran Trell Joel, and the unparalleled, undefeated for a decade, the Wind Child, Elrose Meglin. Upon their return, Meglin greeted them with a surprise, standing at the bow of the ship. Her silver hair dancing in the sea breeze, her white naval justice cloak billowing gracefully. The silver cuffs on her uniform distinguished her from the rest. Unlike other female officers clad in standard suits, Meglin adhered to the elite training camp's dress code, showcasing her formidable prowess. Beneath the cloak of naval justice lies a shimmering silver gown, adorned with radiant jewels that twinkle like the stars in the luminous moonlight in the vast night sky. From a distance, one might mistake the figure for a celestial being descended from the Moon Palace. In Medline's left hand, Simon steadies a sniper rifle, aiming toward the port with a grin. Sister, Teacher Zephyr, and the other 6 are here to greet us. A smile graces Medline's lips. Then let us adhere to the training camp's protocols and offer a proper greeting. What sort of greeting do you have in mind? Inside the cabin, the mechanized Newman emerges, appearing entirely ordinary, not at all resembling a grand mechanic. How delightful, Medline chuckles at Newman, let us add a touch of fun, with both hands clenched into fists. She strikes the air on either side. A gentle breeze begins to stir, tousling his silver hair, and the wind intensifies. The sea, agitated by the wind, starts to churn violently, waves crashing and rising in height. Finally, a colossal wave forms, roaring toward Marlon Vondo. Immediately, Marlon Vondo activates the tsunami alert. Soldiers rush to secure the vessels while others hastily retreat to headquarters. Zephyr laughs heartily. Do not panic. It is not a great tsunami. Merely my 3 students returning from the South Sea. Jean Gua, hearing the tsunami alarm and witnessing the enormous wave approaching the port, feels a jolt of panic, shouting, "Get rid of it, hurry." At that moment, Jean Gua's singular thought is to swiftly banish these troublemakers, who, after a year of absence, seem to have only honed their disruptive abilities. He fears that one day, the headquarters might sink under their relentless bombardment. Observing the approaching tsunami, Shini exclaims, "Sister, are you trying to intimidate us? Who will resolve this?" Tila, gripping a large naginata, appears eager for action. "Of course, I shall handle it. Watch closely, son," Shini boasts. Thumping his chest, Tila's expression darkens at his words, but finds no retort, having lost in their previous scuffles. Simon, observing the expressions of those at the port, chuckles. "Allow me to resolve this." With a series of sharp reports from his sniper rifle, 5 shots ring out, slicing through the air to strike the ever-growing tsunami, which promptly divides into 6 parts, resembling a 6-headed serpent. "One for each of us," Xiao Dun declares, wielding a massive hammer. "No, I'll take them all," Shini retorts, summoning beads that gather a golden aura in his hands. Gawain unsheathes his sword, unleashing a torrent of blue sword energy. "None shall compete with me." The 4 glare at one another, vying for dominance. In an instant, blades flash, fists strike, and Buddha's palms collide, all surging forth. With a thunderous crash, the tsunami, under their combined assault, transforms into a radiant rainbow. Beneath this vibrant arc, 3 warships from the South Sea glide gracefully into the harbor. Marlon Vondo, son of the wind. Eros Medline, reporting. As the ships dock, the trio leaps ashore before Zephyr, bowing respectfully, "Teacher Zephyr." Zephyr beams with delight. "Excellent, excellent. It's wonderful to see you all again. You've grown significantly stronger, especially you, Medline. That tsunami earlier truly astonished me." Medline offers a modest smile, responding, "The tsunami's power was merely amplified by Newman's air cannon. It does not solely reflect my abilities." The others exchange incredulous glances. Just a year prior, Newman had ranked lowest in the training camp. Now he exhibits such prowess? Newman, like a magician, produces an array of peculiar weapons from various compartments, his eyes scanning for a suitable subject for experimentation. Shini steps forward, playfully bumping into the gun's muzzle, exclaiming, "Fool, what on earth are these? They look like toys for children." Newman chuckles, irreverent remarks, "Is it? What do you say?" With that, he draws a handgun and fires, unleashing a blue freezing ray. Shini quickly dodges, the icy beam grazing his left arm, instantly covering half his body in frost. The remaining blast strikes a distant wall, blooming into a crystalline flower. Newman, with a playful grin, blows away the cold mist from his gun, laughing, "Was that irreverent enough for you?" Half frozen, Shini feels the chill seeping into his core, stuttering, "Imamam. I'm FF freezing to DD death. LL liberate me." Newman brandishes a red pistol, aiming, "Do not move." Realizing this weapon is likely to spew flames, Shini erupts in anger. "What do you plan to do?" "Call me daddy." Newman quips, delivering the classic line. Shini's face darkens while Tila bursts into laughter. "Look at you, little one. Just the other day, you were so impressive." Shini retorts, glaring at Tila, "What is so funny? If I call him daddy, doesn't he that make you his grandson?" Tila, upon reflection, promptly falls silent, realizing the implications. It seems, in this moment, Shini has claimed victory over Tila. Newman, mischievously igniting a spark, sends Shini scurrying behind Wen Yen, crying, "Sister, save me." Amused by the antics of these two, Wen Yen chuckles until her eyes can barely remain open, gently patting Shini's head. "I lack the ability. Just let Newman help you thaw out." Like a docile pup, Shini nods obediently, subtly giving Newman a thumbs up. Newman, understanding the gesture, discreetly returns the sentiment. Their eyes meet, and unspoken communication flows between them, a shared understanding. With a playful flick of his left hand, Newman fires the red ray, and the frost on Shini's left side transforms into crimson patterns, shattering into fragments. Xiao Dun, excited, queries, "Impressive. What else do you have besides these 2 guns? Show us." Although he is a brawny figure, his fascination with machinery is unabated. Newman, adopting the demeanor of a scholarly cowboy, twirls the 2 guns on his finger before holstering them, declaring, "Watch closely." Following a flurry of movements, mechanical firearms extend from his backpack like the legs of a spider. Xiao Dun's eyes sparkle with excitement, thoroughly captivated. Just a year prior, Newman ranked last in training, yet now he stands as the center of attention. Witnessing this former underdog flourish fills the heart with joy and pride. Though physical prowess may wane, the pursuit of one's unique path to strength prevails. When the sky falls, there are still those who rise to support it. Upon this thought, Zifa cast a glance at the ethereal Meglan. With this return, It seems I shall have to relinquish my old position, and for a moment, I felt a twinge of reluctance. Newman feigned concern as he spoke. Kayetan pinched his own hand and chuckled. If you're reluctant, then just remain seated. We shall not compete with you. 10th brother. Kayetan emphasized the last two words with a certain gravity. Gawain pushed his sword outward with his left hand, revealing a glinting blade. Simon pulled the bolt of his sniper rifle, resting it on his shoulder as he defiantly regarded Gawain, who had drawn his sword. Ilyavina smiled at the seemingly otherworldly Megalin, who reciprocated with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze in response to the aggressive gazes directed at her. On Ilyavina's black robe, for colors of magic began to flow, tracing the intricate patterns adorning the garment. A gust of wind arose, reversing the breeze that had been blowing from the sea towards Marin Fando. Tension crackled in the air, signaling that battle was imminent. Observing the situation, Zifa quickly interjected with levity. Today, the 3 colonels from the South Sea have returned. I have already prepared a feast, so let us not stand here foolishly. Let us eat and converse. No one's face need be spared, but we must show respect to teacher Zifa with the exception of the red-haired one. The 9 individuals promptly relaxed their stances, bowing respectfully. Yes, teacher Zifa. What shall we do when second brother returns? Newman inquired. Ilyavina, linking arms with Megalin, smiled. Let him be. Let him enjoy the sea breeze alone, for he has returned quite late. I concur, Tila and Kayetan chimed in, already intoxicated by the allure of the drink. Since third sister has said so, we shall not wait. Newman slung his backpack over his shoulder and joined the others. In the office, the Warring States General fumed. Investigate. Find out where the Grand Line has gaps. As soon as the biggest troublemaker returns, dispatch them immediately. General, he sat expressionlessly on the sofa. Weren't you quite pleased when they just returned? General, he continued, the Grand Line is not like the 4 seas. They are yet to master hockey. We must first teach them hockey before we can send them out with confidence. Otherwise, if they encounter a hockey master, the situation could become dire. Very well, your reasoning is sound. Chapter 23, Elder Brother or Elder Sister. Heavenly Lion Song, Sword Lion. In a fit of excitement, one tends to shout recklessly. Joel brandished a standard naval soldier-esque sword, shouting towards Guillaume, with his left hand behind his back. Guillaume mirrored Joel's fervor with his own ordinary soldier's sword, responding to Joel's tempestuous onslaught with an expression of casual ease, as though strolling through a serene garden. The weak often resort to shouting in the presence of the strong. A white sword aura surged forth, manifesting as a white lion, bearing its bloodied maw as it pounced towards Guillaume. Ha ha ha, it certainly looks impressive. Carp chuckled from the side, crunching on a rice cracker. It appears rather splendid. Yet its power is quite lacking. You youngsters are enamored with such flashy displays. You should spend more time contemplating my iron fist of love. Guillaume offered a faint smile, raising his sword and executing a powerful slash. The crescent-shaped sword aura instantaneously dismantled Joel's white lion, sending both Joel's white sword aura and the remnants hurtling through the air. In Joel's mind, time momentarily froze, and he faintly sensed that a blade of energy would, in the next breath, slice towards his left arm from the left side. The sword's aura stirred the pink silk scarf that covered his eyes, prompting him to pivot instantly. The blade whistled past his ear, yet it was still insufficiently precise. His evasive maneuver fell just short. The golden sword energy of Guillaume severed a strand of hair that floated in the air, causing it to brush against Joel's face. How perilous! He had nearly met his demise. Cold sweat poured down his back, soaking his entire spine, while the sea breeze delivered a chill that surged towards the nape of his neck. Do not lose focus. The Guillaume in training resembled a demon shedding its angelic guise. A pulsating heart appeared hazily in Joel's mind, located just in front of his right side. Little Guillaume is indeed severe. One misstep, and I would become a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child. Carp was nearly in tears from laughter. The ship's doctor stood in a line, prepared to handle any unforeseen mishaps promptly, reflecting on the rigorous training of recent days. They collectively swallowed hard, sweat pouring down their faces. Was this truly how individuals in elite training camps were forged? They risked their lives, and fortunately, they were not combatants. It seemed that reading at home and healing the sick was a far more commendable pursuit. Yet, one cannot neglect protective measures entirely. Kajitsu sat nearby, his observation abilities fully engaged, intently following the training, ready to intervene at any moment. The laughter reached his ears, and Carp's carefree visage surfaced in his mind. Right beside him, that old man, Joel remarked. Focus. Guillaume swung the military knife in his hand, delivering 2 strikes that approached from an exceedingly unscientific trajectory. In Joel's mind, 2 crescent-shaped energy entities surged from the position of his heart in the right front, and as he sensed the trajectory of the sword's energy, his brow furrowed into a shape. Could this be the legendary trembling sword technique? In Joel's mind, he calculated the trajectory of the sword's energy and his own evasion path as the lethal force drew ever closer, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. His mathematical skills were inadequate. He could not devise a solution, or perhaps, given his current abilities, the problem was insurmountable. The only recourse was to endure, with unwavering resolve. He braced against the final distance, his right hand clenched into a fist. Dark, Armored Haki surged forth from his knuckles, enveloping his entire right arm in an instant. Archangel Raphael, divine protection. The colossal angelic statue behind him unfurled, a golden shield materializing. Observing this, Joel's Haki dissipated in an instant as two streams of sword energy collided against the protective barrier, causing it to crack with a resounding snap. Well then, this shall suffice for today, he declared, tossing aside the military knife he had been wielding. Upon hearing those words, Joel collapsed onto the deck of the ship, utterly exhausted. The continuous exertion of his observation Haki had drained both his physical and mental stamina. In that moment of relaxation, his mind became a chaotic blur, accompanied by a sharp pain, prompting him to cradle his head and curl slightly. Guillaume knelt before Joel, gently stroking his hair, and softly asked, "Are you all right? How do you feel?" The demon donned his angelic guise once more. Joel, rendered powerless to respond, succumbed to a deep slumber, his final thoughts lingering on the gentle smile of Guillaume. A day later, the group finally arrived at Marineford. As the warship gracefully glided into the harbor, soldiers and officers stationed at the dock paused to render their salutes. Vice Admiral Karp, Vice Admiral Guillaume, and Vice Admiral Kaji led the way. As for Colonel Joel, who trailed behind, he was entirely overlooked by the assembly, for he had yet to earn the privilege of receiving such honors from the gathered officers and troops. With a smile, Karp guided the group towards the headquarters building. Joel gazed perplexedly at the harbor, sensing that something was amiss. It did not align with his expectations. "What is it?" Guillaume inquired. Joel touched his nose and, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Wasn't it said that those 9 individuals returned before me? Where are they?" In essence, his words conveyed a sense of indignation. "I have returned from the East Sea. Where are you all? Why is there no one here to greet my grand arrival? This is simply illogical." Chiyuan chuckled, scratching his head, and replied, "Perhaps others are preoccupied with their own matters. Could you refrain from touching? It once he helped me grow taller," he added, though he was already considered quite tall among ordinary people. Yet, in the presence of the 3 great generals, he still appeared somewhat diminutive. If I were to become a general in the future, standing alongside them would certainly not present an impressive sight. Joel inquired of a soldier. "Have the Wind children, Meg Lin and the others, returned?" The soldier saluted and replied, "Report to Colonel Joel. They arrived at the port this morning and were subsequently taken away by Chief Instructor Zephyr." "Zephyr, you say? Do you know their destination?" The soldier, with a serious demeanor, stated, "They mentioned something about going for drinks." "What? They didn't even wait for me. Those little rascals have truly lost their manners." Joel clenched his fists, silently vowing to teach them a lesson. It had been a year since he last saw them, and each had grown remarkably. That muscle-bound Shutan had once been guided by Joel on how to pilfer liquor. Simon, with his stoic expression, had been personally taught by Joel how to handle a firearm. Gawain had learned the art of the sword directly under Joel's tutelage. And the clumsy yet endearing Tira had been instructed by Joel on how a great sword could outshine an axe. As for Newman, he had personally taken on Tony Stark as his apprentice. Wen Yin, oh, she was the best. And Sheeny, that irreverent one, was also a product of Joel's teachings on the true scriptures of the Tripitaka. Ilyavina had been guided hand in hand by Joel in the ways of magic. As for Meg Lin, well, she was a force unto herself. He would let that be for now, settling her account later. The soldier, maintaining his serious demeanor, reported again, "Colonel, they said they would not wait for you." "Ah, this is intolerable." Joel's expression darkened significantly. The soldier continued, "Furthermore, enough." Guillaume, sensing Joel's displeasure, interrupted. "We must head to the warlord. You go ahead and find Meg Lin and the others." Joel gently caressed his sword, Caliban, and cast a melancholic glance at the headquarters building before breaking into a sweet smile. After watching Garp and the others depart, his expression darkened as he walked through the halls of the headquarters, his observation skills fully engaged, passing by one banquet hall after another. Eventually, he paused before a door. Inside, Shutan and Tila were engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, downing barrels of liquor. Sheeny was mimicking Gavin's attempts at savoring wine with an air of sophistication. Newman and Simon, who were abstainers, busied themselves with firearms, disassembling and reassembling weapons. Meg Lin, Ilyavina, and Wen Yun were joyously gathered, discussing music theory, geography, and culture, ranging from the world's landscapes to the Grand Line, before inevitably returning to the timeless topic of fashion. "What do you think of my outfit?" Zifa smiled as he observed his 9 proud students, realizing he and T felt this joyful in quite some time. His gaze fell upon the first empty seat to his left, evoking memories of their first encounter with Joel. This interloper, granted entry into the training camp through special privileges, had entered the camp with a gaze devoid of anything but hatred. His cerulean eyes lacked the innocence of the other 9 children, displaying a calmness that belied his tender age of 7, reminiscent of a weathered elder. Initially, Zifa harbored a strong aversion to this student who had seemingly barged in through connections. The boy's frail frame and ordinary talents suggested a future lacking in promise, leading Zifa to believe he would be a significant embarrassment to his elite training camp. However, this child demonstrated an unwavering determination and self-discipline unseen in his peers. His pursuit of strength bordering on madness He was the first to rise for training each day and the last to sleep, pushing his physical limits, relying solely on sheer willpower. He had made a wager with himself to ascend from 10th place to 9th within 2 years, 8th within 3, 7th within 4, 6th within 5, 5th within 6, 4th within 7, 3rd within 8, 2nd within 9, and 1st within 10 years. If he failed, he would request to return to the ordinary class. Very well, Zifa replied, a flicker of emotion crossing his heart as he gazed into those cerulean eyes. Over the next decade, he witnessed the remarkable transformation of an unremarkable child rising above a crowd of devil fruit users. After defeating his first opponent with such powers, Shini collapsed on the training grounds, a blissful smile gracing his face as he fell into a 5-day slumber. It was the first time Zifa had seen this child smile, a peculiar yet heartwarming thought that lingered in his mind. Later, with the addition of Gion and Garp, the child's progress accelerated even further, albeit with a shift in dynamics. 10 years later, during the graduation competition, although he did not fulfill his promise of defeating the top-ranked Meglin. For a boy lacking hockey and devil fruit abilities, this achievement was nothing short of miraculous. The collective sentiment among the higher-ups of the Navy was that, had it not been for his mischief, he would have long been dealt with. Due to the invasion of ominous forces, his reassignment to the 4 Seas was delayed by 6 months, leading to the assumption that he would not be seen at headquarters until the following year. To their surprise, he ascended to the rank of colonel at Navy headquarters in merely 6 months, earning his promotion through undeniable military merit. Hawkeye even personally conferred upon him the title of Sword of the Angel. With a sudden kick, Joel burst through the door, his head lowered as he entered the room. The once lively atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. You didn't invite me to drink? Joel's voice was chilling. Chutun's nose twitched in fear. Exchanging panicked glances with Tila, they had been the ones to lead the charge into the fine wines earlier. Sheeny and Gavin quickly straightened up, mentally repeating, "He can't see me, he can't see me." Newman trembled, having endured the harshest bullying among them. The shadow of his childhood fears loomed large as he once again beheld Joel, causing his hands to shake as he fumbled with the components of the firearm. Unsure if it would explode, Simon maintained his usual stoic demeanor, but lowered his head, counting the fingerprints on his sniper rifle. The only ones unafraid of Joel were Zifa and the 3 women present. Joel raised his head, scanning the crowd with a commanding gaze. "Speak up," he urged. His golden pupils struck deep into the hearts of those present. How could they be gold? Had there been another transformation? Meglin met his gaze, her silver pupils equally formidable. Ilyavina glanced from Joel's golden eyes to Meglin's silver ones, her own blue pupils clenched tightly in her hands. Wenyan chuckled. How could that be? We've all been waiting for you. Not a single dish has been touched. In an instant, Joel's expression shifted, a grin spreading across his face as he said, "I knew Sister Wenyan was the best." The other 6 breathed a collective sigh of relief. Surely, they wouldn't be punished. Oh, this was merely a friendly spar. Taking a seat opposite Meglin, Joel noticed the shift from Tila to Sheeny on his right and was momentarily startled. Had Tila already been defeated? Sheeny, with a beaming smile, lifted a bowl of wine and said, "Brother, please drink." "Brother?" All eyes turned towards Joel and Meglin. Meglin gazed at Joel with warmth, and under the scrutiny of her silver pupils, he slowly emptied his bowl of wine, returning her a smile. Chapter 24. That year, that person, that tree with a flourish. Joel stood up, pouring a bowl of wine and exclaiming, "Meglin, it's been a while." Meglin mirrored his actions, pouring her own bowl and rising with a smile. "To be precise, it's been a year and 7 days. Hey, your memory is impressive," Joel grinned. The others looked on in disbelief. Had the usually stoic Joel just smiled? A gust of wind swept through the window, billowing their naval cloaks and tousling their hair. Meglin chuckled softly. "Of course, my memory has always been excellent." Even the usually impassive Meglin smiled. What day was it? 2 normally expressionless individuals were smiling face to face without any external influence. Wenyan observed the 2 with concern. They wouldn't start fighting at the banquet, would they? It had been a year and 7 days since they last clashed. And one was surely itching for a fight while the other felt the urge to retaliate. "Let us go." Joel laughed, his eyes crinkling with delight. "Let us go," Meglin echoed. As the wind howled, their wine bowls clinked, and a burst of golden light erupted, intertwining in the air. The surging energy startled the onlookers. The intensity of their energies escalated, becoming increasingly chaotic, rendering those with lesser physical skills unable to keep their eyes open. Tila and Shiodan, recalling the imposing presence of these 2 titans from their training camp days, trembled in the storm. Had these 2 truly grown this powerful? A flicker of hesitation crossed Ilyavina's eyes. Did she stand a 30% chance of victory if it came to blows? She had thought mastering the wind element would allow her to contend with Meglin on equal footing, but it appeared she still fell short. The 2 subsequently raised their bowls and drank deeply. The wind ceased, and their flowing garments settled into tranquility. Zephyr observed their first clash with keen interest. This contest promised to be captivating, no longer a one-sided affair. Alas, for this group still unacquainted with the concept of dominance, the elemental prowess remained an insurmountable advantage. Aha. Come, let us drink. After their initial bout, Joel called for everyone to join in a toast. Let us first raise a bowl to Master Zephyr. The crowd lifted their bowls and cheered. Cheers. 11 bowls clinked together, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of jubilant celebration. Among the revelers, Joel and Sheenie were the loudest, bouncing around with unabashed enthusiasm, yet they were also the first to succumb to the drink. In the realm of drinking, they could never match Tila and Chiodon, who treated it like a casual pastime. In a tipsy haze, Joel tugged at Meglin's collar, shouting, "Face of the dead #2, I'm telling you, I'm much stronger now. You better clean up when you go back. This time, I'll definitely pin you down." The once oppressed weaker party, having endured the might of the stronger for so long, was finally beginning to resist. Sure. That's what you say, Meglin replied, her expression unchanging as she swatted away Joel's boisterous hands. Pathetic, she scoffed. Overwhelmed by excitement, Joel retched, spewing towards Meglin. She swiftly elementalized, the contents landing harmlessly on the ground. Her expression darkened as she fumed. When you sober up, I'll make you understand why flowers bloom so brilliantly. With a belch, Joel released a foul odor right in Meglin's face. Though she dodged the vomit, she couldn't escape the stench, vanishing into a gust of wind as she declared, "You're in for it, Joel. No one can save you. Mark my words." Ilyavina steadied the tipsy Joel, exchanging glances with Wenyin. "Sister, I'll leave them to you and Master Zephyr. I'll take Joel back." Wenyin's pupils narrowed slightly before she smiled. "All right. Take good care of Joel. I will look after my sister's precious treasure." Ilyavina chuckled. "You little brat, dare to laugh at me?" Wenyin retorted, flustered. Let us go. Don't linger here." Wenyin turned to leave, memories flooding back in an instant. "Big sister, why does your music always sound so mournful?" 10-year-old Joel paused his training, looking curiously at Wenyin behind him. Girls mature faster than boys, and the 12-year-old Wenyin gazed at the boy who only knew vengeance. Forcing a smile, "I miss home. Where is your home? What is it like?" Joel inquired, resting his chin on his hands as he sat across from her. "My home is in the East Sea, a place filled with blooming flowers and fruit trees." The gentle breeze tousled Wenyin's dark hair. Among the training camp, only she and Joel had black hair, and this connection made her feel close to him, full of flowers and fruits. Joel responded, "In my hometown. The island is also adorned with cherry blossoms, which bloom all year round, even in winter." "That must be beautiful," Wenyin mused. "Big sister, have you heard of Osmanthus?" A flicker of excitement danced in Joel's azure pupils. Wenyin's eyes widened in surprise. Perhaps they both hailed from the East Sea. "Yes. There's a large Osmanthus tree in my family's yard. Every September, the flowers fall like confetti, filling the house with their fragrance." Joel excitedly grasped Wenyin's hand, startling her. "Where does that sister live? I must visit her when I have the chance." Wenyin shook her head, replying, "My hometown does not welcome outsiders." "Then, sister, let us plant an Osmanthus tree in the training camp," Joel suggested eagerly. Wenyin looked at the exuberant little boy in confusion, ruffling his hair and smiling. "Silly brother. Trees require seeds to grow." The twilight glow bathed the pair of siblings, casting their shadows long and elongated. As time passed, this incident quickly faded from Wenyin's memory. However, 3 years later, one day, Joel mysteriously dashed into Wenyin's room, exclaiming, "Sister, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Wenyin, engrossed in her sheet music, looked at Joel quizzically. She noticed numerous bruises adorning his face. Despite his clean attire, it was evident he had just been in a scuffle. "Have you been fighting again?" Wenyin set aside her sheet music and approached the cabinet. Upon opening a drawer filled with various medicines, none intended for herself, she delicately applied medicinal alcohol to Joel's face. Her tone tinged with exasperation. "How many times have I told you to avoid fighting? Who was it this time? Tila or Meglin?" Joel took out a piece of white silk, rolled it up, and covered Wenyin's eyes with it. "Silly brother, what are you planning to do?" Joel led Wenyin outside, saying, "Follow me." They walked through the darkness for an indeterminate time until Joel's voice echoed in her ear again. "Sister, look." As silk fell away, a golden sapling came into view. Wenyin approached and gently caressed the little tree, the fragrance, long sealed in her memories, once more enveloping her senses. This is a Osmanthus sapling," Wenyin exclaimed in delight, glancing at Joel, who, like a child, indeed, he was just a child, smiled and rubbed the back of his head. 3 years ago, the sunset burst into Wenyin's mind. "Sister, let us plant an Osmanthus tree at the training camp." Tears, like pearls on a broken string, cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Silly brother," Wenyin exclaimed, embracing Joel tightly. "Sister, when this sapling grows and blooms, I will make Osmanthus cake for you. My Osmanthus cake is delicious," Wenyin affirmed, nodding as she held Joel. Under the same sunset, the silhouettes of the two, one large and one small, stretched longer and longer. As 3 years later, Joel fulfilled the promise made 3 years prior. A furious roar from Zephyr startled them. His towering figure emerged before them. "Joel? Did Major Dominar just tell me you snuck aboard his ship and slipped away to the East Sea?" Zephyr stood before Joel, his face contorted with anger. Lifting Joel with his left hand, "You become quite bold, daring to venture out to sea secretly, having just lost his right hand." Zephyr understood the terrors of the ocean. Even he, a former general, had his right arm severed by pirates, let alone 13-year-old Joel. Wenyin gasped, "Joel? Did you secretly go to the East Sea to dig up this Osmanthus sapling?" Zephyr looked at the small sapling in Joel's grasp and recalled Dominar's smirk. "Zephyr, Your student is remarkable. He hid on my ship without me noticing, then went to the island to snatch a sapling and even made me pay for it. Incredible! You risked your life just for this sapling? When Wen pleaded, clinging to Zephyr's leg, Teacher, it's all my fault. I suggested planting an osmanthus tree. This isn't Joel's fault. I bear responsibility as well. For just a sapling, you toy with your own life? You have 4 years until graduation. How many saplings will you need then? Joel struggled, saying, I promised this 3 years ago. I have waited for 3 years. Moreover, this osmanthus tree symbolizes Sister Wen Yuan's hometown, which is unique. Upon hearing this, Zephyr set Joel down. You still remember the promise made 3 years ago? Wen Yuan nodded in response, yes, teacher. Joel is honoring the vow made 3 years prior. She placed particular emphasis on the 3 years and the promise. Zephyr smiled, you are indeed clever. However, his expression shifted. But Joel's unauthorized venture into the sea cannot escape punishment. With that, he took Joel away, prompting Wen Yuan to rush back to fetch medicine. Although the teacher promised not to be too harsh, his fists were notoriously hard. As time passed, every sunset, Wen Yuan would tend to Joel's wounds after his fights, the little sapling growing alongside them. The fragrance of the osmanthus attracted other companions, with Ilyavina being the first to arrive. Under the setting sun, their shadows multiplied from 2 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, as the osmanthus bloomed ever more vibrantly, eventually drawing in Meg Lin as well. The following 4 years passed for the 10 of them amidst the sweet scent of osmanthus and the delightful taste of Wen Yuan's osmanthus cakes. Wen Yuan turned to hand Joel over to Ilyavina before entering her room, her memories gradually retreating. The once special osmanthus giant tree from Asai really in the training camp now stood tall and flourishing. Chapter 25. We have grown up. The first rays of morning sunlight kissed Joel's face, causing his eyelashes to flutter as he slowly opened his eyes, the bright light piercing into his golden pupils. Oh, Joel groaned, clutching his head. Which fool invented alcohol? It makes you vomit and gives you a headache. He rolled out of bed, vowing never to drink again, a promise he had made countless times before, only to break it like a fleeting whim. He would rush to drink, only to vomit and subsequently swear off alcohol, a vicious cycle indeed. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Ilyavina entered, clad in a flowing white gown, carrying a basin of water. You're awake. Is your head hurting? It does, Joel replied, feeling utterly drained, his body heavy and his mind foggy. It seemed he had indulged a bit too much the previous night and still hadn't recovered. Ilyavina set the washing water before him. Let me prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you. No, Joel interjected, grabbing her arm as she turned to leave. Are you jesting? Whatever you make is akin to poison. Back during the Malinfando poisoning case, I briefly suspected you as the mastermind. My dear princess, how could I trouble you? He continued, as every other person in the training camp was a prince or noble, except for Sister Wen Yuan. Knock, knock, knock. Wen Yuan rapped on the door. Today, she donned a delicate pink skirt, making Joel's eyes light up. Her attire seemed somewhat out of place amidst the naval headquarters. Wen Yuan noticed Joel and Ilyavina whispering and teased. Brother, I hope I am not intruding. Not at all, Joel replied, stepping forward to accept the hangover soup from Wen Yuan's hands. Sister is the best. Wen Yuan chuckled softly and turned to leave. I will check on the others. Joel gazed at the bright amber liquid of the detoxifying soup in his hand, inhaling the rich aroma of yellow peaches that wafted toward him, reminiscent of the flavors of his hometown. Taking a delicate sip, he discovered the exquisite taste. Perfectly balancing sweetness and tartness, it stimulated the secretion of saliva in his mouth without causing any discomfort to his teeth. Joel approached the window, allowing the morning sea breeze to caress him. The peach nectar glided down his throat into his stomach, and the world began to regain its clarity. Ilyavina draped Joel's mantle of justice over his shoulders. Take care not to catch a cold. Joel accepted the cloak with a hint of reluctance, stating, I can manage on my own. As the cloak slipped from Ilyavina's hands, he sensed a change in the person before him, a growing distance, an unfamiliarity, a subtle rejection. Sunlight danced upon the ocean's surface, glistening like scattered jewels, while in the distance, the horizon melded seamlessly into the azure sea, with white sails gliding gracefully. Nearby, the sounds of military drills echoed, the soldiers standing in pristine formation. Ah, what a time of peace it was. Joel squinted against the sunlight, pondering how splendid it would be if such tranquility could persist indefinitely. Yet, alas, behind Marinvondo loomed the decaying aristocracy of the world, and ahead lay the treacherous waters teeming with ruthless pirates. These individuals basked in the same sunlight while engaging in shadowy dealings hidden from sight. Do you covet my treasures? If so, they are yours for the taking. Seek them out. I have placed all my riches there. Roger's words reverberated in his mind. For it was those very words that inspired countless men to set sail, racing toward the fabled island of Laugh-Tale in search of the ultimate treasure. A single proclamation had ushered in the era of piracy, threatening the dominion of the world government and leaving the navy in disarray. Joel took another sip of the fragrant sobriety soup, rich in aroma. The world government, the navy, the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and the revolutionary army all vied for supremacy in this world. Whom should he support? Upon his arrival in this realm, his heart had brimmed with excitement. Believing that his knowledge of the narrative would empower him to carve out a significant destiny upon these waters, the position of an emperor within reach. However, As his mother's illness worsened, he was compelled to seek a livelihood from the ground up. The trials of life gradually dulled his ambitions, leading him to find solace in the simple desire to survive alongside his mother. Tragically, she too succumbed to hunger and hardship, leaving him with nothing but an overwhelming resentment toward his father for abandoning them. It was then that a man's arrival ignited his desire to transcend the ordinary. Joining the Navy became a means to reclaim a position of power in the world. Fortuitously, he caught the attention of that man, who introduced him to the Navy and ushered him into an elite training camp as part of the Supernova Development Program. Even more fortunate was his perseverance, which allowed him to forge connections with prominent figures from the world of One Piece. Among them were Admiral Zifa, the future Vice Admiral Tsuru, the lecherous Admiral Kizaru, the legendary Marine hero Garp, and the inexplicably kind Vice Admiral Tsuru. Under their tutelage, he rose to become the second best in the elite training camp, surpassed only by an individual possessing the extraordinary powers of a Logia fruit. He was reassigned to the East Blue, where he obtained the first complete sword manual from Gung Shirlang, encountered Buggy who stole his treasure map, and discovered the lost kingdom of Durandal. Here, his extraordinary journey began in earnest, meeting the ageless Princess Haitai, who bestowed upon him the legendary sword Caliban and granted him the legacy of the four archangels and the Emperor. From that point forth, the path to the pinnacle of piracy lay open before him, yet the question remained, how would he choose to proceed? The highest achievement within the Navy was the position held by Sengoku, which existed under the oppressive rule of the world government, suppressing pirates. To become a pirate was a tempting path, yet it had been effectively barred. The Revolutionary Army offered a nebulous future, yet it appeared to be the most righteous choice in his heart, a quest to overthrow the celestial dragons while cleansing the world of piracy. He devised a three-step strategy. First, to assist Luffy in eliminating the pirates he could not confront, from the 7 warlords to the 4 emperors. Second, to join the Revolutionary Army. Although serving merely as a deputy commander of the Eastern Army would not suffice, he was now a prize waiting for the right offer. Third, to gain partial control over the Navy, both to suppress pirates and to diminish unnecessary adversaries for the final confrontation. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. What are you pondering? Ilyavina inquired, gazing curiously at Joel, who was lost in contemplation, staring out at the vast ocean. Joel set down the empty bowl, shaking his head, dismissing it. Is this how you choose to treat me? Ilyavina felt a pang of grievance. Had he truly begun to brush her off after just a year apart? He had not been this way when he used to hold her hand. She pondered whether she should visit General Sikarsky later. We must go, Joel said. Ilyavina's face brightened with a smile. Indeed, we must, for he has shown you kindness and recognition. How could you return to headquarters without paying him a visit? What would others think of you otherwise? Joel gazed at Ilyavina and sighed. Shall we go? Let us proceed. Joel tossed the cloak onto the bed. Iluna, I shall take a bath. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Me go outside. Iluna inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Is there any part of you that I haven't seen? Is it truly necessary? She asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Joel's cheeks flushed, and he solemnly remarked, Ilu, we have all grown up, haven't we? Feeling shy? Ilyavina pondered for a moment before replying, all right, I shall go see Sister Wanine. As he watched Ilyavina's departing figure, Joel sighed, reflecting on the reckless adventures of youth. Back in the day, he had deceived little girls into sharing their lollipops, leveraging his experiences from 2 lifetimes. Who would have imagined that this little girl would ultimately cling to him? The thought of Haitai, far away in Durandak, crossed his mind. Does this count as infidelity? But whose infidelity would it be? Joel slapped himself, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. After freshening up, Joel donned his Navy uniform. Although the training camp strictly prohibited wearing uniforms to encourage individuality, a rule he had proposed himself, he found himself in a position where, having received no clothes from others since childhood, he had no choice but to wear the uniform. Alas, poverty. After ensuring his appearance was satisfactory in the mirror, Joel stepped out towards Sakaski's office. Strangely, the closer he got, the faster his heart raced. Oh, is that little Joel? Akiji called out, waving his hand as he approached with his bag. Akiji recognizes me. Though I don't recall ever meeting him, Joel thought, somewhat perplexed. Admiral Kazan. Though they were not well acquainted, Joel still offered a salute upon encountering a superior. Are you heading out, Admiral? Joel inquired. As Kazan strolled away, he waved dismissively. Slept too long. Just going out for a bike ride. Farewell. Joel's expression darkened. Among the 3 admirals, aside from Akainu, who resembled a soldier the most, the other 2 were increasingly peculiar. Akiji spent his days either napping or aimlessly pedaling his little bicycle upon the sea, while Kizaru punctually reported for duty, speaking in an oddly whimsical manner. The crux of the matter was his rather unsavory appearance, which utterly lacked the imposing presence one would expect from an admiral. Joel hesitated for a moment before rapping on Akainu's office door. Come in. Akainu's voice resonated through the office, causing Joel's heart to race increasingly faster. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure exerted by Akainu, Joel pushed open the door and stepped inside, where Akainu was seated nearby, meticulously tending to his potted plants. Who could have imagined that such a hardened warrior would possess such a tender side? This is perhaps the essence of the phrase, a fierce tiger at heart. delicately sniffing roses. Admiral Sakazuki, Joel saluted, as protocol dictated respect for all at headquarters. Akainu glanced over, his expression impassive, and replied, "Take a seat." Joel settled onto the nearby sofa, patiently awaiting Akainu's words. However, Akainu appeared oblivious to his presence, engrossed in the meticulous pruning of his potted plants, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Observing Akainu's dedicated gardening, it must be said that Joel harbored no animosity towards him. In light of the events of the Paramount War, Akainu stood out as a paragon of unwavering justice within the Navy, while Akiji's conduct seemed rather lackadaisical, and as for Kizaru, one could hardly trust his allegiance given his dubious actions, such as the infamous incident where he chose to shoot the key from Luffy's hand rather than striking the boy himself. The only aspect of Akainu that elicited discontent was his blatant disregard for civilian lives, a sentiment starkly evident during the O'Hara incident. After a prolonged silence, Akainu finally spoke. "You performed exceptionally well in the East Blue this time." Joel replied, "Eliminating pirates is our duty as the Navy." Akainu nodded, setting aside his work, and solemnly declared, "As members of the Navy, we must always uphold the justice of the Navy and never allow any darkness to escape our grasp." This statement was indeed very much in line with Akainu's character. "Hey, Sakazuki, why so fierce?" Kizaru sauntered into Akainu's office, teasingly. "This isn't your precious little treasure. Do be careful not to frighten him." Admiral Borsellino, Joel stood up to salute. "Come now, no need for such formality. Have a seat, let us converse," Kizaru suggested. Settling down across from Joel, and brewed a pot of tea he had brought. Akainu also took a seat, his demeanor still somewhat menacing. "What brings you here?" Kizaru replied with a hint of sarcasm. "What is it to you? There's no one else around. You walk around with that morose expression daily. You've even influenced Joel." Akainu shot a glance at Joel, who was seated opposite Kizaru, struggling to suppress a smile at the rhythm of the playful PPP tune that lingered in his mind. Noticing the smirk at the corner of Joel's mouth, Kizaru remarked, "Look at how different he has become under the training in Gion. He is even smiling now." Joel coughed softly, quickly adjusting his expression. "What exactly do you wish to convey, Borsellino?" Akainu continued to maintain his stern demeanor. Kizaru poured himself a cup of tea, remarking, "Shall I take a look at our Navy supernova, the future Admiral?" Joel took the tea from Admiral Kizaru and chuckled. "Admiral, you jest." "Well," Kizaru elongated his tone, "perhaps we might yet have the chance to sit together in the position of Admiral." "What a ridiculous notion. You are nearing 56, while I am merely 17. It is utterly impossible for us to share that esteemed position." "Just a jest," he added, bursting into laughter, though the humor was decidedly lacking. Joel awkwardly took a sip of tea, and Kizaru said, "Sakazuki, I have something to discuss with you." Akainu nodded and said to Joel, "You may return now." Joel set down his teacup, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. At long last, he was free to depart. As Joel opened the door, he beheld Ilyavina standing outside. "Teacher Zephyr is looking for us." The second letter of apology, due to the upcoming corporate finance examination tomorrow morning. "I must work late tonight to review, and thus will not be updating today. We shall make up for it tomorrow, with examinations following one another. Updates may become rather sporadic. However, everything will settle down during the winter break. I have gone ahead to prepare. Farewell, everyone." Chapter 26, The So-Called Dominants. Joel followed Ilyavina towards their training camp, where the 10 supernovas had assembled. These 10 young colonels, around 19 years of age, donned their Navy Justice cloaks as they strode forward, attracting the attention of numerous naval soldiers. Reactions ranged from admiration and envy to disdain and defiance. Meglin and Joel led the group, exchanging glances of irritation, largely due to the presence of Joel, who was the focus of their unspoken grievances. Following them in order were the sorceress Ilyavina, the bard Wanin, who walked hand in hand like two inseparable best friends, laughing and chatting. Zen Buddha Shini marched ahead with an air of indifference, while the berserker Tila trailed behind, dejected. The great swordsman Gavin followed steadily, cradling his sword. Lastly, the hunter Simon was deep in discussion about firearm manufacturing and improvements with the mechanic Newman. In the elite training camp, the saplings that once stood alongside young Joel had now grown into towering trees, casting a vast shadow over the training grounds. It was September, and golden blossoms adorned the branches, fluttering down like confetti, blanketing the earth in a golden hue. Both the sky and the ground were awash in this radiant color. And the entire training camp, as well as the Naval Academy, was enveloped in the sweet fragrance of osmanthus. It was once again the time for flowers to bloom. A season when youth gathers beneath their boughs. Zephyr, touching the towering tree, sighed. 10 years have passed, another decade gone. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, stirring the long-dormant osmanthus petals. The 10 supernovas re-entered this land, the elite training camp, amidst the swirling blossoms. "Teacher Zephyr." They aligned themselves in formation and bowed in salute. Zephyr nodded and remarked, "I shall refrain from saying much. You are all aware of the purpose of your summons. Although the 4 seas are vast, they remain relatively weak. The formidable pirates converge from the 4 seas to the Grand Line and even to the New World. You are now colonels of the naval headquarters, destined to be dispatched across the Grand Line to combat the most vicious pirates and protect the common folk. However, you are not yet qualified. Your current strength falls short of the level required to traverse the Grand Line. At this point, Zephyr felt a twinge of uncertainty, despite his words. These 10 individuals were undoubtedly stronger than the average brigadier or even rear admiral. What the teacher says is true, Sheeny roared. Laughter erupted in response. Zephyr maintained a stoic expression, eyeing him, and pointed, "You owe 50 laps in the training yard." Sheeny's playful demeanor faltered. Make it 100 laps. I'll run now. With that, Sheeny removed his cloak and began to sprint around the training field. All right, ignore him, Zephyr continued. Your return is to learn a crucial skill necessary for survival in the Grand Line. That skill is hockey. In an instant, Zephyr unleashed a prepared coin, hurling it directly at Joel. The silver coin sliced through the air with the force of thunder, hurtling towards him. Joel remained unfazed, slightly tilting his head to the right, deftly avoiding Zepha's surprise attack. The other 9, including the running Sheeny, gasped in varying degrees of astonishment. They had not observed the trajectory of the coin. Yet Joel had seemingly effortlessly evaded it with a skillful tilt of his head. Zepha, with a serious expression, continued, "This is a form of hockey, known as observation hockey." "Brother, how did you come to master observation hockey?" Tila inquired curiously. The remaining 9, as well as Zepha, were equally eager to know. Previously, when encountering Carp, he had mentioned that under his tutelage, Joel had initially grasped the basics of observation hockey, laughing heartily at it. Thus, this was a perfect opportunity to assess Joel's proficiency in observation hockey, and it was evident that he had reached a level suitable for actual combat. Joel began to speak. It was quite accidental. He had meticulously recalled the events that transpired while aboard the ship, particularly the moment when the alliance of 15 pirate crews besieged Rogue Town. This was a story that had graced the front pages of newspapers, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Wenyin and Ilyavina had expressed considerable concern for Joel's injuries. Upon hearing the news, the residents of Rogue Town rushed past me, and a multitude of peculiar thoughts flitted through my mind. I seemed to faintly perceive the panic and fear residing within their hearts, though I paid little attention to it at the time. In retrospect, Joel found the experience reminiscent of when Kobe awakened his observation hockey while standing at the summit, leading him to ponder whether he too had awakened a similar ability. However, during his skirmishes with pirates, he did not sense anything particularly extraordinary. Yet, after regaining consciousness from his ghostly state, he distinctly felt an unusual awareness. Each time Sister Guillaume attempted to strike him, he would instinctively sense her intentions. Joel spread his hands, acknowledging the blows he had received. Subsequently, I shared the incident with Sister Guillaume, who then imparted specialized training in observation hockey. Thus, I began to grasp the fundamentals of this formidable skill. Impressive indeed, as expected of the second brother, Chio Dun exclaimed. So that is how it is. That old codger Carp shamelessly boasts that it was he who trained you. At his age, he should have some dignity. Bah, I, Zephyr, feel utterly ashamed to be associated with that old rogue Carp. Reflecting on this, Zephyr's sentiments shifted, and he found himself regarding Sheeny, who was running laps in punishment, with newfound tolerance. Nearby, Meglin's eyes twitched slightly upon hearing this. Her elder sister's prowess seemed entirely absent. Curiously, Gallon inquired, "How does one train in observation hockey?" Joel chuckled mischievously. "Simple, extremely simple." "Simple?" Gavin was skeptical. "Just blindfold yourself with a cloth, then have someone swing a sword at you. That's all there is to it." Joel replied with evident amusement. Training observation hockey was genuinely agonizing. Had it not been for Garp's protective guidance and his own awakening potential, the brutal regimen under Sister Tokacake would have claimed his life 10,000 times over. At least I mastered it. Glancing at Zephyr's formidable left arm and recalling his indomitable armament hockey, Joel couldn't help but click his tongue. These people, even if they survive, they'll be stripped raw. Ahem. Zephyr clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Shinobi, rejoin the ranks. Your debt remains." "Yes, sir." Shinobi scrambled to dress properly. Zephyr continued. Hockey is broadly categorized into 3 types. Beyond the observation hockey Joel demonstrated, there are 2 others, armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. The latter is exceptionally rare. Only 1 in a million possesses the innate qualities of a conqueror. Hockey is a latent power inherent in all humans, an instinctual force akin to aura and intimidation. Yet, most remain oblivious to it, or never awaken it in their lifetime. Above all, hockey demands unwavering conviction. Conviction is strength. Now, let me elaborate in detail. Joel, step forward. Me? Joel pointed at himself incredulously. Again? First, I showed off in front of Zoro, only to be noticed by Mihawk. Now, I'll probably get pummeled by Zephyr in front of my peers. Damn it, this is an admiral we're talking about. Well, Mihawk's no pushover either. Iravina stifled a giggle, playfully winking at him. Joel stood beside Zephyr. Come on, Zephyr said as he covered his eyes. Joel, having perused the comics, was well aware of the unfolding events. With a swift punch, he struck forth. Zephyr remarked, Joel is attempting to attack me from my left front, targeting my left shoulder. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Joel's eyes as he unleashed a punch, only to be intercepted by Zephyr. In a sudden turn, he aimed to strike my head. But alas, my observation hockey surpasses yours, my apologies. With a resounding thud, Joel was sent crashing into the earth by a powerful blow from Zephyr, sending golden petals soaring into the air. The prowess of observation hockey allows one to acutely sense the strength of an opponent's intent, discerning their will to attack. Once this ability is heightened, one can perceive the positions, numbers, and imminent actions of enemies beyond the field of vision. Mastery of observation hockey enables practitioners to foresee their opponent's movements for a brief period. However, this foresight does not guarantee an absolute future. It merely reflects the most probable outcomes. Should you have the fortune to encounter Katakuri, the first commander of the Yonko Big Mom, you will come to understand what it means to predict the future through observation hockey. For now, keep in mind that facing him as a group is your best strategy. One-on-one, you are woefully outmatched, and escape is not an option. Beyond these fundamental aspects, there exist unique forms of observation hockey, capable of perceiving another's thoughts and emotions, akin to the awakening Joel has experienced. This advanced form can even convey the user's consciousness to others, influencing their minds and evoking profound resonance, potentially altering their values and beliefs. Regrettably, this highest echelon of observation hockey is innate and cannot be enhanced through training. One's destiny determines its possession. Individuals endowed with this supreme form of observation hockey are far rarer than those who wield Conqueror's hockey. It is said that the late Queen Otoheim of Fishman Island possessed such extraordinary abilities. Next, we delve into the second variety, armament hockey. This form serves to fortify one's defenses, akin to an invisible armor, which, when sufficiently powerful, can evolve into an offensive force. Its primary strength lies in its capacity to counter the abilities of Devil Fruit users. Armament hockey can grasp the physical form of these users, allowing for direct assaults, particularly effective against elemental transformations. Meglin, take heed. Upon arriving in the Grand Line, do not underestimate your opponents, for mere elemental transformation does not render one invincible. However, unlike Sea Prism Stone, it cannot strip a user of their powers. Beyond the body, armament hockey can even envelop weapons, enhancing their striking force. Joel struggled to rise from the earth, wincing from the pain of the blow. Watch closely. What? Upon hearing this, Joel looked up to see Zephyr's left arm suddenly darken. And with a powerful punch, he sent Joel flying. The teacher is quite brutal, the crowd remarked, aware that today it was Joel. But tomorrow it could very well be them. The last type is Conqueror's hockey. At this, the group became animated. The very name carried an air of authority. Zephyr chuckled, spreading his hands in a playful apology. I'm afraid I can't do that. Chapter 27. The ranking battles of the supernovas. What do you mean? Zephyr continued. Not only can I not, but as of now, no one in the Navy has definitively exhibited Conqueror's hockey. Joel approached with a smirk. As an agent of the world government, what do you intend to achieve by displaying Conqueror's hockey under such a rigid hierarchy and the dictatorship of the world government? Even those qualified for Conqueror's hockey are suppressed. After all, the celestial dragons merely require their lapdogs. That concludes our discussion on hockey. The specifics will be taught later. The purpose of gathering you today is singular, to assess the results of your training over the past year. The test is quite simple, as per our usual practice. It will be one-on-one duels, with the order determined by lottery. Zephyr pulled 10 slips from his pocket, holding them up. Your names are written at the bottom. Whoever you draw is your opponent. Newman, you go first. Newman stepped forward, scrutinizing the 10 slips before drawing one, reading aloud, Simon. A fellow transfer to the South Sea. Simon was an old rival. Newman handed his slip to Simon. Chilton confidently approached, drawing a slip and announcing, Gawain. Gawain raised his head, gripping the hilt of his sword. A hammer against a longsword, a muscular man against a slender one. Tira walked up, quietly chanting, Sheeny, 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 I seek revenge. Drawing a slip, she read, Wenyin. Her expression tightened. It would be a challenging match, but thankfully, Sister Wenyin was gentle and unlikely to be cruel. Sheeny approached next, with 3 opponents remaining, Ilyavina, Joel, and Meglin, each formidable in their own right. However, defeating one would elevate his ranking significantly. With eager hands, he selected his slip, targeting Ilyavina. Oh yes. Perfectly avoiding the 2 formidable foes ahead. Sheeny clenched his fist, only to catch Zephyr's disdainful gaze. Look at you, such a pitiful sight. Chilton exclaimed. Who did you draw? Not just Chilton, but everyone was keenly interested in Sheeny's draw, wondering about the implications. If he drew Ilyavina, then Joel and Meglin would face off ahead of schedule. And in the very first match, all present shared this anticipation, except for Ilyavina herself, who secretly hoped Sheeny would draw Joel and receive a thorough beating. While she faced Meglin to gauge her own progress, Sheeny turned around, grinning widely, holding up the slip high. Sorry to disappoint you all, Ilyavina. Tira and Chilton rushed over in joyous embrace, while Newman, Gawain, and Simon wore expressions of amusement. Wenyin shook her head, smiling helplessly, while Ilyavina remained expressionless. Joel and Meglin had long harbored mutual disdain for one another. What was initially intended to be a private matter had now escalated into a delightful spectacle. The golden and silver eyes met, reminiscent of a clash of Conqueror's hockey that would occur 3 years hence, though for now, it was merely a farcical contest to see who could glare the hardest. The duel commenced the moment it was declared, with a swift motion. Joel drew his sword from its sheath, unleashing a triad of sword energies, white, red, and a gradually materializing pink, causing golden petals to scatter from the perilous vicinity. Raising her right hand, Meglin summoned a tempest, the air around her swirling violently as a cerulean gale coalesced above her palm. They both stepped forward in unison. Joel, with fervor, unleashed the lion's song of heaven, the sword lion. The white sword energy howled as a majestic white lion emerged, its red eyes gleaming with an ominous intensity. However, the addition of its pink mane lent it an unexpectedly endearing quality, rendering it seemingly less lethal. "Oh, what a cute little lion!" exclaimed Ilyavina, biting her hand in excitement. Wen, observing Ilyavina's infatuation, shook his head in disbelief. She was beyond redemption, destined to meet her demise in such foolishness. Meglin, taken aback by the adorable creature, was torn between emotions. "Wind Blade Cutter," she commanded, unleashing two slicing winds that clashed with the white lion, extinguishing it in an instant. "Be serious," Joel roared. "What era is this? Do you think I'm still a child?" "My apologies," Meglin replied, regaining her composure. Wind Blade Cross Slash. Two wind blades sliced through the air in a cross formation, their power surging exponentially. They collided with the white lion, resulting in an explosion, from which a golden sword shot forth, aiming directly for Meglin's brow. Wind Spear. The cerulean tempest launched forward, intercepting the golden sword. As if in a choreographed dance, Joel conjured the Archangel Michael's war horn. The resonating sound of the horn heralded the appearance of the golden archangel, illuminating the battlefield with divine radiance. The students of the Naval Academy paused, their gazes drawn towards the training ground, where the massive osmanthus tree basked in golden light. Ilyavina struggled to contain her excitement, her legs wavering beneath her. This was beyond anything portrayed in the newspapers. When Yen approached her, bemused by how those who typically exuded an air of aloofness could turn into lovesick fools, seemingly oblivious to the dangers surrounding them. What had Joel done to Ilyavina, transforming her from a proud princess into this love-struck figure? The cavalry, golden and fierce, charged towards Meglin, accompanied by the blaring horn. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ilyavina rolled her eyes and fainted onto Wenyan's shoulder. "Now this is what I call golden splendor," Sini remarked, enviously noting the distance from his own divine light. "Extravagant," Meglin scoffed, raising her left hand. The golden petals scattered from the ground, swirling into the air. The collision of the wind spear and golden sword resonated. While the cavalry advanced through the floral barrage, the golden sword and wind spear erupted, illuminating the space with their contrasting hues of gold and blue. The students beheld the sky transform into a tapestry of gold and blue as a squadron of cavalry surged into the golden floral rain, more petals continuing to gather behind them. The delicate petals, swirling in the wind, morphed into razor-sharp blades capable of slicing through flesh. The golden petals spiraled upward, congregating before Meglin, flowing wind thousand petals. The grand technique clashed with the fiery cavalry, who charged through the raining petals. The soldiers' armor was gradually shredded by the sharp petals. Though their armor fell away, their resolve remained steadfast. The golden military blades joined the fray against the floral onslaught, reducing the petals to mere dust. Two golden forces collided, yet instead of an explosion, they dissipated like shifting sands in the breeze. Golden rain cascaded from above, landing upon the shoulders of all present, momentarily erasing the sense of being in a battlefield. As Ilyavina regained consciousness, gritting her teeth and gazing skyward at the two combatants, she pondered whether they were engaged in a brawl or a flirtation. The uncanny coincidences surrounding their return unsettled her, compounded by Joel's increasingly distant demeanor, stirring within her a sense of disquiet. Meglin transformed the flying petals into a golden sword, wielding the thousand-petal flowing sword as she charged at Joel. He smirked. "A comparison of swordsmanship, is it? You may possess fruits of power, but swordplay is not your forte." With the guidance of the esteemed Yosuke and the legacy of the Emperor, not to mention the renowned sword bestowed upon him by the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, how could he possibly lose? "If I do, I shall no longer bear the name Calantrail." The clash of the king's sword and the flowing sword reverberated as Meglin attempted a low kick, but her thoughts were preemptively anticipated by Joel's observation. As she aimed to strike, she wasted her opportunity and fell into a disadvantageous position. Zifa addressed the spectators, noting that Meglin's kick had been sensed by Joel's observation hockey, allowing him to evade it and consequently placing Meglin at a disadvantage. That kick was fierce. Had it connected, Sini would have, he began, only to falter under Ilyavina's fierce gaze, forcing a sheepish grin. With the advantage of observation hockey, Joel can preemptively discern Meglin's moves, and before long, she shall be defeated. Indeed, Meglin's swordplay began to falter, and seizing the moment, Joel unleashed a sword strike, the triad of sword energies howling forth. Victory appeared imminent. Yet the strike passed through Meglin's form without contact. Elementalization. Curse it all, Joel thought, recalling how he had been bested countless times by this very technique. Joel beheld the silver pupils of Meglin, which were filled with a silent lament of helplessness, as if to say, "What can I do? After all, I am of the natural lineage." How infuriating. In an instant, a tempest surged forth, summoning a whirlwind dragon. A fierce wind dragon charged forward, With a swift swing of the king's sword, Joel summoned the Archangel Raphael, the shield of God. A golden energy barrier unfurled, colliding with the azure dragon, which sent Joel reeling backward. Meglin began to mend the wounds inflicted by the king's sword, each scar gradually fading. The battle momentarily reached a stalemate, despite Meglin's precognitive abilities. She found herself unable to match Joel's prowess. Conversely, Joel's elemental nature rendered him incapable of inflicting harm upon Meglin. What a predicament, indeed. The two exchanged provocative glares. And then, invoking the Archangel Michael, the Horn of War, a tempest of swirling petals erupted. They unleashed a raw clash of energies, each determined to outlast the other. The golden specter of an angel reappeared as the golden fire cavalry surged forth. On the ground, osmanthus petals spiraled and coalesced into a flurry of floral projectiles, charging towards the golden fire cavalry. The sheer force of their collision transformed the once picturesque scene into a chaotic tempest of energy, buffeting the cloaks of the 8 onlookers. Those less adept in physical prowess, like Newman and Simon, struggled to maintain their footing, seeking refuge behind the formidable figures of Chudon and Tila. The scattered petals sliced through their garments, prompting a shared glance among the spectators, who instinctively took cover behind the 2 robust figures, confident in their resilience. The petals might tear their clothes, but they left no mark upon their skin. Ha ha ha, not so formidable after all, Chudon boasted with a triumphant laugh. Sheeny gestured towards the 2 engaged in combat. Why not test your mettle? Chudon's expression soured. Are you serious? Not even a pretense of dignity? Zephyr observed the pointless energy duel unfolding, recognizing the rarity of such a spectacle in genuine combat. Nevertheless, he was curious to discern which of the 2 held the upper hand. Sheeny's eyes sparkled with mischief as he exclaimed, Come, place your bets. I wager 10 million berries on the elder brother. No, the elder will win. Chudon countered, 10 million on the sister. Tila chimed in, 15 million on the elder brother. Simon declared, 20 million on the sister. Sheeny turned to Wenyin with a grin. Wenyin offered a gentle smile, 30 million on Joel. Newman slapped Sheeny firmly. 40 million on the sister. Truly, the wealth displayed was staggering. Joel, on the other hand, seemed ill-equipped to afford even a decent garment. Ilyavina narrowed her eyes, never having backed down from a financial challenge, and raised a finger, 100 million berries on Joel. The atmosphere ignited with excitement as admiration for wealth and power swelled. Meglin's side turned their last glimmer of hope towards the unbetting Gawain. He too was not lacking in funds, 100 million on the sister. Once Sheeny confirmed the wagers, he glanced at Zephyr, only to be met with a smiling visage, causing him to retract his head. Having initially intended to inquire if Zephyr wished to place a bet, the setting sun cast its golden rays across the sky. As the 8 spectators listlessly watched the ongoing clash, outside the training camp, a throng had gathered to witness the spectacle. Sheeny, fatigued, dozed off, and after a tumultuous explosion, the energies finally dissipated. Who emerged victorious? The crowd inquired, directing their attention to the center of the arena. Both combatants lay sprawled on the ground. Who won? At that moment, Joel raised his right arm, flashing a thumbs up, proclaiming, I am the victor. Ha ha. The exuberant cheers erupted from Sheeny and his companions, celebrating their perceived triumph, while Newman's group sulked in discontent. At last, the long-awaited return battle concluded, marking the first day of the elite training camp with the emergence of the Archangel Sword. Calantriel Joel. Chapter 28. At last, it has arrived. How sweltering it is. Joel found himself near the rim of a volcano, where suddenly, sunlight pierced the darkness, illuminating his surroundings. As he gazed into the volcanic crater, the vibrant red hue grew increasingly peculiar. Sniffing the air, Joel's mouth watered as he spotted a long, pointed red object bobbing in the magma. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, Is that a chili pepper? The mere thought of chili ignited a flurry of culinary inspirations in Joel's mind: tripe, beef entrails, duck intestines, and tender lamb. Saliva flowed uncontrollably as an array of delectable ingredients drifted across the surrounding sea. Enthusiastically, Joel dashed barefoot around the volcano's edge, exclaiming, Is this paradise? Am I dreaming? Suddenly, his foot slipped, and with a scream, he plunged into the magma, no, into the red oil. Joel suddenly awoke, jolting upright in terror. He touched his forehead, uncertain whether the perspiration was due to heat or fear. Ah, boss, you're awake. Joel turned his gaze towards the sound, and to his astonishment, this bunch of ruffians was actually gathering in his hospital room to indulge in a hot pot feast. The room was permeated with the aroma of the simmering broth, and various ingredients were scattered haphazardly, even piled on top of his own abdomen. Sheeny offered an awkward smile, and under the weight of Joel's murderous glare, hurried over to clear away the ingredients from the bedside. Joel lifted the blanket, only to discover himself swathed like a mummy, with a grand bow adorning his chest. His expression darkened, pondering who could have done this. Tila, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched the back of her head and presented a piece of lamb to Joel, eagerly attempting to please him. Boss, would you care for a bite? Under the weight of Joel's piercing gaze, she wisely retreated. Struggling, Joel managed to sit up, and his sycophant, Chutun, promptly supplied him with a set of utensils. As Joel placed a delicate, translucent piece of meat into the pot and tasted it, he exclaimed, Ah, delightful. After sipping some fruit wine, he inquired, What kind of meat is this? It's quite delectable. It's from the Sea Kings of Fishman Island. Joel spat out his drink and set down his cup. What on earth, a Sea King? Or perhaps from Fishman Island? Have you all struck it rich recently? The six of them exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them. One party was reluctant to admit their losses, especially since they had wagered on Meg Lynn, while the other hesitated to acknowledge their winnings, having placed their bets on Joel, who had not staked much. What if they were to be robbed? Sheeny, with a glint in his eye, chuckled. Isn't this a celebration for our esteemed brother, who has just secured first place in our elite training camp? It is only fitting that the younger ones contribute this modest sum. Joel surveyed the room, noticing the six sycophants nodding in agreement, stroking their chins. Why does it feel like something is amiss today? He pondered. There was certainly something they were concealing from him. Sensing Joel's bemusement, Sheeny quickly lifted his cup, eager to divert the conversation. Today, let us first toast to our brother's impressive achievement in the training camp. From now on, I, Sheeny, shall follow you, brother. Your will shall be my command, and my loyalty to you shall be unwavering. Tila quickly raised her cup and filled it for Joel, respectfully proclaiming, I too shall follow you. Sheeny continued, I vow to stand by you, brother, through thick and thin, for life and death. Tila echoed, I too shall follow you. Observing the two with their earnest expressions, Joel felt a surge of complexity within him. Could it be that they were all traversers? Their fervent declarations seemed to resonate with the teachings of the third master. Chio Dun stood up, raising his cup, and exclaimed, Fourth brother is right. From this day forth, Joel shall be our elder brother, and we shall always follow his lead. Fourth brother? Sheeny had taken Wen Yan's place in the fourth position? Had their ranking battles already concluded? Newman, Gavin, and Simon rose in unison, raising their cups, affirming, Fourth brother is indeed correct. Joel also rose to his feet, exclaiming with fervor. The 7 goblets clashed together, spilling more with each toast, as they tilted their heads back to drink. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a wave of applause swept in, celebrating the camaraderie of the 7 gentlemen of the Navy. Ilyavina and Wanine entered the room hand in hand, their faces beaming with joy. Third sister, fifth sister, the crowd greeted with laughter. Newman inquired, how is second sister faring? Joel inquired with concern, noting that some individuals remain in a state of invincibility, yet a sudden failure can plunge them into an abyss of self-doubt. Ilyavina glanced at Joel, particularly at the bow tie adorning his chest, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Sister is fine, she remarked. She woke up, spoke with us for a while, and then headed off to the training ground. With a pointed look at Joel, she added, look at you. The moment you awaken, all you think about is food. How petty. Joel shot a glare at Ilyavina and remarked, so you're quite capable now, are you? Be careful, or I might just take you down. Ilyavina retorted. Bring it on, I'm not afraid. Wenyan observed the two exchanging glances again, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Ilyavina leaned on Wenyan's shoulder, within the room. Meglin remained in a deep slumber, clearly exhausted from the recent competition, having slept for 3 days without waking. Sister Wenyan, I've noticed how much Joel has changed since his return, Ilyavina mused, her gaze lost in the view outside the window. Meglin's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Indeed, he has grown stronger. Remarkably so. Once he masters the hockey of armament, the gap between the 9 of us and him will only widen, Ilyavina reflected, a reminiscent smile gracing her lips. I still remember how pitifully weak he was when he first arrived at the training camp, so frail and skeletal. I would sit behind him in class and sneakily throw things at him. When he turned to glare at me, I would feign innocence, resuming my antics as soon as he looked away. Wenyan chuckled, yes, you were quite the mischievous one back then. Later, that insufferable brat devised all sorts of schemes to trick me into sharing my snacks, Ilyavina continued. He kept eating and growing fatter until he finally resembled a proper person. Wenyan recalled, and that's when you two became rivals. A single tear slipped from the corner of Ilyavina's eye. Yes. But who could blame him for always deceiving me for snacks? I mean, I'm a princess. How could I endure such indignity? Who could tolerate such treatment? Ilyavina asked. I certainly couldn't. If that rascal dared to deceive me, I would break his legs, Wenyan replied. Yet, I continued to be fooled and endured it. Ilyavina laughed softly. How shameless. After all, he did save you, Wenyan pointed out. True, Ilyavina said, fiddling with the hem of her dress. But he would have to endure the torment of the ghostly aura every full moon if it weren't for saving me. After a moment of silence, Ilyavina lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. I feel so guilty. Wenyan embraced her for comfort. That's just who he is. It's all right. Sometimes misfortunes can lead to blessings, like acquiring the ghostly transformation. But now, upon his return, the ghostly aura has vanished, along with that feeling. Wenyan, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Ilyavina covered her face, tears flowing uncontrollably. I don't understand why he started to distance himself from me. Have I done something wrong? Sister. Wenyan sighed deeply. When a man inexplicably distances himself from his childhood friend, it could only be for another woman. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps he has met someone new in the East Sea, she continued. That exquisite sword, that pure-looking cross pendant that doesn't seem fitting for a man. The woman possessing such treasures must be extraordinary. Ilyavina, you have a rival. Childhood friends can never compete with love at first sight. Wenyan consoled. Perhaps he has simply matured and knows how to feel shy now. It's nothing to worry about. One is compelled to deceive, while the other is willing to be deceived. Wenyin quietly held the curled-up Ilyavina close. "Oh, Min, how I envy you," she mused as the sea breeze danced through Meglin's silver hair. Unbeknownst to them, Meglin had sat up. "I envy you for having such a powerful friend to protect you." Wenyin, Ilyavina sat beside her, and Wenyin grasped her hand with a smile. "He is your friend too. He will protect you with all his might." He was too weak before, Meglin admitted, revealing a vulnerability that neither had witnessed before. Yes, having cast aside the crown of the elite training camp, she is still just an 18-year-old maiden. In times of trouble, Joel would always stand at the forefront. However, should Joel fall, Meglin, the child of the wind, would become the last hope of the training camp, carrying it forward alone for a decade. Wenyin gently stroked her back. "It's all right, from now on. Joel will bear the brunt of it all." Meglin rested against Wenyin's soft form, eyes closed, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze. No, he was not capable before. And in the future, he won't be either. "The only one who can protect me is myself." Her voice dwindled, fading into a whisper as the breeze brushed against her frail figure. After completing the formalities, Joel donned his naval uniform and made his way to the office of Guillaume, calculating that the time should be just right. Inside the office, Guillaume perused the sword manual Joel had given her, entitled Heaven. At first glance, she thought it merely an ordinary foundational sword manual, but recollecting Joel's use of the Lion Song, she felt an unmistakable difference. This foundational manual was brimming with a multitude of evolutionary combinations, capable of imparting a wealth of formidable sword techniques. Joel pushed the door open and entered, while Guillaume set aside his sword manual and poured himself a cup of hot tea. With a smile, he inquired, "So, have the seating arrangements been finalized?" This time, the competition at the training camp was entirely unguarded, drawing a considerable crowd outside, eager to witness the ranking battle of what is claimed to be the strongest generation. The news of Joel's triumph over the Windchild, Meglin, swiftly permeated the entirety of Marin Fando. Guillaume vividly recalls the contradictory expression of the wartime marshal upon receiving this tidings. A blend of anger and amusement. Joel casually accepted a teacup and settled onto a nearby sofa, crossing one leg over the other and idly shaking it. Guillaume tilted his head, gazing at Joel in silent observation. Joel promptly straightened himself, adopting a demeanor of a well-behaved child, and remarked, "The rankings are in. I am first." Followed by Meglin, then Ilyavina, Sheeny in fourth, Sister Wenyin in fifth, Newman in sixth, Tila in seventh, Gawain in eighth, and Simon in ninth. "Shoot on, that fellow has unfortunately landed at the bottom this time." "Very well done," Ji Yuan praised. "Higi, it is all thanks to my sister's adept guidance. Flattery is the finest art. It never goes out of style." Ji Yuan chuckled softly, handing a stack of documents to Joel. "You know, your eloquence has certainly improved. Whatever happened to the old you? You've transformed from being concise to rambling endlessly. A mere trip to the sea has altered you so much. I wonder which young lady you've been learning from." Joel blushed and coughed. "How did you figure it out, sister?" Guillaume pointed at the pendant visible on Joel, exclaiming, "Am I blind? Such an obvious pendant. And you can't see it? Its design is clearly meant for a girl." Chuckling softly, Joel touched the pendant, reminiscing about the distant High Tai and Duranark. "All the information you requested is here," Guillaume remarked as he took a seat. The first image that caught the eye was Luffy's signature grin, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Initially, fearing that stealing Luffy's experience would hinder his progression and render him too weak for subsequent plans, they had specifically arranged for Buggy to help sharpen Luffy's skills. It seems Buggy has accomplished his task quite well. Joel held the wanted poster and smiled. "Finally, it has arrived. So, shall we begin?" Chapter 29, The First Territory. Joel, clad in a pristine white naval uniform and draped in the billowing cloak of naval justice, strode towards the port. "Report to Colonel Joel, the First Fleet under the command of Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit has assembled, totaling 150 personnel. Please, esteemed Colonel, issue your directives." Brigadier General Carton Folo, the captain of the First Fleet under Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, saluted Joel. Joel embraced the shoulder of Colonel Katinfro, saying, "My dear fellow, why must you act so pretentiously? You, a brigadier general, salute me, a mere colonel. Are you not jesting? I recall the days of my youth when you imparted the art of swordsmanship to me." The over 30 Brigadier General, Katinfro, chuckled. "How could I? It is merely that General Guillaume has instructed us to follow your lead. Thus we find ourselves, for the time being, as your subordinates." "Enough, enough, simply call me Joel. Let us be off." Joel was the first to board the warship before them. As a vice admiral, he was entitled to his own distinguished vessel, much like captain's canine-headed warship. Likewise, the exceptional General Guillaume possessed his own grand ship, adorned with a large pink rabbit head. Joel gazed upon the pink rabbit head, devoid of any menacing aura. "In the future, I must acquire a creature that exudes an imposing presence. A dragon would undoubtedly be the finest choice. However, utilizing a dragon may present certain complications. A lion would suffice as well, particularly since my swordsmanship includes a white lion." "Ah, perfect." Guillaume stood by the office window, observing as Joel boarded his warship, slowly departing from Marin Vondo. "Are you truly at ease allowing him to leave?" asked Vice Admiral Crane, gazing at Guillaume's silhouette. You must understand that the journey from Marin Vondo to Drum Island entails traversing the entirety of the first half of the Grand Line, not to mention passing through Alabasta, which is rather unstable. Guillaume turned, exclaiming with resignation, He is Joel. Can I truly hinder him? He has stolen a ship and set sail more than once. Regrettably, he has been in conflict with Vice Admiral Squirrel, who has apprehended him several times. Since I cannot prevent him, I might as well let him go. With Captain Flo and my warship accompanying him, he should be fine. A gentle smile graced her face. Her brother had grown up, and as an elder sister, she must not impose excessive restrictions on him. Crane, observing Guillaume's smile, reminisced about their past together and smiled in return. Indeed, the child had matured and developed his own thoughts. But what purpose does he have for Drum Island? Vice Admiral Crane inquired. Guillaume shrugged her delicate shoulders. I do not know. He is unwilling to disclose his intentions, and I have no plans to pry. As long as it is not the world of cholera, I, as his elder sister, must offer my support. Drum Island. Vice Admiral Crane fell into contemplation, pondering Alabasta. At the helm of Guillaume's rabbit-headed warship, Joel advanced with an air of invincibility, vanquishing any adversaries in his path. Standing at the bow, he felt as if the entire world belonged to him, akin to the effects of intoxication. Truth be told, thanks to Guillaume's formidable reputation in the Grand Line, no pirate dared to approach the warship, save for a few brazen souls who foolishly believed they could vanquish Admiral Kazara with gunfire. These pirates unwittingly served as Captain Flo's live demonstration of hockey for Joel. With the warship surging ahead at full speed, Joel finally set foot on the winter island. As he gazed at the flurries of pristine snow, nostalgia washed over him, reminding him of that winter 10 years ago on Sakura Island, the winter that transformed his life forever. The island appeared completely unguarded, suggesting that either Luffy or Walpole had already landed on Drum Island. I wonder how my little Nami is faring. As Joel took a few steps forward, a group of armed individuals emerged within his perception. Stand still. Don't move. Dozens of guns were aimed at Joel and his companions. They were not members of the Valpo, but rather the inhabitants of Drum Island. How embarrassing. It felt like a slap in the face. It turned out they were merely slow to react. It was that there was no one on guard. The formidable and hot-tempered Captain Floor, who usually brandished his weapon at others, was now confronted by those who dared to point guns at him. Joel interrupted him with a gentle demeanor, saying, Pardon me, sir. We are the Navy, not pirates. The man, incensed, retorted, Who are you calling, sir? I'm only 28. And I'm 17. Joel replied, That makes it even more impossible for you to enter. Do you take me for a fool? A 17-year-old naval colonel accompanied by a brigadier general. Why not don the attire of an admiral while you're at it? With a defiant stance, the 28-year-old asserted his authority. Meanwhile, Carding Floor rested his left hand upon his sword, reflecting the adage that desperate circumstances breed cunning individuals. Joel, with a headache, remarked, Uncle, have you been reading the newspapers lately? In recent editions, an article featured me, titled Sword of the Angel, alongside my name, Calantrell Joel. 28 gathered with his companions and began to discuss. I recall seeing in the paper about a 17-year-old naval captain named Joel. Indeed, I've seen it too. He is rather handsome, perhaps a tad more so than this fellow. I concur. They say he is the guardian of the people. After their deliberation, 28, uncertain whether the person before him was indeed Joel, inquired, Do you possess any proof? Joel was on the verge of tears, exasperated by the people around him. Very well. I shall prove you wrong. With that, he summoned the Archangel's sword. A radiant golden light burst forth, and a colossal statue of an angel materialized behind Joel. His companions excitedly tugged at 28's sleeve, exclaiming, Look, it's truly the Archangel's sword. I can't believe I'm witnessing it. I must rush home to tell my mother. With that, they spun around and dashed away in a frenzy. The guards of Magnet Drum Island lowered their weapons, and 28 stepped forward, bowing deeply in apology. I sincerely apologize, Colonel Joel. It was only due to our previous devastation at the hands of pirates that we felt compelled to be on guard. Joel hurriedly rushed forward to assist him, while the military journalist clicked away incessantly. I know. Take me to see Dalton, Joel said, flashing a perfect smile for the cameras. Captain Flo scratched his head, amazed at the youthful bravado. These youngsters really know how to have fun, bringing journalists along to a battle. Do you know Brother Dalton? Asked the 28th. I've heard of him. Lead the way. Joel's smile began to wane. My dear brother, please do not squander my time. I am truly pressed for time. My little Nami is ill, and I must also make a trip to Alabaston. Amidst the incessant chatter from the 28th, Joel finally encountered Dalton, the current leader of Drum Island, before a dilapidated dwelling. Hello, Dalton. I am Joel. Standing resolutely in the biting wind and snow, Joel appeared remarkably tall and imposing. Dalton regarded Joel with a piercing gaze. What brings the Navy here? Oh, Luffy observed joyfully. Brother Joel. Joel greeted. Ah, Luffy. Nami, who was on Luffy's back, faintly heard Joel's name. Struggling to open her eyes, she indeed beheld that familiar visage. Joel exclaimed, Medic, quickly attend to my little Nami. This young lady. The medic assisted Nami into the room, and Joel followed suit, addressing Captain Floor. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Captain Floor wore an expression of understanding, promptly replying, "Take your time, take your time." Dalton glanced between Captain Floor and Joel, utterly perplexed by the hierarchy of a colonel commanding a brigadier. He then entered the room as well. "Brother Joel, what brings you here?" Luffy inquired with delight. "I have come to find her," Joel said, pointing at Vivi. A surge of alarm washed over Vivi, prompting her to swiftly hide behind Luffy. "Brother Joel, she is my companion," Luffy stated earnestly. "What is it that you seek from me, Colonel?" Vivi asked, her heart racing with unease. "Your Highness, there is no need to fear. Although Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, I will not assist him," Joel reassured with a smile. "You?" Vivi's pupils dilated in shock. "Your Highness, I am fully aware of everything Crocodile has done in Alabasta. Now, we require your assistance," Joel continued. "My assistance?" Vivi questioned, bewildered. "Shouldn't I be the one needing help?" "Indeed," Joel affirmed, "Alabasta is engulfed in chaos. The only force capable of halting the rebel assault on Albana is the Navy. While Alabasta is a member state of the world government, it remains a sovereign nation. The Navy cannot act without proper authorization. I need a royal decree from King Cobra and a letter of distress. Only then can the Navy intervene in Alabasta and thwart Crocodile. What say you, Princess Vivi?" Vivi hesitated, but Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Alabasta is still a member of the world government, and the Nefertari family is one of the 20 founding royal families. Dalton, listening intently, felt a surge of dread. The implications were staggering. One of the 7 warlords plotting against a nation of a founding royal family. What a narrative. Vivi, remained somewhat hesitant. "Please trust me, Princess Vivi," Joel implored earnestly. Yet, Vivi hesitated, weakly stating, "But you are merely a colonel." It was a rather awkward admission, acknowledging that his rank was indeed somewhat low. Joel pondered for a moment and said, "Though I am merely a colonel, my mentor is the esteemed Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, and my sister is the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit Kyohara. Vice Admiral Crane and Vice Admiral Carp are my instructors, while Admiral Kizaru Palusalino is my uncle, and Admiral Akina Sakazuki is my recommender." He spoke with such conviction that even he seemed to believe his own embellishments. In a bid to impress Vivi, he exaggerated his connections, fervently seeking to enhance his own stature. The naive Vivi, increasingly astonished, couldn't fathom the intricate web of relationships surrounding this colonel. "Oh, so my grandfather was your mentor." Luffy grinned. Vivi, upon hearing this, became even more convinced. No wonder Joel, being a Navy officer, did not apprehend Luffy. After all, they were friends, connected by this intricate bond. "All right," Vivi responded. Joel grinned widely, exclaiming, "Yes, the abduction was a success." "Ah, Alabasta, your hero has returned. When shall we depart?" inquired Vivi. Her heart set on her homeland, eager to soar to Alubarna at once. "There is no hurry," came the response. Vivi tilted her head, confusion evident on her face. Joel gazed at Dalton and articulated the primary objective of their journey. "I must assist this nation in eliminating its pressing concerns." Dalton furrowed his brow as he regarded the naval officer before him, having learned from Luffy and his companions that Walpole was in close proximity to Drum Island. Dalton understood that his return was imminent. Should Walpole set foot back on Drum Island, the nation would once again be plunged into turmoil and distress. "What do you intend to achieve?" Dalton inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Joel spread his arms wide, pondering aloud. "Am I merely seeking something for myself? Is there any wrongdoing in upholding justice as a naval officer? Why must the pursuit of righteousness be so arduous? I am perpetually perceived as having ulterior motives." Dalton gazed at Joel, dismissing his musings. "What could you possibly desire that warrants such a journey?" "Of course, I do indeed require something." As if on cue, an explosion resonated outside. "Dalton, that scoundrel Valpo has returned. I yearn for a nation of peace, free from oppression." Dalton's pupils constricted, contemplating the man before him. "Can you achieve this, Dalton?" Another explosion thundered in the distance. Chapter 30. Standing firm amidst the snowstorm beneath the sky, a reindeer propelled a sled through the snow. Landing gracefully, the sled sped across the wintry expanse, carrying a spirited elderly woman with wrinkled skin who laughed heartily while savoring red wine. The two exchanged lingering glances, and Dalton seized his weapon, pushing open the door. "You cannot become king," he declared before stepping outside, raising his voice. "Prepare for battle. You little rascal. Matters of the state are not child's play." The residents of Magnetic Drum Island stirred with renewed fervor, arming themselves to counter Valpo's onslaught. Joel opened his mouth, yet found no words. "This fool. Did you hear me declare my intention to ascend to kingship? Is it your comprehension that falters? Or is it my articulation that fails? Shouldn't it be that upon my fierce glare and commanding presence, you all willingly submit at the feet of the illustrious naval king? Indeed, too many novels have led to misfortune. I feel so wronged. I long to weep. I merely wish to mimic others in a display of grandeur. And my first attempt has ended in failure. How disheartening. Brother Joel, won't you lend a hand?" Luffy inquired innocently. "If you won't go, then I shall. Nami will be entrusted to you." Joel took a deep breath, realizing that matters were far more complex than he had initially perceived. He found himself perplexed as to why Dalton would refuse his assistance. Perhaps this was the essence of the unwavering resolve often depicted in comics. Firmly grasping Luffy's shoulder, Joel donned his navy coat and stepped into the swirling snow, declaring, "I shall take the lead." It seemed that he still had a long journey ahead before he could be considered a formidable hero. He believed that only when Dalton could no longer endure would he be able to make a lasting impression on the hearts of the residents of Magnetic Drum Island, thus earning his place as their so-called hero. Regrettably, Joel clenched his fist, vowing that such a situation must not arise again. This would be the final occasion. He was resolute in his determination to become a true hero. "Joel," Katinfro inquired, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Deji." Joel waved his hand, encouraging them to proceed. "All right." Katinflo, already seething with frustration, was eager to unleash his pent-up anger, and at that moment, a perfect target appeared. Drawing his sword, he shouted, "Brothers, Colonel Joel has issued a command to assist Drum Island in eradicating the pirates." His voice resonated through the skies, ensuring that none could overlook his proclamation. Valpo, roaring with laughter, dismissed the ragtag group of opponents as unworthy to contend with the mighty king of Drum Island. Suddenly, a squad clad in pristine naval uniforms joined the fray, and their leader, a burly figure wielding a sword, effortlessly dispatched foes with a single stroke. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The morale of Drum Island's inhabitants surged with the arrival of reinforcements. Katinflo lifted Dalton, who lay in the snow, and remarked, "Brother, how are you holding up?" Dalton spat out blood and replied, "I'm fine, thank you. What do you need to thank us for?" "We are merely following orders," Katinflo responded, glancing back at Joel. Dalton observed Joel, standing steadfast against the swirling snow, then turned his gaze to the brigadier. What merits did this young man possess? Why did so many rally to his cause? Katinflo patted Dalton on the shoulder and charged towards the white iron pirates, wielding his sword with determination. Valpo, witnessing the advancing naval brigadier, shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" "I am the king of Drum Island, recognized by the world government as a sovereign leader." "What is the navy doing?" Valpo's bravado faltered as he shouted. Katinflo halted his assault, taken aback. "What? This rotund figure is the king of this land?" He pondered, unsure of how to proceed. The naval forces paused their advance, uncertainty etched across their faces as they turned to Joel for guidance. Dalton, too, looked at Joel, questioning what action the navy would take. What if they truly withdrew their forces? Under the watchful eyes of all, Joel strode step by step through the pristine white snow towards Walpole. Walpole thundered, "How dare you, a mere colonel, lead your troops to assault a sovereign nation that is part of the world government?" Kakari Brouet revealed a segment of his mirrored sword, to which Joel responded with a smile. "You claim to be a king, and thus you are? I, on the other hand, might as well declare myself a celestial dragon." He then turned to the residents of Drum Island and asked, "This man claims to be your king. Do you acknowledge him?" The crowd exchanged glances, looking back at Dalton, who gravely remarked, he was indeed the king of Drum Island, but later forsook his nation to become a pirate. "Ah, indeed," Joel exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Isn't your pirate flag still flying high? Am I blind?" Walpole suddenly turned to see his pirate flag proudly displayed, fluttering in the storm. "Oh my goodness, I forgot to take it down. Who would have thought the navy would come to this island? Therefore, you may perish." With a swift motion, Kakari Brouet unleashed a strike, and a colossal angelic apparition emerged behind him. The tricolored sword Aura, infused with divine golden light, descended. The ground trembled as the white snow was violently disturbed, leaving a massive gash in its wake. Walpole's iron armor was cleaved, and blood erupted from his mouth as his eyes glazed over, collapsing into the snow. As the relentless snowfall intensified, Joel slowly sheathed his sword, the radiant sword light retreating into its scabbard. Zoro observed the shattered steel armor of Walpole, pondering if this was the power his master spoke of, the ability to cut through iron. The blizzard concealed Walpole's fallen form, while Kading Fulu gazed at Joel with a smile, recognizing the audacious Joel he knew, not the indecisive, contemplative figure he had once been. "Arrest him." Joel stepped away from the stunned Straw Hat crew and returned to the cabin. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, realizing Joel had grown stronger. Unlike their last encounter in East Blue, where he had to gather strength, this was merely a standard draw and slash. Vivi's eyes sparkled with delight, recognizing that the colonel's words held truth. With such a reliable ally, her nation might indeed be saved. Dalton gathered Walpole's lifeless body and, surveying the countless casualties of his fellow countrymen, closed his eyes. The wind and snow whipped at his face. He lamented his failure as a leader to protect his nation and his people. "Oh, is that not Dalton?" The voice startled Dalton, and he opened his eyes in astonishment to see Dr. Kureha. Dr. Kureha, hands on her hips, laughed. "I suppose you need me now more than ever?" Dalton knelt, pleading, "Dr. Kureha, please save everyone." In an unexpected display of bravado, Dr. Kureha thumped her chest, declaring, "Leave it to me." Chopper began bringing the injured inside. The blue-nosed reindeer nodded. "Yes, doctor. Rise now." Dr. Kureha assisted Dalton to his feet. He expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Dr. Kureha." As she approached the wounded, she suddenly turned and asked, "Oh, by the way, Dalton, who will cover the medical expenses?" After the military doctor stabilized Nami's condition, he stepped out to tend to the injured, leaving only the Straw Hat crew and Joel within the cabin. At that moment, Dalton entered and addressed Joel. "Lord Joel, I wish to speak with you." Joel rose to his feet and exited the small dwelling, aimlessly wandering alongside Dalton. "Thank you for your valiant efforts in saving this nation," Dalton expressed, kneeling in gratitude. Joel hastily assisted him to his feet. All right. Who will cover the expenses for the troop deployment?" Dalton grimaced at this, thinking how remarkably similar these two were. Just joking, Joel chuckled. "What are your plans moving forward? Today, you witnessed the woeful state of defense on Drum Island. We couldn't even fend off a mere iron pirate crew. How shall we contend with the more formidable pirates of the Grand Line?" Dalton fell back half a step, trailing behind as he replied, "This is precisely why I sought you out. There are essentially two courses of action. One is to re-establish a kingdom and subsequently align with the world government to gain the protection of the Navy. The other is to ally with a powerful pirate, preferably one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you wish, I could certainly provide a recommendation." "Lord Joel?" "Please do not jest," Dalton stated earnestly. "Drum Island shall never seek the protection of pirates." Joel is apprehensive about his shoulders. Why must he always wear such a serious expression? A smile would be most welcome. If he does not seek the protection of pirates, he might as well join the world government. Who knows, perhaps next time it will be me commanding a warship. Dalton hesitated, expressing his concerns. However, joining the world government requires an exorbitant annual tribute to the celestial dragons, and as you can see, the current state of Drum Island is dire. Once, we were a powerful nation in medicine, possessing some capital, but after enduring 2 devastating pirate attacks, coupled with Wapple's tyranny, Drum Island now faces insurmountable challenges. Joel comprehended the situation. The Drum Island was devoid of funds and unwilling to sacrifice lives. He resolved to explore alternative avenues, yet if no options emerged, he would reluctantly tighten his belt and align with the world government. As the two ventured further into the snowstorm, their figures gradually faded from the sight of the island's inhabitants, who understood that their leader was engaged in discussions with the Navy regarding the future trajectory of their nation. Joel shook off the white snow clinging to him and inquired, "Dalton, what are your thoughts on the world government?" Dalton, with his head bowed and his pupils narrowing, replied, "It is commendable." Joel gazed at him and chuckled. "Speak the truth." He raised his head and remarked, "In all honesty, the world government is rather commendable. Aside from the costly annual tribute of celestial gold and the ever-increasing number of pirates." Jolton suddenly laughed, as if to imply that the world government was utterly ineffectual yet still demanded an exorbitant protection fee annually. The two continued their journey, and their gaze soon fell upon the boundless sea stretching beyond the island. "I believe that the world government itself is not inherently flawed and has alleviated conflicts among nations, rendering wars less commonplace. Moreover, it has consolidated the resources of various countries to establish a formidable navy dedicated to maintaining global peace. However, over these past 8 centuries, the absolute power has led to the gradual corruption of the celestial dragons, rendering them foolish, selfish, and tyrannical. The once wise and formidable architects of the world government have devolved into mere buffoons. The upper echelons of the world government resemble a steward intent on preserving their own status. They must appease the celestial dragons to maintain their position while simultaneously oppressing those below them to sustain their rule." Upon reaching the shoreline, Jolton exhaled deeply, asserting that "I can unequivocally tell you that the heavens will demand ever greater tributes after this year." "Do you still wish to join such an organization?" Dalton inquired, gazing at him with curiosity. "Then, Lord Jolton, why do you still choose to enlist in the Navy?" Joel smiled gently. "Because I have no other choice. This is the best path available to me at present." Dalton inquired, "What do the adults wish me to do? Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army?" Joel's smile surged into Dalton's mind like a devilish apparition. Chapter 31. Blossoming amidst the snowstorm. The Revolutionary Army? Dalton gasped, nearly dropping his eyes in astonishment. The naval prodigy before him, destined to be a pillar of strength, was, astonishingly, part of the Revolutionary Army. No, his mind was spinning. The influx of information today was overwhelming. Observing Dalton's stunned expression, Joel couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you thinking? I am not part of the Revolutionary Army. Do you truly think I am a mere child? If I were not in the Revolutionary Army, would you have me join it?" Joining the Revolutionary Army could lead to execution. It could very well bring destruction upon the entire magnetic Drum Island, Dalton said earnestly. Joel stretched lazily, contemplating the disinterest of the world government due to high costs, the pirates' refusal to engage, and the Revolutionary Army's fear of death. "I am at a loss. You shall resolve this matter on your own," he concluded. With that, Joel prepared to return to the village, anxious to reach Alabasta. Dalton, watching Joel's retreating figure, called out, "Lord Joel, could you not offer protection to Drum Island?" As the fierce winter winds howled, the snow thickened, enveloping the land in a silvery shroud. After enduring the recent battles, Drum Island once again embraced tranquility, cradling its inhabitants like a mother safeguarding her children from harm. In the village, jubilant voices resonated as the tyrant Walpole had been vanquished. Oppression would no longer plague the nation. Residents eagerly began to share their provisions, and fine wines were uncorked to celebrate. In the midst of the festivities, the injured were tended to by Dr. Correja and the military doctors, gradually regaining their strength. Here you go. Chopper obediently handed the medicine to Dr. Correja. Remarkable, a talking raccoon, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with joy. Chopper was startled by the greeting, retreating behind Dr. Correja, revealing only half of his head while he roared, "Fool! I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon." A reindeer. Upon hearing the mention of deer, Sanji instantly leaped forward, for it was indeed a prime ingredient. The two watched Chopper with a sinister gaze, while the poor creature trembled in fear. Dr. Correja then addressed Chopper, saying, "Chopper, prepare the medicine." Chopper nodded and hurried to the nearby table to prepare the trauma medicine, appearing quite professional in his demeanor. "Well, impressive. The raccoon can even concoct medicine," Luffy exclaimed. "Ah, I am a reindeer. A reindeer. Do you understand?" Chopper bellowed. Dr. Correja chuckled, saying, "Chopper has inherited all of my medical skills." Sanji, with a glint of mischief, pulled Luffy aside and proposed, "Let us bring him aboard. With a pet and a ship's doctor, we will be all set. And when Nami falls ill, we won't have to search high and low for a physician." He cast a dark glance at Chopper, causing the little reindeer to bristle with indignation. "And when we run low on provisions, he could serve as an emergency food supply." Luffy's mouth watered at the thought of meat. Nearby, Zoro, overhearing their scheming, was utterly speechless, though he found the little reindeer quite endearing. In the midst of the snowstorm, Dalton nodded solemnly. "But I am merely a naval colonel," Joel remarked, "and I must head to Alabasta next. I lack the time and the influence to protect Drum Island. Moreover, Drum Island is far too distant from Marineford. Even if you encounter trouble, I would not be able to reach you in time." Joel shook his head, insisting it was impossible, as such actions would only endanger the residents of Drum Island. Dalton chuckled. "I am aware of that. My reference is not to the present, but to the future." "The future?" Joel echoed. "Indeed, the future. Upon learning of your astonishing background, I resolved to cultivate a good rapport with you. Though I later mistakenly presumed you aspired to be the sovereign of Drum Island. Can you endure until that time?" Joel inquired. "We could initially align ourselves with the world government," Dalton replied with a wry smile, "but it seems we must tighten our belts moving forward. You have no necessity to join the world government." "Who?" Joel exclaimed, suddenly alert, sensing a presence. A figure cloaked in deep green emerged from the swirling snow. "I can discreetly arrange protection for you." "Sir, what brings you here? You are not following me, are you?" Joel queried, gazing at Dragon in bewilderment, questioning how he found himself on Drum Island. Dalton regarded the figure with curiosity, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Dragon smiled. "Is it so strange? Where tyranny exists, so do I. I have come to ascertain whether the seeds of revolution might be sown on Drum Island." "Revolution?" Dalton instantly recalled the identity of this individual, the notorious leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Goodness, did Lord Joel just refer to this most nefarious criminal as Sir? Dalton thought, piecing together the truth, realizing he must be part of the Revolutionary Army. He envisioned countless undercover scenarios in his mind, casting a knowing glance at the two men, sensing the underlying intrigue. Moreover, Dragon surveyed the village. Joel immediately recalled that whether in the original work or in the present, it was Drago who shielded Smoker, allowing Luffy to escape from Rogue Town. Therefore, it is highly plausible that Drago has been following Luffy from the East Blue until now. Otherwise, how could he have coincidentally appeared at such a crucial moment in Rogue Town? "I intend to return to Baldagor and take the opportunity to visit Drum Island and Alabasta. Would you be interested in accompanying me to Baldagor?" Drago chuckled, adding, "Aside from Bello Betty, the Revolutionary Army is filled with many beautiful women. Are you interested?" Joel, feeling helpless, remarked, "Uncle, why must you insist on bringing me into this?" "Because the Revolutionary Army requires comrades." Joel pointed to his nose and inquired, "Do I resemble someone with a rebellious spirit?" "Not at all," replied Dolag, scrutinizing him earnestly. "Indeed. And this is not mere rebellion. It is revolution. Is there truly a distinction? Isn't it merely a question of perspective?" Joel cast a forlorn glance at Dolag. "Moreover, we are of the same ilk. The will of fate is inescapable." Dolag patted his shoulder and walked towards the swirling snow in the distance. "Hey, old man, what do you mean by that? Stop being cryptic," Joel shouted. "Do you think you can observe the game as a mere spectator, grasping the entirety of it?" Dolag suddenly turned back, in truth. "You two are being maneuvered upon this chessboard, just like the rest of us." Joel's body twitched slightly, and half of him was suddenly numb. With the identity of a traveler, Joel prided himself on being a seer, discerning everything and influencing the capricious tides of the pirate world. Now, someone had emerged to utter such a statement, and that individual was none other than Drago. Drago turned to leave, declaring, "I will discreetly send someone to safeguard Drum Island." The wind and snow engulfed Drago's silhouette. Joel felt an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over him, causing him to stagger backwards several steps, thankfully caught by Dalton. An unprecedented sense of dread enveloped his heart, and fleeting visions of the future flickered through his mind, indistinct yet profoundly unsettling. Aside from a chaotic panic and fear, nothing else remained. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the world morphed into a labyrinthine grid, countless lines intertwining densely, pulling and manipulating him. Dalton's intense concern shattered this grid-like reality, transforming it into an image reminiscent of an infrared thermal scan, followed by a burst of blinding white light. Lord Joel? Lord Joel! Dalton repeatedly called out to him. In that moment, Joel awoke from his daze, feeling as though he had plunged into a river, drenched and disoriented, the recent events blurring into a dreamlike haze. Lord Joel, are you all right? Dalton inquired. Joel rubbed his face, rose to his feet, and shook his head, saying, It's nothing. Let us plant the naval flag upon this island. Henceforth, I shall protect this land. With that, Joel made his way towards the village. Dalton, sensing Joel's sudden transformation, reflected on Dorag's recent words and thought to himself, what is there to worry about? Aren't we all merely players in this grand game? As Joel approached the village, the emotions of the townsfolk vividly manifested in his mind, each vibrant life emerging within his perception. It seemed as though his observational abilities had intensified. As Joel entered the village, he discovered the townsfolk engaged in a festive celebration. The residents beckoned, Lord Joel, come join us. A cup of malt liquor was thrust into Joel's hand, the golden liquid exuding the aroma of freshly baked bread. Dalton followed closely behind, also receiving a cup of malt liquor. He gestured for silence, and under the attentive gaze of all present, he began to speak slowly. From this day forth, we shall re-establish a nation on Magnetic Drum Island, and henceforth, we shall unite under the banner of Lord Joel. Joel spoke. The new nation abolishes the monarchy, transitioning to a parliamentary democracy, with Dalton serving as the head of the first upper house of parliament, exercising the powers of national administration for a term of 4 years, eligible for consecutive re-elections, but not to exceed 3 terms. Simultaneously, a leader of the lower house will be elected to oversee the upper house leader and execute judicial authority. A 2/3 majority of the parliament can convene to remove the upper house leader. The specifics will be determined later. In summary, as long as one performs well, anyone has the potential to become a leader. Joel articulated his thoughts, indicating that subsequent changes would reference contemporary political systems. He recalled a phrase he had encountered. Democracy may not be the optimal political system, yet it is not the most foolish one. The snowflakes in the sky began to cease their descent, and the sun gradually unveiled its warm rays, enveloping the recently frostbitten Magnetic Drum Island. As Joel gazed at the swirling rings of color in the heavens, he was transported back to his hometown, a place abundant with cherry blossoms. The Kingdom of Magnetic Drum is officially renamed the Republic of Cherry Blossoms, Joel declared. The era of monarchic rule has come to an end. Cheers erupted as the crowd joyfully raised their glasses. Cheers! Dalton exclaimed. Cheers! Echoed the crowd, lifting their cups in unison. The banquet extended for quite some time. Yet for the first time, Joel remained sober. Beneath the moonlit night, he perched upon the walls of Dr. Kaleha Castle, resting his chin in contemplation as he gazed at the faint glimmers of lights below in the valley. He pondered the meaning behind Dorag's words and what lay ahead on his own path. At that moment, Vivi quietly approached and looked up at the moon. Why are you still awake at this late hour? Joel smiled. I can't sleep, Vivi replied. Do you detest the monarchy, Brother Joel? Why do you say that? Joel asked, observing her delicate face illuminated by the moonlight. Then why don't you let Brother Dalton or yourself become the king of this nation? Vivi inquired with curiosity. Joel did not respond directly, letting out a deep sigh. What do you think of your father, the king? Vivi pondered for a moment before replying. He is admirable, upright, selfless, and benevolent towards his people. And what are your thoughts on Valpo? Joel inquired further. He is greedy, cowardly, despicable, and vile. Vivi enumerated Valpo's numerous flaws, revealing her deep-seated resentment. This is the dilemma of monarchy. A great ruler can lead a nation to remarkable progress in a short span. Yet an inept monarch can bring about its ruin. How can I ensure that I or Dalton will always be wise rulers? How can I guarantee that my descendants will be good kings? Look at Emperor Tang Ming. He was once so wise and valiant, yet ultimately, he instigated the Ungshi Rebellion. Once one is exposed to such unchecked absolute power, it is likely they will descend into tyranny in just a few years. Moreover, being a king is exhausting, Joel lamented. Vivi gazed at him, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The flag of the Sakura Republic, a white field adorned with a golden lion and cherry blossoms, slowly ascended, standing proud above the nation, fluttering in the breeze. Chapter 32. Sister, you are so wonderful. As the sun's rays began to illuminate the sky, Joel and his companions were already preparing to depart from Magnetic Drum Island, or rather, the Sakura Republic. Dalton accompanied the citizens of Sakura to the dock to bid farewell. Joel looked out and saw the naval flags and the freshly painted lion flag of the Sakura Republic waving atop the winter island. Joel gazed upon the burgeoning sense of accomplishment within him. This was his inaugural territory in the world of pirates. Although the conquest of this island did not unfold as he had envisioned, the outcome remained splendid. Indeed, meticulous scheming pales in comparison to genuine sincerity, particularly when dealing with the earnest. Had he been faced with Blackbeard or the soon-to-be-encountered crocodile, one could only chuckle. Joel waved farewell to the residents of the Cherry Blossom Country as the warship gradually moved away from the island. Inside the room, after much hesitation, Joel dialed the number for Guion. "Hello, this is Guion. Sister, it's me." Joel sat atop the bow of the warship, resting his chin in contemplation as he gazed at the shimmering ocean. Vivi approached him from behind and gently inquired, "What troubles you? Is everything not going well?" Joel shook his head, feeling an inexplicable wave of guilt surge within him. The recent events flooded his mind, causing his nose to tingle and tears to well up in his eyes. Perhaps the greatest privilege in his life was having such a sister. He had expected Guion to reprimand him, yet she did nothing of the sort, merely advising him to be cautious, assuring him that reinforcements would arrive. Guion hung up the phone, let out a deep sigh, covered her face with her hands, and slowly spoke. "Sister, it unfolded just as you anticipated." General Crane, seated across from Guion, inquired, "What are the specifics?" Guion recounted the details, prompting General Crane to rise and prepare for the upcoming meeting. Contemplating how to persuade Sengoku and Sakazuki. "Admiral, here is today's newspaper." A naval colonel presented the freshly printed paper to Sengoku. "Oh." Sengoku took a sip of his tea and began to read. The first image that invaded his mind was Joel's smile, which had robbed him of sleep. The headline read, "Guardian of the People, a divine being descends to aid helpless citizens in defeating evil sea pirates." Nodding in approval of Joel's stance against pirates, Sengoku continued reading, only to be taken aback when he discovered that the captain of the White Iron Pirates, Walpole, was the king of Magnetic Drum Island. He sputtered his tea in shock. With a loud clap, Sengoku slammed the newspaper on the table, exclaiming, "Call Joel back immediately. How dare this lad be so audacious as to slay a king of a member state of the world government? Has he lost his mind?" Early in the morning. Why was there such a commotion? General Crane entered the office, followed by Carp and Guion. Sengoku pointed at the newspaper, fuming. "Are you two going to take responsibility for this? If you do not intervene, today he may have killed a king, and tomorrow he might storm Mariehua and slay a celestial dragon." Carp could hardly contain his laughter, tears almost streaming down his face. "He truly is a product of my teaching." An excited one-armed lieutenant behind him exclaimed, "Indeed, what a remarkable man Joel is." "Carp." Sengoku glared at him, bellowing, "Look at you. First, your son becomes the leader of the Revolutionary Army, rebelling against the world government. Then your two grandsons. One became a captain under Whitebeard, and the other dashed off from Lowtown to become a pirate." Sengoku grew increasingly agitated, grabbing Carp by the collar and continuing his tirade. "And now, one of your students has killed a king. If you were not a hero of the Navy, I would have held you accountable long ago." Sengoku's spittle flew onto Carp's face. Carp, doubled over with laughter, replied, "I am not to blame. By the way," he produced a bag of senbei. "I brought snacks." Sengoku snatched the senbei and poured them into his mouth. "Ah." Carp stared at him in astonishment. Amidst the chaos, the matter at hand must still be addressed. And Sengoku asked, "What shall we do about this situation? What else can we do? The newspaper has already been published. We cannot simply dispose of the people's guardian." Carp chuckled. "Speaking of which, this lad is quite clever. He revealed the matter first, leaving you no room for maneuver. Young minds are indeed vibrant." General Crane interjected. "These are mere trifles. More importantly, this morning, Joel reported a matter of greater significance." Sengoku sank wearily into the sofa. What could possibly be more significant? Did he return having slain the king of Alabasta? It pertains to Alabasta, but the severity lies in its implications for the world government. Sengoku felt a sense of foreboding. This might be a serious predicament. In the Marineford conference room, the high-ranking officers had been summoned by Sengoku. "Really? An early morning meeting is quite vexing." Kizaru sauntered in lazily. Behind him, Akainu wore a serious expression, ignoring Kizaru and heading straight to his seat. Meanwhile, Akiji, yawning, appeared half asleep as he collapsed into his chair. Seeing no one beside him, Kizaru wore a peculiar expression as he settled into his seat. Shortly after, Sengoku, Carp, and others entered the conference room. "Everyone is here. Let us commence." Guion took her place and began. "I trust everyone has seen today's newspaper." At this point, Akainu exhibited a subtle expression, Kizaru remained noncommittal, and Akiji continued to snooze. The admirals exchanged glances, uncertain. In this conflict, Colonel Joel encountered a certain individual. The missing princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. She has been absent due to her clandestine infiltration into an organization known as Baroque Works. According to her investigation, the turmoil in Alabasta is orchestrated by Baroque Works. They first framed King Cobra for using dance powder, leading to a severe drought in the kingdom. Subsequently, they sent a high-ranking agent, Mr. Crocodile, who, using his abilities to mimic, posed as the king and attacked civilians, inciting public hatred toward the royal family, which resulted in national unrest. The use of dance powder has caused the majority of Alabasta to suffer from relentless drought, making it nearly impossible for the populace to sustain their livelihoods, prompting rebellion as they formed an army to assault the capital, Alyabarna. Upon hearing this, Kizaru slowly inquired. "This appears to concern Alabasta's internal affairs. Why did they seek assistance from the Navy?" Should we not simply eliminate Baroque works and be done with it? Is there a need for this meeting? Akainu, his head bowed, concealed his expression beneath the brim of his cap. Gion replied, "The issue is that the leader of Baroque works is Sir Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai endorsed by the world government." Her words struck like thunder, awakening Akiji from his slumber, and the attendees wore grave expressions. Kizaru, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "That is truly unfortunate. Currently, Colonel Joel has embarked with Princess Vivi toward Alabasta and has requested assistance from headquarters." However, a weasel interjected, shaking his head. "The problem is that the Navy is not permitted to directly engage the Shichibukai." Gion nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Joel intends to request King Cobra to draft a plea for help." Vivi inquired, "How did you communicate this to General Gion?" Joel leaned against the rabbit's large ears, reminiscing about her words. "What do you intend to do?" The tone of Gion was unexpectedly gentle, far removed from the harsh reprimand he had anticipated. Joel articulated his plan. Crocodile would inevitably initiate his scheme. Firstly, he would lay an ambush along the way, seeking to assassinate Princess Vivi, yet he would not act under his own name. Instead, he would mobilize the Baroque works to carry out this deed. As long as he refrains from acknowledging Baroque works as his navy, he could launch a blatant assault on them. Secondly, I would escort Princess Vivi back to Albana to seek an audience with His Majesty Cobra, urging him to issue a distress signal to the Navy. The Navy's mission would be to confront the advancing forces of Baroque works. Thirdly, regarding Crocodile, we would employ the age-old tactic of acting first and justifying later. We would neutralize him and subsequently have His Majesty Cobra protest to the world government, bringing this matter to light. The crux of the entire plan lies in ensuring that the world government remains unaware of our intentions. Otherwise, their predictable nature would compel them to dispatch CP agents to force Crocodile to abort his plans. As long as he remains inactive, Baroque works will remain concealed. And without direct evidence, Crocodile can retain his title as a warlord of the sea. Thus, this crisis would persist, posing a renewed threat to Alabasta at a critical juncture. "Sister, we must act decisively and then report." Gion chuckled. "Brother, you have grown. You are beginning to understand how to wield cunning in the name of justice. I had thought you would rush to confront Crocodile directly." Joel felt a wave of embarrassment as he realized he could not match Crocodile's strength. "Fear not. I shall manage matters here at Navy headquarters. You simply await reinforcements," he assured. "Sister, you are truly wonderful." Gion succinctly conveyed Joel's words to those present. Was Joel implying they should deceive the world government? The mole could hardly believe his ears. Kizaru, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Ah, the youth certainly possesses audacity." Sengoku turned to the stoic Akainu, inquiring, "What is your perspective on this?" It is known that among the three admirals, Akainu enjoys the most backing from the world government, and Joel is one he personally recruited into the Navy. Slowly, Akainu lifted his gaze, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. And Gion felt a nervous sweat forming in his palms. He spoke deliberately. "Pirates are indeed unreliable." "What?" Vivi anxiously questioned. "Is it possible for Vice Admiral Gion to persuade the Navy to circumvent the world government?" As Joel breathed in the sea breeze, he remarked, "I cannot." Thus I reached out to Admiral Sakazuki. Vivi's heart skipped a beat. "What was the outcome?" she inquired. "Ah, Admiral Sakazuki, I am Joel," he stated. The Admiral, glancing at the newspaper in his hand, sternly questioned, "Why did you not inform me of this matter? Acting on your own accord. You are misusing the authority I bestowed upon you." "Admiral, I am merely following the protocol you taught me, ensuring that no evil goes unpunished." Joel replied with a cheeky grin. "Humph." Sakazuki scoffed, "Such action shall not be permitted again." Yes, Joel quickly acquiesced. "Isn't that why I have come to seek your permission now?" "What else is there?" Sakazuki inquired. Joel reiterated, stating, "Therefore, I seek your assistance." "Are you suggesting I bypass the world government?" "Joel, have you lost your mind?" Akainu's right fist ignited in flames. "Indeed," Joel affirmed with conviction. "No," Akainu retorted furiously. Joel shouted into the transponder snail, "Shall we allow the pirates to continue their arrogance? I trust that the world government will handle this matter appropriately. You must return immediately." Akainu reprimanded fiercely. "Absolutely not. I will not permit these wicked pirates to act so brazenly. If I do not receive support from the Navy in time, I shall march the army of Alabasta directly to Crocodile's doorstep, prepared to collect the corpses," Joel declared, abruptly slamming down the transponder snail. "Preposterous," Akainu seethed, smashing his fist into his desk in a fit of rage. Joel smiled at Vivi and remarked, "The situation is rather dire. If the Navy support does not arrive in time, I shall personally lead the troops into the rain-soaked land." Vivi, in response to Joel's attempt at comfort, broke into a smile. "How could I allow you to take such a risk? This is my own affair, after all. If we do not receive Navy support, you shall collect my remains." This declaration reverberated incessantly in Akainu's mind. "Oh, Sakazuki, did I hear that correctly?" Kizaru inquired curiously, "Have you agreed to bypass the world government?" Akiji also regarded Akainu with an expression of disbelief, suspecting a lapse in his judgment. The skepticism was palpable among all present, with doubts lingering about the authenticity of Akainu's position. Akainu glared at Kizaru. "Do you doubt my resolve to eradicate evil?" No, Kizaru raised his hands in surrender. Sengoku turned his gaze towards Akainu. So, you have consented? Akainu replied, why should we require the world government's approval to dismantle Baroque works? And what concern is it of ours if these 7 warlords perish in the chaos? Gion finally relaxed her tightly clenched fists. Sengoku nodded, then those in agreement. Please raise your hands. Akiji was the first to comply, followed by Kizaru, who, after seeing Garp and Tsuru raise their hands, slowly lifted his own. Finally, Akainu raised his hand as well. The admiral's consensus, particularly Akainu's lack of opposition, prompted the vice-admirals to raise their hands in favor of confronting the notorious pirates. Recognizing the tarnished reputation of the 7 warlords within the Navy headquarters. Very well, Sengoku announced, Gion, Kaku, and Squirrel will set sail for Alabasta with 10 warships. He deliberately assigned 3 vice-admirals close to Joel, as a peculiar thought blossomed in his mind. Joel had performed admirably. Undertaking action Sengoku wished he could have dared to execute in his youth, if only time had been kinder. And what about me? Garp interjected, pointing to himself. He too desired to venture to Alabasta for a little excursion. You shall remain at headquarters. Sengoku bellowed, wary of the chaos Garp might incite. Akiji suddenly interjected. I shall go as well. Akainu shot Akiji a glance before descending into silence. Kizaru observed Akainu, contemplating the turmoil within him. Sengoku nodded in astonishment. Very well. What has suddenly sparked this slothful man's interest? Meeting adjourned. Sengoku declared, dragging Garp out of the conference room. The others followed suit. And after exchanging a few words with Tsuru, Gion prepared to set sail alongside Akiji, Kaku, and Squirrel. One moment, Vice Admiral Gion, Akainu called out, halting her departure. Gion turned back, perplexed by Akainu's demeanor. He approached her and whispered, please ensure that you keep a firm hand on that little rascal, Joel. With that, he exited the conference room, leaving Gion in a state of disbelief. Chapter 33, Landing in Alabasta. Joel anxiously perched atop the rabbit, eagerly awaiting a response from Gion. While Vivi, seated nearby, fidgeted nervously with the hem of her dress. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted the sun hanging high, the temperature steadily rising. Despite the knowledge that the naval meeting was as tedious and protracted as an old woman's bound feet, it should surely be concluding soon. Surely, he would not be compelled to lead the Alabasta army into a decisive battle against Crocodile. Oh dear, what a daunting prospect. Faced with Crocodile's Sansan fruit. Would I need to sprinkle water on my sword to ward off evil and recite incantations? How cowardly. Suddenly, the transponder snail in Joel's grasp began to ring. He hastily answered, his tone cautious. Hello? Joel, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has given his approval. This operation will be led by Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Smoker, and myself. Along with 10 warships heading to Alabasta, accompanied by your companions. Admiral Zifa intends to take them for some training. Yes, my sister is the best. I knew she would not abandon me. Vivi listened nearby, cringing at Joel's affectionate tone, realizing that when men become smitten, they truly leave women out of the equation. Gion spoke from the other end of the line. We will arrive in Alabasta as swiftly as possible. Do not act recklessly. Of course, Joel assured fervently. Also, Admiral Sakazuki has instructed me to give you a proper lesson in Alabasta. He agreed? Joel exclaimed, surprised. He had assumed this would sever ties with Akainu. Yet the old stubborn man surprisingly acquiesced. Without his consent, could we have arrived so smoothly? You must sincerely thank him upon your return. Joel nodded and said, I shall certainly come to atone for my sins later. You might not need to. Who knows, he might actually strike you down with that branch. Chi-Yuan chuckled. That's all there is to it. Be cautious and farewell. Vivi, who had been listening nearby, was overwhelmed with joy upon hearing that the naval headquarters had sent someone over. After Joel hung up the phone, he looked at Vivi and raised his hand. Shall we? Yay. The two celebrated with a triumphant high five. Joel stated solemnly that the headquarters had dispatched Admiral Kazan, General Weasel, General Jackie, and General Gion to lead 10 naval warships to Alabasta. Vivi gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. The Admiral is coming? Indeed. Joel was also somewhat surprised, not expecting Akiji to arrive, as he was notoriously laid back. Yay, Vivi exclaimed, joyfully stomping her feet and pacing back and forth. An admiral. That S.A. true admiral, the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters. What else is there? Vivi eagerly inquired. Joel cleared his throat and said, my mentor, the former Admiral Zephyr, will be accompanying my classmates. Former admiral? 2 admirals have suddenly arrived? Vivi clasped her hands to her chest, overwhelmed by a joy that had come too unexpectedly. The arrival of 1 admiral was astonishing enough, yet 2 at once was simply beyond her imagination. Observing Joel's equally radiant expression, Vivi pondered momentarily, astonished to discover that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such formidable connections. Furthermore, he had never previously mentioned Admiral Kazan. However, after a moment of elation, Joel doused Vivi's excitement with a splash of cold reality. But don't celebrate too soon. Marineford is still quite distant, and we must rely on ourselves. He stroked his smooth chin, contemplating that by the time he reached Alabasta, Crocodile would likely already be aware of his arrival. One could only wonder how he would react. Moreover, Robin was in Alabasta, and Nami could be entrusted to Luffy. as a navigator was indeed crucial. But Robin, he grinned with a knowing expression. Hey, Joel, your smile looks rather lewd, Vivi remarked with disdain. What mischief is this man plotting? Doesn't he appear to be a good person? Coughing lightly, Joel responded, Ahem, we still need to find some assistance. Who? Joel's eyes darted around, pondering who else could be near Alabasta. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, swaggered into a restaurant, followed closely by his curious subordinate, Tashiji, who clutched her shigure and gazed around like a naive country bumpkin experiencing the city for the first time. Just as Smoker settled into his seat, the din-din mushi rang. He frowned, irritated by the interruption. Tashiji retrieved the din-din mushi and answered, Hello? Tashiji. I'm looking for Smoker. It's Acheron. Tashiji handed the din-din mushi to Smoker, saying, It's Colonel Joel. Smoker snatched it from her. What do you need, Joel? Smoker, I require your assistance, Joel replied in a calm tone. The flatness of Joel's voice stirred something within Smoker. It seemed the matter was serious. Speak. 7 Warlord Crocodile intends to usurp the Alabasta throne. Princess Vivi has uncovered their criminal activities, and I am currently escorting her to Alabasta. I estimate that in a day or two, Crocodile will become aware of this, and he will undoubtedly attempt to prevent Princess Vivi from returning to Alabasta. The headquarters is dispatching Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Squirrel, Vice Admiral Jai, and Vice Admiral Guion for support. However, I need to ensure that Princess Vivi reaches Alabasta safely first. It had been quite some time since Smoker had heard Joel speak so seriously. He recalled the last time was over 6 months ago. 7 warlords. You really have a knack for stirring trouble. How could the headquarters possibly take action against one of them? Smoker questioned. Aware that while the Navy harbored disdain for the 7 warlords, they were bound by the world government's policies, unable to act freely. No. The objective of the headquarters is to eliminate Crocodile's Baroque works. As of now, Crocodile has yet to acknowledge Baroque works as his faction. Thus, we risk opposing the world government. Are you in? Joel inquired, fully aware that individuals like Smoker, as well as Admiral Fujitora, disregarded the world government's authority, executing their own sense of justice ruthlessly. I'm in. Smoker replied without hesitation. I'll be waiting for you at the port. Good. As Smoker hung up the din-din mushi, his expression turned grave. Tashiji, concerned, asked, Is Colonel Joel in trouble? Smoker gazed at Tashiji's frail figure, realizing that this battle was beyond her capabilities. A single misstep could result in his own demise. It's nothing. The warship commanded by Joel gradually approached the territory of Alabasta. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 launched an assault on Luffy's crew in the small garden, but after tracking them to Drum Island, he lost sight of Princess Vivi and hastily dialed Miss All Sunday. During the rain banquet, a tall and elegant woman clad in a mink coat and wearing a cowboy hat answered the phone, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. However, it was perplexing how she could endure such sweltering weather in such heavy attire. It seemed she was progressively shedding layers, perhaps a testament to Oda's wickedness. Hello? Is this Miss All Sunday? This is Mr. 3. I was ordered to ambush the Straw Hat crew in the small garden, but after pursuing them to Drum Island, I lost all trace of Princess Vivi. Oh? Robin responded with a subtle smile, understood. Cease the attack on the Straw Hat crew and proceed immediately to the Spider CAF in Alabasta to await further instructions. Yes, at the rain banquet. The Warlord Crocodile lounged with a cigar, his legs propped casually on the table. Robin, seated at the edge, remarked, Mr. 3 reported no sighting of Princess Vivi and her party on Drum Island. Crocodile's composure shattered instantly. What did you say? How could that be? Robin pondered for a moment before replying. Aside from the Straw Hats, the Marines have recently visited Drum Island as well. The Marines? Crocodile's expression darkened. Why was I not informed? The likelihood that Princess Vivi had fallen into the hands of the Marines was high, and it was probable that the Marine headquarters was already aware of this development. Crocodile leaned in towards Robin, his golden hook gently brushing against her cheek. You would do well to remember what you were doing. It was I who took you in, or else you would still be a lost dog, cowering in fear. Robin maintained her composure as she replied, You are a warlord. The Marines cannot act against you directly, can they? They would first need to have the world government strip you of your title, but clearly, they will not engage in such self-defeating actions. So, what if the Marines are aware? Moreover, isn't this matter already on the front page of the newspapers? Listening to the woman's analysis, Crocodile recalled that in recent days, he had been too preoccupied with heroic exploits to glance at the news. As he would soon require her to translate historical texts, he lowered his golden hook. Next time, you will know the consequences. In the adjacent pool, a massive banana crocodile swam leisurely. Immediately investigate the details of this Marine unit and their current location, Crocodile commanded. Then added, Gather all the officers. We must expedite our plans, increase efforts with the rebels, and have them launch an assault on Alyabarna for a decisive battle against the Royal Army. Additionally, keep a close watch on the movements of the Marines and strengthen communication with the world government. I want to be informed of their every action at the earliest opportunity. With a stoic expression, Robin slowly departed from the opulent, cold hall. Crocodile watched her graceful figure, his murderous intent unmasked. Just a little longer, and you shall endure. After a relentless journey, Joel and his companions finally arrived at the port city of Canola in Alabasta. As they disembarked, the unique mixed fragrance of the canola flowers filled Joel's nostrils. Achoo! Joel rubbed his nose. Is that scoundrel cursing me? Looking up, the exotic desert scenery unfolded before him. Wow, splendid indeed. Ah, Vivi, Alabasta is truly beautiful and prosperous. Joel exclaimed. Vivi smiled back. Indeed. Canola is one of the most significant cities in Alabasta and a crucial hub along the Grand Line. Naturally, it is both beautiful and bustling. Joel arrived at the inn where Smoker was already waiting. Smoker regarded Vivi with a knowing expression, recalling how the last time they encountered the dragon pirates. This young man had eagerly rushed to Arlong Park, initially presumed to be on a mission to eliminate pirates. However, subsequent reports indicated that Joel had met a beautiful woman in Cocoa Village, and they appeared to be quite familiar with one another. It seemed the pig at home had grown up and learned to forage for cabbage. Crocodile perused the documents handed to him by Robin. His gaze fixed on Joel's gleaming white teeth, an inexplicable irritation rising within him as he scrutinized the photograph. Ah, the audacity of this young man. Chapter 34. Splitting the forces after closing the door, Joel activated his observation hockey, imprinting all movements within the inn into his perception. He addressed Dasky, instructing, Dasky, please investigate whether the rebel forces in Alabasta are still in Yuba or have relocated to Caturlia. Understood, Dasky replied with a salute before departing the room. At that moment, only Joel, Vivi, Smoker, and Catinflo remained in the room. Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, concealed his fluctuating gaze behind the smoke, clearly under considerable pressure. Joel, do you have a specific plan? He inquired. Joel retrieved a sheet of white paper and roughly sketched the locations of several major cities in Alabaston. Vivi, observing Joel as he diligently crafted the map, was taken aback. How could he possess such profound knowledge of Alabaston? Upon entering, he immediately inquired about the rebels' positions, suspecting that they had already relocated, a notion that had never crossed her mind. In her understanding, the rebels should still be in Yoba. How could Joel entertain the idea that they had moved to Catalea? Joel pointed at the map and remarked, I surmise that at this juncture, even the most inept intelligence of Crocodile must be aware that I have taken Princess Vivi to the rapeseed fields. I believe their assassins are already en route. Hence we must act swiftly. I propose we split into 2 groups, one comprising myself and Vivi, disguised as we head eastward towards the rapeseed fields. Then divert through Cattleya to reach Albana. The other group, led by the 2 of you, will navigate the river route to Albana. It is certain that you will encounter an ambush from Crocodile's forces along your path. Should the time come, delay them as long as possible. But do not engage in prolonged combat. Crocodile is not to be trifled with. If you can fight, do so. If not, retreat. Joel profoundly embraced guerrilla tactics, continuously harassing the enemy. In essence, his strategy was to retreat when the enemy advanced, advance when the enemy retreated, and retaliate when attacked. He turned to Vivi and said, Vivi, I understand your desire to seek out Kusha, but if he is in Yoba, we simply won't have the time to deter. Moreover, lingering at the entrance of Crocodile's lair is perilously reckless. I will send someone to deliver your letter to Yoba. If he is in Caturlia, we can conveniently pay him a visit. Vivi nodded in agreement. Although she yearned to meet Kusha and proclaim her father's innocence, the current circumstances forbade such an action. Robin, holding the recently received information, gracefully approached Crocodile and announced, the naval fleet from Magnetic Drum Island has arrived at Canola. Quite swift indeed. Crocodile chuckled, immediately commanding his men in Canola to closely monitor the Navy's movements. Find out if Vivi is among them. I do not wish to miss my target again. Understood. Robin affirmed. Additionally, I must inform you that Rear Admiral Smoker from the Navy headquarters is currently in Canola. He previously served alongside Joel, having been transferred from headquarters to Log Town, and Joel may seek his assistance. Crocodile scoffed dismissively. A mere Rear Admiral is nothing to be concerned about. Is there any news from the Navy headquarters? Robin replied with a hint of caution. It's important to note that although Smoker is only a Rear Admiral, he possesses the abilities of a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Crocodile's expression momentarily stiffened before relaxing again, while the smoke fruit seemed somewhat intriguing. Its lack of lethality rendered it rather unimpressive. As for news from the Navy headquarters, there is none at the moment, Robin added, due to the confidentiality of this operation. The Navy headquarters had concealed the troop movements, operating discreetly, and Crocodile, lacking infiltration within the Navy's decision-making echelon, remained uninformed. Very well, Crocodile nodded, summoning his subordinates to Canola with the intent to eliminate Princess Vivi, ensuring the task was completed before the Navy's arrival. And what of Colonel Joel? Robin inquired. Crocodile pondered briefly. The death of a naval supernova on his territory would undoubtedly stir trouble. If necessary, we can incapacitate him and dispose of him. If it comes to it, we may have to eliminate him altogether. He is a student of Zifa, Robin reminded him. This is a former Admiral's student we are discussing. Crocodile regarded Robin with an air of incredulity. Who isn't? Among naval officers, it's likely that 7 or 8 out of 10 are Zifa's students. One could emerge from any obscure corner. Given your perspective, I suppose I have no recourse, Robin shrugged, leaving Crocodile's office. She glanced at the photograph in her hand. Intrigued by this naval supernova, her gaze lingering on the shadow behind him and the sword he wielded, Joel took Vivi out to the streets in search of two garments, intending to disguise themselves. Little did he know that shopping possessed an innate allure for women, even for Vivi, who was amidst the peril of a fallen nation. As he observed Vivi trying on various outfits in front of the mirror, he was reminded of the sense of helplessness and fatigue he felt during his past life while accompanying his girlfriend on similar shopping excursions. He had never felt as exhausted from running 1,000 meters as he did now, and he leaned against the wall, habitually dozing off. Just as Vivi was nearing the end of her try-on session, she finally selected a piece that she deemed satisfactory. "Miss, are you taking all of these?" The excited shop assistant pointed at the garments Vivi had discarded, clearly thinking they had encountered a wealthy patron. Vivi laughed, "Certainly not. That tacky and unattractive attire hardly befits a princess as beautiful as I." She then roused the drowsy Joel, twirled before him, and inquired, "Do you think it looks good?" Joel mechanized his nod, exclaiming how splendid it was. He had uttered this phrase countless times, yet he still lacked the courage to voice any dissent. What if madness ensued once more, resulting in the reckless consumption of precious time? Time to settle the bill. Time to settle the bill. Joel hastily rose to pay, determined to flee immediately, for he could no longer linger in this nefarious establishment. "Good day, sir. That will be 56,000 belly," the attendant smiled. Upon hearing this, Joel shuddered, astonished by the exorbitant price. His monthly salary amounted to a mere 160,000 berries, and the thought of spending over a third of it on merely 2 outfits was disconcerting. He resolved to stick to the Navy uniform from now on. Noticing Vivi's gaze drifting towards a distant shop, a wave of anxiety washed over Joel. "Let us take the money and leave," he urged, pulling Vivi towards the exit. "Slow down," Vivi protested, breathless. Joel led Vivi to a secluded spot, disappearing into an alley. Behind them, 2 seemingly ordinary passers-by feigned nonchalance. One entered the alley while the other strolled past its entrance. Suddenly, they realized they had lost track of their target. A sense of dread washing over them. They had been discovered. With resolute composure, they continued walking. "Hey, brother," Joel said, patting the shoulder of the first passerby. "Are you looking for me?" The passerby turned to find Joel's sincere smile and a flash of tricolored sword light. A slender cut appeared on his neck, and he collapsed to the ground, blood flowing like a mountain spring. The second passerby, witnessing this, attempted to flee towards a more populated area. Alas, his legs were no match for the swift blade of light. In an instant, another sword flash severed his head from his body, the crimson tide staining the earth of Alabaston. "Let us go," Joel urged, grasping Vivi's hand as they hurried back to the inn. The procurement was complete, and Dasky presented his report. "Report for Colonel Joel, we have confirmed that the rebel forces in Alabaston have departed from Yoba and arrived at Katlia." Vivi, upon hearing this news, felt a surge of joy. This meant she could see Kosha and assure him that her father was certainly not the kind of man they believed him to be. After perusing Joel's report, he nodded in affirmation, precisely as I had anticipated. Turning to Smoker, he said, "You may depart first. I shall quietly slip away afterward." Smoker nodded, patted Joel on the shoulder, and turned to leave with his subordinate in tow. Cattenfloor cautioned Joel, "Be careful." Joel called after them, prompting the duo to glance back, bewildered. "Return alive." Smoker, with his back to Joel, gave a thumbs up before pushing the door open and exiting. The naval forces, a formidable sight, marched towards the warships at the harbor. Desbones was donned in a wig and veil, disguised as Princess Vivi, being swept along amidst a throng of rugged sailors. From a distant high-rise, an agent from the Baroque Works set down his binoculars and reported via a snail phone. "Report. The Navy has boarded the warships, and a suspect has been identified within the crowd." "Over." Crocodile, feeding his banana Crocodile, inquired of Robin as she entered, "Are we ready to depart?" "Indeed. We shall take the waterways, with 2 warships and 2 brigadiers, Brigadier Cattenfloor, the first captain of Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, and Brigadier Smoker, along with Colonel Joel, totaling approximately 350 soldiers." "How are the arrangements?" Crocodile inquired. Robin replied, "Everything is in order except for the officers. We'll ambush them along the route from Rain Base to Alabasta." Crocodile expressed his displeasure. "Tell them to hasten. Delay will be their undoing." "Understood." "Ha, men. Remember to be swift and precise. I am, after all, the hero of Alabasta." Crocodile proclaimed with a hint of arrogance, never forgetting the demeanor befitting a hero. "Understood." "Ha, men." After Smoker's departure, Joel sensed a marked decrease in the number of individuals harboring ulterior motives, as perceived through his observation hockey. This ability truly feels like a cheat. Joel discreetly led Vivi away from the remaining surveillance, gently exiting the hotel through the back door. The two navigated through the bustling streets adorned with blooming canola flowers, arriving at the location where Smog had arranged for their camels. They harnessed the camels and set forth towards the arid expanse of the eastern desert. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing in the sand dune before Joel, motionless with its head buried in the grains. "What is this?" Joel and Vivi exchanged glances, pondering whether the person might be lifeless. Joel cautiously stepped forward and kicked the figure out of the sandpit. The person lay on the ground like a lifeless corpse. Sand cascading from their face, their freckles glaring under the sunlight, adorned with a cowboy hat and an expression that oscillated between joy and sorrow. Could it be that a deity had descended from the heavens? Joel was momentarily struck dumb. What to do? Should he apprehend them? No. That would prematurely ignite a war for which he was unprepared. In such a conflict, he would merely be fodder. Perhaps the old man would take offense and send a fatal blow his way, leaving him utterly obliterated. Ignore him? Yes. Pretend he hadn't seen a thing. Joel stealthily tugged at Vivi, preparing to depart like a thief, rendering himself akin to a pirate. Greetings, I am Ace. Have you encountered this individual? Chapter 35. Did you know that when misfortune befalls a person, even a sip of cold water can be troublesome, and a mere fart can lead to calamity? The last time I attempted to impress the crew's swordsman, Zorro, I was unexpectedly ambushed by Mihawk, nearly bidding farewell to this world. This time, I intended to be discreet. Yet, behold, Ace descended from the heavens, fortuitously awakening just moments ago. Ace pointed to the wanted poster in his hand, inquiring of Joel. Once more, I must ask, brother, have you seen this person? In that instant, countless images flashed through Joel's mind, from the earliest creatures crawling upon the earth to the extinction of the dinosaurs, abruptly transitioning to the terrifying iron fist of love wielded by Garp. Subconsciously touching his cool head, Joel feigned earnestness while examining Ace's wanted poster. You must admit, this photograph of Luffy is quite remarkable. Shaking his head, Joel declared, Isn't this Luffy? Vivi, perplexed, exclaimed, What on earth? My princess, what are you doing? Joel hastily covered Vivi's mouth, offering an awkward smile. I apologize, my friend lacks understanding. Ace, with a gleam of excitement, responded, No worries, Mississippi. Do you know Luffy? Clearly, Vivi was no fool. She instantly grasped Joel's intent behind the mouth-covering gesture. Pointing at the wanted poster, she awkwardly replied, Does it not say Monkey D, Luffy? She surmised that this individual was likely an adversary of Luffy, pondering why Joel would prevent her from disclosing any information about him. A glance at Joel's anxious demeanor revealed that he was, more than likely, no match for the person before them. Is that so? Ace mused, glancing at the wanted poster with a look of sudden realization. Oh, right? It appeared that Ace was rather naive, Joel discerned. Joel chuckled, My dear brother, perhaps you should seek elsewhere? Ace inquired, Is there something amiss? Indeed, or rather, not at all. Joel and Vivi spoke simultaneously, their expressions filled with terror as they exchanged glances. Had they truly been exposed? Surely these two could not be fools. Ace, having assessed the situation, remarked, Very well. You may attend to your matters. I shall seek elsewhere. Understood, Joel replied, hastily pulling Vivi away from this troublesome place. To be candid, Joel was reluctant to associate himself with Ace. While Akainu might temper his approach towards Luffy out of respect for Garp, Ace, being the son of the Pirate King Roger, would undoubtedly be treated with utmost severity. Despite his amiable relationship with Garp, within the Navy, Joel had long been branded as part of Akainu's faction. That kneeling gesture from a decade ago had forever complicated his ties with Akainu. Nevertheless, Akainu, for all his fierceness, had shown some leniency, even unexpectedly supporting Joel's reckless endeavors this time, which touched him deeply. Yet, Garp's kindness towards him also meant he would assist Luffy and his crew. However, Ace remained a contentious issue, a potential source of conflict between Garp and Akainu that was best left undisturbed. One might ponder whether it was possible to prevent Ace's demise, perhaps by averting the outbreak of the Marineford War. Yet, should that conflict be averted, the Whitebeard pirates would remain intact. The balance of power among the Yonko would remain unchallenged, and the New World would remain a firmly entrenched battleground. Joel glanced back at Ace, who remained stationary, fixated on Luffy's bounty notice. Perhaps this was destiny. Out of the corner of his eye, Ace observed Joel's retreating figure, then set down the wanted poster. Muttering under his breath, I can't trust you for a moment. Those two undoubtedly harbor secrets. After much contemplation, Ace took a step driven by curiosity. As he entered the vast expanse of the arid desert, an intense heat enveloped him. The two mounted their camels and ventured eastward towards Kartlia. Ace lowered the brim of his hat, stealthily trailing behind. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him. He had forgotten to bring food and water. Gazing at the boundless desert in all directions, panic surged within Ace, compelling him to follow Joel with heavy steps. Perhaps the next city was just ahead. He urged himself onward. The desert nights were invariably frigid, causing Ace to shiver as he awoke, greeted by a canopy of twinkling stars. You're awake. Vivi chimed with a smile. Ace quickly sat up, realizing that the man and woman he had seen earlier had reappeared before him. The man was gathering dry branches, preparing to kindle a fire. Did I faint? Ace pondered, meticulously recalling the events that had transpired. He had succumbed to unconsciousness due to dehydration, the world around him fading to black. Joel arranged the twigs, snapped his fingers, and with a gesture of his right hand, a flicker of flame materialized in his palm, igniting the pile of dry branches. Ace, eyes wide with astonishment, could hardly believe that this seemingly foolish man could wield fire. Wasn't it I who had consumed the flame fruit? Perhaps I should indulge a bit more. Vivi handed him a leather pouch, and Ace unceremoniously gulped down its contents. Joel felt a twinge of discontent. Plans were forever thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. He had never anticipated that Ace would follow him without any provisions. Had it not been for his keen observation skills, sensing that this fool had collapsed in the desert, Ace would likely have become prey for wolves by now. You and Luffy truly share an uncanny resemblance in your foolishness. Joel sat before the fire as Vivi approached to warm herself. Do you truly know Luffy? Ace asked, greedily savoring the refreshing, sweet water from the pouch. Vivi, obediently sitting beside the fire, basked in its warmth and said to Ace, you should join us. It gets quite cold in the desert at night. It's fine. He doesn't fear the cold, Joel replied, utterly unconvinced that a mere flame could succumb to the desert's chill. Why not? Vivi inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Joel. Ace set down the water pouch, grinning as he proclaimed, because I am an ability user of the flame fruit. With a flourish, a fireball, immensely larger than Joel's, appeared in his palm. Vivi glanced between Joel and Ace. Sensing that Joel possessed a deeper knowledge of Ace, this man seemed to know everything. Joel wielded the magnificent sword, cleaving through the thick tree trunk. The blade shimmered with an irregular brilliance, seemingly protesting against Joel's use of it for chopping wood. I do not wish to be demeaned, it seemed to convey. As dry branches were added to the fire, he remarked, among the three of you, it appears that only Sabo remains relatively unscathed. You still remember Sabo? Ace exclaimed with astonishment. Is he still alive? Joel cast a sidelong glance at Ace, placing the ration soaked in water over the fire to roast. Were it not for the old man's favor, I might have truly considered leaving you to your fate. You know the old man. Ace was taken aback. This seemingly simple-minded individual appeared to possess an extraordinary amount of knowledge. Noticing that Joel was unresponsive, Ace shifted his gaze to Vivi. Vivi shrugged. How should I know? By the way, it's rather curious that Joel knows so much about me, yet I don't even know his surname. Here, Vivi. Joel handed her the roasted rations, breaking them open for her to eat. Observing that Joel had no intention of offering him any, Ace sulked beside them, his fingers poking at the yellow sand beneath him. Joel broke the hardtack in his hands and remarked, Today, you shall go without. Consider it a lesson, and do not act so foolishly in the future. Vivi gazed at Ace with sympathy, intending to share her rations with him, but a stern glare from Joel compelled her to sit quietly in her place. Ace's stomach grumbled in protest as he awkwardly patted his belly, feeling quite embarrassed. What do you intend to do now? Joel inquired. You have two options. One is to return to the canola fields, where I shall provide you with ample water and sustenance. The other is to accompany us to Alabasta, where Luffy will soon arrive as well. Unable to contain himself, Ace questioned, Did you not just claim you did not know Luffy? Are you deceiving me? Joel lifted his head, gazing intently at him, and said earnestly, I am a Navy officer. What do you expect me to do with you? The Navy? This individual before him was, astonishingly, a member of the Navy? And what of Luffy? Luffy was merely a small-time pirate with a bounty of over 10 million. Out of respect for Old Man Garp, I could choose not to pursue him, and no one would mind. But you? You are Portgas Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a staggering bounty of 550 million. Joel fixed his gaze upon Ace and inquired, 500 million? Vivi was instantly taken aback, seemingly bewildered. It appeared that Crocodile's bounty was merely 81 million berries, although he was a warlord of the sea whose bounty had not increased. The disparity was glaring. My apologies. Ace graciously bowed in apology. I did not mean to cause you distress. Damn it, that is not what I intended, Joel sighed. Dealing with the Navy is no easy task. Each one of them is formidable, and my family is no exception. Take Luffy, for instance, a 3rd-generation government official, a prince of Germa, and the son of a Yonko officer. Currently, Zoro and Nami have yet to reveal their backgrounds, but with the onset of the Wano arc, it's conceivable that Zoro might be a descendant of some illustrious lineage. Only Chopper seems rather ordinary. Being overly calculating, Joel realized, would prevent him from ever being able to strike down Ace like a Kainu. He lacked both the strength and the courage. Indeed, being weak is a form of sin. Ace then rose to depart. Please, sit down, Joel urged. There are other matters I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Concerning Blackbeard? After a moment of contemplation, Joel felt compelled to express his thoughts. After all, compared to the dual fruit-empowered Blackbeard, the frail and aging Whitebeard seemed somewhat easier to contend with. While Joel was uncertain if he could ever surpass Whitebeard in battle, he remained confident that he could outlast him, if he did not intervene with Ace. The war at Marineford would commence. Blackbeard would unleash the prisoners from level 6 of Impel Down and seize the Tremor fruit, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Most critically, he required time. Yes, time. The later the war at Marineford began, the better. Ace's pupils constricted as he took a seat once more. Do you know where he is? Joel nodded, aware of the situation, yet he refrained from disclosing the whereabouts of the individual in question. Why? Ace exclaimed with fervor, I must bring him back. The reasoning behind this was rather straightforward. Gazing into Ace's eyes, Joel slowly articulated, because you cannot defeat him. Ace remained noncommittal, clearly skeptical of Joel's assertion. His confidence in his own abilities was unwavering. It appears you harbor doubts, Joel remarked, unfazed. Given Ace's youth and his position as the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard, it was entirely reasonable for him to possess such self-assurance. It was akin to someone telling him that upon returning, he would be bested by Chu Tan, an assertion he would find utterly implausible. Do you consider red-haired Shanks to be strong? Of course. Ace shot Joel a glance of disbelief. Could one truly question the strength of an emperor? Are you aware of the 3 scars on Red-haired's face? Those were inflicted by Teach, Joel chuckled, admitting that he too harbored doubts about the legitimacy of such a claim. Pondering how a normal human could leave such distinctive marks. After all, don't humans possess 5 fingers? Impossible. Ace sprang to his feet in protest. That cannot be true. His perception of Teach had always been that of an amiable, harmless individual. How could such a person possibly inflict wounds on an emperor like Red-haired? I too find it hard to believe. Yet this is the reality we face, Joel replied. If he possesses such power, why has he maintained that FAAD aboard Father S ship all these years? Ace grappled with the incredibility of what he had just learned. Joel chuckled, remarking, this is precisely the reason he murdered Sachi. Sachi acquired a devil fruit he should never have possessed. Blackbeard has endured on that ship for years solely for this particular fruit. I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for him in this regard. He continued, this fruit is known as the Dark Fruit, an exceptionally unique type of Logia devil fruit. It cannot transform into an element, yet it counteracts all other devil fruits. It has the ability to conjure darkness, consuming the powers of any devil fruit in its vicinity, rendering you incapable of elemental transformation before it. Ace smiled, remarking, as long as he doesn't catch me, it should be fine, right? Joel gazed at him, realizing that such thoughts were precisely what led to his capture. The dark fruit possesses the ability to generate a gravitational force of darkness, drawing you in. In terms of physical prowess and hockey, lacking both. How could you possibly engage in combat with Blackbeard, who can inflict damage even upon the red-haired? Ace's expression turned grave as he fell into deep contemplation. How did you come to know this? Joel smiled, but was it significant? Vivi listened to their dialogue with a perplexed expression, seemingly unable to comprehend a single word. No matter, her sole responsibility was to maintain her beauty. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Ace solemnly declared, thank you for your reminder, but Teach has committed an unforgivable crime. I must capture him. Such a narrow-minded approach. Joel groaned, rubbing his temples. What if you were to falter and fall into Blackbeard's hands? He inquired. If I were killed, it would simply be due to my own inadequacy. I cannot blame others, Ace replied. How foolish. Joel retorted, what advantage would that bring him? If I were Blackbeard, I would hand you over to the Navy in exchange for the position of a warlord of the sea. Isn't the warlord position already full? Can it even be overloaded? Princess Vivi raised her hand to ask. Isn't it soon to be reduced to 6? Joel suggested. Oh, Vivi thought to herself, feeling a sweet sensation in her heart. And then, when you are captured by the Navy, can you imagine how our admiral would react? What would your father, Whitebeard, do? Joel coaxed. Ace's expression shifted dramatically. Joel continued. Our marshal intends to use you as bait, setting an intricate trap in Marin Fando, patiently awaiting your white-bearded father to fall into our snare. TSK, TSK. At that moment, Ace will be drenched in cold sweat. After a long pause, he inquired, you are a member of the Navy. This clearly benefits you. Why then do you divulge this information to me? Is it because of the old man? Joel shook his head. No, once Whitebeard is overthrown, the new world will plunge into chaos. Blackbeard has concealed himself for so long not merely for a position among the 7 warlords. He aims to replace Whitebeard as one of the new 4 emperors. Compared to Whitebeard, Blackbeard is far more formidable. He possesses ambition, cunning, perseverance, and an abundance of resolve. I will not allow such a person to ascend as one of the 4 emperors. Chapter 36. Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army? Ace has departed. Although it remains uncertain whether he truly comprehended my words, one thing is certain, the prepared Ace will not be easily captured again. After all, he is worth 500 million. After a long day of travel, Joel rode a camel while Vivi rode her swift steed, finally arriving at the rebel stronghold of Caturlia. Vivi gazed joyfully at the city ahead. It was wonderful. With renewed vigor, the two entered the city, which, in stark contrast to the vibrant canola flowers, appeared woefully dilapidated. After inquiring around, they successfully located the rebel camp. Halt. The patrolling sentry stopped them. What is your purpose here? Vivi was about to speak, but Joel interjected. I am Colonel Joel of the Navy. I seek an audience with your leader, Kusha. If Vivi had introduced herself as the Princess of Alabasta, they might have been immediately driven away by the populace. Who do you claim to be? The sentry leaned closer, astonished. Indeed, it is true. He shouted to his comrades. Come quickly. The guardian of the people, the sword of angels, Lord Joel is here. Hearing such exuberant exclamations, Joel felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Haha. Where? A throng of rebels surged forth, scrutinizing Joel as if he were a curiosity. Wasn't it said that Lord Joel was accompanied by a grand statue of an angel? Where is it? Are you foolish? That only appears during battle. It cannot be casually displayed. The crowd chattered incessantly, preventing Joel from entering. You are quite renowned. Are you not? Vivi inquired with curiosity. It is not my fame, it is their recognition of me. They yearn for justice and seek assistance from others. Which is why they remember my name, Joel explained. Make way. Make way. A pair of individuals emerged from the rear, parting the throng. The leader, with green short hair and a long scar across his left eye, looked surprised upon seeing Vivi. Vivi? He exclaimed. Boss. Vivi cried joyfully. What brings you here? Kusha asked. I have come to stop this war, Vivi declared. Kusha regarded Vivi in silence, while the surrounding rebels erupted in anger. What right do you, a mere girl, have to intervene? What good can come from such a foolish and incompetent king? Yes, a fool. A fool. The crowd continued to berate her. Vivi was clearly taken aback by the disdain for her father among these people. You see, it is not that we desire war. It is your father who forces us into it, Kusha stated flatly. But my father is innocent, Vivi retorted angrily. I have uncovered the truth. It was the 7 warlords crocodile, stationed in Alabasta, who orchestrated this, framing my father for his deeds. What? Kusha gasped, disbelief etched on his face. How could that be? Crocodile is a hero of Alabasta. Do not believe her lies. She seeks to tarnish the reputation of the hero, Crocodile. Of course, as a princess, she would defend her father. Kusha glanced at Vivi before shifting his gaze to Joel. Witnessing the scene, Vivi's tears began to flow, realizing that Kusha no longer placed his trust in her. Joel placed his hand upon Vivi's shoulder and said, It is as follows. Vivi infiltrated a criminal organization known as Baroque Works, discovering that it is under the influence of the warlord Crocodile. All the turmoil within the kingdom has been meticulously orchestrated by them, including the dance powder incident, with the intention of subverting this nation, allowing him to usurp the throne. On behalf of the Navy, I extend my sincerest apologies for the suffering caused by the warlords. Joel bowed deeply towards Kusha. How could this be? Isn't Crocodile a hero? Clearly, the people were unwilling to accept everything that Joel and Vivi had stated. For Crocodile's heroic image was firmly entrenched in the hearts of the Alabastan populace. Do you possess any evidence? Kusha inquired. Evidently, there was none. Vivi appeared quite distressed. The evidence is that the Navy headquarters has dispatched an admiral and 3 vice-admirals, leading 10 warships to Alabasta, with the aim of dealing with Crocodile. Kusha shook his head. This is impossible. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Navy cannot take action against him. Joel displayed a smile. For it was indeed possible. Without evidence, would the Navy dare to act against a warlord of the sea appointed by the world government? The surrounding crowd fell into an immediate silence. The moment had arrived to ponder whether to trust the Navy or their heroes. Follow me, said Kusha. Kusha hesitated. For the Navy's words seemed somewhat more trustworthy than those of the pirates, considering one had built its reputation over years while the other had done so over centuries. Accompanying Kusha, they arrived at a dilapidated tent. Inside, there was nothing but a large table adorned with several maps. The soldiers brought forth 2 chairs, and Kusha remarked, Please, take a seat. Earlier, you mentioned that all of this was orchestrated by Crocodile? Joel nodded and said, Indeed. Besides this, I am also aware of their forthcoming plans. Pray, do tell? Joel calculated and said, If my calculations are correct, they will allow you to launch an attack on Albana ahead of schedule. First, they will abduct the king. Vivi instantly panicked. What are you saying? Is it really going to happen? Rest assured, Joel comforted the young girl. They will not kill your father for the time being. Trust me, my predictions are usually quite accurate, unless I miscalculate. Vivi continued. Secondly, Crocodile has a subordinate named Von Clay, a shapeshifter who has consumed the imitation fruit, allowing him to transform into anyone he has touched. I believe it won't be long before they arrive in Kartlia. He will assume the appearance of the king, and you will inevitably meet him. At that point, they will only need to injure you and, in your presence, acknowledge that the dance powder incident was orchestrated by him. This will incite you to rally forces against Albana. Don't worry, there will be a grand ship capsizing in the harbor, laden with the weapons you have longed for. Thirdly, once you and the king's army have mutually exhausted each other, his Baroque works will swoop in to claim their heads, and he will seize control of this nation in the name of heroism. How do you know all this so clearly? Kusha asked skeptically. Joel tapped his temple, deep in thought. Kusha rested her chin on her hand, contemplating Joel's words. In truth, we have merely come to inform you of this matter. Whether to cease the assault on Albana is entirely your decision. Vivi tugged at the hem of Joel's garment, asking, Are we not here to prevent the war? Joel gently stroked her head and remarked, In truth, war has never truly come to pass. Your father would never command his own people to engage in battle. Instead, he would relinquish the entire nation to the rebels. Rest assured, there shall be no loss of life. Joel's words struck a profound chord within Kusha. He was acutely aware of the nature of Kabura, having assaulted Princess Vivi in his youth without facing any repercussions. Under any other ruler, even a merciful one, a prison sentence would have been inevitable. What do you wish me to do? Kusha inquired. Joel smiled and commanded the troops to advance upon Albana. Vivi was taken aback, exclaiming, What did you just say? Kusha gazed at Joel with a look of astonishment. Joel explained, There is no ulterior motive. It is merely a performance to deceive Crocodile. In due course, you and the royal army, alongside the arriving navy, shall annihilate Crocodile's Baroque works. Very well, Kusha replied, gripping his sword. If subsequent events unfold as you anticipate, I shall cooperate with your plan. However, should I discover any deceit on your part, do not blame me for the consequences. Rest assured, Joel assured him. We must return to Albana to inform His Majesty Cobra of this matter. Be cautious. Do not fall victim to their attacks. I do not dismiss the possibility that Crocodile may eliminate you upon learning of our meeting, thus allowing the rebels to assault Albana. Nervously, Vivi clasped Joel's arm, and he held her hand, signaling her to remain calm. I understand, she replied. Just as Joel was about to depart, he suddenly inquired, Young man, have you ever heard of the Revolutionary Army? What? Kusha exclaimed in astonishment. Joel remarked. The Revolutionary Army is a truly magnificent organization dedicated to assisting the suffering populace in overthrowing the nefarious tyranny. I observe that you possess an extraordinary physique, and a hint of brilliance gathers upon your brow. You shall undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. Are you interested in learning more? Joel continued to entice. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army is replete with beautiful women. Kosha's expression darkened. Are you an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army? Absolutely not, Joel replied with conviction. At least not at present. I am merely a Na'vi little sailor. What do you mean by that? Kosha inquired, feeling a sense of unease. He could not shake the impression that this individual was not to be trusted, and he sensed a potential trap. Joel rummaged through his ears, finding little amusement in the matter. Observing your dedication to the people, I believe you would be well suited for the Revolutionary Army. I recommend you to give it a try. Mention my name upon your arrival, and I assure you, you shall be treated as an esteemed guest. Kosha, with a serious demeanor, responded, Lord Joel. My love for my country is genuine. I cannot bear to see it perish so easily. Please, take this seriously. Who isn't? Joel retorted. Is there a member of the Revolutionary Army who does not cherish their homeland? It is precisely this passion, this unwillingness to witness our nation descend into the abyss under a tyrant's rule, that compels us to rise in resistance. I care not for other nations. My only concern is for my own, Kosha asserted. Very well then, Joel declared, rising to his feet. Uncle, I have done my utmost. The rest is up to you. A gust of wind swept through, and Dorag's figure appeared within the tent, chiding with a chuckle. You lad only tarnish our Revolutionary Army's reputation. What do you mean by an abundance of beauties? Do you think we are some sort of spectacle? Isn't that what you tell me every day? Joel rolled his eyes, pulling Vivi along as he prepared to exit the tent. Uncle, surely your Revolutionary Army isn't devoid of beautiful women. Joel appeared exceedingly furious. Get out. Dorag pointed outside. All right. Joel stormed out of the tent with Vivi. Dorag turned to Kosha, removing his dark green cloak. Mr. Kosha, let us commence our discussion. Chapter 37. The faltering warship. The yellow sands of Alabasta blanketed the entire nation. Countless trees in the desolate wasteland had long perished from thirst, leaving only resilient trunks standing defiantly amidst the wind and sand. Occasionally, scorpions and venomous snakes would emerge from the earth in search of sustenance. The fine sand began to stir. The scorpions and snakes, sensing the tremors, glanced upwards to witness a tempest swirling the yellow sands. Growing larger like a winter snowball, the colossal sandstorm was imminent. The air shimmered, distorted by the searing flames overhead, while waves of vapor subtly danced above the sea surface. Smoker leaned against the warship, his coat open, revealing his chest as he languidly lay there. The ember of his cigar flickered intermittently, the white smoke curling around his visage, his eyes vacantly fixed on the sails. Nearby, Captain Flo cradled his sword, Daishizi, closing his eyes to rest, sweat trickling down his cheeks, a testament to the tormenting heat. Yet, as a cultured naval officer under the command of Vice Admiral Guillaume, he understood that maintaining composure was paramount. Cursing was out of the question. Furthermore, he could not afford to exhibit himself like the pervert beside him. It's unbearably hot, Captain Flo muttered inwardly. I truly cannot fathom what is amiss with Crocodile's mind. What use does this sweltering wasteland serve? I wouldn't accept it even if it were offered to me. Smoker grumbled, lamenting that if not for Crocodile's folly, he would have long been on his way back to Marineford, perhaps even frolicking merrily in Sabaody Archipelago instead of languishing under the sun. Feeling as wilted as a withered eggplant, Robin, donning her mink coat, entered the hall with her attire slightly disheveled. Crocodile was feeding his banana crocodile when he heard Robin's footsteps and inquired, Have you arrived? Robin responded, We are about to enter the ambush zone. Additionally, our people at the Navy headquarters have reported that 10 warships are missing from the port, including 2 Vice Admiral S ships, Vice Admiral Owozaru and Vice Admiral Chaok. Crocodile turned, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Is there no information on their whereabouts? While he strongly suspected that those 10 warships were heading to Alabasta, he was reluctant to believe that the Navy would dare to oppose him, a Shichibukai, without the world government's approval. Our personnel lack the necessary clearance. We know nothing of the specifics. Given the high level of secrecy, there must be a unique purpose behind it. Robin refrained from voicing her latter thought. The two exchanged glances, both harboring ulterior motives. By the way, Robin produced a document and handed it to Crocodile. This contains all the information our people have gathered on Colonel Joel. I believe you will find it intriguing. Crocodile's gaze turned disdainful. A mere colonel. Could he truly be a threat? Damn. After perusing the document, Crocodile cigar fell from his mouth, and the curious banana crocodile imitated him, biting into the glowing cigar. In an instant, the crocodile was in distress, flailing about from the burn. Witnessing this scene, Robin stifled a laugh. This foolish crocodile had smoked it the wrong way. Crocodile scrutinized the impressive resume with fluctuating emotions, now somewhat convinced that the Navy might indeed risk defying the world government to confront him. Name, Kyrantriel Joel Jinder. Male age, 17. Occupation, Navy officer, swordsman title. The Angel S Sword, bestowed by the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk School, 30th Navy Elite Training Camp. Initially ranked second before claiming first out of 10. Notably, this is the only generation ever trained in Navy history, reputed as the strongest. Mentors, former Admiral and Chief Instructor Zephyr, personal guidance, Vice Admiral Karp, hockey mentor, martial arts instructor, Vice Admiral Pete Rabbit, observation hockey mentor, swordsmanship instructor. Refer, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki of the Navy Headquarters. Faction, unknown. Originating from Akainu S faction, also maintaining good relations with the Pigeon faction, including Vice Admiral Karp, Chief of Staff Crane, and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Notably suspected of being a fence-sitter, displaying tendencies akin to Admiral Kizaru. Experience, Deputy of Lowtown, previously defeated 15 pirate alliances, including 5 pirate crews with bounties exceeding 50 million berries, the highest being 80 million from the Tobin pirates. Strength evaluation, A. Overall evaluation, calm, lethal, powerful, and ruthless. Referred to internally as the Butcher of the Seas. This resume dazzled Crocodile's titanium alloy eyes. Undoubtedly, this was the future Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Crocodile reignited a cigar, contemplating his next course of action. Continuing would entail risks, and significant ones at that. All his years of painstaking efforts could be obliterated in an instant. Abandoning the endeavor might protect his influence temporarily, yet Alabasta would inevitably grow wary of him, possibly leading to his expulsion. Amir Nation was not worth such peril. But Alabasta guarded the secrets of the ancient weapon Pluton. Crocodile clenched the resume tightly. Joel's image crumpled in his grip. He could not simply relinquish this. Life and death were trivial. If one dared to defy, they must act. Crocodile rose, addressing Robin, canceled a meeting with the officers. Send them directly to Katlia to incite the rebels against the Royal Army. Furthermore, initiate the offensive against Vivi immediately. You and I shall proceed to the Royal Palace of Alabasta. Lastly, order everyone to move north along the Sandola River. I want them stationed along the river. Crocodile declared fiercely, this time, I shall wager everything to obtain Pluton. Yes. Robin gracefully exited the hall. Regrettably, Crocodile's eyes were solely fixed on Pluton, oblivious to the beauty before him. As Robin stepped out, she recalled another piece of news she had forgotten to relay to Crocodile. The rebel leader Kosha had already met with Princess Vivi, who was not aboard the Navy's ships. A smile crept across her lips. Oh dear, the traitor's son inadvertently betrayed yet another master. Yet, what choice did she have? The day she uncovered the truth of history would be her last. She was merely playing a part, each seeking their own gain, devoid of any notions of betrayal. Robin's gaze sharpened. Crocodile was doomed. Who would be next? She had heard that another Shichibukai, Doflamingo, was quite impressive. The sound of her high heels echoed against the rain-slicked ground, reverberating in this sanctum of dreams. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon as the Navy's warships slowly approached Crocodile. Rather, the ambush set by Miss All Sunday. The temperature began to drop, and Smoker inhaled the refreshing land breeze, feeling rejuvenated, blissful. Smoker exhaled a puff of white smoke. Suddenly, a segment of Catanflo's Daishishi emerged, its mirror-like blade reflecting the remnants of the sunset upon his face. Surrounding the Navy warships, a dozen merchant-like vessels appeared. Dasky, fire at will. Smoker exhaled faint wisps of white smoke, devoid of hesitation. How could such a vast merchant vessel appear in this cursed place? Do you think the Navy is incompetent? Crocodile rolled his eyes, dismissing the absurdity. Hey, are you the Navy? We are merely passing merchants. Before the words had fully escaped that man's lips, the Navy launched a sudden attack, and a cannonball struck, reducing him to a puddle of blood. Damn it. Brothers, enough with the pretense. Fight back, and fight hard. The merchants tore off their disguises, declaring that they would not play by the rules. The cannons of Baroque Works unleashed a barrage upon the Navy's warship, mercilessly spewing ammunition. I am not fond of battle, said Catanflor, drawing his great sword, Daishishi. Yet the smile at the corners of his mouth and eyes betrayed his true feelings. With a flash of white light from Daishishi, Catanflor cleaved the dense hail of cannonballs in midair. The projectiles burst forth like splendid fireworks against the dimming sky. However, the advantage of numbers proved beneficial. Under the relentless assault from Baroque Works' pirate ship, cannonballs struck the Navy's vessel repeatedly. Catanflor kicked a plank into the water, using the moonwalk technique to leap onto the enemy ship. I come to spread love and peace, he said, adopting a compassionate demeanor. A member of Baroque Works spat and lunged at Catanflor with a weapon. Oh, foolish masses, Catanflor lamented, sighing deeply, yet the blade of Daishishi showed no hesitation. As one enemy after another fell into pools of blood, Regrettably, Crocodile observed the unfolding chaos with a grim expression. The prowess of these two commanders seemed markedly superior to that of typical commanders. Robin explained with a smile, Commodore Smoker is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. And Commodore Catanflor is a commander under the strongest swordsman at Navy headquarters, Peach Rabbit. His swordsmanship is, of course, extraordinary. Crocodile, still scowling, continued to watch. Impressive. But what can you do? I have the numbers. Catanflor swung his blade, and heads began to roll, while the minions of Baroque Works, realizing they could not match strength head-on, resorted to hiding and taking potshots with their long guns. After a chorus of gunfire, Catanflor finally sustained an injury. A bullet pierced his shoulder. Fire. The frenzied enemies chose to bombard their own ship, vowing to bring both ship and crew down together. Smoker, utilizing his smoke fruit abilities, continued to torment the minions of Baroque Works, who, knowing they could not eliminate him, resolved to sink the warship instead. The Navy vessel teetered on the brink of destruction under relentless cannon fire, drenched in the blood of its soldiers, yet the bombardment raged on. Catanflor retreated to the warship. Glancing at Smoker. What now? We cannot win. Retreat. Two smoke-filled warships sped toward the shore, when suddenly a crack appeared in Baroque's encirclement. What is this? The two commanders exchanged glances, suspecting it might be a trap. No matter. Charge. In the distance, Crocodile cursed, which fool is in command? Return and feed these people to the crocodiles. Robin lowered her hat brim and inquired, shall we pursue? Crocodile replied coldly, we must see the living and the dead. We cannot let this rabble escape. As the colossal sun began its descent toward the western horizon, Joel spotted a magnificent city rising amidst the vast yellow sands. With hearts filled with joy, they urged their weary bodies toward the royal city of Alabasta, Albana. The scenery rushed past them as the black curtain of night gradually consumed the remnants of sunset, plunging Alabasta into darkness. The stark contrast between the chilling night of the desert and the warmth of day pierced their skin. The vast sky concealed the bright moon. Yet a myriad of stars gradually flickered to life, casting a vital light upon the desert. Princess, you have returned, exclaimed the acting captain of the kingdom's guard, Jackal. As he beheld the sudden appearance of Princess Vivi, his face alight with surprise. Just as the kingdom teetered on the brink of collapse, its sole heir, Princess Vivi, had finally returned to the palace. Where is my father? I must see him urgently, Vivi exclaimed, dashing toward the palace hall. Meanwhile, her companion, exhausted from the relentless pace, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while Joel's camel had also succumbed in the final stretch, completing its last mission. Jackal escorted Princess Vivi into the palace, where the king was occupied with military and political affairs in his study. Very well. Joel was halted by Gaka as he followed behind. I apologize, but the inner palace prohibits the entry of men from outside. He is my friend, Vivi replied to Gaka. It's all right, Vivi, you may proceed inside. I shall wait for His Majesty, King Cobra, in the Great Hall. Joel nodded, understanding the necessity of adhering to the rules within another's domain. It was a matter of courtesy towards King Cobra. The aide, Sway Jeanbuyer, guided Joel towards the Great Hall. As he watched Vivi's figure fade from view, Joel followed Buyer, relinquishing his weapons and quietly awaiting within the hall. Father. Vivi burst through the door, rushing inside. Vivi. King Cobra, overjoyed at the sudden appearance of his long-lost precious daughter, exclaimed, where have you been? I was nearly beside myself with worry. He glanced around anxiously, as if fearing the loss of even a single hair. Are you all right? Vivi clasped Cobra's hand, leading him towards the royal palace's grand hall. I need to speak with you. What is it? Slow down, don't trip. Moments later, Joel finally came face to face with His Majesty, King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom. Observing Cobra's resemblance to his daughter, Joel couldn't help but smile knowingly. Once seated upon the throne, Cobra regained the dignified demeanor befitting a king, as he prepared to meet an outsider. Colonel Joel of the Navy headquarters, I greet your majesty. Joel saluted respectfully. Cobra nodded. What brings you to see me at this late hour? Joel gazed at Vivi, who smiled and stood in the hall, recounting her findings in their entirety before Cobra and the two captains of the Royal Guard. In doing so, she revealed the tragic fate of Icolum, whose death brought forth an uncontainable flow of tears from her eyes. Cobra, resting his head in his hands, lamented with deep anguish, I was careless. I believed that Crocodile, standing with the world government, could be trusted. I never imagined that this scoundrel would seek to overthrow our nation. Even Icolum fell victim to these brutes. Gaka seethed with fury, hurling curses. Meanwhile, Bell gripped his sword tightly in his hands. Joel gazed at the sorrowful father and daughter and said, pardon my intrusion, but I must inform you that Icarus is not dead. Not dead? The two looked up at Joel in disbelief. Vivi wiped away her tears and grasped Joel's hand, asking, is that truly the case, Brother Joel? Indeed. Joel nodded. Miss All Sunday did not kill Icarus. I believe he will return to this country before long. How can that be? I witnessed it with my own eyes. The scene replayed in Vivi's mind repeatedly. In fact, Miss All Sunday is an undercover agent working alongside Crocodile. I have successfully turned her to our side. Joel's revelation stunned everyone present. Vivi's large, dark eyes were filled with astonishment, unable to fully comprehend the news Joel had just shared. To clear Robin's name, I have gone to great lengths. Joel continued. I cannot divulge all the details. But this is why I possess such intricate knowledge of Crocodile's plans. This also explains why he is acutely aware of every move Crocodile makes. It would be absurd to claim I learned it from a comic. So you're the one who has been lurking in the shadows all along, Vivi exclaimed. A smile breaking through her tears, Cobra gazed intently at the young naval officer. If everything he said were true, then this young man was indeed formidable. Was he truly just a 17-year-old child? Colonel Joel, what do you intend to do? Cobra inquired. With a smile, Joel resolved to eradicate the malignant presence in Alabasta and dealt with Crocodile. Ultimately, he hopes that His Majesty the King will support his proposal to abolish the Shichibukai system at the next World Conference. Such ambition from a young man. The next World Conference is still over 3 years away. Can you truly achieve such heights in that time? Perhaps you overestimate your own capabilities. Now, what do you wish me to do? First, I request that His Majesty Cobra send a letter to the world government and the Navy headquarters, demanding the dispatch of naval forces to eliminate Baroque works, while deliberately omitting any mention of Crocodile, thereby creating a clear separation between the two matters. Second, I propose that the Royal Army engage in a FAA against Crocodile's forces, aligning with the approaching Navy to dismantle Baroque works. Third, once we have dealt with Crocodile, we shall issue a vigorous protest to the world government regarding Crocodile's attempts to subvert the Alabasta regime, thereby solidifying his culpability. Joel's 3 pieces of advice reverberated throughout the palace hall. Are you asking me to take the blame for you? Kabira finally grasped the situation. It was the good-hearted Navy that had acted, leaving him to bear the repercussions and confront the world government head-on. Joel laughed. This encapsulates the sentiment perfectly. You shall not bear the blame unjustly. Firstly, it addresses the malignant presence of Crocodile. Secondly, I believe that deep within the heart of King Cobra, there lies a dissent against the warlords of the sea system, especially in light of this incident. Legal plunder? Absurd. What we witness is a commendable partnership. I will stop at nothing to eradicate pirates and uphold the justice I envision, while His Majesty the King rightfully defends his nation and protects his people, Joel shamelessly declared, while his words held truth. Did I truly require the naval prowess to resolve the matters of Baroque Studio? Cobra appeared exceedingly perplexed, bearing an expression that suggested he had perhaps overestimated his own worth. Continue the pretense. Ultimately, you shall acquiesce. Indeed, Joel concurred, only to unveil an even greater secret. Baroque Studio was but a trivial affliction. Yet the elite forces of the Alabasta Kingdom could never vanquish Crocodile. As long as he remained alive, the peril to Alabasta would persist. What he sought was never the nation itself, but rather that which it safeguarded. Upon hearing this, Cobra grasped the implications of the desert, cold sweat trickling down his back, instinctively raising his right hand to halt Joel's further revelations. Pluto, cease your words. Vivi watched her father, bewildered by his uncharacteristic outburst. What is Pluto? Can it be consumed? With a swift gesture, Cobra summoned the royal guard, encircling the entire palace in an instant. You are aware of this? Cobra's countenance darkened, revealing his disdain for yet another ambitious individual. What difference did such a person hold compared to Crocodile? Father, what are you doing? Vivi questioned angrily. Vivi, keep your distance from this dangerous individual, Cobra commanded. Vivi, defiantly, responded, I won't. He is my friend. The secret of Pluto must never be revealed. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Cobra's eyes. He had never contemplated the act of killing someone until now. Joel surveyed his surroundings and remarked, Your Majesty Cobra, did you not just state that Alabasta lacks advanced combat capabilities? Your men cannot impede my progress. It would be prudent for you to withdraw. Some matters are better left unspoken, for in a crowded gathering, one might inadvertently reveal too much. What do you mean? Do you regard us as mere refuse? Garca and Bell were visibly displeased at being belittled by a mere child. That was not my intention. I harbor no ill will towards you, Joel apologized earnestly. With a wave of his hand, Cobra commanded his guards to retreat like a receding tide. What else do you know? He inquired. Nothing further. So, Your Majesty, will you accept my earlier proposition or not? I assure you, I have no ulterior motives concerning the king of the underworld. In Joel's eyes, a solitary warship, no matter how formidable, had languished idle for 8 centuries. Could it still be of any use? One might fear that a single cannon strike could inadvertently result in the demise of the celestial dragons. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. After careful deliberation, Cobra chose to enlist the Navy in place of the pirates. Excellent. I urge you to expedite this matter, for the forces of the naval headquarters should be arriving shortly. Joel replied with a smile. However, I implore you to exercise utmost caution, as I fear Crocodile, in desperation, may attempt to seize you directly from the palace. Should that unfortunate event occur, I beseech you to prioritize your own safety. The people of Alabasta still require your leadership. As for the king of the underworld, he is merely a legend from 8 centuries past. The most crucial point is that no one can decipher the historical texts that document his tale, correct? Cobra gazed helplessly at the young naval officer before him, astonished by his breadth of knowledge. I understand now, he replied solemnly, before retreating to the inner palace alone. Worriedly, Vivi remarked, it seems that your relationship with my father is rather strained. Joel gently patted her head, assuring her that he was not a resident of Alabasta. After speaking, He strode out of the palace hall, extending his hand as the sword caliber flew back into his grasp, hanging at his waist as he stepped into the enveloping darkness. Under the dim candlelight of the hall, Vivi stood alone, feeling somewhat lost. Should she seek out her father or follow Joel? What should her next step be? Captain Gaka observed the bewildered Vivi and smiled. Princess Vivi, it's getting late. You should return and rest. Oh, Vivi nodded foolishly. Please prepare the best room for Brother Joel. Gaka replied gently, understood, my princess. Lord Joel is indeed a hero of Alabasta. Chapter 39, the advancing sand crocodile dark clouds began to gather, obscuring the stars that occasionally flickered behind them. Two naval warships billowed thick smoke as they approached the shore. Smoker and Captain Cat Inflow leaped from the derelict navy vessels. Hurry. Retreat. Captain Cat Inflow's heart sank at the sight of the endless desert. Fleeing in the open would make them easy targets. Smoker, you go ahead. I will cover our escape. Cat Inflow, wielding the formidable weapon, displayed a fearless demeanor. Did not let a single one escape. The Baroque fleet's ships drew near the coast, unleashing their artillery in the direction of the fleeing navy. Brilliant flames consumed the lives of the sailors as comrades fell around them. Smoke. Smoker released a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the enemy's vision. White plumes rose as the navy soldiers mingled within, racing toward Albana. The Baroque fleet's guns lost all targets amidst the swirling mist, firing blindly like the aimless shots of the blind. Smoke bombs? Cat Inflow exclaimed in surprise. He had seen this tactic before when Joel would produce a small jar at critical moments and shatter it on the ground, releasing white smoke that allowed him to evade capture. Observing Smoker's serious expression, Cat Inflow wondered if Joel's smoke bombs were indeed the same. Impressive, brother. Cat Inflow marveled. He had initially thought Smoker's smoke fruit was of little use, but it had unexpectedly saved them at a crucial moment. Disembark, pursue. The Baroque crew surged from their ships, charging into the smoke. The cold night wind howled cruelly, and Robin felt a chill as she tightened her mink coat, watching the distant flames shoot into the sky. She mused, this navy is doomed. Should I feel sorrow or joy? My homeland was destroyed by the navy's extermination orders. Yet it was also the navy that fought fiercely to save me. The world is like this. There is no absolute good or bad, only differing perspectives and interests. A Baroque intelligence officer emerged from the ship's cabin, respectfully handing Robin a report. After reading it carefully, she passed it to the visibly displeased crocodile. One good piece of news and one bad piece, Robin said as she peered through a telescope at the battle in the distance. The good news is that Mr. Tu and his team have successfully ambushed the rebel leader, Koza, who is gravely injured. With our instigation, the rebel forces are now rallying and marching north. The king's army has been ordered to advance southward to confront the rebels in front of Albana. Have they lost their minds? Crocodile questioned skeptically while puffing on his cigar. Why would they leave a fortified city to face the rebels in the open? Robin replied with a smile, it's not that the king's generals are foolish. They have been kept in the dark as our intelligence network in Kartlia has been dismantled. They are likely unaware that the rebels have headed north. Perhaps the king has finally resolved to eradicate this insurrection. The king's intelligence network in Kartlia had indeed been destroyed by Baroque, a fact Robin did not lie about, though she was curious about the sudden aggression of the king's army. Crocodile sneered, Cobra, you claim to be the most benevolent king, yet in the face of power, it all turns to nonsense, such pretentious compassion for the people. His mood lightened considerably. The bad news is that 10 large naval warships have suddenly appeared in the waters of Alabasta, including those of Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru. They must be the 10 ships that vanished from Marineford. Crocodile's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a grim expression. Robin's eyes glinted with a hint of mischief. The crucial point is that our forces are already gathered in the Santora River. If the Navy follows the river northward, my men will inadvertently collide with them. Damn it. Crocodile slammed his fist against the railing, which crumbled into dust, carried away by the cold desert winds. The night sky was dotted with bright stars, resembling countless eyes watching over the desert. Crocodile suddenly felt as though he were being watched, as if every step of his plan was known to the enemy, leading him into their traps. Why was this happening? First, an unexpected appearance saved Vivi, followed by the mysterious involvement of the Navy headquarters supernovas. From Marineford to Drum Island, everything seemed seamlessly connected. Then, inexplicably, the Navy encroached upon his territory as a warlord of the sea. For the sake of protecting a supernova like the Sword of Angels, it was unnecessary to dispatch 10 warships. In Alabasta, no one else deserved such treatment, suggesting that the Navy's intentions were directly aimed at him. 3 elite vice admirals. What a formidable force. Considering this, was the king's army's sudden assault truly aimed at eliminating the rebels, or was there a deeper scheme at play? What was Cobra plotting? Now, Crocodile faced 2 choices, either acknowledge that Baroque Studio was his faction, accept the reprimands of the world government, and potentially lose his title as Warlord of the Sea, thus preserving his influence while secretly relocating, or, with a glint of determination in his eye, abandon Baroque Studio and make a desperate stand at the Santora River to intercept the Navy, preventing the vice admirals from entering Albana, and rush into the palace to capture Cobra, demanding the whereabouts of the legendary Pluton. Pluton or Baroque, this was his choice. Suddenly, a chill gripped Crocodile's heart. Could this be a trap laid by his enemies? Had they set an ambush in Albana, waiting for him to fall into their snare? The thought sent shivers down his spine. A glance at Robin, who was intently watching the battle ahead, made him wonder, could this woman be betraying him? But then he reconsidered. It was unlikely she had any reason to betray him for the Navy. Or was there a hidden mastermind? Who could this backer be that could provoke Robin's betrayal? The paranoid crocodile mused, women can never be trusted. Suddenly, Robin's expression shifted from one of confident strategy to one of sheer terror. This is bad. It seems Princess Vivi is not among this Navy. Nor is the Sword of Angels. Robin finally revealed the most crucial information. What? Crocodile snatched the telescope from Robin's hands and observed in the direction of Smoker. Discovering that among the fleeing Navy, there was only a single woman, a female swordsman. Where is Vivi? That woman. She must have quietly made her way from the rapeseed fields to Alabasta, or perhaps she took a detour from Catarrhia to Alabasta. Impossible, impossible, absolutely inconceivable. The intelligence agents in Catarrhia did not report Vivi's arrival there, and the rebels had already launched their planned attack on Alabasta. It should not be so. No, no. Crocodile continually reassured himself. He was suddenly enraged. After planning for so long, someone else had outsmarted him. If Vivi was not there, what was the point of ambushing this Navy? In a fit of anger, Crocodile discarded the telescope and unleashed a colossal sandstorm towards the Navy. Our people observed Crocodile's terrifying gaze, and Robin obediently fell silent. Our people are still here. Clear this place before dawn. Yes, the Baroque Works officers replied. Suddenly glancing at Robin, Crocodile connected a series of bizarre events in his mind, intertwining countless possibilities and impossibilities, ultimately arriving at a grotesque conclusion. It's all your fault. If you weren't useful, I would have dealt with you like I did with O'Hara. He immediately ordered all members of Baroque Works to do whatever it takes to prevent the Navy from approaching Alabasta. Crocodile instructed his subordinates. He decided that the ancient weapon Pluton was far more important than Baroque Works. He then lifted Robin and leapt ashore, mounting the giant crocodile and racing towards Alabasta. You? Robin seemed to realize something. Under the night sky, Crocodile's gaze towards Robin was filled with madness and fervor. I'm Crocodile. Yes, he is Crocodile. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, and before the Navy admirals arrived in Alabasta, he was the nation's utmost force. What scheme could possibly deter a warlord driven to madness? Robin felt the darkness swirling rapidly around her, yet ahead lay an even darker distance. The sandstorm grew ever larger, forming an unstoppable force, wreaking havoc upon the fleeing Navy and the pursuing Baroque Works. Brew, Ilyavina picked up her pink snail phone. Hello, this is Ilyavina. This is Joel. Ilyavina, I am currently in the royal city of Alabasta, and I need your assistance. All right. Ilyavina did not inquire further and set down the phone. Stepping upon the soft sands of Alabasta, Ilyavina glanced at her companions and at Zephyr, who stood upon the ship, and smiled, saying, Everyone. I might be leaving for a while. I entrust the Baroque Works officers to you. Migla nodded. Go ahead. The others did not question her destination or reasons. For in Alabasta, there was only one person capable of making Ilyavina abandon them without hesitation. I want to go too. Sheeny darted to Ilyavina's side, raising his hand. Where are you going? Wenyan gently tugged his ear with a smile. Sister, that hurts. Ha ha ha. Ilyavina chuckled knowingly, exchanging a glance with Meglin before vanishing into the vast darkness. In the royal city of Alabasta, a cavalry squad raced westward under the cover of night. Beneath the starlight, Joel sat alone atop the palace walls. Quietly gazing at the starry desert sky, the night breeze tousling his dark hair. Everyone awaited the sun's habitual rise the next day. Chapter 40. The choice between life and death. Morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room, where Vivi's aquamarine hair sprawled across her grand bed. Her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her obsidian-like eyes stealthily observed the world beneath her eyelids. Sitting up, the shadows of the trees outside were cast upon the girl's sapphire blue bedspread. Having resolved her thoughts, Vivi had truly slept deeply. Her immaculate feet touched the soft white carpet, the gentle warmth enveloping her entire being, as her delicate sheer nightgown trailed behind her, playfully following her like a princess. Dressed, Vivi exited her room, wandering the vast palace but finding no one. Father? Jacka? Vivi called out, yet no one responded. Confused, she made her way to the great hall. And upon turning a corner, the sight before her became etched in her memory forever. Ah! Her scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the empty palace. How could this happen? What on earth transpired? Vivi incessantly questioned, unsure if she was asking herself or someone else. The guards, who should have stood tall, now appeared emaciated, transformed into mere husks. Numerous soldiers lay scattered, and even the maidens bore expressions of terror frozen on their faces. Trembling, Vivi reached out towards a nearby guard, her fingers grazing the cold body. A sharp pain coursing through her, prompting her to withdraw in horror. They had long since perished. Father. Vivi thought of her father and hurried towards the great hall. Along the way, countless lifeless guards lay sprawled across the ground. Upon entering the hall, she found not only the palace guards but also the high-ranking officials of Alabasta had turned to stone, their bodies littering the entire chamber. By a nearby pillar lay a sword, startling Vivi. It belonged to the acting commander of the palace guard, Jacka. Vivi rushed over, and like the others, Jacka had become a lifeless shell, yet the tenacity bestowed by the animal-type devil fruit allowed him to cling to life. Jacka, what happened? What transpired? Tears streamed down Vivi's cheeks, splattering upon Jacka's desiccated skin. Jacka felt rejuvenated by her tears. Was it truly so miraculous? Your Highness, not long ago, the sand crocodile came. He slaughtered everyone in the hall. Jacka spoke weakly. And my father? Vivi asked anxiously. I don't know. The sand crocodile took King Cobra away. Vivi sank to her knees beside Jacka, lost and helpless. What should she do? Wait, where's Brother Joel? Where did he go? Vivi hurriedly inquired. I'm here. Joel's voice resonated from behind Vivi. She turned around in astonishment to see Joel entering the hall, carrying a bucket of water. The elongated shadow cast by the sunlight stretched before her. Brother Joel, Vivi exclaimed with delight. Joel set down the bucket of water and remarked. They have had all the moisture drained from their bodies by crocodile. A little water will suffice. Look around and see who still clings to life. Feed them. After placing the bucket down, Joel strode toward the palace exit. Where are you going? Vivi inquired. Joel turned around, revealing a smile as radiant as the sun. Stay here and do not move. I shall go take a life and return swiftly. Vivi nodded earnestly, tears once again streaming from the corners of her eyes. The cavalry of the guard charged all the way to the banks of the Sandora River, yet they found no trace of the navy Joel had mentioned. Gazing instead at the desolate waters of the river, a troubling thought crossed Bell's mind. Had they all perished? He fervently hoped not. My lord, look, a soldier exclaimed, pointing towards a plume of white smoke rising in the distance. Forward. The palace cavalry galloped across the fine sand towards the source of the smoke. My lord. The smoke is emanating from the ground. Bell commanded, dig. Uncover it. The soldiers clawed at the yellow sand with their bare hands, unearthing a white-haired man clad in a navy uniform. Brigadier, sir? Brigadier, sir? Bell attempted to rouse the naval officer. Smoker struggled to open his heavy eyelids, sunlight pouring into his eyes. A smile spread across his face. He was alive, and the sensation of seeing the sun once more was delightful. This time, he must calculate the interest owed to that rascal Joel. What should he demand to break even? Quickly, search the area further, Bell instructed. Yes, sir. After frenzied digging by the soldiers, more Navy personnel and members of the Baroque works were unearthed. Kading Floor spat out the yellow sand from his mouth, clutching his weapon tightly, greedily inhaling the fresh air. I am alive again, he thought, his eyes shining with joy. The rescued Navy soldiers received rudimentary medical attention from the medics, while Bell harbored a desire to strike down the Baroque Works members once more. Rising to his feet, Bell bowed deeply to the gathered Navy. Gentlemen, I convey the utmost respect on behalf of His Majesty Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom. You shall forever be heroes of Alabasta. Smoker mused. The last hero was that scoundrel crocodile, wasn't it? A true hero. All the soldiers of Alabasta bowed in gratitude, offering their highest reverence. Ha ha ha, it was not in vain. It was not in vain. Smoker trembled as he lit a cigar with both hands. Joel strolled toward the royal tomb on the western side of the kingdom, initially anticipating the arrival of Ilyavina, whose precise control over water elements would provide him with much-needed assistance. To his astonishment, Crocodile had abandoned his plans so decisively and arrived with such swiftness, it appeared that Smoker and his team might just have a glimmer of hope. With a bottle of clear water in hand, Joel entered this hallowed ground steeped in history. Cobra silently guided Crocodile and Robin to the site where the historical texts were preserved, revealing a massive square monolith before Robin. As she caressed the stone, the devastating scenes of O'Hara replayed in her mind. This is the historical text, Nico. Robin. Crocodile beamed with a radiant smile, finally obtaining it. Do you comprehend it? Robin gazed at the peculiar characters inscribed on the historical text and replied with a smile, of course, I understand. Cobra was taken aback. It was astonishing that there still existed someone capable of deciphering the historical text. Furthermore, this individual was not merely Joel's accomplice but a beautiful woman. Quickly, read it aloud to me, every word without omission, he urged, his smile blooming like flowers in early spring. After a moment's contemplation, Robin began to recite. In the year 239 of the celestial calendar, Cassandra conquered Alabasta. In 260, the Iron Empress dominated the Bidin dynasty. In 306, Enuma constructed the Tavor Cathedral. Cobra regarded the enchanting woman before him with newfound belief. He was now convinced of her status as an undercover agent. Hey, Crocodile interrupted impatiently. What strange things are you reciting? I have no interest in history. Just tell me where the Pluton is, he demanded, his expression contorted with menace. The most malevolent ancient weapon, Pluton. Feigning innocence, Robin replied, but it is not recorded here. It only details the history of this nation. What? Crocodile's fervent demeanor gradually cooled. Realizing that he had forsaken years of labor in establishing Baroque works and relinquished all of Alabasta, only to receive such an outcome. Cobra's eyes brimmed with disbelief. What was happening? Observing Robin's expression, he began to doubt whether his ancestors had deceived him. What a pity, Crocodile lamented, his disappointment palpable as he caught a glimpse of Cobra's expression. Robin, you have been an exceptional companion. I thank you for your company over these 4 years. However, I must regrettably choose to end your life here. Crocodile was a man capable of ruthlessness, even against his own. Clap, clap, clap. Joel entered the chamber, applauding as he did so. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Crocodile turned to Joel, a look of confusion crossing his features. Who are you? This individual seems somewhat familiar. Joel gazed at Robin and said, "Sister Robin, I have a keen interest in history. Would you be so kind as to share some insights with me?" Cobra shot a seething look at Joel, gritting his teeth, inwardly cursing, "You scoundrel, you cad. Hey, I'm talking to you." Crocodile barked. Robin looked at Joel, her expression ambiguous, though internally she was in disarray. How could this naval officer know her true name? Had the Navy headquarters already uncovered her identity? Could those 10 naval warships possibly be here to capture her? "Hello, my name is Troll. I am exceedingly pleased to make your acquaintance, my beauty," Joel greeted Robin with a smile. His words momentarily stunned her, and observing her reaction, Joel realized his initial assumption was correct. This world diverged from the original pirate manga. The written language here was unique, distinct from both Japanese and English. In the original pirate world, due to the internationalization of English, the wanted posters were all inscribed in English, frequently utilizing the language. Yet in this realm, apart from Buggy-S treasure map, Joel had not encountered any other complete English phrases. It primarily comprised letters or simple words. Until this moment in Alabasta, when the Baroque works unexpectedly employed English as code names, many of which were compound words, such as Robin's alias, All Sunday. At that time, Joel speculated that Robin, the scholar from O'Hara, had discovered the existence of English, hence her deliberate greeting in that language. "What are you two babbling about?" Crocodile erupted in anger. Suddenly, a memory struck him, the photograph on the table. This man was Colonel Angel Sword from Navy headquarters. "Joel, damn it, it's finally you. This is all you're doing." As Robin listened to the greeting, understood only by the two of them, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Could he be another survivor from O'Hara? He must have found her through Baroque's English. Cobra, observing the flirtation between these two, grew increasingly furious. Gazing into Crocodile's murderous intent, Joel shouted, "What are you yelling about? Did your mother pass away early and fail to teach you the most basic manners?" Joel's frenzied outburst left the other three in stunned silence. To survive or to perish? That is the question. Joel has chosen a path of peril. Chapter 41. Be my subordinate. I may endure your blows, but it shall never be because you wish to strike me. Rather, it will be due to your compulsion to engage and my inability to withstand your might. In other words, even if you vanquish me in a solitary duel, I shall still display my badge. Your vexation shall become apparent, your fury shall reach a boiling point. And although I may suffer greatly, it is only when you lose your composure that you shall err, thus granting me an opportunity for a counterattack beneath the tower. The plan is flawless, yet there lies one issue. Where is my defensive tower? It has yet to arrive. The Sword of Angels, I had not sought you. Yet you have foolishly come forth to meet your demise? Crocodile remarked to Joel with an air of indifference, as if he had not just berated him. What does your reproach have to do with me? That is the essence of the matter. Since time immemorial, who among us has escaped death? Let my steadfast heart illuminate the annals of history. Joel stood resolutely, undeterred. Death is an impossibility. The protagonist cannot perish, and the author will not allow it before the plot takes a turn for the worse. What is required now is to craft a flawless image for Sister Robin. Any potential character collapse can be addressed later. For now, let us deceive our way onto the warship. Immersed in the self-spun tale of the O'Hara survivors, Robin gazed at the formidable hero image, her mind faltering, overwhelmed with emotion, and tears inexplicably began to flow. Cobra looked upon the fearless Joel, pondering whether he had mistaken his script. How could a scoundrel possess such resolution? Shaking his head vigorously, he concluded that he must not have slept well the previous night. It must be an illusion, an illusion. Beneath Crocodile's calm facade, his inner turmoil had long since twisted into chaos. How dare you scold me while maintaining such a righteous demeanor? Such audacity is truly remarkable. He seems well suited for the underworld. Bold, shameless, ruthless, and with a keen intellect. Now, let us see how formidable his combat prowess is. Do not let me down. Joel, despite appearing calm on the surface, was inwardly engulfed in turmoil, anxiously pondering the arrival of my dear Luna. At worst, I could simply refrain from deceiving you with a few lollipops in the future. I would rather perish than see you suffer. Crocodile revealed a confident smile befitting a formidable opponent, swiftly launching a scorpion venom needle toward Joel with a flick of his left hand. The Caliban sword was unsheathed with a resounding clang, as beams of white, red, and pink light surged forth from its scabbard, accompanied by the ethereal presence of a golden angelic figure behind him. The clash of the royal sword against the scorpion needle sent tremors through the air, causing the royal tomb to quiver slightly. Impressive, indeed. Your reflexes are commendable. Crocodile remarked with a smile, as his right arm transformed into sand, wielding the desert blade. A crescent-shaped slash of yellow sand surged toward Joel's chest. Divine protection of the Archangel Raphael, Joel invoked, as a golden energy shield expanded to meet the assault. The desert blade crashed against the shield, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface, yet it remained unyielding. Joel exhaled in relief, grateful that the haunting shadow of nearly being slain by Hawkeye lingered only in his memory, and fortunate that Crocodile was far inferior. Your defense is commendable, Crocodile assessed. Thank you for the compliment. Now it is my turn, Joel declared, raising his sword within the protective barrier. The golden energy from the angelic figure surged into Joel's Caliban, flooding the chamber with divine radiance. Warhorn of the Archangel Michael. Flames erupted from the sphere, as golden cavalry, ablaze with fire, charged forth. weapons raised in defiance against Crocodile, their fierce battle cries filling the air. Sandstorm. Crocodile retreated swiftly, conjuring a miniature sandstorm in his palm, which he then unleashed, transforming it into a massive desert tempest. The chamber was engulfed in swirling yellow sand, juxtaposed with glimmering swordlight. In the aftermath of the explosion, Joel emerged from the smoldering remnants, charging at Crocodile with his sword. Celestial Lion's roar, Sword Lion. The adorable lion lunged fiercely at Crocodile, momentarily catching him off guard. This is a life and death struggle, not a child's game. With a swift strike, Crocodile unleashed a torrent of sand, obliterating the playful lion in an instant, only for a golden sword to burst forth, piercing through the sand and striking Crocodile's right arm. Blood sprayed from the wound, swiftly absorbed by the encroaching sand. Careless of me. Who would have thought such a ferocious weapon lay hidden beneath that lion's innocent facade? Quite the formidable attack, Crocodile mused with a cruel smile. I graciously accept your praise, Joel replied with a chuckle, landing gracefully. Now, it is my turn. With that, Crocodile began to grow serious. Meanwhile, Vivi tirelessly searched among the fallen for any survivors. Hello, little sister. A shadow loomed over Vivi, the voice soothing and gentle. Turning around, she beheld a girl clad in a navy justice cloak, her cascading pink hair reminiscent of a waterfall, and her azure eyes sparkling with clarity, unmarred by impurities. Standing under the bright sun of Alabasta, she exuded an aura of cleanliness and warmth, her gentle smile instilling a sense of trust in Vivi. Hello. Vivi felt an inexplicable nervousness and restraint, sensing that this girl appeared more like a noble princess than she herself did. My name is Ilyavina, a friend of Joel's. What are you doing? Ilyavina inquired. The revelation that this enchanting young lady was a friend of Joel's caused Vivi's heart to flutter, a wave of emotion nearly overwhelming her. Could they be more than friends? Vivi's imagination spiraled, picturing them as childhood companions, both adorned in navy uniforms and sharing the same rank. Ilyavina, noticing the glimmer of tears in Vivi's eyes, wondered what troubled her. Vivi choked back her sorrow. These people have had their bodily fluids drained by Crocodile. I am searching for those still alive to give them water. Oh, I see. Ilyavina nodded. Allow me to assist you, raising her right hand. The moisture in the air coalesced into a massive water orb before dividing into smaller spheres that gently entered the bodies of the fallen. One by one, the soldiers, still warm from life, groaned and sat up, creating a rather eerie spectacle. You're truly amazing, sister, Vivi exclaimed, her voice trembling. Tell me, where is the royal tomb of Alabasta? I must aid Joel. Ilyavina gazed at the trembling Vivi, vowing vengeance against that accursed sand crocodile. Joel was flung backwards, colliding with the unyielding text of history. A coppery taste flooded his throat as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the caribou ray, which shimmered with excitement. It was the first taste of Joel's lifeblood, a delightful memory that rekindled its recollection of the last time it had been used to chop wood. Hastily, he retrieved a flask of fresh water and gulped it down, his parched skin regaining its vitality. He smashed the bottle against the ground, transforming it into elemental form, damned elemental transformation. Upon returning, he vowed to master the art of hockey. He would not step outside until he did. Crocodile gazed down at Joel with disdain, taunting, do you see? You can never defeat me. Huh? Is it merely your reliance on elemental transformation that grants you such arrogance? Just because you can transform, you think you can do as you please? Joel retorted angrily. Crocodile shrugged dismissively, apologies, but that is indeed the power of elemental transformation. You're strong, and I concede that you are correct. Crocodile extended his right hand towards Joel. How about it? Become my subordinate. Gazing at Crocodile's outstretched hand, Joel was lost in contemplation, the image of Whitebeard flashing before his mind. Join me as my son. He scoffed. I would rather die in Alabasta than submit to a scoundrel like you. I am a champion of justice, and you are a vile tyrant. Crocodile burst into raucous laughter. Justice is merely a disguise worn by the victors. When we succeed, history will be written by us, and how you are portrayed will be of no consequence. That is a valid point, Joel conceded. Let me think it over. A delay is still a delay. Cobra immediately knelt in disbelief. Brother, your change of heart is rather swift, isn't it? Very well, take your time, Crocodile nodded. Time ticked away, and Crocodile observed Joel, still lost in thought. Have you reached a decision? My patience is not infinite. Robin, seeing me get beaten, do you not feel even a hint of desire to assist? Joel implored, noticing Robin's indifference as he suffered. His poetic fervor felt wasted. Oh, Robin finally emerged from her self-spun illusion. Using water can solidify the sand, allowing you to strike him. That much I already know. But how do I hit him? You go first, then follow my lead. All right. Joel brandished the caribou ray and charged forward once more. Seizing the opportunity, Robin hurled a flask of water, but Crocodile tilted his head to evade the attack. However, an arm sprouted from behind him, catching the bottle before it could fall and instantly crushing it. Fresh water splashed onto Crocodile's left shoulder, causing that section to solidify immediately. Joel was ecstatic, realizing the situation was now in his favor. Archangel Michael, Horn of War. A surge of golden divine power erupted from the hidden chamber, sweeping through the air and tousling the hair of the two women outside. Ilyavina smiled and said, Vivi, you should head back. Wait for me to deal with Crocodile before you come to find me. All right, Vivi nodded. understanding that her presence in a battle of such magnitude would only complicate matters for the powerful fighters. Her sole responsibility was to maintain order amidst the chaos in Alabasta. Blood dripped from Crocodile's shoulder, staining the ground. He removed the protective sheath from his scorpion venom needle, revealing the lethal weapon. Since he refused to be my subordinate, you may as well perish, Crocodile sneered, baring his sharp teeth. Come on, those who flinch are cowards. Joel activated his taunting skill. A whirlwind of yellow sand surged forth. And in a flash of sword light, he unleashed a devastating blow. The yellow cloud obscured Joel's vision, and Crocodile seized the opportunity to strike at Robin, who was the closest target, while Cobra was too far away. However, Joel was a man attuned to the observation hockey. What use was the sand to block my sight? With a swift motion, he countered by striking at Crocodile's anticipated path, realizing that Joel had sensed his approach. Crocodile concluded that this adversary possessed the ability to see into the near future. He had mistakenly assumed that lacking armament hockey meant Joel was weak. Now, he realized his error. I will ensure that all Baroque Works agents are fed to the Crocodiles for this critical oversight. Crocodile braced himself against the incoming sword light, capturing the ensnared Robin amidst the swirling sands. With a grunt, he spat out blood as the sand began to settle. The venom needle pointed ominously at Robin's neck as Crocodile chuckled. Go on, take your own life. Chapter 42. The sigh of the winds and sands as the sun rose higher over Alabasta, casting its gaze upon the land below. Two armies converged towards the banks of the Sandora River, forming a vast semicircular encirclement. Kusha, mounted on his steed and wielding a long spear, charged at the forefront of the troops, determined to personally eradicate this nefarious criminal organization. Members of Baroque Works gathered above the Sandora River, having received their final directive from headquarters to attack the naval reinforcement units and obstruct their advance towards Alabasta. After a night of anxious waiting, they finally spotted the Navy's flags at dawn, 10 large warships sailing in formation towards them. Fire! The ships of Baroque Works initiated the attack first. Aware of the impending doom yet resolute, the commander issued the order to engage the Navy without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of black cannonballs upon the fleet. Vice Admiral Muskrat drew his cutlass and with a single sweep, his sword energy sliced through the air, obliterating Baroque Works' initial volley of cannon fire into a dazzling display of fireworks. Admiral Guillaume leapt into the sky, drawing his sword from its sheath. The golden blade shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight as he unleashed a powerful strike towards the enemy fleet, cleaving their ships in twain with an immense wave of pure golden energy. Returning to his vessel, Guillaume sheathed his sword, earning praise from Vice Admiral Muskrat, who admired the prowess of the Navy's greatest swordsman. Akiji removed his blindfold and stretched lazily. Are we there yet? Not quite, Kaji replied with a grin. We've encountered a slight hiccup. Baroque workships are blocking our path. Akiji strolled to the bow, squinting through his drowsy eyes. Allow me to handle this. He stepped into the air and pointed at the Baroque Works vessels, intoning, Ice Age. For the first time, the scorching Sandora River felt the chill of cold, instantly freezing over as Akiji's icy powers enveloped it. The frigid air rapidly encased all the ships of Baroque Works in ice. Ice spikes. With a thunderous crack, countless ice spikes erupted from the frozen surface, impaling the Baroque ships and cleaving them in half. Smaller spikes sprouted, claiming the lives of Baroque minions who never imagined they would perish in the scorching desert by ice. Kusha, arriving at the shoreline, was left in awe at this unimaginable spectacle. Is this truly the power of humanity? Kazan, you've frozen the river. How are we supposed to proceed, you fool? Kaji quipped. Akiji returned to the ship, scratching his head. My bad. Joel faced Crocodile's victorious grin with a sense of helplessness. As a formidable figure, how could you resort to threatening me with a woman? Such a lowly tactic, he remarked. Do you truly believe I care for her life or death? Joel inquired. Please. I am the Navy, and she is a fugitive. Crocodile, however, appeared unconvinced, sensing that there was more to the story between them. With a swift motion, he pierced Robin's skin, and blood began to flow, the scorpion's venom blackening her neck. Repeat that once more. In an instant, Joel found himself in a precarious situation. This crocodile was truly shameless. Would he spare Robin if I took my own life? Clearly not. Regardless, she was destined to die eventually. Why should I sacrifice myself for her? At this moment, Joel appeared utterly cold-blooded, raising his karaburi as waves of tricolor sword light surged forth. No, 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 Crocodile chuckled. I swear on my honor, if you take your own life, I will indeed release Robin and provide her with the antidote. Are you willing to test my word? What to do? Joel was momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, a figure intruded upon his observation, a slight smile gracing their lips as they tossed the karaburi before Crocodile. Let us hope your words ring true. With his right hand enveloped in golden divine energy, Joel struck his own head with force, causing blood to spurt forth as he collapsed to the ground. Crocodile's expression froze. He truly committed suicide? He had assumed that Joel would use Robin as leverage to negotiate. The so-called act of self-harm merely a tactic to gauge her significance in his eyes. But now, his adversary had actually taken his own life? Crocodile found himself bewildered. The formidable boss had vanished, leaving him to pass through unchallenged. What was the meaning of this? Had he really perished? Crocodile felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be a feigned death? However, with so much blood spilled, even if he had indeed died from the blow. He was likely to succumb to blood loss. Just as Crocodile hesitated, a spike erupted from the ground, aiming straight for his vital point. He felt a chill beneath him and swiftly dodged, while Robin seized the opportunity to push Crocodile's left hand aside and fell to the ground. What is this? Crocodile stared at the protruding spike, his eyes filled with wariness. Someone was here. Robin crawled frantically to Joel's side, finding him bloodied and barely clinging to life. Are you all right? She trembled, her fingers brushing against his warm blood. Please, don't scare me like this. I can't bear to lose you now that I've finally found a companion. Cobra turned his head away, unwilling to witness the scene unfolding before him, sighing. Fate is indeed cruel, a pitiful young couple. No, they may not even have had the chance to be together, such unfortunate lovers. Have you finished your performance? Aravina coldly inquired, leaning against the wall at the staircase. Suddenly, Joel sat upright, the pendant on his chest emanating a gentle, holy light. The wound on his head healed at an astonishing pace, and in the blink of an eye, it was entirely restored, along with the remnants of the scorpion venom that had plagued Robin disappearing without a trace. Is it too much to ask for just a little more time to perform? Shattering my own skull is rather painful, Joel remarked, his complexion notably pale, evidently a consequence of significant blood loss. Crocodile silently observed the scene before him, pondering the absurdity of it all. How could one survive such a traumatic injury? It defied all logic. Glancing at Robin, who was weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom, Ilyavina scoffed. A man. You actually survived? Robin exclaimed in disbelief. Joel patted Robin's hand and said, It's nothing. It's just a shattered skull, a trivial matter. You should escort His Majesty Cobra back to the palace, and I will examine the poison in you later. This is somewhat complicated, but I will explain it to you in due course. His Majesty Cobra, please issue a decree to dismantle the rain banquet once you step outside, and express our protest to the world government regarding Crocodile's attack on Alabasta. Also, extend our gratitude to the Navy for their tremendous support. Understood, Cobra nodded, rising to dust off his clothes. My defensive tower has finally arrived. It's time for Ilyalu to get to work. With a swift motion, a card flew back into his right hand. As Cobra and Robin passed by Ilyavina, they beheld an even more exquisite beauty emerging in the chamber. Also a naval officer of the same rank. Instantly, the man felt that he was no longer insignificant but rather impressive. I must seek his counsel later, the old man thought. Once Cobra and Robin exited the chamber, Joel gestured invitingly, Mr. Crocodile, please. Crocodile took a leisurely drag from his cigar and disdainfully remarked, You two little brats think you can handle me? When I roamed these seas, you were still playing house. Joel, wielding the caribou ray, chuckled. Now this resembles the crocodile I know. Stop indulging in frivolities, let us engage in a proper duel, a one-on-one. You against the two of us combined. We are merely 34 years old, 11 years your junior. Fair, wouldn't you say? He added. Crocodile's eyes flickered, seemingly finding the proposition equitable. Let me show you the true power of sand. He raised his right hand, causing the entire chamber to tremble as the walls began to turn to sand, and the royal tomb began to collapse, debris raining from above. With a swift motion of his hand, a torrent of yellow sand surged towards Joel. Apologies, but the ability to control sand is also possessed by my family member, Ilyalu. Joel replied with a grin. Ilyaluvina raised her right hand, summoning a pure white one measuring 39 centimeters. The wand traced an intricate pattern, and the surrounding walls transformed into sand to counter Crocodile's assault. The two torrents of yellow sand collided, creating a cloud of dust. What do you think? My little Ilyalu is quite formidable, isn't she? Joel laughed. Enough, Crocodile roared, barely containing his fury. Who are you showing off your affection to? Perish. This was a roar from a solitary soul, erosion cycle. Crocodile pressed his hand to the ground, causing the earth to split and morph into a sea of yellow sand. Now it's my turn, Ilyalu. Water, Joel declared, stepping forward with the caribou ray in hand. Ilyaluvina crossed her wand over her chest, chanting, in the name of Demanuel, water, white wave. Countless water molecules coalesced in the air, forming rolling waves of clear water. With a flick of her eyelids, she directed her wand at Crocodile, sending the gathered water surging toward him. Crocodile instantly faltered, bewildered by the power of this devil fruit. A stream of water enveloped Joel's caribou ray, and the tricolored sword light sliced toward the dazed Crocodile. Archangel Sword. Michael, War Horn. The golden cavalry, clad in flaming armor and water, charged at Crocodile, causing the confined chamber to tremble under their roars. Crocodile commanded a massive desert storm to counter this formidable strike. The two forces collided in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves that ravaged the royal tomb. Outside the tomb, Robin supported Cobra as they fled. Suddenly, she noticed the tomb shaking violently, realizing the danger. A pair of wings formed behind her, lifting Cobra into the air. Looking back, she saw the entire Alabasta royal tomb beginning to collapse, the explosive force expanding outward, sending debris flying. Cobra, filled with shame, witnessed the chaos, regretting his carelessness that led to the suffering of Alabasta's people, and failing to protect his ancestors' resting place. What a disgrace to his lineage. Crocodile, bloodied, burst forth from the tomb, crashing onto the rubble. With a forceful impact, the tomb was breached again, and Joel emerged, shielded by a golden energy barrier. Blood streaming from his wounds. He spat onto the caribou ray and charged at Crocodile once more. At that moment, the underground rubble exploded, forming a staircase. Ilya Levina gracefully ascended, and Joel glanced back, acknowledging that one must always maintain a sense of nobility and elegance, even in battle. Once outside the tomb, Crocodile began to turn the houses of Alubarna into sand, accumulating countless grains as he advanced toward the duo. Panic engulfed Alubarna as throngs of people rushed to escape, with Princess Vivi leading the surviving palace guards to disperse the crowd. In an underground casino, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe was swept along by the crowd, gazing contemplatively towards the royal tomb. "Ah, it seems my gambling debts have vanished," he mused. Crocodile, wielding a colossal sword formed of gathered sand in his right hand and a scorpion venom needle in his left, clashed repeatedly with Joel. This was hardly a wise decision. Ilya Levina continuously disrupted Crocodile with streams of water, rendering his form largely solid and unable to elementalize. In terms of physical prowess, Joel, honed through a decade of training alongside the likes of Zifa and Karp, was in an entirely different league. Joel appeared oblivious to the blood incessantly flowing from his wounds. Laughing heartily as he declared, "Crocodile has long stated that without elemental transformation, you are not but a mere wretch. Do not overly rely on your fruit. This is wisdom imparted by my instructor, Zephyr, and now I pass it on to you. Take heed and learn well." His Caliban danced with tricolor sword energy, incessantly clashing against Crocodile's flesh. How obnoxious. Crocodile spat out his cigar, exclaiming, "Did your mentor not teach you to respect your elders? We only honor the strong." With a single stroke, Joel sent Crocodile sprawling into the golden sands. Crocodile, struggling to rise from the grains, spat out blood and roared, "The desert is my dominion. I am the king of the desert." Accompanying his roar, the yellow sand surrounding him began to pulse erratically, and a colossal figure composed entirely of sand emerged from the pit. Initially a mere skeleton, it swiftly took on flesh, armor, and a sword conjured from the grains. "Rise, my king of the desert. Good heavens, is this Susanoo? Could it be that you are Uchiha Sand Crocodile?" Joel gazed in astonishment at the towering king of the desert. The Desert King's massive sand sword came crashing down, sending Joel flying. The Desert King swung again towards Ilyavina. Earth Fortress. Ilyavina, wielding her wand, pointed at the colossal sword, and a wall of stone rapidly formed. Alas, the great sword cleaved through it with ease. Striking her wand, Ilyavina coughed up blood and collapsed amidst the rubble. "Ilif." Joel leapt into the debris. "You cannot perish. If you die, who shall I deceive into giving me lollipops?" Amidst the rubble of earth and stone, Joel tirelessly searched, his fingertips cut by sharp shards, blood dripping onto the yellow sand and gravel. Suddenly, his keen senses detected the presence of Ilyavina, prompting him to hastily crawl towards her. Ilyavina's voice was faint as she spoke. "I was careless. I did not anticipate the ferocity of that strike. We sorcerers are rather fragile. I apologize. However, I believe I can still fight." Neither of them had foreseen how much stronger Crocodile had become so abruptly. It's all right. Just leave the rest to me." Joel pressed his hand against his pendant, intending to remove it and hand it to Ilyavina. She immediately grasped his hand, saying, "No. Sister Jiun told me that this object can suppress your transformation. Do not take it off. I do not wish to face you again after battling Crocodile." The mention of transformation brought tears to Ilyavina's eyes. All right. I want to take it off." Joel secured Ilyavina behind him, removing her navy cloak and fastening it tightly. Crocodile gazed enraptured at his suddenly powerful hands. Is this the power of awakened fruit? Truly magnificent. His gaze shifted to Alabasta nearby. "Now, no one can stop me." The swirling yellow sands began to engulf the sky above Alabasta. Chapter 43. The golden armor of the yellow sands Crocodile cast a fleeting glance at the palace of Alabasta, and the Desert King immediately understood. With a swift stroke of his sword, the immense blade cleaved the palace in two, bringing down the edifice that had stood for a millennium upon the desert. With the final decree issued, Robin swiftly ushered Cobra out of the palace. Fortunately, Princess Vivi had earlier evacuated those still alive within the palace. Otherwise, the consequences of that strike would have been catastrophic. Vivi gazed in horror at the towering desert warrior, her pupils dilating as she covered her mouth, unable to utter a sound. The palace crumbled gradually, raising clouds of dust into the air. "Your Highness, we must retreat." Seeing Vivi on the brink of collapse, Gaka immediately hoisted her up and ran towards the outskirts of the city. A panicked crowd surged past the figure in the purple robe, and as Gaka carried Vivi, she gasped for breath, her eyes wide with fear. "We must hurry. It will be too late," Gaka urged. A wave of despair crashed into the mind of the man in the purple robe, the panic of others echoing in his thoughts. He unsheathed his cane sword. "Even if you spare me the wager, I cannot stand idly by while you harm innocent civilians." Just as he prepared to act, a surge of intense anger pierced his observation. He looked up in that direction, sheathing his weapon once more. With a resounding crash, a golden sphere erupted from the debris of the tomb, hovering in the sky. Crocodile glanced over and saw a boy carrying a girl on his back. The boy's eyes were filled with fury, his golden irises radiating energy, akin to a pair of brilliant suns emanating warmth and light. The yellow sands ceased their encroachment upon the sky, and rays of sunlight began to filter through the gaps, casting speckled patterns below. The girl lay unconscious on the boy's back, her eyes tightly shut, oblivious to her fate. Both were tightly bound by a navy cloak of justice. Behind them, a magnificent angelic statue appeared, an unprecedented vision of the Archangel Durandark, the Seraphim, Gabriel. The golden light of the Caliban's sword in Joel's hand surged wildly, completely enveloping its original tricolored glow. Not only the Caliban, but at this moment, Joel himself was cloaked in a radiant golden aura, as if adorned in a suit of golden armor. "Crocodile, I shall slay you." Joel's roar resonated like a sonic wave, rippling outward in concentric circles. The panicked crowd, upon seeing the towering angelic statue, began to point and exclaim, "Look, that is the sword of the angel, Colonel Joel. Good heavens, it is nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that Colonel Joel has descended from the heavens? Indeed, is he not hailed as the guardian of the people?" The man in the purple robes, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, felt a rekindled sense of hope. He wondered what manner of person Joel was, what he looked like, whether he was handsome, tall, or kind-hearted. If his eyesight were still keen, he would truly wish to behold him. Crocodile gazed at the transformed Joel, a victor's smile gracing his lips as he raised his head and taunted, "What now? Is it merely the whimpering of a defeated dog?" In response, Joel swung his sword, and the Archangel Gabriel mirrored his action, both wielding their colossal golden blades that carried the terrifying force of destruction toward Crocodile. The sword's aura rent the yellow sands of the sky, allowing sunlight to finally pierce through. Crocodile stood calmly, thinking, "I am the king of the desert. What can you do to me?" The Desert King raised his own desert sword to counter the blow. The two enormous blades clashed, unleashing a tempestuous shockwave that obliterated the nearby tall houses in an instant. As the golden sword struck the desert blade, a cloud of dust cascaded down upon Crocodile's head. In that moment, a sense of danger washed over Crocodile, prompting him to abandon his underestimation. He swiftly summoned new yellow sands to fill the gap, proclaiming, "In this desert, I possess an inexhaustible supply of sand. You shall not defeat me." Weakness and ignorance have never been barriers to survival. It is arrogance that truly poses a threat. With a swift stroke, Joel cleaved through the Desert King's waist, instantly severing him in two. The distant crowd of Alabasta erupted in jubilant cheers. But it was merely sand. Crocodile promptly replenished the Desert King with fresh grains, and in an instant, the Desert King was resurrected, fully restored. Water, water, water. This single word echoed in Joel's mind as he frantically recalled that Gabriel wielded the power of water. What was the name of her sword technique? What was it? Joel endeavored to recall the teachings of the four archangel swords imparted to him by Durandal. Gabriel, the archangel, wielded the power of judgment. She stated that she pronounced judgment upon all darkness in place of her father. Thus, to execute this technique, one must possess an unwavering sense of absolute justice. In other words, this move shall not inflict harm upon those who are not wicked. Gabriel commanded the waters, embodying the principle that the highest virtue is akin to water, which is the most benevolent element. Therefore, in employing this technique, one must momentarily cast aside all other distractions, focusing solely on the transgressions of the opponent while preserving the purest essence of goodness within oneself. Joel closed his eyes, reflecting on the myriad sins perpetrated by Crocodile. From the Baroque studio to the Dance of Powder, from impersonating a king to assaulting the innocent, culminating in the devastation of Albana. Gradually, the golden holy light from the statue of Gabriel began to coalesce around Joel, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. It was as if he could sense the judgment power spoken of by Haitai. He envisioned a realm filled with radiant white light, juxtaposed against an unfathomable abyss, where a pair of large eyes gazed intently at him. Simultaneously, his eyes widened as he raised the Caliban, intoning, "Archangel Sword Gabriel, Judgment Day." Joel's calm voice, though quiet, resonated in the ears of everyone present. Among them, the man in the purple robe felt it most acutely, as a vision of a selfless and fearless deity materialized in his mind, pronouncing judgment upon the heinous criminal before them, enumerating each of his transgressions, ultimately delivering the decree, death. The golden giant's sword descended, imbued with a formidable power capable of annihilating nations. Behind the divine figure, a grand portal swung open, radiant white light spilling forth. Crocodile beheld Joel seated within, wielding the king's sword, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Suddenly, a vortex of darkness spiraled beneath him, an unfathomable abyss gazing back, within which countless black ribbon-like entities writhed, each culminating in a circular maw bristling with jagged teeth. No. Crocodile refused to accept the reality before him. It was impossible. What judgment day? What heaven or hell? Merely empty rhetoric. He screamed like a madman. "King of the desert, annihilate him." The king of the desert raised his desert sword, yet the sand encountered the golden light and began to disintegrate. Quicksand constructing a city only to collapse in an instant. The yellow sand, as if swept by the wind, transformed into a torrent of quicksand, crumbling piece by piece. The falling yellow sand cascaded upon Crocodile's head. At that moment, he lacked the strength to scream, resigned to await the inevitable arrival of death. Lighting a cigar, he reflected on his life, particularly his challenge against Whitebeard and the establishment of the Baroque works, each memory filling him with pride. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he chuckled, "I am Crocodile." The colossal sword fell, unleashing a terrifying sandstorm that erupted outward, leaving desolation in its wake. Panic surged through the crowd once more. The man in the purple robe raised his staff blade, attempting to mitigate the harm from the ensuing shockwave. Yet his observation haki assured him there was no danger. Indeed, the sandstorm gently flowed past him, weaving through the crowd. Although some sustained varying degrees of injury, none perished. A ring of sand erupted outward from Albana. Joel smiled faintly, succumbing to exhaustion, plummeting from the sky in a rapid free fall. Alas, Robin hurled Cobra to the ground and swiftly soared toward the descending Joel. "Oh dear, my old bones." Cobra groaned. "Well done, young Navy," the elder remarked with a warm smile. Joel's descent abruptly slowed, culminating in a gentle landing upon the earth. Robin observed this surreal scene, swiftly turning to the crowd, yet found nothing but jubilant revelry. At this moment, the forces of Akiji, Smoker, Zephyr's elite training camp, the king's army, and the rebels had converged upon Alabasta, having successfully accomplished their mission to eradicate Baroque works. Gazing at the circle of exploding sand, they felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. They knew that the most notorious villain, the warlord Crocodile, had been vanquished. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, countless droplets began to cascade from the heavens. "Chief, look, it's raining," the rebels exclaimed joyfully. Cobra extended his hand, catching the raindrops. It was indeed rain. They had finally witnessed rain again. But this rain? Akiji observed curiously, eyeing the unusual golden droplets. As the golden rain fell, the once barren desert rapidly flourished with a profusion of verdant plants, growing ever more abundant. At the nape of Joel's neck, a golden pendant began to float, emanating a powerful holy light. Robin gazed at the pendant, a cross of sorts. The golden radiance intensified, and soon, golden rain began to fall from the heavens. Archangel Raphael. Divine downpour. The pendant had amassed the holy light energy that Joel had expended during the Day of Judgment, erupting in this sacred deluge, bringing much-needed rain to Albana. Ilyavina opened her eyes, her cerulean gaze as clear as the sky, and smiled at Robin, who knelt beside Joel. "Greetings, I am Miss Landa Ilyavina." Robin reciprocated with a smile. "Hello, Your Highness, Princess of Demanuel. I am Nico Robin." Ilyavina's expression turned to one of surprise, while Robin wore a victor's smile. Chapter 45. For that is indeed incorrect. The midday sun in Alabasta remained blindingly bright and scorching. Cobra, accompanied by Kosha, directed the royal army and rebels in assisting civilians with the repair of their homes, clearing the massive stones scattered from the fierce battle between Joel and Crocodile. Amidst the bustling crowd, Cobra suddenly remarked, "I intend to establish an environmental minister in the kingdom, reporting directly to me. Their primary duty will be to restore the environment of Alabasta, allowing green vegetation to once again blanket our lands. What do you think? Are you interested?" Kosha, resting a shovel on his shoulder, replied, "Can a traitor like me truly serve as the kingdom's environmental minister?" Cobra chuckled, "We are all sinners. My negligence enabled Crocodile to plunge this nation into despair, leading to many cities being engulfed by sand. In essence, we are not so different. Yet, one must accept the consequences of their actions. We must atone for our transgressions and restore this nation to its former glory, even elevate it further. What are your thoughts?" Kosha silently followed behind Cobra, still holding the shovel. Suddenly, a palace guard rushed over, reporting, "Your Majesty, Lord Joel has awakened." "Oh, our great hero has opened his eyes," Cobra exclaimed with a smile. "Shall we return and see?" Kosha nodded in agreement. At that moment, within the makeshift palace that Cobra had erected, Joel voraciously devoured the food on the table as though he had never eaten before. Vivi placed a chicken on the dining table, laughing, "Slow down, slow down. There is plenty more in the kitchen, take your time." Ilyavina poured a glass of wine for Joel and gently patted his back, advising, "Be careful not to choke." Joel raised his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, reclining back in his chair and letting out a satisfied belch. Ilyavina wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and asked, "Are you still going to eat?" Gazing at the mountain of food before him, Joel waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "No more, or I shall burst. Then we shall eat on your behalf." Tila's boisterous voice suddenly erupted beside him. The remaining 7 entered in a procession, taking their seats opposite Joel and immediately diving into the feast. Joel stared in astonishment, while Ilyavina chuckled and explained, "Due to the invitation from His Majesty, King Kabura, the Navy has yet to return to Marin Fando." "And what of my sister?" Joel inquired, puzzled that he had not seen Guion since the Navy had not departed. Ilyavina responded, "Sister Guion has gone to apprehend the remaining fugitives from the Baroque studio, though Admiral Kazan has stayed behind." As Joel pondered, reminiscent of someone hearing a ghost story, he wondered if Kazan had remained. What of Robin? Why had he not seen her? Just as Joel's thoughts spiraled, Kazan entered, his towering figure shadowed by Robin, who followed behind with an expressionless demeanor. Kazan cast a glance at Joel, the unspoken meaning clear between them. Joel swallowed hard and turned to Akainu. Akainu spoke, "Ah, food. Just what I needed, as I am quite hungry." Having said that, he seated himself beside Joel along with Robin and began to eat. Joel's head fell onto the table, incredulous. "Aren't you going to say anything?" "Oh, right." As they dined, Akainu seemed to recall something and looked at Joel with a serious expression. The moment had arrived. Joel braced himself, having prepared countless eloquent phrases to address Robin's inquiries. Akainu produced a document from his pocket and handed it to Joel, Ilyavina, and Megaline, stating, "In recognition of your remarkable contributions in the crusade against the nefarious pirate crocodile, the world government has decided to award you and Ilyavina the second-class merit medal, while Megaline, Smoker, and Cadenflor will receive the third-class merit medal. Furthermore, the military ranks of the four of you will be elevated by one level, and others will receive corresponding accolades. Congratulations to you, Brigadier General Joel, Brigadier General Megaline, and Brigadier General Ilyavina." The other 7 members of the training camp gazed enviously at the three. However, Megaline and Ilyavina remained remarkably composed, swirling the red wine in their glasses before toasting each other. Cheers. Joel gazed at the commendation and promotion orders, accompanied by the remarks inscribed upon them, and burst into unrestrained laughter. Ah, the world government, and the 5 elders, how they must ache with embarrassment. His triumphant mirth was particularly grating to the ears of the other 6 present. Humph, a petty man reveling in his moment of success. Next time, I too shall catch up. Time rewound to the vast office in Mariehua, where the so-called pinnacle of global authority, the 5 elders, scrutinized a letter from Cobra, the 12th king of Alabasta, to the esteemed world government and the honorable 5 elders. I, Nefertari Cobra, king of Alabasta, hereby express my vehement protest and dissatisfaction. Due to your erroneous policy regarding the 7 warlords of the sea, one of them, Sir Crocodile, has maliciously attempted to seize control of Alabasta, resulting in widespread suffering among our populace. Following the exposure of his scheme, he brazenly invaded the royal palace. It was only through the timely intervention of Navy Colonel Joel and Colonel Ilyavina that we escaped perilous straits. I reiterate my strong protest. Nefertari Cobra, October 10th, 1520, what do you think? Inquired the bearded man in the black hat. The long-bearded elder leaned back in his chair, responding, "If it were any other nation, it would be manageable, but alas, it is the Nefertari family, one of the 20 founding royal families. And the damnable Sengoku had the audacity to conceal this from us, secretly dispatching warships to Alabasta," grumbled the golden-bearded elder. He claimed it was to eradicate the criminal organization Baroque Works, with no intention to confront Crocodile. Indeed, Kazan and the others never laid a hand on Crocodile. It was Crocodile who forcibly invaded the palace and encountered Ilyavina and Joel, only to be defeated by their combined efforts, remarked the bald elder. Another bald figure, seated upon the steps and wielding the sword Onigiri, interjected, "Crocodile is truly worthless, defeated by 2 mere youngsters. Such a person should be swiftly expelled from the 7 warlords." "And what of Ilyavina and Joel?" he asked, the blade reflecting his visage. The black-hatted elder replied, "The Mislanda royal family backing Ilyavina and his kingdom of Demanuel are not to be trifled with." The long-bearded elder added, "As for Joel, he is now the Navy's emerging leader, being groomed by Sengoku as a prospective admiral. Should we attempt to harm him, Sengoku would be the first to object. Sakazuki remains his mentor. I have tested the waters with Sakazuki, and he has distanced himself from both Joel in this affair. So, our current and future admirals must protect this man?" remarked the bald elder, lifting Onigiri high. "Moreover, who knows? One day, Joel may even become the son-in-law of the Mislanda family," the long-bearded elder noted. The bald elder lowered Onigiri. "I propose we place all blame on Crocodile, attributing the credit to the Navy, particularly to Ilyavina and Joel, while not forgetting Meglin. Let the newspapers trumpet this, and we shall issue a commendation to the Navy, along with a warning letter to Sengoku and Sakazuki. What do you think?" the bald elder suggested. The golden-bearded elder chuckled. "You seem quite concerned about the Aelers family." "I concur." "Agreed," chimed the other 3. Throughout this exchange, the 5 individuals neglected to mention the issue of the 7 warlord system. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku surveyed 2 letters from the 5 elders laid before him, their contents starkly contrasting. "Ahaha. Don't wear such a grim visage. You know those people well." Carp laughed heartily. "Have a rice cracker." Sengoku gritted his teeth. "Are you attempting to console me?" Carp, brimming with pride, continued to laugh. "Who told you to aspire to be admiral? How's that working out for you?" Sengoku glared at the carefree Carp. "If I don't do it, who will?" "Well, overall, this matter has been satisfactorily resolved," remarked Vice Admiral Tsuru, resting her chin on her hand, "though it has put you and Sakazuki in a tight spot." Sengoku held his head. "I don't mind much. In a few years, I shall retire. I have no children, and I fear not the CP agents. My concern lies with Sakazuki. I dread that this incident may tarnish his relationship with Joel. If Joel loses the support of this admiral, and given that he is not accepted by the other hawkish officers, his future in the Navy may prove arduous." "Ahaha." Carp laughed. "When did you start caring about that young lad, Joel? You still have me, after all," he boasted, thumping his chest. You? In 20 years. We might be 6 feet under, or perhaps we already will be. By that time, Joel will be 37, potentially a formidable rear admiral among the Navy's elite. Still, I reiterate, Sakazuki must not become admiral. Admiral! The door swung open, and a lieutenant entered, presenting a third letter before promptly exiting the room. Sengoku opened the letter. It was a thank you note from Alabasta, filled with gratitude from King Cobra towards the Navy and the highest commander. It concluded with the promise of establishing a new naval port at the Konoha Flower Harbor, where the Navy's fleet could rest, with all expenses borne by the king himself. Sengoku handed the letter to Carp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, saying, there are indeed some benefits to be had. Carp munched on his rice cracker. How much would that cost? Alabasta truly is wealthy. I can vacation there for free in the future. Let us promote Joel, Ilyavina, Megalyn, Smoker, and Cattenfloor, along with their subordinates, each by 1 rank. The contributions of others will be noted for now, and commendation letters shall be issued. What do you think? Sounds good, replied Vice Admiral Tsuru. As Carp sipped his strong tea, he stared blankly at Sengoku. What's the matter? Sengoku shook his head. Never mind. In Alabasta's temporary palace, Cobra entered the dining hall with Kosha, observing a group of individuals engaged in a spirited competition for food. He smiled. Slow down, slow down. Don't snatch. There's plenty for all. Joel chuckled, remarking, they simply relish this behavior, insisting on seizing what belongs to others. Claiming that the joy of pilfered food is unparalleled, Kabura gazed at the man he once deemed an ambitious figure, now revealing a smile and unqualified aspirant. Taking a seat, he began, first and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your salvation of the Alabastan kingdom. No need for thanks, Joel replied with a silly grin. Secondly, we have erected a magnificent statue for you on the central street of Albana, intended for the admiration of our subjects. Upon hearing this, Joel inadvertently sprayed his drink onto Sheenie's face. Sheenie gazed at Joel with a look of reproach, while Joel chuckled awkwardly, remarking, how embarrassing. The news caused Joel's face to flush with embarrassment, and he fidgeted, saying, it's rather impolite to behave this way. Kabira, observing Joel's reddened cheeks, laughed heartily. No worries. It's already in progress. The money has been spent, and we can't just dismantle it, can we? Then let us proceed as planned, Joel thought, feeling a mix of restraint and excitement at the prospect of having his own statue. What might it look like? Joel eagerly inquired. Cobra handed over the blueprint to Joel, revealing that the statue consists of 2 main components. The front features Joel himself, with the king's sword, Caliban, crossed over his chest in a horizontal pose. The rear showcases a colossal angelic figure, adorned with 6 wings, a halo above its head, and holding a grand sword, firmly embedded in the pedestal, striking a vertical stance. The juxtaposition of the horizontal and vertical forms creates an imposing cross shape. Indeed, it was splendid, and Joel was quite pleased. Observing Joel's radiant expression, Cobra continued, ultimately, I have decided to establish a naval port in the Konoha Fields, where the Navy's fleet can dock. Furthermore, I shall bear all the expenses associated with the port. That is simply untenable, Joel exclaimed, shaking his head. Do you have any idea how much that would cost? Cobra replied, your consent is not required. The Marshal of the Warring States has already approved it and proposed that we split the costs 50-50. The specifics are still under discussion. 50-50. That is still a significant sum. You truly are affluent. Joel exclaimed, patting his pockets. But where is my money? Oh, it's in my naval uniform. Word has it that Smoker lost the warship. My money, Joel lamented, realizing that his finances had dwindled further, leaving him more destitute. There is no future in the Navy without funds. That is the crux of it, and furthermore, all your future expenditures in Alabasta will be covered by the royal family. Cobra glanced at his precious daughter and then at Ilyavina. As long as you harbor no intentions towards my daughter, everything is negotiable. How awkward that would be, Joel replied. His eyes filled with the gleam of belly. Ilyavina kindly nudged Joel, reminding him to maintain decorum. Isn't it merely about money? Very well, continue your meal. I have matters to attend to. With that, he rose to leave. Suddenly, Kosha bowed deeply to Joel, expressing, thank you. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake. Joel approached him and helped him to his feet, saying, it's all right. Where do you plan to go from here? Kosha replied, I shall undertake grander endeavors in Alabastan. Joel nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Once Cobra led Kosha away, Akiji rose and said, Joel, I have something to discuss with you. Let us proceed. Joel had awaited this moment for an extended period. The two walked out of the dining hall, with Robin watching anxiously, ultimately deciding to follow them. Outside, standing amidst the ruins, Akiji languidly inquired, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Indeed, Joel replied. I am fully aware of Robin's identity. Then why do you dare? Akiji suddenly erupted in fury. Do you realize that anyone associated with her or attempting to intervene has vanished from history? No, at least you and I remain. We have not yet faded from the annals of time, Joel retorted calmly. Beneath the rubble, Robin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Do you understand that you are the future hope of the Navy? If this matter becomes public, you will swiftly transition from being a rising star to a wanted fugitive within the Navy. I am aware, and I do not care. Joel Joel responded defiantly. If need be. I will work for Dorag right now. Have you lost your mind? Akiji's demeanor instantly turned icy. With a swift motion, Joel caught the Caliban in his hand, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 46, Sister Robin, until we meet again. Icy tendrils cascaded from Akiji's feet, swiftly enveloping the ruins of the palace. Joel's Caliban erupted with a tricolored sword light, with a fourth hue, a gentle orange, swirling amidst the white, red, and pink glows. A golden angelic statue materialized behind Joel. As Michael wielded a long spear, his 6 golden wings unfurled, radiating divine power that surged around Joel. When negotiations between men reached an impasse, a duel often emerged as the most suitable resolution. Robin, observing the impending clash, called out loudly, "Stop. Cease this at once." Silence. Both Akiji and Joel retorted in unison. "Come, let me witness the prowess of the so-called strongest leader of this generation." Akiji extended his right hand, summoning an ice sword into his grasp. While a genuine fight was out of the question, a spar was certainly warranted. "As you wish." Joel pivoted his royal sword, executing the technique known as 6 styles, shave. And in an instant, he stood before Akiji, delivering a horizontal slash from right to left. His golden pupils glimmered, casting a golden trail that danced in the air. With both hands gripping the Caliban, Joel unleashed a powerful strike. Akiji reciprocated with a slash of his own, the icy blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of blue sword energy. The clash of the ice sword and the royal sword produced a thunderous sound. Fissures rapidly spreading from the point of contact across Akiji's ice sword. The golden and blue energies erupted, sending Robin, who was spectating, flying. Akiji stared incredulously at the cracks on his ice sword, acknowledging its newfound strength. "Do you really think I have any issue taking Robin away now?" Joel raised his gaze to the nearly 3-meter-tall Akiji, realizing that tilting his head back was somewhat tiresome. "What is it with the height of the 3 admirals? You have an inflated sense of self, little one," Akiji replied coolly. "You are still a decade or so away from your prime." Icy tendrils flowed from Akiji's hand, swiftly mending his ice sword and transferring the energy to Joel's Caliban. "Oh no." Joel pushed back forcefully, retreating. At that moment, a large mass of ice formed on the blade of the Caliban. Holding the sword before his eyes, he flicked his left hand at the ice mass, causing it to shatter into fragments. Akiji thrust his sword forward, summoning the cold to coalesce into 4 tridents. 2-pronged spear of ice. The icy trident sailed toward Joel, who countered with a strike of his own, golden light surging forth, manifesting into golden cavalry. Archangel sword, Michael, horn of war. The golden cavalry charged through flames toward Akiji's 2-pronged spears, obliterating them and advancing menacingly. Ice dragon. Akiji raised his ice sword, summoning a frigid dragon from the ground. As the 2 forces collided, creating a sphere of blue and gold energy. The sphere erupted, Akiji enveloped in flames, while Joel surged forth against the ice, their blades clashing fiercely. Joel turned, thrusting his sword forward, the 4-colored sword energy solidifying as it pierced Akiji's abdomen. Although the sword energy penetrated deeply, the resultant wound was swiftly sealed by the encroaching ice. Akiji retaliated with a downward strike, targeting the protective shield that had risen around Joel. Archangel sword, Raphael, divine protection. You follow your heart in letting Robin go, but do you comprehend what transpired in O'Hara? Why did the world government issue a decree of extermination against a group of unarmed scholars? Enough. The ice spread across Joel's protective shield. It is because the scholars of O'Hara could decipher the true history. They uncovered the existence of a colossal kingdom during the century of emptiness. They merely unearthed the past, yet were branded as demons and erased from time. Silence. The ice shattered, and Akiji's sword struck Joel's left shoulder, chilling his entire right arm. So why should Sister Robin bear the sins of those people? Joel gazed at Akiji, the most fervent among the admirals. With a crack, Akiji's ice sword splintered. "You know far too much," he said, his expression darkening. Joel withdrew the ice sword from his left hand, and the pendant emanated a gentle golden light, mending his wounds. "What a marvelous pendant," remarked Akiji. "So what is the justice you uphold, Admiral Kazan?" Joel inquired, retracting his Caliban under the sunlight. Akiji turned away, languidly declaring, "This is my justice." He then paused, adding, "I can release Robin. I never intended to capture her." However, Akiji glanced back at Joel. "You must refrain from any further entanglements with her, or I shall send her directly to Impel Down." Gripping his Caliban tightly, Joel smiled and replied, "Very well." Observing the other 9 formidable individuals departing the room, Akiji waved his hand, saying, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As Akiji departed, Joel pondered, "What is my justice?" He dismissed the thought, feeling utterly exhausted. Noticing that Akiji had disregarded her, Robin hurried over to Joel and asked, "Are you all right?" Joel blushed deeply and turned his head aside, wondering if he could at least fasten his clothes. Robin, taken aback, glanced curiously at Joel, realizing that he was still just a child, merely a bit more dressed than himself. Joel merely felt as though he might start to bleed from his nose. Lamenting that it would certainly mar his image, Joel gazed at Robin with a serious expression and said, "Admiral Kazan does not wish for you to accompany me." Robin lowered her head in sorrow, having overheard their earlier conversation. "I present you with 3 options. Firstly, you could join the Revolutionary Army, They have long sought you, regarding you as a beacon of revolution, and are fully capable of safeguarding you. Robin forced a bitter smile and replied, as the child of a demon, wherever I go, calamity follows. I cannot bring misfortune upon the revolutionary army. Secondly, there exists a group of dreamers among the pirates, the very ones who rescued Vivi. Though they are currently weak, their potential for the future is boundless. You might consider joining them. Robin shook her head. No, if Akaina learns of them, they will be doomed. Lastly, you could be sent to a distant place to accompany someone, a lost ancient kingdom where only one soul remains. Her name is Haitai, and she is to be my future wife. Joel shamelessly continued, that place is absolutely undiscoverable by outsiders, and Haitai is quite formidable. She can protect you. Upon hearing the words ancient kingdom, Robin's eyes instantly sparkled. Will she welcome me? I believe so, given that she is now the only one left on the island. I shall provide you with a letter of introduction. Take it with you. Once I have gained sufficient strength, I will return to find both of you. Joel suddenly leaned closer to Robin and whispered cautiously, by the way, help me find out how old Haitai really is. How old? What do you mean? Robin inquired. It's nothing. You'll understand when you get there. All right, I will go. Ultimately, Robin chose to further explore history. By the way, are you a survivor of O'Hara? How do you know that peculiar ancient language and everything that happened at O'Hara? Robin asked. No. Joel's response left Robin greatly disappointed. She had hoped to find her kin, only to be met with disillusionment. As for that language and how I know about the O'Hara incident, there's no need for you to know. I will tell you when the opportunity arises. Joel had not devised a perfect explanation and decided to evade the question for now. Fine, Sister Robin. We shall meet again in the future. While the sky had not yet fully darkened, Robin took Joel's letter and departed from Albana. Joel stood atop the royal city, quietly watching the woman leave. Are you sad? Ilyavina approached Joel, her heart brimming with joy, yet she feigned calmness. Sad. Ilyavina paused her breath, lamenting her own weakness. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Observing Ilyavina, Joel leaned against the wall, covering his face with his hands. I am too weak to protect those I wish to safeguard. It was this way in the past, and it remains so now. Ilyavina rested against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. But you will always use your life to protect those you care about, and we are still in our youth, are we not? The sun gradually sank in the west, the clouds slowly turning a shade of crimson. Joel gazed at the immense red sun, exhaling a long sigh. But time does not wait for me. Chapter 47, Deification. Angelic form the son of Alabasta had set, and the entire nation lay in a peaceful slumber. The Navy's ships returned in grand procession to Marineford. After concluding the battle assessment against Alabasta, Zephyr announced the disbandment and that training would commence promptly the next morning. Joel sat quietly beneath a massive osmanthus tree, golden osmanthus blossoms cascading around him like rain. Before long, he was completely enveloped in a blanket of tiny yellow flowers. Memories flooded his mind, recalling the final moment of his battle with Crocodile, specifically the move known as the Divine Angel's Sword. Golden energy began to emanate from him, as a few scattered holy powers intertwined, forming a golden ribbon that danced around him like a dragon. Ultimately, the Archangel Gabriel bestowed upon him a miraculous power, significantly elevating his combat prowess, reminiscent of his post-transformation state, with tremendous enhancements in strength, speed, and all other aspects. As memories swirled in his mind, the exquisite visage of Gabriel appeared. But wait, that was Haitai. Starting anew, he reimagined Gabriel's divine form while sketching his own image. In succession, Gabriel's golden holy power infused into him. The golden radiance surrounding Joel intensified, the light swirling upward. A colossal golden angelic figure knelt behind him, the Archangel Gabriel possessing a delicate and stunning countenance. His 6 wings gradually unfurled, the terrifying wingspan rivaling even the massive sacred tree behind him. Above, a halo of golden light intertwined, a golden sword resting across his legs, illuminating the entire elite training camp. Not far away, Ilyavina, clad in the Navy's justice cloak bearing the insignia of a brigadier general, sat silently on the rooftop, observing everything with a flicker of something in her eyes. Beside her, when Yuan emerged in a coat, sitting next to Ilyavina, shaking his head at her hopeless infatuation, then directing his gaze toward Joel, who sat in quiet meditation beneath the osmanthus tree. As expected of the captain, even in deep thought, he creates such a stir, Sheeny remarked. The two nearby, engaged in a drinking game, nodded in silent agreement. Miglin peeked through the window at Joel in his meditative state, then closed the curtains, finding the light rather blinding. Newman was tinkering with his latest invention in the room, while Simon was adjusting the new gun Newman had created for him, glancing at Joel in the distance. What would happen if I fired a shot right now? Simon asked. Newman looked at Simon as if he were a fool. Not to mention what the captain would do to you. But the 3 women upstairs would probably be the first to slice you up and toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Simon chuckled. I was just joking. I wouldn't dare. Newman turned back to his invention, musing that the captain had suggested his research focus on a type of wearable combat armor, capable of attacking, flying, and defending. Newman began crafting the basic armor based on Joel's distorted sketches and his own physique. Gawain leaned against the balcony, also watching the radiant Joel in the distance. Taking a swig from his flask, he always drew attention. The angelic figure was fully outlined, and Joel gradually infused its power into himself. He vaguely remembered the golden energy that had formed a golden armor when infused into him. What would happen if he reinstated this power within himself? Boom. An image of a nuclear explosion surged in Joel's mind, a gigantic mushroom cloud rising in the center of the training ground. Stop it. He shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. He began to deliberately channel Gabriel's energy into himself. The immense holy power slowly flowed within him, and Joel felt himself gradually expanding, his muscles growing larger and more robust. Gawain spat out his drink, astonished. What is happening? You can grow bigger? The divine energy continued to surge into him, and Joel began to lift off the ground, floating in the air. As Gabriel's entire essence infused into Joel, he grew to a terrifying height of 2.5 meters. While this did not compare to the likes of beasts like Akainu or Kizaru, among ordinary humans, it was certainly considered exceptionally tall. At least he wouldn't have to crane his neck so high when facing Aokiji next time. After fully absorbing the energy, Joel commenced merging the 6 wings of the angel into himself. However, these wings harbored even more terrifying power. Upon infusion, the previously absorbed energy began to oscillate uncontrollably. Not good. Wen Yuan observed Joel's energy spiraling out of control and shouted, "Form a formation." The 6 members of the elite training camp immediately set aside their tasks. Surrounding Joel in a regular octagon, Meg Lin, draped in a white nightgown, flew above Joel, and the 9 stood ready. Originally, this formation was intended to control Joel during his berserk transformations, but as he gradually learned to control his transformations, they had not utilized it recently. Today, this ancient formation from Wen Yuan's homeland was once again put into action. The terrifying power coursing through Joel became increasingly chaotic and intense. Suddenly, he radiated like a blazing sun, emitting golden light in all directions. The 9 others swiftly formed a formation to bind this energy that was poised to escape. With a thunderous roar, Joel erupted in a timely explosion. The golden energy rampaged violently, incessantly colliding with the energy barrier constructed by the 9. From a distance, it resembled a golden sun. Zephyr, draped in a black cloak, stood beneath the luminous moonlight, observing the scene with quiet contemplation. Unity represented the strongest state for the 10 of them, and he felt a profound confidence in the future of the Navy. 3 minutes later, the rampant energy began to subside, completely absorbed by the pendant nestled against Joel's chest. It then fell, emanating a faint, colorful glow. The 9 wiped the sweat from their brows, realizing that each encounter had become increasingly tumultuous. They feared they might not withstand such intensity in the future. Ilyavina jogged over and found Joel peacefully sleeping on the ground, as gentle as a newborn child. With a smile, Ilyavina quietly lifted Joel and returned to the dormitory. As dawn broke and the sky turned pale, the sun began to rise slowly, leaving everyone unaware of the terrifying events that had transpired in the training camp the previous night, blissfully ignorant of how many had brushed against death. In light of Joel's condition, Zephyr decided to temporarily relocate the training camp to an island situated in the Calm Belt, allowing all trainees to complete their hockey training before returning. During the day, Zephyr elucidated the principles of hockey and its various applications, subsequently allowing the group to forage for food on the island, strictly prohibiting the use of any devil fruit powers. Violators would be required to run 100 laps around the island. After exhausting all teaching avenues, Zephyr returned to Marineford, leaving the group to fend for themselves. Their graduation requirement was to make their own way back to Marineford. That night, while the others rested, Joel ventured to an open area to further contemplate his angelic form. Explosions erupted in the dead of night, awakening the remaining 9, who understood it was time to send someone to retrieve Joel's remains. After 6 unsuccessful attempts, Joel began to integrate the 6 wings into his being. On a night 2 weeks later, Joel continued his meditation, gradually infusing the 6 wings into himself, as pairs of golden wings sprouted and unfurled from his back. Ultimately, the halo transformed into particles of light, flowing into Joel from 5 distinct points: his hands, feet, and the crown of his head. A small amount then emerged from his shoulders, converging at the top of his head to form a radiant halo. As Joel opened his eyes, his golden pupils contracted, revealing a golden ring outside. Touching his smooth chin, he mused, "Have I grown wings? Can I fly?" Under Joel's command, 6 magnificent wings began to flap, and gradually, his feet lifted off the ground. "I am soaring." Alas, before he could revel in the joy, he lost his balance and fell from the sky. Once more, with the newfound ability to fly, Joel felt as exuberant as a 17-year-old, relentlessly striving towards the heavens. Through repeated falls, he gradually began to master the art of flight, circling gracefully above the island. How splendid! Joel soared over the rest camp of the training grounds. Meglin furrowed her brow and opened her left eye, gazing at the top of her tent. After perceiving for a moment, she found nothing and closed her eyes once more. Farewell, everyone. Joel sped toward the direction of the Shambadi archipelago, skimming just above the ocean's surface, enticing the marine creatures beneath. As the large fish took the bait and leapt from the depths, it was met with a swift descent from Joel, who evaded the grasp of his pursuer. Reluctantly, the fish plummeted back into the sea, releasing a series of bubbles, its demeanor one of indignation. "Mom, someone is teasing me. Woe is me." It spiraled through the air, nearly tumbling into the water. As the sun rose once more, the 9 members of the training camp stretched lazily and emerged from their tents, glancing around at one another. sensing that one was missing. Ilyavina chuckled as she lifted the flap of Joel's tent, exclaiming, "The lazy pig is awake." Yet, the tent was devoid of its occupant. "Did we forget to rescue him last night?" Ilyavina inquired. Sheeny timidly raised his hand, casting wary glances at the two prominent figures. "But I didn't hear any explosions last night." Ilyavina, vexed, shot him a sharp look and hurried toward the place where Joel had been meditating. Upon reaching the vast circular pit, she found no trace of Joel. Panic set in. Surely, the beasts had not devoured him. Wenyan quickly reassured her, No, that's impossible." Meglin recalled the strange phenomenon from the previous night and chuckled. "It's nothing to worry about. Joel has merely grasped his angelic form. He flew over our camp last night. And my observation hockey faintly detected it. Is that true?" Ilyavina gasped, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "You have attained observation hockey?" Sheeny could hardly believe his ears. He had been suspended by the island's beasts for days without grasping any semblance of this skill. Simon nodded. "What Sister Ernie said makes sense. I thought I was dreaming last night and didn't give it much thought." "You two have attained observation hockey?" Sheeny exclaimed in astonishment. Simon playfully tapped Sheeny's head with the barrel of his gun, saying, "I told you not to pretend. Don't think I haven't noticed your armament hockey." Sheeny felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his head and chuckling, caught red-handed. "Huh?" He then proudly declared, "Am I not the first to master armament hockey?" Meglin shot him a sidelong glance, responding, "Joel had already mastered it 6 days ago. He is merely focused on comprehending his angelic form." Surprisingly, Sheeny was undeterred and even more exhilarated. "No worries, he doesn't count. I'm still the first." Observing Ilyavina cracking her knuckles in anticipation, he quickly added, "If he has attained his angelic form, then he must ascend to divinity." Ilyavina's face instantly lit up with joy. Joel swiftly advanced towards the Shambadi archipelago. Chapter 48. I truly have no money. I have a dream of one day soaring through the skies like a bird with a pair of wings. I have a dream of one day spreading my wings and flying high, side by side with the sun. I have a dream of one day. Joel reminisced about his childhood dream of soaring through the skies, lost in a beautiful reverie, his eyes shut as he floated amidst the azure ocean. Every cell in his being was immersed in the cerulean depths, as clouds caressed his cheeks like soft cotton candy, though, in reality, they merely brushed against a golden barrier. Suddenly, amidst the vibrant colors, a shadow materialized, adorned with a pair of wings. "What is this?" Joel's heart raced as he opened his eyes in terror. A bird. In an instant, both he and the bird locked their wide eyes onto each other, pondering why to evade when they could embrace. "I'm crashing." The very thought of a plane crash, his greatest fear during flights, became an all-too-real experience. His heart pounded furiously, blood surged through his veins, and his voice was lodged in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. So this is what a crash feels like? Was this, perhaps, a fulfillment of a past life as wish? Ugh, what a terrible wish to have. A brilliant golden meteor streaked down from the archipelago of Shambadi, capturing the attention of passers-by who pointed in awe at the luminous celestial body. Those quick-witted began to make wishes upon the meteor. "Oh, meteor, may I become fabulously wealthy overnight, shed pounds effortlessly, and indulge without consequence." In a quaint little bar in Shambadi, an elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair sipped his fine wine while picking up the latest newspaper to read. New World. For emperors, red-haired Shanks expands his territory through conquest. Big Mom St. Party convenes in October, attended by numerous underground lords. World government. The 5 elders have decided to confer the second-class meritorious service medal upon Brigadier General Mislanda Ilyavina and Brigadier General Kyrantriel Joel today, while Brigadier General Elrose Meglin, Major General Captain Flo, and Major General Smog receive the 3rd-class meritorious service medal. Navy. The supernovas are in concentrated training and unable to participate in the commendation ceremony. Other. Shocking news. Baradinner tears up the peace treaty, launching an invasion of Arabo, catching the Turin Parliament utterly off guard. The white-haired elder took a sip of his wine and remarked, "That rascal Shanks is faring well in the New World. The Navy has certainly embarrassed the world government this time. Has Sengoku suddenly changed his demeanor?" He sighed deeply, reflecting on the chaos that had enveloped the world since Roger's demise. The bar's beautiful proprietor served the elder a plate of food, taking a puff from her cigarette and quipping, "Isn't this precisely what Roger desired?" The elderly gentleman smiled, his keen eyes sparkling behind his spectacles. Suddenly, the roof above was breached. Adjusting his glasses, he swiftly kicked out, sending the meteor, trailing a golden tail, veering at a sharp angle and crashing outside against a grand tree in Shambadi. "Ouch!" Joel's cries echoed from within the tree. After a prolonged struggle, he finally extricated himself, rubbing his now swollen backside, fuming, "Who on earth can't be more careful? Look what you've done to me." Joel angrily turned around to face the calm, Aunt leisurely smoking a cigarette, along with the white-haired gentleman who wore a smile at the corner of his lips. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. The archipelago of Shampo was so vast. How could he have found himself in such a wretched place? With a gentle smile on her face, Shaki inquired, "Young man, does your family possess great wealth?" Joel immediately knelt on the ground, his right hand propping himself up while his left hand covered his face, tears and snot streaming down as he lamented his misfortunes. Oh, woe is me. My father became a pirate before I was even born, and I am left unaware of whether I live or die. At the age of 7, during a night of fierce snow and wind, my mother, lacking warm blankets and suffering from frail health, ultimately succumbed to the cold in her bed. As he recalled those harrowing days, the tears flowed uncontrollably. Seeing Joel cry more intensely, Xiaqi's smile gradually faded as she turned to Rayleigh, who shrugged, leaving the matter to her discretion. Observing the tears cascading from Joel's eyes, Xiaqi comforted him. It's all right, don't cry. Annie understands that you didn't mean it. Joel nodded, rubbing his eyes. With a mix of coaxing and deception, she lured him into her small bar. Suddenly, with a loud crash, she slammed him against the doorframe, leaving both Rayleigh and Joel, one old and one young, trembling in shock. Rayleigh wiped the sweat that had mysteriously appeared on his forehead, thinking to himself, it's not me who made the mistake, so why should I panic? He wore a benevolent smile as he observed the shivering Joel on the sofa. Auntie, Joel stammered, trembling. Xiaqi, exuding an eerie chill from the depths of hell, replied with a smile, little handsome, who are you calling auntie? The cold laughter of a woman when angered is the most captivating, stirring a man to tears. Indeed, Joel pondered, you retired from the world 40 years ago. Even if you retired at 30, you must be 70 now. Suddenly, he recalled another woman of the same age. Admiral Crane, who looked so aged. Next to him, Rayleigh, also in his 70s, had a full head of white hair. From this, he deduced that her hair must be dyed, indicating her vanity, and hence, calling her auntie displeased her. Oh, so that's how it is. I am truly clever. Haha, older sister? Sister? Joel tentatively probed. Rayleigh turned his head away, thinking, this child is still too young, so very young. Who are you calling sister? Xiaqi coldly retorted, now, let us discuss how to resolve this matter. You're not leaving until it's clear. Joel, overwhelmed by her shout, cried anew. I have no money. Yet he realized he couldn't say that outright. Instead, he stammered, I will compensate. Xiaqi immediately revealed a gentle smile. Oh dear child, that's all well and good, but auntie only needs a mere 1 to 8 million berries. How much? Joel's jaw dropped in disbelief. 1 to 8 million berries? Is this door made of sandalwood? Is your ceiling crafted from white jade? I don't have that much money. Joel murmured softly, my monthly salary is only 16,000 berries, and I've only been working for less than a year. Joel decisively concealed the fact that he received a reward each time he apprehended a pirate. Xiaqi pointed at his attire, inquiring about its cost. Oh dear. This outfit was a gift from Ilyavina for my 17th birthday, he replied. What does Ilyavina's wealth have to do with me? This was merely a birthday present from a friend on my 17th birthday, Joel lamented. Xiaqi pondered for a moment and then suggested. Then let your friend bring the money to redeem you. Without compensation, you shall not depart. Whoa, this is unreasonable. Uncle, Joel pleaded, his eyes brimming with tears as he glanced at Rayleigh. Clearing his throat, Rayleigh awkwardly coughed, exchanged a glance with Xiaqi, and stated, this matter rests in your sister's hands. Joel gazed pitifully at Xiaqi. Could you perhaps lower the price a bit? I have yet to marry. Xiaqi chuckled, it's quite all right, if you cannot afford it. I've heard that Admiral Peach Rabbit at Naval Headquarters dotes on you like a treasure. I could always seek her assistance. You know me? Joel replied, well, I suppose my fame precedes me. Stop. Joel hurriedly interjected, if Guillaume were to complete her training and not return home, sneaking out to play after school, it would spell disaster. I can't even defeat her at present. Xiaqi looked at Joel quizzically, then suddenly comprehended that this young sailor, dressed in civilian attire, had apparently evaded training to frolic about in Shambody. Very well then, let us add another 1,000,000, Xiaqi said, leisurely puffing on a cigarette. How ruthless. However, summoning my sister may not bode well for you two notorious pirates. Joel poked his left hand with his right. At this, Rayleigh lifted his head. The sunlight glinted off his glasses, rendering his expression inscrutable. Xiaqi calmly exhaled a ring of smoke. Are you aware of who we are? Joel cast a glance at Rayleigh beside him, shifting his posture slightly. We are not entirely certain, after all, it has been 4 decades since I retired from this life. However, I am familiar with this old man. Rayleigh, seemingly indifferent, picked up his glass and took a gentle sip of wine. The first mate of the Pirate King. Gold, Roger, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. He took another sip, pondering whether he had revealed too much. It is understandable, considering he has been hiding right beneath the Navy's nose. Being discovered is not an entirely unexpected turn of events. Xiaqi cast a worried glance at Rayleigh, sensing that their stay in Sabaody might soon come to an end. Yet, his intelligence network had not uncovered any such news. So, when do you plan to apprehend me? Rayleigh inquired. Joel glanced at Xiaqi and inquired whether that meant they could be exempted from the compensation. Speak, Xiaqi shouted. Joel trembled in fear. Having no intention to capture you. Xiaqi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he was spared. Otherwise, he would have inexplicably lost 18 million berries. Oh. Rayleigh turned to Joel and inquired, why is that? Perhaps the cost of apprehending you is simply too high. Your current situation is quite favorable for the Navy, Joel fabricated. Knowing he could not reveal that the Navy was unaware of your hiding place in the Sabaody archipelago, admitting that would surely lead to their demise, leaving him in a precarious position. Am I to wait until I grow old and die? Rayleigh suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. At their peak, Roger had chosen to surrender, disbanding the crew, leaving him to languish in this corner, quietly awaiting the end of his days. Old man. Joel observed the elderly figure's dejection. He genuinely held affection for him, which was why he often conceded to Shockey. Of course, his inability to compete was also a contributing factor. Witnessing his current state stirred discomfort within Joel as well. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, you may go. Joel pointed to his nose, asking if he could leave without having to pay any compensation. Without further ado, he dashed out of the bar, unfurling his wings and soaring away from that place. The melancholic Riley gazed in astonishment at Joel, who had sprouted a pair of golden wings. His eyes suddenly ablaze with brilliance as he beheld the 6 golden wings. This scene was familiar to him. Chapter 49. A microcosm of the world on the land of Sabaody, transparent bubbles continuously emerged, bursting against Joel's face. People paused to gaze at the winged figure soaring above them, though it was a sight they had grown accustomed to. As the final maritime stop on the great route leading to the New World, the Sabaody archipelago was a gathering place for countless pirates, each possessing an array of peculiar abilities. Joel retrieved the golden wings that had fallen to the ground, curiously observing everything around him. This bubble is truly enchanting. He poked another one. Young man, would you like to purchase a bubble car? Inquired the shopkeeper nearby. It's only 10,000 berries. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Young man. Brother, you must be from Guangdong, Joel remarked with a sidelong glance at the shopkeeper. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the shopkeeper's face as he replied with a smile. Alternatively, you could rent it for just 500 berries a day. Joel rummaged through his pocket, finding 500 berries, not too pricey, indeed. With a cheerful grin, he purchased a vehicle and eagerly hopped on, beginning to meander aimlessly through the streets. Move aside, clear the way. Suddenly, a large crowd surged toward him, pushing through the throngs of people in a state of panic. They were armed, resembling a band of pirates. Get out of the way, old man. A pirate forcefully shoved aside a frail elder, drawing his sidearm. Dare to obstruct my path? Even in their flight for survival, they did not forget to take a life. Joel's gaze turned icy. A bullet erupted from the dark muzzle of the gun, hurtling toward the old man. The crowd gasped, hastily retreating from the elder, fearful that they might be the next victims. This simply would not do. Mimicking the lecherous demeanor of Kizaru, Joel lazily raised his right hand, his index finger pointed. A beam of intertwined colors shot forth. This was a technique developed in emulation of Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, projecting sword energy directly from his fingertip. Although not as terrifying as Kizaru's lasers, it served as an effective form of ranged physical output, aptly named Sword Point, ADC. The sword energy obliterated the bullet in an instant. The pirate, sensing the formidable physical force, was drenched in cold sweat. Capture them. The naval forces surged forward from behind. Consider yourself fortunate. The pirate spat venomously before hastily retreating to join his comrades. Halt. A familiar voice rang out, prompting Joel to turn. It was none other than Smoker. He had been reassigned to the Sabaody archipelago. It was rumored to be a lucrative post, and Joel felt a strong urge to take advantage of the situation. Smoker transformed into a cloud of white smoke, propelling his upper body forward to deliver a powerful punch that knocked a pirate to the ground. The Navy rushed in, apprehending the fallen pirate. As they brushed past each other, Smoker suddenly turned to see a face he recognized all too well. Was that Joel? Smoker pondered. Wasn't he supposed to be in training? Skipping training. These words instantly flashed through Smoker's mind. As he reached Joel, Smoker retracted his upper body. With 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, he adopted an air of superiority. You think you can skip Zephyr's class? Smoker exclaimed, giving Joel a thumbs up. Oh, please, Joel said, pushing his thumb aside. A model student like me would never skip class. Yet you did escape from Marineford. Smoker ruthlessly exposed Joel's past. Well, my composure is shattered. You dare to reveal my secrets before the public, tarnishing my illustrious image. Aren't you going after the pirates? Joel inquired, urging him to leave him be. Smoker tilted his head, a mischievous glint in his eye. So, you chose to sneak away to the Sabaody archipelago instead of returning to Marineford. I see. It's a hush-money situation, isn't it? With a swift motion, Joel unsheathed his sword, unleashing a colossal 4-colored blade of energy that sent the pirates flying. The naval soldiers immediately charged in to collect the spoils. Is that sufficient? Joel asked. Smoker nodded. Consider it as if I saw nothing. Hey, Smoker, Joel called out, halting him. Are you attending the commendation ceremony this afternoon? Smoker exhaled a plume of white smoke. Of course, why wouldn't I? This is something I've earned with my life. What about you? In truth, he was reluctant to attend, but he felt obligated to go for the sake of Captain T. Flott, who would feel uncomfortable if he didn't show up. After all, it was indeed something he had earned with his own life. Missing out would feel like a loss. Not going. I'm in intensive training, Joel replied with a grin. I wouldn't set foot in that wretched place filled with celestial dragons. Training? Smoker scoffed, turning to leave. Joel shrugged and turned away, riding off in his bubble car. The crowd nearby pointed at the formidable swordsman when suddenly someone seemed to have an epiphany and shouted, "Isn't that Colonel Joel, the Sword of Angels? The Sword of Angels? The very same who defeated the 7 warlords, the young naval hero? Yes, I remember now. It is indeed him." Instantly, everyone appeared to have awakened to the realization of the naval superstar before them, and they surged toward Joel, excitement igniting within them as they surrounded him. "Colonel Joel, could I possibly have your autograph?" A young boy approached, brandishing a paper and pen seemingly from nowhere. It was over. He had been recognized. Cold sweat trickled down Joel's forehead, but then he chuckled. "Well, of course, it's only natural, considering my fame." "Absolutely." Joel accepted the paper and pen, scribbling his signature. He admired his own handwriting for a moment, thinking it rather ugly. He would need to practice more, after all. He was now somewhat of a celebrity. "I want one too." "Me too." The crowd's excitement suddenly ignited, and they began pulling out pens and paper from who knows where, rushing toward him. "Don't rush. I have enough for everyone," Joel laughed, scribbling haphazardly. Beside him, Smoker watched in exasperation, wondering why no one recognized him, despite being a fellow Marine. "Smoker, I'm your fan. Can you get lost?" Smoker retorted. "All right then." Suddenly, a provocatively dressed woman approached, pen in hand, pressing it against Joel. "You should give him an autograph too." The overwhelming scent of cheap perfume stung Joel's nose, causing his eyes to water. Looking at the woman who had embraced him, Joel surveyed her and asked, "Where would you like it?" The woman, with a playful glint in her eyes, pulled down part of her clothing, revealing her fair shoulder. "Here, sign this." As Joel's hand grew weary from signing, he finally managed to escape the fervent crowd. With tears and snot, he exclaimed, "Everyone is just so enthusiastic. Come and see. The personal autograph of Colonel Joel, the Sword of Angels. Don't miss out, walk by." A vendor shouted, waving a sheet of white paper. He noticed a fool nearby, staring blankly at his goods. This fool would surely be easy to swindle. "Hey, handsome. Would you like one? Just 100 berries for a single sheet." Joel felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "While you may take my signature to sell, could you at least ensure it fetches a higher price? What does a mere 100 belly mean? It is scarcely worth more than a bubble car. I implore you. I beg of you, release me." Suddenly, a tall man surged forth from the crowd, fleeing in terror. However, after just a few strides, his neck erupted in a violent explosion, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, his body charred and emitting thick, dark smoke. "Slave." Joel gazed at this man, whose fate hung in the balance, and sighed inwardly, his pleasant mood shattered. The crowd abruptly parted, ushering Joel to the side of the street. Amidst this, 2 figures emerged, their heads encased in soap bubbles, their hair styled like chimneys, those infamous celestial dragons. It was once again the duo from the holy land of Mariehua. Joel leaned against the wall, quietly observing the farce unfold before him. "How utterly vexing. Yet another one has perished." Charlia remarked with a smile. "Why don't you purchase another for me?" Rodsword Saint lamented. "It's all your fault for not knowing how to train them. Look at my slaves. They behave as obediently as pigs. Even if you were to buy a new one, it would end up dead as well. You can't place all the blame on me." Charlia retorted, sashaying towards the fallen slave, her hips swaying with each step. She planted her foot on his face and declared, "It's your fault that my father scolded me. You've utterly ruined my mood." Gradually, she raised her delicate handgun, aiming it at the center of the man's forehead. "Remember to obey in your next life." With a decisive pull of the trigger, a bullet pierced through the man's skull. Joel leaned against the wall, observing the 2 celestial dragons committing acts of violence in plain sight, a faint smirk gracing his lips. What was this? A fleeting revelry of joy in their final moments. However, Joel felt no sympathy for the man sprawled on the ground. Judging by his attire, he was yet another captain of a pirate crew. And being treated as a mere plaything by the celestial dragons was certainly no fate for an ordinary pirate crew. It was merely the consequence of his own choices. Furthermore, he was unfortunate enough to encounter pirates even more ruthless than himself, along with the merciless celestial dragons. What Joel resented was merely this inhumane conduct and the privileges that allowed for such caprice. "Father, let us go. I have heard that a new batch of items has arrived at the auction house today." Shalia released her father's arm and departed from the spot. Shortly thereafter, the naval officers arrived, and after verifying the man's demise, they covered the body with a white cloth and proceeded to cleanse the blood from the ground. Among the surrounding crowd, some had long since become numb, others remained indifferent, while many more were filled with indignation yet dared not voice their anger. Joel clutched his caribou ray and followed the celestial dragons toward the largest human trafficking hub in the Sabaody archipelago, the auction house. He cast a glance at the imposing structure and thought to himself, "Wait for me, Don Quixote da Flamingo, your time will come." As he mingled with the throngs of people, Joel entered the vast edifice. A human auction was about to commence, revealing the stark reality of this world. Chapter 50, at last. I have waited for you. The scions of noble families and affluent dignitaries, clad in opulent attire, enter the auction house in clusters, engaging in lively conversation and bursts of hearty laughter before the festivities commenced. A wine steward maneuvered a cart laden with sparkling beverages through the aisle, prompting the aristocrats to chuckle as they ordered a glass. When he reached Joel, The steward asked with a smile. Sir, would you care for a glass of Hyalodi red wine? Hyalodi? After a moment of contemplation, Joel replied with a grin. Yes, I shall have a glass. The steward beamed as he poured a glass and handed it to Joel. Under the lights, the ruby red wine shimmered with an alluring allure. And as Joel took a tentative sip, the rich grape flavor intermingled with a unique tropical fruit note, tantalizing his palate. The steward continued with a smile. Sir, that will be 50,000 berries for the glass. 50,000? Such an exorbitant price. Joel placed the cup back on the table and fixed an inquisitive gaze upon the sommelier, inquiring with a hint of skepticism, Are you attempting to deceive me? The wine from Hyalodi possessed a subtle sweetness, followed by a delicate tang that culminated in a lingering finish. This must be wine from Hyalori, correct? Are you certain there has been no mix-up? Observing the sommelier's momentary falter beneath his confident gaze, Joel pressed further. Well, let me have a taste. The sommelier feigned composure as he sipped, savoring the flavor before quickly apologizing. I am terribly sorry. It seems there was a mistake in the kitchen. Is it true that such a grand auction house has resorted to such tricks? Joel remarked with a smirk of disdain. Though both Hyalodi and Hyalori were situated within the boundaries of Duminar, one in the southeast and the other in the southwest, their wines, while sharing a certain resemblance, were distinct in character. Hyalodi's wine was far more esteemed, traditionally regarded as a tribute to the royal family of Mislanda, commanding a high price. In contrast, Hyalori's wine, though still of superior quality, was considerably more affordable and did not quite measure up to the prestige of Hyalodi. Fortuitously, Elyavina had previously gifted him samples of both wines, concerned that he might fall victim to deception, which would tarnish her reputation as a princess of Duminar. She had taken the time to elucidate the differences between the two, enabling Joel to discern their unique qualities. My sincerest apologies, the sommelier exclaimed, his face beaded with perspiration as he bowed in contrition. Joel waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the server to leave. You're merely a wine steward. I shall not burden you any further. Thank you. Thank you, the steward hurriedly replied, pushing the bubble cart away, likely to inform his superior of the situation. Indeed, it was not long before Mr. Disco arrived at the venue. Immediately recognizing Joel seated among the guests, with an enthusiastic smile, he approached briskly. General Joel, I am the owner of the auction house, Disco. I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate incident that just transpired. I have come to express my regrets and present you with a bottle of exquisite Hyalu wine as a token of my contrition. Joel waved his hand and casually inquired. Next time, pay attention. Why is it so difficult to procure Hylau wine now? Are you still engaging in such tasteless activities? Disco poured a glass for Joel and, with a wry smile, replied, My lord, you are unaware that the Hylau wine has largely been taken by the Merlanda royal family. The wine we have managed to acquire was purchased at exorbitant prices from them. It is indeed quite challenging to obtain. I understand. You may return to your duties, Joel said, quietly savoring the wine in his glass. Very well, Disco acknowledged, setting the wine aside. I shall attend to my tasks. Please take your time. And call for me if you need anything. Joel affirmed. Disco, smiling broadly, retreated. But as he turned away, the smile vanished from his face. He donned a serious expression and entered the backstage area. Joel swirled the red wine in his glass, gazing intently at the rich liquid. Could it be that the Mislanda family possessed such a flair for revelry? Before long, the venue was filled to capacity, save for the seat adjacent to Joel, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He sighed and took a whiff. Was it possible that he had halitosis? The scent of alcohol hung heavily in the air, causing his cheeks to flush and his head to feel slightly heavy. No wonder others were reluctant to take a seat beside him. Even he found himself repulsed by his own presence. Excuse me, may I sit next to you? Just as he was lamenting his own state, a petite and charming woman gently inquired near his ear. Joel opened his eyes, realizing that the girl who had asked him to sign on her shoulder was indeed present once more. No, it was not the same individual. The scent was different. The previous girl had exuded a cheap perfume, whereas this one emanated a fragrance reminiscent of apple and milk. Instantly, Joel felt a partial sobriety wash over him as he observed this charming and innocent little girl settle beside him. He began to understand why royal nobility could descend into depravity so rapidly. If it were he in such a position, it would likely take no more than 3 years before he forsook his morning duties, indulging instead in the warmth of a spring night's embrace. No. I am not drawn to such innocence. I am not drawn to such innocence. The curtain rose, and the host exuberantly announced, the grand population auction is about to commence. And the ever-beloved Mr. Disco shall once again take the helm as our auctioneer. Mr. Disco, clad in outlandish and eccentric attire, adorned with star-shaped glasses, made his entrance at center stage, eliciting a chorus of cheers and screams from the audience. It brings me great joy to see everyone once more. This time, I present to you a selection of exquisite slaves, and I hope each of you will find your desired companion. Now, let us commence. Please welcome our first slave. Escorted by 2 similarly dressed attendants, a disheveled man in a purple garment was brought onto the stage. Joel nearly spat out his drink, exclaiming, Is that Uncle Fujitora? The young girl glanced at Joel with concern and asked, Are you all right? No. Joel waved his hand dismissively. quickly calculating whether he had sufficient funds to redeem this old coot. Hey, some people are dissatisfied with the presence of this uncle. What on earth are you doing bringing a blind man here? Numerous voices in the crowd expressed their discontent. Disco hurriedly explained, ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. After all, he is the first slave, the finest offerings are yet to come. And do not underestimate this blind slave. His strength is considerable, and his combat skills are commendable. Let us hope so. The guest remained unsatisfied. The first slave, a 55-year-old muscular man, stood at an impressive height of 2.5 meters. Capable of immense feats of strength. His name was Ishao, and the starting bid was set at 500,000 berries, Disco declared with fervor. Yet, despite his passionate announcement, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, as no one was inclined to purchase a blind man. Joel stifled laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Not a single person was willing to bid on a future admiral. Just when the tension reached its peak, a customer raised their bidding paddle. Ah, we have a guest willing to offer 550,000 berries. Is there anyone else? Another paddle was raised. That guest bids 570,000 berries. Joel observed the emotionless actors, who seemed only capable of raising their paddles. Joel glanced at Fujitora. Noticing that Fujitora had also lifted his head, seemingly gazing back at him. Suddenly, he broke into a warm smile, as if to say, my lord, please acquire me. 600,000, once. 600,000, twice. Disco, brimming with anticipation, was eager to call out the final count. 600,000. Joel smiled as he raised the sign in front of his seat, announcing, 62,000 belly. Fujitora lowered his head, a smile gracing his face. Disco was utterly moved, exclaiming, Father, you are my true father. Fortunately, his earlier demeanor had been amiable, allowing him to finally rid himself of this wasteful character. Very well, esteemed guest, 62,000. Going once, twice, thrice, sold. Disco shouted with excitement. All FAAD, others thought, their expressions devoid of emotion as they observed Joel, who was clutching a bottle of red wine. 62,000, merely 62,000. Yet, internally, he was on the brink of laughter. The reason urged him to maintain a low profile. He promptly set down his wine glass and made his way backstage, eager to settle the payment to avoid any complications. Whistling a cheerful tune, Joel strode with a carefree gait to the backstage area, ready to pay and retrieve the individual. Upon seeing the blind gentleman, Joel recognized that a formidable ally had arrived. With a top-tier figure backing him, he felt emboldened to act at will. Sir, your key. An employee respectfully handed over the key to the slave collar before stepping back. Joel tossed the keys to Fujitora with a chuckle, saying, let us be on our way. My dear uncle. Fujitora, holding the keys, followed closely behind Joel and inquired, are you not concerned that I might abscond? Joel whistled, turning back with a smile, not afraid. Fujitora silently unfastened his collar and said, I can serve as your subordinate for a year, provided that my actions remain in accordance with morality. After a year, I shall depart on my own. A year? That's sufficient. Besides, we'll still be colleagues after that, so it's all good. Absolutely no problem. Joel flashed a confident grin, revealing his bright white teeth. By the way, how did you end up being auctioned off? Surely it wasn't due to losing a gambling bet? Fujitora fell into a deep silence before replying, indeed. Haha. Joel laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. What a character. Just like Rayleigh. It seems the big shots all share this penchant. Admiral Fujitora, who should I take you to confront with my divine artifact? Joel pondered, a rather insufferable face surfacing in his mind. Suddenly, Fujitora halted. Your Excellency, I hope you can assist me in saving someone. You know me? Joel inquired, realizing that Fujitora had yet to mention his own name. Fujitora grasped his staff sword and slowly replied, I witnessed your battle against the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. In Alabasta. The citizens here have spoken of you, which is why I have been waiting for you. And how did you ascertain that I would come here? Joel queried. Intuition, Fujitora answered, almost mystically. Joel was aware that Fujitora's observation haki was extraordinarily formidable. Could it be that Fujitora had attained a preliminary ability to glimpse into the future? However, that seemed implausible, as Katakuri could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of moments to come. How could Fujitora possibly see so far ahead? It was evidently impossible. Could this be the mysterious design of fate? Are destinies intertwined across great distances? How embarrassing. Who are we saving? Joel inquired. Fujitora responded, a dancer. Her name is Romanov Yevka. She has been captured by this auction house and is about to be sold. A dancer? Is that your preference, old man? Joel questioned, regarding Fujitora with curiosity. Weren't older gentlemen typically fond of younger maidens? Why would he take an interest in a dancer? Fujitora's face flushed with embarrassment. You misunderstand. My lord, I will explain in detail later. For now, I sincerely hope you can rescue her. She is a capable ally. An ally, you say? I am intrigued to see what sort of companion she truly is. A dancer, a blind man, and a lover of younger girls. Oh, I am not a lover of younger girls. How amusing. Chapter 51. The Dancer. Yevka as Joel and Fujitora returned to the auction venue. The bidding was still in progress. With each slave sold, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent. Observing that there was but a single seat available, Joel turned to push Fujitora gently, saying with a smile, Uncle, please take a seat. Fujitora shook his head, responding, my lord, you are now my master. It is only fitting that you sit. It is not customary for a subordinate to take a seat before their superior. Joel chuckled. No, my good sir, if you take your seat, I can perch upon the armrest. If I occupy the seat, where would you sit? The old man replied resolutely, I shall manage standing, with a hint of resignation. Joel remarked, very well, stubborn one. In the name of my authority, I command you to take a seat. Tenghu hesitated, is this not against propriety? Why must you oppose my first command? Joel laughed. Then, I shall humbly comply. Tenghu conceded, his imposing figure slowly settling into the chair. It appears this chair is remarkably comfortable. Joel settled beside him, immediately appearing petite and charming. He raised a glass of the exquisite Hayalua wine, pouring a measure for himself before offering the remainder to Tengtiger. Although this red wine did not rival the offerings of royalty, it was undoubtedly of high quality. Care to indulge? Tengtiger, caught off guard by Joel's unexpected enthusiasm, appeared somewhat bashful. My dear sir, Joel patted Tengtiger on the back. There's no need for such awkwardness from a grown man. This wine is a rarity for me. Seize the moment, for such an opportunity may not present itself again. With a resigned sigh, Tengtiger replied, I am most grateful, Your Excellency. Tengtiger's excessive politeness and formal speech were somewhat cumbersome. After all, they hailed from different eras, leading to inevitable differences in thought. Yet, why dwell on such matters? As long as one is kind and formidable, that suffices. Cheers. Their glasses clinked together under the dim light, an unexpected collision that would resonate throughout their lives. Tengtiger downed the remaining wine in one swift motion, and Joel, too, emptied his glass, relishing the indulgence at this moment. Next, the grand reveal of the evening's featured slave was imminent. Let the excitement commence, Disco exuberantly shouted. As under the influence of alcohol, the crowd's fervor intensified. Who would claim this penultimate slave? Now, let us welcome our unparalleled beauty, the dancer Romanov Yevka. The spotlight illuminated a strikingly dressed woman, her attire revealing and her makeup impeccably styled, as she emerged from backstage. In an instant, Joel felt a woman collide with him, recognizing her as the one who had requested his autograph that very morning. The cheap, overpowering scent of her perfume assaulted his senses, confirming her identity. Under the stage lights, as she shed her gaudy attire and heavy makeup, Yevka transformed into a vision of ethereal beauty, captivating all present. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited the male attendees' primal instincts, each eager to seize their chance. The gathering resembled a pack of wolves. At that moment, Joel's gaze shifted to the petite girl seated nearby, who was covering her mouth, tears streaming from her large, expressive eyes. Twins? No, they were not of the same age. Rather, they were strikingly identical red and white sisters. Tengtiger broke the silence. It is indeed her. Joel found himself in a predicament. It seemed that his funds were insufficient. He calculated his bonuses. 3. 33 million for defeating Pi Mabel. 5. 66 million for Clerk. 6. 66 million for Aaron. 17. 66 million for Wag. 18. 66 million for Boone. 20 million for Amona. 24. 33 million for Bates. 26. 66 million for the Tobin Pirates, and 27 million for Crocodile. The other minor pirates had been generously rewarded to his companions. The total amounted to a staggering 149. 96 million berries. Suddenly, he realized that he was rather affluent. A broad smile spread across Joel's face. Standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 70 kilograms, with measurements of 99, 66, 101, Disco was equally exhilarated. The crucial point was that they had verified that Yevka was still a virgin. Disco continually emphasized this, and after swallowing hard, he proclaimed, the starting bid for the slave Yevka is 50 million berries. Such a terrifying opening bid. It appeared his funds might not suffice to endure the competition. No sooner had Disco finished speaking than a white-haired girl beside him eagerly stood up, ready to place a bid, only to be swiftly restrained by Joel, who covered her mouth. The little girl glared at Joel in frustration amidst a cacophony of howls, exclaiming, what are you doing? Her voice was soft, endearing, and immensely pleasant to hear. Joel pointed at Yafuka on the stage and remarked, your sister resembles you perfectly. He glanced around at the men nearby and continued, if they discover that your sister has a sister like you, can you imagine their reaction? The little girl, with her large azure eyes blinking innocently, inquired, what would they do? Uncertain, she added, I don't know. The sight of this pure and innocent little girl, as transparent as a piece of crystal glass, stirred a flicker of shame within Joel. He mumbled, they would probably take you home just as they would your sister. The image conjured a scenario reminiscent of a dubious uncle attempting to lure an innocent girl away. Joel kept repeating to himself, I am not attracted to young girls. I am not attracted to young girls. As if responding to Joel's silent plea, the pendant emitted a gentle white light, and in an instant, Joel entered a state of serene clarity, banishing all chaotic thoughts. He radiated a soft white glow, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Is that true? The little girl asked, her eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of fear flickering within them. Gazing at the luminous Joel before her, a sense of reliability blossomed in her heart. In the depths of his perception, Joel suddenly exuded a pure white light, as pristine and transparent as crystal, devoid of any impurities. What is happening? He wondered, recalling that just moments ago he had been enveloped in a chaotic darkness. Joel nodded and said, "All right then. Uncle, no, brother, is a friend of sister's. Let us endeavor to rescue her together, shall we? However, I have never heard sister mention a brother." Her large, expressive eyes brimmed with skepticism. This brother could very well be a deceiver. One eye conveyed the notion of deceit, while the other bore the inscription of paper. Joel pointed at Yufuka's snow-white shoulder and said, "Brother did not deceive you. My name is Joel, and look, your sister's shoulder bears my name." The little girl leaned forward, scrutinizing her sister's shoulder, and indeed, it was inscribed with Sword of Angels, Joel. It turned out he was truly a friend of her sister. Her big eyes, fluttering from side to side, formed the characters for yes, while her forehead bore the mark for no, together spelling "I'm sorry." "Now, let me take care of the rest," Joel declared with grandiosity to the little girl. She nodded joyfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. Joel lifted his head, poised to plunge into the tumultuous fray among the men, when suddenly he heard someone shout, 100 million belly. Startled, he quickly lowered his gaze, bemused by the rapid escalation of the situation. In mere moments, the stakes had soared to such heights. Is there truly a need for such fervor? Indeed, it seems that men are not to be trusted. Joel turned to the little girl and inquired, "Brother, there are 140 million berries here. How much do you have?" The little girl raised 4 fingers. 20 million? Joel felt a twinge of disappointment. The little girl shook her head and replied, 200 million berries. Goodness, that is quite a sum. Your sister must have pilfered the celestial dragon's treasure. Joel exclaimed, feeling a surge of confidence with 200 million berries as his backing. 130 million. Soon, the price was called out at 130 million. Disco, evidently dissatisfied with the bid, shouted, 130 million once. Is there any other bidder? This is the renowned dancer, Yufuka. Joel raised his sign and proclaimed, 140 million. Disco immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Father, dear father, you have come to my rescue once again. 140 million. Is there no further bid?" A sign was raised from the VIP section, 200 million. Disco trembled with excitement and exclaimed, "This esteemed VIP is willing to bid 200 million. Is there anyone else?" He then turned his gaze towards Joel, pondering, what kind of extravagant individual is this? To open with a bid of 200 million. Joel leaned over the back of the front seat, raising his sign and declaring, 210 million. "Father, dear father, you are here again. 210 million. Is there anyone else?" Disco was utterly exhilarated. A colossal figure in the VIP area rose, towering at least 3 meters high. Such an imposing presence bore down upon the fragile form of Yefka, prompting a sharp intake of breath from Joel. "Erebo, Okinksealed Bart, who might this individual be?" inquired the young noble. It turned out he was from the Okinksealed family. My apologies. Joel was somewhat familiar with this lineage, as Erebo was one of the leading factions of the Turing Council, a staunch adversary of the peace-seeking Magnes family, to which Chutun belonged. "I am Rear Admiral Calantriel Joel from the Naval Headquarters." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Bart's eyes as he pondered the identity of this individual. Observing the royal garments crafted by the Mislanda dynasty adorning Joel, he momentarily mistook him for a prince of the Mislanda royalty. Could he be a distant relative? After his subordinate whispered something into Bart's ear, enlightenment dawned upon him. "Ah, you are the naval prodigy, the Sword of Angels. It is an honor to finally meet you. I have heard you and Chutun are both from the Navy's elite training camp. How is he faring? Is he still able to endure punishment?" "Indeed. It seems that like minds gravitate towards one another, as his very first inquiry pertained to resilience in the face of adversity." Joel chuckled. "Chutun is doing quite well now." Bart inquired, "What is his rank in the training camp?" 10th. Joel squinted his eyes. "How many participants are there in total?" 10. Bart burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Indeed, a waste is a waste, finishing in last place." Joel revealed a smile. "Indeed, but I must apologize. Even in the elite training camp, being suspended and hammered would pose no challenge. Kayatin is my brother, and only I shall chastise him. Who do you think you are to act so presumptuously before me?" Joel was distinctly displeased. Bart wore a playful expression and inquired, "What rank do you hold?" "First," Joel replied. "Oh, impressive." Bart feigned a look of fear. "Shall we engage in a friendly contest sometime? I am always at your service." Joel grasped his sword tightly. Bart's demeanor shifted, and he said, "Enough of this idle chatter. Grant me a favor, allow me to take this woman, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future." Joel remarked nonchalantly, "I apologize, but this individual is my friend. I cannot grant you this favor." "A friend?" Bart scoffed. "Does a dancer truly possess friends? It's utterly laughable." "Then perhaps you should take a look at what is inscribed upon her shoulder," Joel chuckled. Bart turned to glance, and there, on the pristine shoulder of Yefka, was emblazoned, "Sword of the Angel, Joel." Bart stared blankly at his subordinate, who merely shook his head, mirroring his confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Bart said, "Very well. I shall grant you this favor today, but let me be clear. Once we step outside, none of the fights can escape unscathed." "Delighted to oblige. Bring it on." Bart settled into his seat, aware that the main event had yet to unfold. He was not one to squander his resources merely out of spite for a woman. "Good. Disco called out as the two concluded their discussion. 210 million. Once. Joel let out a subtle sigh of relief, finally having accomplished his task. Beside him, the little girl was brimming with excitement, her wide eyes sparkling with delight. Brother, you're amazing, she exclaimed. 210 million twice. Indeed, Joel replied with pride. 210 million. 3. Just as Disco was about to call out the third announcement, a voice resonated from the center of the stage. Could it be? The guests in the audience gazed in disbelief at the figure standing in the center. Rodsword St. Rose, his eyes greedily fixed upon Romanov Yevka. I bid 500 million. Chapter 52. The Black Baron. The young girl sat on the ship, basking in the golden sunlight. Her long golden hair was tied back, adorned with a lovely blue ribbon forming a delicate bow at the end of her braid. Sunlight glimmered upon her sword, casting a radiant golden sheen. The girl meticulously polished her weapon, the blade gleaming with a chilling light, humming softly. Her blue gown appeared extraordinarily luxurious, with intricate golden patterns engraved upon her silver arm-guards. And a blue rose blossomed on her breastplate. Aurea, it's time to depart. The captain will be displeased if we are late. A tall man approached. Draped in a white cloak that concealed his frail upper body, though his gaunt face and slender legs betrayed him. I understand, the girl replied, her emerald eyes gliding past the man, who smiled shyly in return. She sheathed her sword, donned her battle boots, fitted her knee guards, and lifted her helmet, saying, Let us go, Kata. Turning the golden rose in his hand, Kata gently blew on it, causing the delicate petals to fall like leaves. Carried away by the sea breeze towards the Sabaody archipelago. Set sail, Kata commanded. Behind them, countless armed personnel surged from 10 pirate ships, advancing towards the Sabaody archipelago. Wearing his white mask, Kata instructed, disperse and regroup at 1:30. The girl secured her sword at her waist, donned her silver helmet, and declared, Let us go. Her blue gown danced gracefully in the wind. Joel gazed at the standing Roseward, instinctively clenching his fist before relaxing them. As the celestial dragon set the price, the audience fell silent, sighing at the lamentable fate of such a fine slave. Big brother? The little girl looked at the motionless Joel, her large eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Joel sat despondently, his hands covering his face, enveloped in a profound silence. Beside him, the quiet presence of Tengu bore witness to the unfolding events, fully aware of the circumstances. All right, the Rosward Saint bids 500 million belly. 500 million, once, twice, thrice. Sold. Disco announced with palpable excitement. The astonishing price for Yevka exceeded his wildest expectations. Never before had a common individual from any race, aside from the fishmen, fetched such a staggering sum. It was a complete turnaround. Now, the spotlight turned to the grand spectacle of the evening. Who would it be? Suddenly, the curtain drew back, and the spotlight illuminated a strikingly handsome man with black hair, who was brought forth. As the man's visage was revealed to the astonished crowd, gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience. He was none other than Bartholomew Roberts, the captain of the Avenger Pirates, a notorious supernova with a bounty of 150 million. Disco pointed emphatically at the seemingly delicate figure under the harsh spotlight. He is no ordinary pirate. He possesses the powers of a devil fruit, and not just any, but the exceedingly rare mythical Zoan-type. Roberts, basking in the blinding light, waved cheerfully to the audience, exuding the aura of a beloved superstar rather than that of a slave destined for sale. Standing at 200 centimeters tall and weighing 150 kilograms. Proficient in various arts, he commanded an opening bid of 100 million belly. Disco exclaimed. Joel lowered his hands and gazed at Fujitora, saying, Uncle. Fujitora sensed the intense killing intent concealed beneath Joel's calm exterior and replied, If you are willing to take this risk, I shall gladly accompany you. Big brother, uncle. What are you talking about? The little girl, tears streaming down her face, leaned in closer. Joel gently caressed her small head and reassured her, It's all right, it's all right. I'll take you to see your sister soon. The little girl, tears streaming down her face, nodded in response, looking at Joel with an expression that tugged at his heartstrings. The atmosphere of the bidding grew increasingly intense, with everyone determined to claim this slave as their own. Suddenly, the doors of the venue swung open, and a gaunt gentleman stepped inside. Distracted, Joel turned to glance at him. The man removed his mask, revealing a gentlemanly, reserved smile, only to don his mask once more. Uncle? Joel exchanged a knowing look with Fujihara. Fujihara nodded, saying, I too sense it. A group of armed personnel is attempting to encircle the auction house. Joel revealed a smile. This was an opportunity. Gazing at Roberts, who maintained a constant smile under the lights, Joel led the little girl towards the backstage of the venue. Father? Charlia Pallas looked at her father, her eyes filled with longing. Lord Roswald pondered for a moment. Such a slave was indeed a rare find. He promptly declared, 600 million berries. As soon as the celestial dragon made his bid, the others fell silent, all daring to fume but unable to voice their discontent for today. The two finest slaves had been purchased by this corpulent creature. 700 million. A coarse voice shattered the oppressive silence. Who? Everyone turned to see Bart raising his bidding card, proclaiming the new price. Lord Roswald gazed down at this inexperienced scion of the Oaken-shelled family and asked condescendingly, Do you comprehend whom you are competing against? Bart felt a chill run down his spine, yet with Erebos engaged in battle against Baraludin, acquiring this individual would undoubtedly tilt the scales in their favor. Esteemed Lord Roswald, great deity, I mean no offense. My nation is under a massive assault from Baraludin. I require such a slave to reverse Erebos' fortunes. Bart bowed respectfully. What concern is that of mine? Roswald sneered, your pitiful nation perishing is of no consequence. You must realize you are attempting to outbid the magnificent celestial dragons. What audacity you possess. Bart lowered his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. We pay so much heavenly gold each year, only to feed pigs. If Erebos falls, a portion of your precious heavenly gold will diminish as well. Roswald retorted. Whoever pays will be treated the same. Fail to pay, and prepare for your nation to be ravaged by pirates. Both Erebos and Baraludin are merely transactions. The specifics of who lives or dies are inconsequential. 800 million. Lord Roswald shouted, then turned to Bart. Do you wish to test whether Baraludin is mightier or the celestial dragons? Bart deliberated extensively before ultimately choosing to sit. Perhaps he had neglected to consult the omens before venturing out, encountering a celestial dragon instead. Disco was not entirely satisfied with the 800 million bid. Absent the interference of the celestial dragons, the price would undoubtedly soar higher. Yet, facing the celestial dragons, he could only wear a radiant smile and declare, 800 million. Once, 800 million twice, 800 million thrice. Congratulations to Lord Roswald. Roberts stood, also beaming brightly. Sir, you truly possess discerning vision. Disco, frustrated, unleashed his ire upon Roberts, commanding kneel. Roberts, grasping his slave collar, suddenly yanked it off and tossed it aside. A tremendous explosion erupted within the auction house. The gentlemen in attendance were thrown into chaos, scrambling toward the exits. Catter leaned against the wall, quietly relishing the fear, before drawing his sidearm and calmly stating, everyone, sit back down. I will count to 3. 1. Catter aimed at his target. 2. He pulled the trigger. The silver handgun emitted a blue spark. And with a thunderous boom, a blood-red rose of humanity blossomed, while a golden rose unfurled from the wound. Armed thugs surged into the venue. Ulrea's silver boots clicked against the white porcelain tiles. Her voice, calm yet commanding, echoed from her silver helmet. Sit down. You. Disco pointed in terror at the freed Roberts. Roberts restrained Disco's neck, exerting pressure until crack. Disco's windpipe shattered, a lesson for him to treat others kindly in his next life. The suited thugs brandished their weapons, herding everyone back to their seats. Roberts adjusted his collar and slowly addressed the assembly. Good afternoon, everyone. The auction house guards rushed in, guns drawn. But the thugs swiftly redirected their aim. After a barrage of gunfire, the guards collapsed into pools of blood. See how disruptive it is to interrupt others? Roberts remarked, glancing at the fallen guards. Let us continue. My name is Roberts. You may also call me the Black Baron. I sincerely apologize for this uninvited interruption. But I come with a singular purpose, vengeance. Oh, by the way, my full name is Bartholomew D. Roberts. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Roberts elegantly bowed. Upon hearing the initial of D, Lord Roswald sprang to his feet. You are of the Demon Clan. Indeed, I am your demon, Roberts replied with a laugh. Roswald, farewell. With a pull of the trigger, a blue flame pierced Lord Roswald's skull. A golden flame rose blossoming at his brow. The celestial dragon had been slain. The entire assembly was rendered speechless, Bart gazing at the fallen Roswald, realizing that celestial dragons could indeed be killed. Nearby, a guard quickly produced a transponder snail. But another blue flame erupted, and the guard's heart blossomed with a fiery golden rose. Darling, that was a rather unwise move, Roberts chided, shaking a finger in disapproval. Charlia Pallas shrank in her seat, pleading, no, please do not kill me. I can offer you money, money beyond measure. Roberts unfurled his black wings and soared to her side. Gently patting her head, my dear, why would I harm you? You are our talisman for survival. Joel, accompanied by Fujitora and the little girl, made his way to the backstage, where all the guards had hastily rushed towards the venue. He proceeded directly to the area where the slaves were confined and activated the telephone bug, dialing the number for Sengoku. Sir, please refer to the list and free the captives. Release everyone except the pirates. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man clad in a captain's uniform fell to his knees before Joel, weeping, my lord, I am a law-abiding citizen, a truly good citizen. Those unscrupulous merchants disguised me in this manner to fetch a better price. Joel playfully remarked, oh, is that so? I possess a sword technique capable of discerning good from evil. If I strike you, and you survive, I shall let you go. Do you accept? The man trembled all over, retreating obediently. Captured by the Navy, he would most likely be imprisoned, yet surviving a strike from Joel would be nothing short of miraculous. The little girl found her sister and immediately threw herself into her embrace, sobbing. Yufuka gently stroked her precious sister's back, offering soothing words. Fujitora approached her, smiling, Lady Yufuka, we meet again. A charming smile, dear uncle, Yufuka replied with a grin. Fujitora grasped the collar around Yufuka's neck and, with a decisive motion, hurled it into the sky, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated their faces. BR, Sengoku here. Sengoku answered the telephone snail on the table. Who is this? It's me, Joel. Smoker lounged in the warm sunlight, his legs crossed, when suddenly an alarm blared throughout the base. The announcement echoed, "Attention, attention. A group of pirates has attacked the resettlement center. All troops, assemble immediately. This is not a drill. This is not a drill." Chapter 53. The curtain rises. Sengoku propped his head on his hand, bemused. What now? Joel again. I must change my number next time. This endless cycle with this brat is tiresome. What brings you here? Sengoku inquired. Aren't you supposed to be training? He. You mean hockey training? That is concluded, Joel replied. A pang of unease coursed through Sengoku. Where are you now? Oh, I've lost my way and accidentally wandered into the Sabaody archipelago. I don't believe you. Sengoku scoffed. Did you inadvertently stumble into the slave auction house and then encounter a little mishap? The slave auction house? That's a favorite haunt of the celestial dragons. Goodness. You haven't crossed paths with a celestial dragon, have you? If so, I truly cannot save you now. Speak quickly. Joel sensed the commotion in the venue, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, a band of pirates has attacked the auction house, and, coincidentally, the celestial dragons were present there as well. What? Joel revealed a blissful smile. And from the sounds around him, it seemed that a celestial being known as Saint Roseward had been eliminated. Madness, sheer madness. How audacious for someone to dare lay a hand on the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Sengoku immediately terminated the call, bellowing, informed Borsalino at once. Have him proceed to the Sabaody archipelago to capture those audacious pirates. Eliminate the rebels on the spot. Sengoku's roaring voice echoed through the skies of Marineford. Joel set down the communicator and said to Fujitora, you stay here to protect them both. I shall venture ahead for a moment. My lord Joel. Fujitora called out to him, it would be better if I were to go instead. Joel halted him, stating, as a naval officer, it is my duty to safeguard those individuals. However, as a human being, I find them quite distasteful. Do you comprehend my meaning? Fujitora nodded. Very well, Your Excellency. Take care. Joel, with a grave expression, pressed his sword as he approached the venue. Roberts donned the black cloak handed to him by his subordinate and said with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you aboard my ship. I wonder if you would grace me with your presence. Without awaiting a response, the suited thugs began escorting the elegantly dressed nobles out of the hall, led by Aurea, towards the pirate ship of the Avengers. Noticing that Bart remained seated, showing no intention of leaving, Roberts inquired with a smile, do you have any objections? Bart rose to his feet and replied, what do you think? No sooner had he spoken than Bart drew the massive axe from his side and swung it towards Roberts. Roberts maintained a warm smile, but suddenly, his right arm was enveloped in dark scales. The axe clashed against the iron-hard black scales, producing sparks. Robert's smile gradually faded, and he coldly remarked, you are quite disobedient, and I do not appreciate it. Seeing this, Kata raised his silver pistol, aimed at the back of Bart's head, and fired. A blue flame erupted from the muzzle as a golden bullet sliced through the air towards Bart. He could already envision the exquisite sight of the man's head bursting forth in bloom, a faint smile visible beneath his mask. Suddenly, a beam of four-colored sword light shot from an angle, striking the bullet mid-flight, causing it to explode into a fiery golden rose. Roberts and Kata turned to see Joel slowly walking in from the doorway. Good afternoon, everyone, Joel greeted with a smile. Roberts then delivered a powerful kick, and Bart felt as if he had been struck by a colossal beast, crashing into the center of the venue and creating a massive pit. With cracks sprawling outward like a spider's web, Joel gazed upon the foot of the demonstration, pondering whether he could indeed excavate such a profound pit as Chudon had. He could, but it would not be accomplished with mere nonchalance in a single move. This must be the illustrious Angel's sword, Joel, renowned among the Navy's supernovas. Roberts once again adorned his face with a smile. Greetings, I am the Black Baron, Roberts, with a bounty of 150 million. I have encountered your wanted poster. Joel slowly drew his sword, the golden radiance illuminating the dimly lit venue. Roberts regarded Joel's blade, revealing a flicker of surprise and an enigmatic amusement. Are you not afraid that I might slay this celestial dragon? Joel drew out the caliban and chuckled. Fear not, for it serves as your talisman. The Navy may disregard the lives of an entire ship's worth of aristocrats, yet they cannot afford to overlook a figure of global nobility. Should she perish, the 5 elders will command the Navy to bury you beneath the ocean without hesitation. They will care not for the lives of those insignificant fish. Kata, take her away first. Roberts discarded his dark cloak, acknowledging, indeed, it is not yet time for execution. Kata led the palace of Charlia away from the venue, as everyone else gradually exited the auction house, leaving only Joel, Roberts, and Bart, who lay unconscious in the deep pit. Joel, what is your surname? Roberts suddenly posed an inconsequential question. Kylantrell, Joel replied. Ah, then all is well. With a rapid movement, Roberts unfurled his black wings, his hands adorned with black scales, instantly appearing before Joel, his fist engulfed in dark flames striking out. With a twist of the caliban, the hardened color of hockey enveloped the royal sword, and beams of white, red, pink, and orange light erupted forth, intertwining with golden brilliance as he countered. A resounding explosion sent ripples of golden and black energy cascading outward. As the terrifying force tore the auction house apart, tiles were lifted from the ground, flying in every direction. Smoker, accompanied by the Navy, obstructed the path of the Avenger pirate ship, bellowing, "You were surrounded. Immediately lay down your weapons and surrender." Kata, observing Smoker's arrogant demeanor, chuckled. "I believe you have misjudged the situation, Navy man. I possess a multitude of hostages. It would be prudent for you to retreat promptly to avoid further discord." Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched in his mouth, regarded Kata, his mission being to stall until the Admiral's arrival. Kata smirked, raising his weapon as golden flames blossomed once more. "Do you not comprehend human speech?" Smoker found himself in a predicament, contemplating whether to allow their escape or prevent the brutal slaughter of hostages. With a bang, another noble fell into a pool of blood as Kata smiled at Smoker. The nobles erupted in outrage, demanding, "What is this Navy doing? Must we all perish before you withdraw?" They cursed, "Get lost immediately, or I'll file a complaint at the Navy headquarters once I am free." Kata shrugged. "Public sentiment dictates our actions. There is little I can do." "Will you, esteemed Major, now make way?" "Step aside." Smoker shouted in fury. "Major," Dasky called out anxiously. Smoker leaned closer to her, whispering, "Inform Vice Admiral Steelres to destroy their ship immediately." "Understood," Dasky replied as she squeezed her way through the crowd. "Wait. Bring that young lady back," Kata warned, eyeing the departing Dasky. "Dasky, return," Smoker commanded, casting a grim look at the tall, slender man, feeling a rare sense of difficulty. In the distance, Steelres observed the obstruction facing Smoker through his telescope, promptly commanding, "Locate their ship and destroy it at once." With a crash, the auction house's roof was breached, revealing a clash in the sky between a dark flame with black wings and a golden light with golden wings. Smoker was profoundly astonished as he gazed at the golden light in the sky. "Is that Joel? How terrifying." With a bang, Kata raised his pistol and fired, the bullet slicing through the air. Smoker, hearing the sound, immediately activated his elemental form, yet the bullet still struck his corporeal form. The bullet was black. With a pop, it exploded, leaving a vast pool of blood at Smoker's waist. "Major, please extend the most basic respect to your adversaries. Do not allow yourself to be distracted," he remarked. Unable to resist casting a furtive glance at the 2 figures colliding in the sky, Dasky drew her sword, Shiyu, while Kata pointed his gun at a noble. Smiling at her, "Dear sister, do you not find this world curious? We stand in opposition. I can slay you, yet you cannot harm me." Dasky glared at Kata, who merely chuckled. "Smile, everyone, smile." With that, he took Charlia's palace and departed, glancing back, "Do not follow stealthily. The lives of these people are worth less than a penny in my eyes." Smoker covered his wound, feeling utterly frustrated as he slammed his fist into the ground. In the sky, Joel wielded the royal sword, engaging Roberts in a fierce battle, the 4-colored sword energy crisscrossing as the earth bore the scars of their unleashed might. The two separated as Roberts placed his hands before him, a sphere of black energy forming and pulsating, electric purple energy dancing within. "Be cautious, young one." Black Emperor, other dimension. The dark energy orb was hurled towards Joel, a beam of black light streaking through the air. As the surrounding atmosphere became searingly hot with the flames, Joel raised the King's sword, his golden 6 wings unfurling behind him. The Archangel Michael, the Horn of War. With a swift motion, he slashed his sword, and a battalion of golden cavalry surged forth, engulfed in flames. The clash of golden and black energies collided with immense force, compressing the 3-dimensional energy into a nearly 2-dimensional circle, as gold and black intertwined like the symbol of Pisces. The swirling emblem expanded furiously outward, leaving a path of obliteration in its wake. Sturtress observed the chaotic energy in the sky and chuckled. What kind of monsters emerge from the elite training camp? It seems that in a few years, we old-timers shall return home to tend to our children. Report, Admiral. The ship of the Avenger pirates has been located. Destroy it immediately. Sturtress waved his hand carelessly, admiring the tumultuous battle above. The emblem of Pisces spread outward as Joel wielded the King's sword, while Robert swung his fist, delivering a powerful strike, the two becoming entangled once more. The naval soldiers took aim at the pirate vessel, and with a resounding boom, 10 cannons roared to life, hurling cannonballs towards the Avenger pirate ship. On the deck, an old man removed his eye patch, yawning and grumbling. These youngsters have no respect for their elders. I'm always cleaning up after them. He dug into his pocket, retrieving a few coins, which he tossed at the incoming cannonballs. The projectiles detonated in midair. The old man nonchalantly flicked a coin with his thumb, grinning. Hey kids. Chapter 54. The Turning Point of Fate. Appealing for votes. Second day, Sturtress watched with keen interest as the two figures danced in the sky. When a soldier approached with a report, Admiral, an unknown elder has appeared aboard the Avenger pirate ship, thwarting our cannon fire. He snapped back to attention. Oh, is that so? Double the fire. Continue the assault. Yes, sir. How is the naval encirclement coming along? Sturtress inquired. Colonel, it is ready. They won't escape this time. And where is Admiral Kizaru? He should arrive within half an hour. Good. Sturtress's smile grew increasingly audacious. Each of Joel's strikes felt as if they were crashing against an exceptionally thick steel plate, sending vibrations through his hands and rendering him unable to breach his opponent's defenses. After all, don't we all possess armament hockey? Why is it that your hockey surpasses mine in fortitude? Meanwhile, Roberts found himself in a rather troublesome predicament, as his every attack seemed to be preemptively detected by this young man. Don't we all possess observation haki? What grants you the ability to perceive what I cannot? With a heavy punch descending, Roberts realized he could no longer afford to linger. Once the Admiral arrived, escape would be impossible. Bang! Caribou's powerful blow resonated with a buzzing sound, eliciting a painful response. With a single strike, he repelled Joel, and from his left hand, a sphere of black flames emerged, quickly pressing it against his right shoulder, igniting his right arm in a fierce blaze of black fire. Joel crossed the Caribou ray over his chest, and a resplendent golden light took the form of ethereal golden dragons that danced around him in a mesmerizing swirl. The resonant roars of dragons echoed, and the golden radiance intensified. Behind Roberts, immense black wings unfurled, and a commanding dragon's roar reverberated, causing the onlookers to scream and cover their ears, succumbing to their anguish as they knelt on the ground. With a powerful punch, a colossal black dragon spread its wings and surged toward Joel. Black Sovereign, Ultimate Emperor. Flame-slaying black dragon wave. Roberts smiled slightly as he spread his wings and soared toward the horizon. Joel gazed at the ferocious black dragon charging towards him, plunging his sword into the ground as a golden dragon darted swiftly around him. Archangel Sword Uriel, Gate of Hell. A pillar of golden light surged into the sky as the massive black dragon collided with it. Hell lay below, and heaven above. Waves of golden halos radiated outward, as the black dragon, caught between the realms of heaven and hell, was crushed to dust beneath the contrasting beams of light. Caliban erupted with a starry blue radiance, resembling a key that unlocked the infernal gate beyond. A golden beam shot forth in the direction Roberts had departed, within which the black flames churned ceaselessly. Joel unfurled his golden six wings and pursued the golden beam. Prepare, fire. The naval soldiers once again wheeled the cannon towards the anchored position of the Avenger pirates, unleashing their wrath. Ulrea, accompanied by a group of hostages, approached the ship, drawing her sword from its sheath, while the old man gazed at her with a smile, fiddling with coins. A crescent-shaped sword aura cleaved through the incoming cannonballs, splitting them in half before they exploded in the sky. Her silver boots touched the deck as she observed the Navy still organizing their bombardment, casually slicing downwards with her right hand. A tremendous blue slash obliterated the naval artillery position. Bring them all aboard. Ulrea removed her helmet, her golden hair cascading down, her emerald eyes shining with clarity. The suited thugs ushered the nobles onto the ship. Xiaya, you've grown stronger, the old man praised. Ulrea's cheeks flushed, feeling bashful as she pouted. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? The old man donned his sunglasses, took a drag from his cigarette, and sauntered into the cabin. Ulrea turned to the group of nobles, her expression stern and authoritative. Immediately arrange for their accommodations, then prepare to set sail. Yes, the captain encountered trouble. Kata tossed Charlia onto the ship, while his subordinate presented him with a heavy sniper rifle. Cradling his prized possession, he aimed at the golden beam, unleashing a blue flame as a specially crafted bullet hurtled towards it. The bullet tore through the air, entering the beam, where it was vaporized by the black flames, revealing a rapidly expanding blue-white light. A fiery orb resembling the sun erupted, blocking Joel's path. Roberts, observing the blinding flames, thought, now let's see how you pursue me, and flew towards the anchored vessel. Oh, how astonishing. Are the youth of today truly this remarkable? A wrinkled old man, Yellow Ape, peered through his telescope at a figure soaring in the sky with black wings, a lecherous smile blooming on his face like a blossoming chrysanthemum. Slowly raising his right hand, he remarked, if you escape, I shall be reprimanded upon my return. A golden point of light flickered on his index finger, the laser beam primed for action. Admiral, a nearby rear admiral exclaimed. Yellow Ape jumped in fright, unleashing a golden laser. What are you doing? He asked, irate. The rear admiral scratched his head, replying, you targeted the wrong person. You were aiming at Brigadier General Joel. Oh, Yellow Ape said awkwardly, I sincerely apologize. The trembling laser promptly changed direction, shooting towards Roberts. By the time he sensed the attack with his observation haki, it was too late. The laser pierced through his wing, leaving a fingertip-sized hole. The laser exploded above his head, the force of the blast sending him flying. Kata aimed at his captain, shooting out a steel claw that snatched him back onto the ship. Thank you, Roberts said, his black wings dripping with blood. Kata's lean face flushed slightly beneath his silver mask, feeling a bit shy as he replied, it was the least I could do. Activate the coating and prepare to dive. Roberts commanded. See, that hit the mark. Yellow Ape chuckled to his rear admiral. It was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Pure luck. The rear admiral retorted, turning away with an air of pride. Joel circumvented the blazing fireball, charging towards the ship of the Avenger pirates. Observing the unfolding membrane, he swiftly struck with his sword. In response, Kata raised his pistol, aiming at the sword's aura. Suddenly, Ulrea soared into the air, gracefully treading the railing, her golden hair billowing in the wind. You dive first. I shall follow shortly, she commanded. Dive. Roberts ordered without hesitation, then shouted to Ulrea, be cautious. Drawing her rapier, Ulrea unleashed a strike, the blue blade's energy colliding with Joel's four-colored sword aura, resulting in a dazzling explosion of vibrant light. Joel gazed into the emerald depths of her eyes, a surge of inexplicable emotion coursing through him as the sword's aura danced around Ulrea's golden locks. She directed a fierce glance at Joel, her gaze filled with an unwavering resolve and coldness that belied her youth. The clash of Picaribri and Ulrea's swords resonated in the air, a low hum emanating from the two blades. To his astonishment, Joel realized that the girl's sword mirrored his own in design, the only distinction lying in their coloration. His blade gleamed predominantly in gold, while hers predominantly shimmered in blue. The gemstones embedded in his sword were red, contrasting with the blue gems adorning hers. His sword bore a dragon motif at its hilt, while hers showcased a lion's emblem. This striking resemblance left Joel momentarily bewildered. What could this mean? Had Papa Ma's ventures truly extended into the realm of pirates? Ulrea regarded the boy before her, who appeared to be of similar stature, wielding a sword strikingly akin to hers. The incredulity in her bright green eyes was palpable. What is your name? Joel inquired. Galarin Ulrea, the girl replied. And you? Kylantriel Joel, he responded. What about your sword? Iskari, which signifies the sword of oath and victory. And yours? Caribray, meaning the sword of leadership and glory. They exchanged silent glances, an unspoken understanding lingering between them, as Joel felt he had gained a slight advantage. Suddenly, Joel shut his eyes and sighed. You may leave. With a swift thrust, Ulrea was sent hurtling backward, plunging into the sea, vanishing from Joel's sight. He watched the ripples expand across the water's surface, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. This was no longer the pirate world he once knew. His greatest advantage was gradually slipping away. It seemed imperative to return to the East Sea and consult with Haitai, grasping the pendant around his neck with his left hand. His tumultuous emotions began to settle. In a flash, Kizaru appeared beside Joel, exclaiming, What now? We've let her escape. Joel gazed at the yellow ape and remarked, You are a general. You may decide for yourself. I have matters to attend to. With that, he soared into the sky. The yellow ape chuckled at his retreating figure. Reflecting, the youth of today truly are quite impatient. He pondered thoughtfully, contemplating his next course of action. Upon returning to the human auction house, Fujitora approached him and inquired, Are you unharmed? Joel shook his head dismissively, observing the slave auction house temporarily seized by the Navy, and remarked, Let us depart. It is time we attend to more pressing matters. The little girl hurried over, clutching his thigh, and inquired, What is it, big brother, that you consider pressing matters? Joel tenderly embraced her, naturally with the intention of establishing their own sanctuary. Thus, the four of them vanished into the archipelago of Chandala. Joel sat upon the vessel, gazing at the vine tiger, and declared, From this moment forth, you shall be the leader of this household. He then turned his attention to Yafuka, stating, You shall serve as the vice leader. At that moment, a little girl rushed over, clinging to his leg, inquiring, And what about me? What about me? Joel pondered for a moment before declaring, You have become the mascot of our household. Oh no. The little girl expressed her disdain. Home. Fujitora and Yafuka exchanged glances, pondering the very essence of home. Upon hearing himself referred to as the leader, Fujitora inquired, And what of you, my lord? I shall naturally return to my duties in the Navy. It is not yet time for me to depart from the service, Joel replied, gazing at the setting sun with a sense of tranquility. My lord, what is it that you hope to achieve by establishing this home? Fujitora mused. Recognizing that this was far more than a mere dwelling, Joel rested his chin on his hand, offering no immediate response. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Abolish the 7 warlords, quell the great pirate era, and eradicate the celestial dragons. The rest can be addressed later. Fujitora grasped his cane sword, letting the evening sea breeze caress his face. Chapter 55. A world of uncertainty. The sound of high heels echoed through the quiet building as a tall lady entered the office, carrying a stack of newspapers. In the vast office, a sand table displayed a world map, adorned with the flags of the world government and the 4 emperors, among others, with the flag of the Revolutionary Army being the most significant. Draco, here are today's papers, the secretary announced, handing the newspapers to Draco, who was sipping hot tea by the window, as well as to Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, who was studying the sand table. Drago set down his teacup, and his gaze fell upon a shocking event that had unfolded the previous day, the Sabaody Archipelago incident. 2 celestial dragons were attacked by a group of pirates near the Navy headquarters. One was killed on the spot while the other was abducted. The Navy dispatched Admiral Kazari to the scene, yet the nefarious bandits managed to elude capture. The stationed Navy forces in Sabaody were powerless against the pirates, who held numerous hostages. Several noblemen lost their lives due to the Navy's inaction, and Vice Admiral Smoker was severely injured, currently recuperating in a Navy hospital. The Angel Sword, Joel, unexpectedly clashed with the captain of the Avenger pirates, the Black Baron, and, with the aid of the pirates, he ultimately fled the battlefield. Following a skirmish against Ulrea, he vanished, marking his most significant defeat since his debut. The Celestial Dragons began to question his title as the strongest of his generation. Seeing this, Drago couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, Ah, Joel, to think you would find yourself in such a predicament. Pass the word, add a chicken leg to my lunch today. I must celebrate this joyous occasion. Oh, and open a bottle of wine for me. Sabo, observing Drago's unrestrained laughter, shook his head, pondering his mindset. It seemed Joel had struck a considerable blow to his confidence. He was intrigued by Joel, the young contender for the position of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, whose impressive combat prowess could significantly bolster their strength. The scene shifted to the previous night in Mariawa, where the leaders of the Celestial Dragons urgently summoned the 5 elders. They pounded their fists on the table, venting their frustrations at the elders sitting nearby. What are you all doing? And what uses the Navy? We allocate such a substantial military budget each year. Where does it all go? To support a bunch of useless fools? Even a dog could protect its master better. We need to demand answers from the Navy about their budget for next year and question the legitimacy of this so-called Angel Sword. They claim he's the strongest of his generation, but he hardly surpasses my worthless slaves. If the Navy cannot handle this, we must replace them. Those so-called admirals, utterly useless. The 5 elders lowered their heads, silently accepting the barrage of indignation from the leaders. If not for the presence of a deity overseeing them, they would have relished the opportunity to rid themselves of these gluttonous fools. Yes, they nodded. You are absolutely right. I will reprimand the Navy and immediately arrange to capture the Avenger pirates and rescue Lord Charlia. Forget about the fate of those fools. Rescuing Lord Charlia and annihilating those pirates is our primary concern. Amidst the incessant complaints of the 19 leaders, the 5 elders exited the meeting room with a murderous intent, demanding that Sengoku come to meet them immediately. As the morning sun illuminated the massive conference room in Marineford, Sengoku sat alone, propping his head on his hand, reflecting on the wrathful scolding he had received from the 5 elders the previous night. One by one, the attendees began to arrive, including Akainu, Kizaru, and even Akiji, who had been summoned back at once, along with Vice Admiral Garp, Chief of Staff Tsuru, and several other Marine officers. Upon entering, Garp noticed Sengoku's troubled expression and approached his old friend, offering comfort, aware that without Sengoku's daily negotiations with the world government as politicians, the myriad of Navy personnel would face a far less lenient life. The meeting commenced, and Vice Admiral Steelrez provided a detailed account of the fierce battle that took place at the Sabaody archipelago, continuously praising Joel's valor while also underscoring the formidable capabilities of the Black Baron, who could rival the former pirate supernova, Fire Fist Ace. Once the introduction concluded, Sengoku spoke slowly. Last night, the 5 elders summoned me and vehemently condemned the Navy as a bunch of good-for-nothings. The table's occupants exhibited a range of emotions: anger, disdain, and embarrassment. Even the usually carefree Garp adopted a serious demeanor, while Kizaru's expression remained inscrutable. The 5 elders demanded that we immediately rescue Lord Charlia and completely eradicate the Avenger pirates. As for the other nobility, only those we can save will be rescued. If we can't, so be it. If this mission fails, next year's military budget for the Celestial Dragons will face drastic cuts, with funding shifted to CP. At the mention of budget cuts, unease rippled through the room. The military funding was already scant. Further reductions would make survival increasingly precarious. Meanwhile, their pirate neighbors had built grand new villas while they remained in their dilapidated quarters. Thus, I have decided that an admiral will lead the charge into the New World to ensure the completion of this mission. Does anyone have objections? Sengoku scanned the faces of those present. Everyone lowered their heads. None dared to provoke the ire of the fleet admiral. Will sending an admiral into the New World attract the attention of the 4 emperors? Vice Admiral Tsuru, seated at the front, interjected, meeting Sengoku's gaze. I suggest we divide into 2 teams. One led by an admiral to march boldly into the New World and draw the attention of the 4 emperors, while the other, under a vice admiral, will infiltrate in disguise for a covert capture operation. Also, inform Doflamingo that his territory has been compromised and let him deal with it. Sengoku nodded. Very well, who shall lead the frontal assault? He cast his eyes over the 3 admirals seated at the forefront. Let me take this task, Kizaru said languidly. After all, I failed to capture those rascals, so it is only fitting that I go. Sengoku acquiesced. Good, then the frontal assault will be commanded by Borsalino. The rest of you, Stalaberry, Mongoose, Spider, and Doberman, will provide support. Garp chuckled. What a grand spectacle. If we encounter a 4 emperor, we might just match strength with them. And what of the second team? Garp wore a knowing expression, eliciting smiles from the assembled vice admirals. Garp, you are not suitable for this role, Tsuru countered. What? Why not, Tsuru? Garp inquired. Your notoriety is too great. Everyone knows you as a marine hero. We need to select a vice admiral who is less well known yet possesses considerable strength. General Crane remarked that only 2 recently promoted vice admirals, Gion and Kaki, met the criteria of being relatively unknown yet possessing considerable strength. I shall take the lead, Gion volunteered eagerly. Sengoku nodded in approval and turned to General Crane, inquiring about the return of the elite training camp recruits. General Crane replied that apart from Newman and Chudun, all others had successfully completed their domineering training and returned to Marineford. Sengoku suddenly recalled something and directed his gaze at Kizaru, asking, Where's Joel? Where has that rascal run off to? Kizaru shrugged, indicating his lack of knowledge. Sengoku then turned his attention to Gion, who also admitted ignorance, stating that he could not even reach him by phone. This kid vanishes at critical moments, and now I can't even get through to him? Surely he hasn't gone off to the new world alone. Never mind, I will deal with him later. He then suggested that Meg Lin, Ilyavina, Sheeny, Wen Yuan, Gawain, and Simon be dispatched, as they were familiar with one another. Guillaume nodded in agreement. Meeting adjourned. Dorag gazed at the new wanted posters, noting that Bartholomew D. Roberts had his title changed from Black Baron to Black Dragon, with the bounty increased from 150 million to 600 million. Wojuo, Kata's title shifted from artist to Rose Under the Gun, with a bounty escalated from 100 million to 530 million. The bounty for Lionheart Ulrea had surged from 55 million to 520 million. There was also an unclear photograph of an old man, with a bounty of 110 million. The youth of today are truly remarkable, Dorag marveled. Sabo nodded in agreement. Indeed, such organized and calculated hunting of the celestial dragons is nothing short of madness. If they manage to survive this, the Navy and CP could very well disband. You know, he continued, I believe they will not only survive, but may thrive. The news of the celestial dragon's assassination spread like wildfire across the globe. In Dressrosa, former celestial dragon Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned upon seeing the newspaper, but simultaneously harbored a cruel intent toward the audacious little pirates who dared to kill on his territory. Come, come. I await your arrival in Dressrosa, he cackled. Young master. Baby. 5 entered the room, stating, the world government requests your assistance in capturing the Avengers pirates and rescuing Charlia Palace. Rescue? He chuckled. Meanwhile, the Empress Hancock of the Kuja, overwhelmed by the newspaper in her hands, fell to her knees in excitement, exclaiming, incredible. Someone has dared to strike against the celestial dragons and even killed one. What a magnificent hero. I must demand a rescue for my benefactor. At this moment, the only entity seemingly unaffected by the celestial dragon incident was Erebora. In the Turin Council, the peace-loving Magni family clashed vehemently with the warlike O'Kincher family, while the mediating Caslow family found themselves at their wits' end. As the two factions bickered and exchanged blows during a critical time, the Magni family ultimately lost their governing position in Ereboro, allowing the O'Kincher family to take charge and begin organizing military resistance against the invasion of Baraduno. Meanwhile, Chutun, still wandering in solitude, endeavored to grasp the essence of Kenbunshaku while Newman, who was entirely preoccupied with his inventions, could hardly bear the embarrassment for the strongest generation. Chapter 56. A world apart. Joel sat despondently at the bow of the ship, his mind persistently conjuring the image of the green-eyed maiden clad in silver armor, an apparition he could not dispel. He pondered the connection between the sword of oath and victory she wielded and the sword of leadership and glory that lay in his grasp. Let us boldly hypothesize that. In the past, 8 noble lords protected Durand Dark. The Holy King, in pursuit of immortality, betrayed the Emperor. What then would the remaining 7 lords have done? It is highly probable they sought vengeance for the Emperor, which raises the possibility that Ulrea is a descendant of these 7 bloodlines, thus wielding a weapon strikingly akin to Caliban. Moreover, their pirate crew is known as the Avengers, who meticulously plotted the assassination and pillaging of the celestial dragons. This indicates that their targets were indeed the celestial dragons. The arch-rivals of the celestial dragons are the D-Clan, thus intertwining these individuals with the D-Clan. The letter is an English character, and the official language of Durand Dark is English, implying a direct connection between the D-Clan and those 7 noble lords. Could it be that the D-Clan is a grand new kingdom formed by these 7 lords upon learning of Durand Dark's demise? Subsequently, did these lords engage in a protracted war against the Holy King, ultimately leading to their annihilation? Surely not. How could 7 lords fail to vanquish a single adversary? Is the disparity in command under the Emperor so vast? There must be some crucial information I have overlooked. What else did Haitai mention? Suddenly, the pivotal detail that he led 20 armies to secretly besiege Durand Dark surged into Joel's consciousness with a resounding clarity. Alas, how could such vital information have eluded him at the time? It appears he was too preoccupied with the allure of beauty, damn it. It seems he must eschew such distractions in the future. At that moment, behind him, Yevka approached with a smile, holding a glass of juice. Come, have some juice, she said. The moment Joel laid eyes on her curvaceous figure, a tingling sensation coursed through his nose, threatening to bring forth a nosebleed. Oh, how untrustworthy his body was. He accepted the juice from Yevka's hand and remarked, let us discuss something. Go on, I'm listening, she replied, bending slightly to bring her head closer to Joel's. A subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, washing away the cheap scent of perfume that lingered around her. Yevka emanated an extraordinarily unique aroma. It was a scent capable of awakening the most primal desires within humanity. It was precisely this fragrance that compelled her to mask it with inexpensive perfume, creating a barrier against the advances of unscrupulous men. As Yevka leaned forward, her ample bosom was laid bare before him, adorned with a signature etched upon her collarbone. Joel instinctively pinched his nose, gazing at Yevka, who wore a grin reminiscent of a mischievous fox reveling in her successful prank. In that moment, he realized this was intentional, undoubtedly deliberate. Joel's nosebleed trickled out through the crevice, and Yevka feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, a nosebleed. Well, It is to be expected, given your vigorous youth. She produced a handkerchief, long prepared, from the valley between two towering peaks and gently dabbed at Joel's nose, her gaze capturing the boy's melancholic eyes. With a playful smile, she added, "Why do you look at me like that? I can't help but notice you sitting here so foolishly, worried you might fall into despair. This is my way of showing concern for you." "Ah, women," he retorted. "Just a few days ago, when we first met, you presented yourself with the demeanor of a refined lady, polite, reserved, and courteous. Yet, here we are, only days later, and you dare to tease me so audaciously. Shall I brew you a cup of tea, perhaps with a touch of mint to cool your spirit?" "No, thank you. I can manage on my own." As she attempted to tend to her own nosebleed, the situation only worsened. Joel snatched the handkerchief from her grasp, taking matters into his own hands. The fabric, imbued with Yevka's warmth, was remarkably soft. He couldn't help but wonder if her body possessed a similar softness. As soon as Joel entertained a wicked thought, the cross pendant emitted a gentle white light, and he instantly felt the presence of the Buddha within, banishing all malevolence. In mere moments, he entered a sage-like state, and his nosebleed ceased. He sincerely suggested, "Perhaps you could wear a bit more clothing. It makes things quite difficult for me." If only Uncle Fujitora could see this, he would have rallied to form a protest alliance against Yufuka's revealing attire. "Isn't it hot?" Yufuka playfully fanned herself, causing warmth to waft towards Joel's face. A dancer's arsenal is replete with methods to entice men, even if the man before her was still quite youthful. In ancient times, Lu Shaohui remained undisturbed in the embrace of beauty, while today, Joel, blessed by the holy light, repelled the advances of the enchanting fairy, completely unfazed. He pointed to his pendant and declared, "I am a man with a little ancestor." Yufuka, surprised and her eyes twinkling with mirth, inquired, "Which lovely classmate gifted you that? Am I not more beautiful?" With a cold smirk, Joel replied, "My little ancestor is the most beautiful woman in the world. I have matters to attend to. By the way, how is your observation training progressing?" Upon the mention of training, Yufuka became evasive, recalling how she once wandered the world alone with her sister, striving tirelessly to enhance her strength. Yet now, circumstances had changed. She had a powerful master and a reliable uncle. Why toil endlessly in training? To train. Joel turned his back, issuing an unambiguous farewell. Yufuka sulked as she departed to the bow of the ship. Meanwhile, Fujitora, amusing himself with the little girl, sensed Yufuka's discontent and chuckled, "Another failure?" The little girl, holding her milk, gazed at her sister with wide eyes, convinced that there was no man her sister could not conquer. Yet this time, it seemed she had suffered a significant defeat. Yufuka lamented, "How is it that I cannot even captivate a little boy? Am I growing old, my charm fading?" She retrieved a small mirror and scrutinized her reflection for quite some time. "No, I still look just as beautiful," she mused, perplexed. Fujitora, with a knowing smile, looked towards the bow, contemplating the four great trials of life: wine, lust, wealth, and power. Wine represents gluttony, the desire for pleasure. Indulging in food brings fleeting joy, but constant indulgence leads to lasting happiness. Clearly, Joel was not one to be easily swayed by such trivialities. A man capable of consuming even Yufuka's dark culinary creations would not be concerned with food. As for lust, if a dancer like Yufuka could not entice him, what celestial being could hope to capture his heart? Regarding wealth, he had demonstrated his willingness to squander his fortune for the sake of a total stranger, indicating that he held little regard for material riches. And concerning power, as long as this man diligently followed in the footsteps of his predecessors, ascending to the rank of admiral in the navy was merely a matter of time. Yet, he chose to forsake a brilliant future to champion the cause of the common folk, proving he was not a man enamored with authority. At this moment, Joel had undergone a profound elevation in Fujitora's eyes. Little did he know, in terms of appetites, Joel was quite the Epicurean, relishing every morsel that came his way. As for lust, his heart was already consumed by the enchanting sight of Shidi. In truth, what is often labeled as love at first sight is merely a matter of attraction. As for wealth, Joel, a miser in his own right, would not be preoccupied with money. While not as exaggerated as Nami, he certainly preferred to save where possible and would rather wear a military uniform than purchase new attire. His unwavering trust in Fujitora was absolute. He believed in his judgment and character. As for power, it can be said that with great power comes great responsibility. One must bear the burdens associated with power to rightfully seek it. Joel continued to gaze vacantly at the caribou ray on his lap, contemplating the arrival of 20 armies led by the Holy King Hotep into Duranark. Coincidentally, the Celestial Dragons were indeed the 20 founding royal families, albeit the Nefertali clan had chosen to forsake relocating to the Sacred Land. Thus, it could be inferred that the Celestial Dragons were adversaries not only of Duranark but also of the other 7 noble lords. The immortal Hotep stood as the supreme leader of both the Celestial Dragons and the world government, Lord M. The celestial monarch Uranus was none other than the malevolent dragon Nidhogg. The realization sent a shiver through Joel. His foes had always been the Celestial Dragons. He tightened his grip on the royal sword of Durandark, pondering whether Haitai was aware of this revelation. It might be better if she were not. If she knew, what significance did her gift of the sword to him hold? A smile crept across Joel's face as Haitai's unparalleled beauty resurfaced in his mind. In the East Sea, the shadowed Durand lay engulfed in darkness, where Haitai leaned against the angelic statue, lost in thought. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, which was followed by a profound silence, only to be replaced by a fiery rage as her emotions fluctuated wildly. Eventually, she curled up in a corner, clutching her knees. At that moment, a woman donned in a cowboy hat and carrying a backpack entered the sanctuary. The golden holy light illuminated her face, and Robin gazed at the despondent fairy before her, a peculiar ache stirring within her heart. Despite being a woman herself, she wondered why she felt this way. Robin's body was adorned with numerous wounds, though most had healed under the gaze of the War King's statue. Yet, several still bled profusely. Joel, the great deceiver, believes it is easy to gain favor. Yet, he has overlooked the fact that Robin has grown significantly stronger than the novice he once was, and consequently, the challenges she faces have multiplied. "You are here," said Haitai, sitting up straight and gazing at Robin. A wave of curiosity washed over Robin. What did she mean by that? Did she know I was coming? As she raised her right hand, a soft white light enveloped Haitai, swiftly healing all her wounds, leaving no trace of scars behind in the blink of an eye. "Greetings. I am Nico Robin, and Joel recommended me to come here." "You must be his girlfriend, Haitai," Robin said, producing Joel's letter and extending it toward Haitai. Haitai rose to receive the letter, a smile creeping onto her face as she found it amusing. When did she become his girlfriend? What a shameless fellow. Noticing the numerous grammatical errors throughout the letter, she couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Hello, I am Chaos Haitai. Welcome to the eternal city of Durandark." Chapter 57. A simple greeting. Joel pilfered a naval vessel from the Shambadi naval base, racing towards the floating islands below. His motivation was not merely financial. Rather, he felt a certain familiarity with naval ships, which allowed him to maneuver with ease. Meanwhile, Admiral Kazuru led a formidable naval force through Mariawa, advancing into the New World. The vast fleet, resembling a maritime Great Wall, consisted of 23 ships, with an elite vice admiral stationed on every fifth vessel, while Admiral Kazuru commanded from the center, presenting a formidable front. Such a display undoubtedly provoked the ire of the four emperors, Whitebeard, Red-Haired Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom, who each received the news promptly, calculating their next moves. Their singular aim was clear. They could not permit the admiral's fleet to encroach upon their territory, for once they did, it would spell war. As Kazuru's forces set forth, Gion's covert team quietly embarked on a different path, opting to enter the New World via Fishman Island rather than through Mariawa. Rayleigh discarded his tools and addressed Gion, stating that their coding was complete. "Thank you," Gion replied, offering payment before setting sail with the elite training camp members. Rayleigh wiped the sweat from his brow, watching Gion disappear from view. What a coincidence. His first customer today turned out to be the Navy's Vice Admiral Momonosuke, Joel's sister. It seemed the Navy truly had no intention of capturing him. Reflecting on the group of youngsters, whose average age barely reached 18 or 19, a flicker of concern crossed Rayleigh's mind. They were remarkably strong, exceedingly capable, and brimming with potential. When they matured, the Navy would experience an unprecedented surge in strength. He pondered what might transpire on the seas by then and whether Roger's dying wish could ever be fulfilled. Yet, that was a matter for a decade hence. Who could say whether his aging bones would still be around to witness it? Shaking his head, he took a sip of alcohol, shouldered his toolbox, and began his journey home. He yearned to see Roger's dream realized in his lifetime. "Shanks, you must strive hard." Gion rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. That older man looked so familiar. Where had she seen him before? Suddenly, as their vessel began to dive, Sheeny and the others marveled at the enchanting underwater world, enormous fish gliding past their ship. "I've remembered," Gion exclaimed. "What is it?" The others turned their attention to her, eager to know what she had recalled. "The man who coded our ship is none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger." Gion could scarcely believe her deduction. It was astonishing that he had remained beneath the Navy's radar all this time. "Should we return and capture him then?" Sheeny suggested, envisioning the glory of apprehending the Pirate King's first mate and instantly ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral, thus becoming the highest-ranking officer. He dreamed of promotion, salivating at the prospect. "Huh," Gion chuckled. "Do you think you can defeat him? He is a legendary figure. But he is quite old now, isn't he?" Ilyavina chimed in. Gion responded with a smile. Joel also thought Admiral Karp was aging, yet look at what happened. At this, everyone envisioned the scene of Joel, with a head full of bandages, being relentlessly pursued by Karp, and they burst into laughter. Joel sneezed unexpectedly and rubbed his nose, wondering who was thinking of him. Was it little Ilyavina or the great Hitty? Suddenly, the current grew increasingly turbulent. "It's finally coming." Joel had been waiting for this moment, eager to witness the spectacular surge of water that could propel an island skyward. He gazed up at the heavens, but the floating island was nowhere to be seen. Even with his observation hockey at full throttle, he could not sense its presence. "Ah, it's about to start." Joel heard the familiar voice and looked up, indeed spotting Luffy's beloved going merry. Without the pivotal presence of Robin, the timeline had been disrupted, Yet Luffy serendipitously encountered this colossal vessel descending from the sky. However, the dilemma was that he had no intention of experiencing such a jarring descent. He had originally planned to ascend to Skypiea by utilizing Fujitora's gravity fruit. Suddenly, a black cannonball hurtled towards the going Mary from the heavens. Oh, we're doomed. Chopper's terrified scream pierced through the air, reaching Joel's ears. Big brother. I think I heard someone calling for help. The little girl, clutching her toy doll, appeared as if she had just awakened. Indeed, Joel, I heard it too. Yufuka emerged before Joel, clad in her nightgown, her delicate skin and graceful figure partially concealed beneath the gossamer fabric. Ah, you lewd girl. Quickly, put on some clothes. Now, Joel bellowed. Humph, Yufuka pouted, feigning innocence, and barefoot, she retreated to the cabin. Joel turned his gaze to see Zoro leaping high, slicing the cannonball in two before promptly returning to the ship. Ha ha ha, Straw Hat Kid, I'm here to claim your bounty of 100 million. 100 million! Both Joel and Luffy were taken aback. Wait, didn't Crocodile take care of this? How's there suddenly another bounty of 100 million? Where did this bounty come from? Hold on, is that Blackbeard Teach up ahead? Should we take him down now? Joel's mind raced. With Admiral Fujitora on his side, eliminating Blackbeard, who was not yet at his peak, should not be too difficult. By dealing with this troublesome foe now, they could avoid the monstrous abilities of Blackbeard and his double fruit powers later. If they waited until he became a warlord, it would be far more challenging. All right. Let's do this. Uncle, it's time to act. Thud, thud, thud. Fujitora stepped out of the cabin with his cane sword, asking, Who? Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. A pirate capable of injuring the Yonko red-haired Shanks. What do you think, Uncle? Joel inquired. Understood. Although Fujitora had not heard of this individual, he trusted that Joel would provide a satisfactory explanation. For now, they needed to resolve this matter. As the ship drew closer, Blackbeard's laughter echoed. A bounty of 100 million? Consider it a gift to the Navy. With a wave of his hand, a black vortex appeared, causing the Mary to lift off the ocean and slowly move towards Blackbeard's direction. What is happening? The timid trio screamed, covering their faces. Is he a devil fruit user? Sanji asked, seriously observing Blackbeard. What strange power is this? Hey, green algae head, are you alright? Zoro retorted angrily. Where do you see that I'm not alright? Luffy rolled up his sleeves. The battle was about to commence. Suddenly, it seemed as if the Mary had been stomped on, forced back into the sea by an immense force. Blackbeard stared in astonishment at the figure above the Mary, adorned with a pair of golden wings. Could this be a relative of Lafitte? Luffy and the others looked up to see a radiant figure standing atop the ship's mast. Brother Joel, Nami exclaimed joyfully. Joel. The Straw Hat crew gasped, while Zoro instinctively gripped his sword. Hey, Teach, Joel said, perched atop the mast, gazing at the notorious Blackbeard, the greatest villain. Who is this? Blackbeard was surprised to see the avian figure recognizing him, seemingly unaware of his own stature. At that moment, a Navy warship slowly emerged, with a man in a purple robe standing at the bow. Upon seeing the blind man, Blackbeard felt a sudden pang of danger. It was as if a ferocious tiger had set its sights on him, making him feel like a piece of meat ready to be devoured. I remember now. The sniper Van Auger finally recalled as the Navy ship approached. That is the flagship of the Navy headquarters' strongest generation, the Angel Sword, Major General Kirantriel Joel. Flagship? Do you even know what you're saying? Joel quipped. The Navy? Blackbeard looked at Joel, then at Fujitora, breaking into a hearty laugh. So you're one of us, huh? General Joel, we're practically family. How do you figure that? Joel chuckled. Family? How could I possibly have a relative like you? Though, in truth, they were indeed related. Spoilers. Look. You're in the Navy, and I'm a warlord. Doesn't that make us relatives? Blackbeard had already begun to consider himself among the warlords. Oh, is that so? A warlord? Joel slowly drew his sword, the four-colored sword light swirling from its sheath. Do you know who took down the warlord you intend to replace? Ha ha, General Joel. That was his own doing. I'm more than willing to cooperate with the Navy. How about I show my loyalty by capturing these pirates at your feet? Blackbeard eagerly rubbed his hands together. Teach, Joel smiled. Do you honestly believe Crocodile fell victim to a ploy in Alabasta? What do you mean? Blackbeard's smile faded. Is there an issue with Crocodile's demise? Teach, we're all adults here. Think for a moment. Joel pointed to his temple, then turned to Fujitora. Uncle, why don't you greet this soon-to-be warlord? Fujitora smiled. It would be my honor. With a swift motion, he drew his cane sword, sending rippling waves of purple energy into the sky. Blackbeard's forehead beaded with sweat, waiting in anticipation for something to happen. Luffy looked confused. What is this blind uncle doing? Ha ha, just a show of bravado, Blackbeard chuckled, realizing his earlier misjudgment. The blind man was merely that, a blind man. Joel lifted his gaze towards the heavens, wondering if the floating island obscured his view. Only Fujitora maintained his serene smile. Suddenly, a sound akin to atmospheric friction resonated in the ears of the onlookers. It's coming, Joel exclaimed with excitement, for he had yet to witness the spectacle of a meteorite colliding with Earth. What noise is that? Luffy and Blackbeard looked skyward. A dark speck gradually expanded, revealing a small meteorite that entered the sight of the crowd. What on earth? Blackbeard exclaimed as he saw the meteorite hurtling towards him. Madman. He promptly activated his black hole, attempting to absorb the incoming meteorite. With a thunderous crash, the small meteorite struck Blackbeard's black hole, resulting in a horrific explosion. Ah! Nami screamed in alarm. It's all right. I'm here, Joel declared, brandishing his sword. Archangel Raphael, divine protection. A colossal golden shield enveloped the Mary, as countless fragments pelted the energy barrier, which remained unyielding and resolute. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Blackbeard, blood trickling from his forehead, glared furiously at Joel. While his crew appeared utterly disheveled, their peculiar pirate ship resembling a vessel on the verge of disintegration. Fujitora chuckled, fear not, it's merely a greeting. Madmen. All of them. Chapter 58, the first encounter masters are not to be feared, nor madmen. The true terror lies in a master who is also a madman. To be greeted with a meteorite is an honor that Blackbeard had never before experienced. He stood upon a massive bamboo raft, which was perilously close to splintering. His expression grave as he regarded the unreasonable madman perched atop the mast. For years, he had been like a submissive spouse, managing his affairs with caution. Having only slain the 4th Division captain of Whitebeard, yet now he was besieged from all sides. He could comprehend Ace's pursuit, but they seemed to have no past grievances or recent enmities. What madness was this? Joel chuckled. Now do you understand how Crocodile met his demise? Indeed, you are utterly deranged. Blackbeard bellowed. What enmity or grievance do I have with you? None whatsoever. Then what is the meaning of this? Blackbeard's anger flared. Even a clay figure would have retained some semblance of fury, let alone the formidable Blackbeard. Dark energy began to coalesce in his hands, poised for confrontation. Bosch's clenched his fists, while Poison Q perched on his steed, ready to ascend to the heavens at any moment. Fujitora grasped his cane sword, and Van Kao raised his sniper rifle, aiming at Joel's heart. On the warship, Yufuka emerged, clad in a breezy ensemble, bearing a sniper rifle. Fortunately, the necessary barriers were in place, preventing her from being as brazen as before in Joel's presence. With a swift motion, she cocked her weapon and aimed at Blackbeard's brow. Indeed, Yufuka was a sniper. When Joel had rescued her, he had been oblivious to the true extent of her strength, perceiving her as a seemingly fragile maiden. Yet, given Fujitora's endorsement, he had no reason to doubt. Observing Yufuka's physique, Joel initially surmised she must be a healer, assessing her generously. To his astonishment, this striking beauty produced a formidable firearm and, in Joel's sight, shattered a cup on Smoker's office desk with a single shot. All while they had already departed from the Sabaody archipelago. After meticulous confirmation through binoculars and Fujitora's testimony, Joel finally grasped that the figure before him was not a healer but a heavily armed sniper. The sole drawback was that this sniper lacked observation haki. Could a sniper devoid of such prowess truly be an effective healer? Thus emerged the ultimate, tailored training regimen for mastering observation haki, devised by the dual experts Fujitora and Joel. However, a certain individual's laziness proved insurmountable, escalating to a point where even the prospect of donning an additional article of clothing became a monumental task. Joel rose to his feet, eagerly anticipating the impending clash. The demise of Crocodile was a consequence of my desire for his downfall. Similarly, I harbor the same wish for you. I truly admire your tenacity and endurance. To conceal oneself within the Whitebeard pirates for over 2 decades for the sake of a mere dark fruit is indeed chilling. If you are not eliminated now, it may prove exceedingly difficult in the future. Furthermore, if Blackbeard is not dealt with presently, he will undoubtedly become a formidable obstacle on my path ahead. Is there an issue with the Navy capturing pirates, Captain Teach? Caribou's sword energy, in hues of white, red, pink, and orange, surged ceaselessly, while the violet sword energy from Fujitora's staff rose steadily from below. Only Yevka appeared devoid of any remarkable effects. What do you have to say now? Come forth, Blackbeard proclaimed. Oh, by the way, Joel suddenly recalled, should I inadvertently fall to your blade, you may find it impossible to ascend to the warlords of the sea. Do keep that in mind. The art of psychological warfare precedes physical confrontation. Blackbeard's expression shifted slightly, without the ability to become a warlord. His subsequent plans might falter. What a predicament. Seizing the moment, Joel struck preemptively, his sword slicing downwards, aimed directly at the massive bamboo raft beneath Blackbeard. Should this vessel be destroyed, Blackbeard's combat prowess would be severely hampered. If he were to be cast into the sea, it would be all the more splendid. Heavenly Sword. Michael, the Horn of War. The Golden Cavalry, brandishing their sharp blades, adorned in armor, charged forth, trailing a spectrum of sword light towards Blackbeard's colossal bamboo raft. You arrogant fool. Allow me to teach you a lesson. The future could wait. The immediate priority was to resolve this troublesome matter. Black hole. Blackbeard pressed against the raft. The black vortex unfurling, darkness enveloping the entire sea, as the waters were relentlessly consumed by the void. Release. A torrent of sea water erupted from the black hole, surging towards the oncoming Golden Fire Cavalry. Ha ha ha, do you see? Blackbeard laughed from across the flowing water. This is my power, the power of darkness. Boom. The Golden Fire Cavalry charged through the ocean current, hurtling towards Blackbeard. What a joke. A mere sea current can impede my Golden Fire Cavalry. Blackbeard, realizing his facade had failed, hastily unleashed a punch, the dark vortex swallowing the sword energy. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Do you wish to continue this fight? What do you think? Joel spread his wings, soaring into the sky, looking down disdainfully at Blackbeard. Unfazed by death, are you? Let me show you another technique. Blackbeard raised his right hand, invoking the dark vortex. A tremendous gravitational pull ensued, as Luffy and Chopper clung to the railing, resisting the terrifying force. Yet Joel remained airborne, as if untouched by the chaos. What is happening? This has never failed before. Yet Joel was not a user of abilities. With a smile, Joel remarked that there are days when a man simply cannot perform. He swung his sword, unleashing a whirlwind of 4 colors of sword energy that whistled through the air. Blackbeard hastily dodged, yet the residual sword energy struck him, leaving him grievously wounded. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Blackbeard cried out in agony, feeling the pain magnified threefold. The sword energy landed on the bamboo raft, creating a gaping fissure. Bosch leaped from the ship, his armament hockey enveloping his fist as he launched a punch towards Joel. Van Oka raised his sniper rifle, aiming for Joel's heart, and fired a shot. Fujitora revealed a smile, his cane sword brandishing as a purple spiral burst forth. Bosch suddenly felt as though his entire body had grown heavy, as if an invisible hand were tugging at his clothes. Just as his punch was about to connect with the exceedingly punchable face before him, Fujitora struck with his sword, unleashing a torrent of purple sword energy that amplified the gravitational force, causing Bosch's to be pulled downwards by his own garments. Goodbye, Joel waved and chuckled. A shot rang out as Yafuka fired, the bullet tracing a graceful arc, colliding with Van Oka's bullet and sending it flying. Wow, what incredible marksmanship. She can hit a bullet in mid-flight. Joel marveled at Yafuka on the ship. Yafuka looked up, winking her left eye playfully at Joel, casting a bewitching glance that quickened his pulse. Vixen. Joel turned his head away, exasperated by the incorrigible woman. With a splash, Bosch's was pulled into the sea by Fujitora's overwhelming force. Fortunately, he was not a devil fruit user, otherwise, he would have met his demise. The situation was dire. Blackbeard, with a look of trepidation, gazed at the blind man on the warship, pondering if this day would mark his end. The sea surged increasingly, a colossal whirlpool beginning to form. Oh no! Joel's scalp prickled with alarm. Surely beneath them lay the convergence of the tumultuous ocean currents. The massive whirlpool churned violently, causing the 3 ships to rock violently. Yafuka, steer the ship out of here. The warship lacks the wings of the Mary, it cannot soar. If we collide with the current, we are doomed. As Joel's words faded, the current emerged, peeking at the 3 ships outside. With a resounding shout, it declared, I shall ascend to the heavens, and, covering its blushing face, surged skyward. The already dilapidated raft of Blackbeard was instantly disassembled by the current, while Bosch's, who had just climbed aboard, was sent tumbling into the sea by a flying timber. The other 3 on the vessel were also lifted by the turbulent waters, plunging into the depths. Soon after, the current swept up the still intact warship and the determined Mary, yearning to soar alongside the sun. A piercing scream from a young girl echoed through the air, and Joel glanced at Blackbeard, who had fallen into the sea, then at the warship ascending into the sky, where only a wayward woman and a blind old man remained. Gritting his teeth, Joel resolved that Blackbeard's fate was not yet sealed. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, pursuing his warship. Bosch's dragged Blackbeard, resembling a lifeless dog, while Van Oka pulled the barely conscious Poison Q and his floundering white horse onto a piece of driftwood floating on the surface of the sea. Blackbeard, expelling seawater, chuckled. The heavens do not forsake me. Having regained some strength, Blackbeard grew boastful once more, exclaiming, Joel, let us see how this unfolds. Suddenly, a white figure plummeted from the warship, crying, Big brother, save me. Joel accelerated with utmost determination, racing towards the young girl, enveloping her in a warm embrace, the sweet scent of apple milk enveloping them both. At that moment, the warship began to tremble violently, succumbing to the fierce onslaught of the ocean currents, showing signs of imminent disintegration. How could the ship of Shambadi be so inadequate? Where had all the funds been allocated? Joel soared with the little girl to the outstretched wings of the Mary, gently handing her over to the trembling Nami, who was entrusted with the care of his sister. Without delay, he took flight from the Mary, heading towards the disintegrating naval vessel. Upon reaching the ship, he observed Fujitora leisurely perched on the railing, seemingly lost in the scenery, which left Joel questioning whether he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation that unfolded before him. With a sniper rifle slung across her back, Yafuka, upon seeing Joel, cried out in distress, Jelena has fallen. Joel embraced her tightly and replied, We are already on our way. He then grasped Fujitora and soared towards the Thousand Sunny. The moment Fujitora departed from the warship, it was violently swept away by the currents, disintegrating into countless fragments that plummeted below. After securing the massive Fujitora, Joel immediately felt a strain in his flight. With a swift motion of his cane, Fujitora activated the weightlessness, allowing the 3 of them to ascend effortlessly. Joel felt a surge of relief and propelled himself towards the Thousand Sunny with renewed vigor. Yafuka nestled in Joel's arms, her right hand tracing delicate circles on his chest. Her soft lips exhaled fragrant whispers near his ear. With her left arm wrapped around Joel's neck and her legs entwined with his, they clung to each other intimately. Joel cast a glance at Yevka, who was playfully winking at him in his embrace. At such a moment, she still had the audacity to tease him. Yevka gently flicked her delicate tongue against Joel's earlobe, sending a wave of tingling sensations coursing through his body. He shuddered, overwhelmed by a sudden weakness, and collapsed into the embrace of the golden Melly. Joel pressed Yevka against the deck, his anger palpable. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yevka wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head in a manner that conveyed a playful defiance, exhaling a gentle fragrance towards the youthful face of the boy before her. Chapter 59, My Sky Island. The Going Merry burst through the white clouds, landing steadily on the Sky Island. Suddenly struck by altitude sickness, a group of people collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. Only Joel and Fujitora remained unfazed, while Yevka clung to Joel like a koala, her delicate face flushed as if adorned with a layer of blush. Joel looked at her with disdain and said, Aren't you coming down yet? Yevka rolled her eyes, calling him stingy, and reluctantly jumped off Joel's back. Joel hurriedly ran in front of Nami to check on the little girl. Seeing Joel rush to her side, Nami felt a twinge of emotion. Indeed, her elder brother cared for her the most. However, she soon witnessed this man turn around and lift the little girl she was holding in his arms. Among all on the ship, the young girl was the most vulnerable. Her flushed face was panting heavily, clearly in distress. Are you all right? Joel asked with concern. The little girl clung to Joel's neck and murmured, Brother, I feel so unwell. It took her a while to acclimatize to the thin air of the Sky Island. Yevka observed Joel's caring demeanor, but she realized it was directed towards her adorable sister. Supporting her chin with her hand, she speculated. Could he possibly have a preference for little girls? Otherwise, how could he overlook my charm? Sanji climbed up to Nami and asked, Nami-san, are you okay? Suddenly upset, Nami landed a punch on Sanji's head, exclaiming, I'm fine. Sanji, dazed from the woman's furious blow, vaguely noticed an exaggeratedly beautiful woman standing not far away. Upon closer inspection, he scrambled towards Yevka, captivated by her revealing attire, which startled her. My lady, your breathtaking beauty has captured my heart. I would gladly serve you for a lifetime, Sanji declared, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Regaining her composure, Yevka smiled brightly and replied, Thank you for your compliment. At that moment, Sanji was instantly petrified by her enchanting smile. Collapsing onto the deck with a thud, Chopper rushed before Sanji, exclaiming, Sanji, are you all right? How do we reverse the petrification? Yevka stared at Sanji in disbelief, bewildered by the situation. At this moment, the only one capable of saving Sanji was Zoro. With a dismissive tone, Zoro remarked, Perverted cook. Sanji immediately erupted in anger, shouting at Zoro, Green algae head, do you want to fight? Zoro merely turned his head away, irritated by the time wasted on a cook with his mind clouded by women. Huh, Sanji, you're all right. Chopper joyfully embraced Sanji's leg. Sanji lit a cigarette, coolly gazing at Yevka with a seemingly profound expression, though it was short-lived as his eyes soon sparkled with infatuation. Just as he was about to shower her with attention, he felt a cold, cylindrical object pressed against his forehead. Yevka, beaming with a radiant smile, teased, Does my gun look good? Humph, filthy man. Yevka was never one to mince words with men who tried to take advantage of her. She swiftly drew her weapon, especially against this lecherous man before her. Sanji was drenched in cold sweat, having witnessed her skill in shooting down bullets mid-flight. Her marksmanship far surpassed that of Usopp. A single shot would surely leave him with a painful mark on his forehead. However, the sight of this charming lady was captivating. With the gun barrel aimed at him, Sanji gazed dreamily at Yevka, his heart aflame with affection. Yevka, in utter despair, pondered the absurdity of this man's behavior. Joel, cradling the little girl, chuckled, Yevka, put the gun down. That lecherous chef is just as you see, simply ignore him. Yevka retracted her weapon and dashed to Joel, reclaiming her precious little sister from the clutches of a formidable villain. Observing that the entire crew had fully recovered, Joel turned to Luffy and said, Let us embark. Luffy grinned, onward. Nami, momentarily perplexed, gazed at the floating clouds, pondering, onward to where? With no discernible direction, the ship set sail aimlessly. Its journey across the White Sea dictated by fate. As the Straw Hat crew joyfully explored the Sky Island, they resembled naive countryfolk in a bustling city. Curiously glancing about, the little girl gazed at them with intrigue, then cast a disappointed look at her fierce sister. Fujitora wore a smile, perceiving only an expanse of white through his observation haki, devoid of any tangible objects. Hey, can we ride that cloud? Luffy inquired, fixated on a large, fluffy white cloud. Uncle? Joel laughed, understood. With a swift motion of his sword, Fujitora summoned gravity to the cloud, drawing it closer. Uncle is amazing. Luffy beamed, recalling how he had just pulled down meteors from the sky. Zoro and Sanji regarded the blind man with apprehension, astonished by his extraordinary power. Zoro then turned his gaze toward Joel, noting his increasingly impressive swordsmanship and contemplating whether he could match him in combat. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp joyfully leaped onto the cloud, which felt as soft as cotton candy. Seeing that the situation was secure, Yufuka gently set the little girl down, encouraging her to play. Yay, the little girl exclaimed. Dashing toward the fluffy clouds, Joel perceived Zoro's subtle movement and turned his gaze, smiling. Would you like to give it a try? Zoro felt a stir of excitement. Suddenly, a colossal sky island creature leaped out from the white sea, causing Chopper, Usopp, and the little girl to turn pale with fright. Joel gazed at Zoro with a smile, raising his left hand as a vibrant four-colored sword aura erupted from his fingertip. Sword gesture, ADC. The radiant sword energy pierced through the skull of the white sea fish with a swift bayou, causing it to roll its eyes and plunge into the depths of the white sea. Zoro immediately felt beads of sweat form on his brow. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were facing a ferocious Lion King. This sensation was reminiscent of his earlier encounters in the East Blue, but even more intense. What is that? The little girl pointed to a masked figure gliding swiftly across the white sea. The figure leaped aboard the Mary, casting a malevolent glance at the crew. Zoro drew his sword, aiming to demonstrate the progress he had made over the past months. The masked figure retaliated with a swift kick, sending Zoro sprawling. Sanji and Luffy, witnessing this, rushed to join the fray, yet within 3 exchanges, they too were vanquished. What is wrong with you three? Nami exclaimed. Sky Island is terrifying. Usopp and Chopper clung to each other, weeping in fright. The little girl regarded them with disdain, asserting, Jelena is not afraid. Fujitora stood firm, while Joel leaned against a pillar, both observing the uninvited guest with smiles on their faces. Joel awaited the appearance of Gonfal, the former god of this empty island. Fujitora sensed Joel's agitation and refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe how Joel intended to proceed. The masked man, confronted by the formidable presence of both an elder and a youth, felt as though he was being scrutinized by a fierce tiger and a proud lion, causing him to swallow nervously, caught in a dilemma. This ends here. A voice thundered from the sky. A knight clad in formidable battle armor materialized before everyone, the sunlight glinting off his silver armor in a dazzling display. The silver knight brandished a lance, thrusting it forward, prompting the masked man to instantly raise his shield in defense. Upon witnessing the knight's assault, the masked man leaped into the white sea, vanishing from sight. Who is this now? Nami inquired, gazing at the knight in the sky. The knight descended onto the Mary, removing his visor, and proclaimed, I am the Sky Knight. Gonfal. Behind Pierre, a spotted Pegasus neighed loudly. This is my companion. His name is Pierre. That horse is quite ugly, Joel remarked. Gonfal observed the fully armored masked man with concern, pondering whether the confrontation was about to commence. What is a Sky Knight? Nami asked. I am a mercenary, dedicated to alleviating the troubles of passing travelers, Gonfal replied. Wait, travelers? Nami quickly seized upon the key point. Are there others who can reach the Sky Island? People actually come here via that perilous sky current? Gonfal also grasped the significance. You came here riding that monster? He continued. There are not many brave young souls like you nowadays. Nami's eyes widened, suggesting that there may be other routes to this place. Gonfal replied with curiosity. Indeed. If everyone arrived as you did, how would I make a living? Nami knelt on the deck, pounding it in frustration. I knew it. In truth. Joel wished to explain that they could have flown here, but seeing Nami in such a state, he refrained, fearing she might retaliate with accusations of fright. It was perhaps best to remain silent. Why were those people able to traverse the White Sea? Chopper asked. Gonfal responded, Wait, I understand you have numerous questions. But let us discuss business first. The Sky Island is fraught with danger. For the sum of 5 million Aegis coins, I shall come to your aid. What is Aegis coin? Sanji asked. You don't mean to say you arrived here without funds, given you traveled here on that bizarre creature. How could you lack currency for the Sky Island? Gonfal tossed a whistle to Luffy, saying, Well then, consider this a gift, blow the whistle, and I shall come to assist you. With that, he mounted Pierre, preparing to depart. Wait, Joel exclaimed, Gonfal, shall we not continue our discussion? Gonfal turned to the young man leaning against the pillar, a look of intrigue crossing his face. I seek an Joel's declaration sent a chill down Gonfal's spine. Recalling the tempestuous thunder, he sighed deeply and warned, Do not attempt to challenge that monster. This is my advice to you. With that, he mounted his steed and soared towards the horizon. Old man, we shall meet again, Joel called out. Pierre the Pegasus neighed in response. Well, he still revealed nothing. Nami lamented. Luffy picked up the whistle, suggesting, How about we blow it and call him back? Nami, angered, punched Luffy down, exclaiming, That as for summoning him in times of danger, not as a toy. Nami, even when angry, you were quite charming, Sanji said, his eyes sparkling with admiration. A little girl clung to Joel's leg, inquiring, Brother, who is Enel? Joel gently patted his small head, remarking that Enel was quite the electrifying individual. Yufuko approached and inquired, Is Enel our target this time? Fujitora also turned his gaze towards Joel, who shook his head and replied, No, our objective is not solely him. Our primary aim this time is the Sky Island. The Mary continued its voyage toward the horizon. Sky Island.